Zhang Qian, why do you want a divorce? Why do you want to leave me? Because I've had enough of all this. I've had enough of living in this slum, having to eat this filthy food every day, and most of all, I've had enough of you. Don't I go out early and come back late every day, working hard to support you and our daughter? So what? Your so-called job is nothing but menial tasks at a blacksmith's shop. The money you earn can't even buy basic food, let alone give us a chance to leave the slum and move to the wealthy district. Do you want me and Xiaogui to suffer with you forever? Young Master Lu already told me he'll take me and Xiaogui away from here to live a good life in Zhuke City, so I've decided to go with him. No, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. I know you never truly loved me, but you cannot take my precious daughter away. Chen Ning roared in anger and lunged toward Zhang Qian, trying to snatch Xiaogui from her grasp. At the moment he charged at Zhang Qian, the dilapidated door was kicked open, and several soldiers dressed in black uniforms filed in. Though few in number, each wore a cold and merciless expression, exuding a deadly aura. Their armbands bore the emblem of a battle axe, with the letters Liu underneath in pinyin. Everyone in the slum knew this was the insignia of the Lu family caravan. After the guards entered, a handsome man with slicked back hair, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, came in as well. Chen Ning stared in shock at this noble-looking man, knowing clearly he was young Master Lu from the wealthy district of Zhuke City, Lu Ming. Lu Ming held a white handkerchief, and upon entering, he instinctively covered his nose at the stench in the room. Glancing at Chen Ning with disdain, he then turned his gaze to the alluring Zhang Qian, his eyes roaming shamelessly over her figure before calmly saying, Miss Zhang Qian, my caravan is ready and will leave soon. Have you considered the proposal I made last night? Zhang Qian looked at the extraordinary Lu young master, her eyes shining with desire, and said without hesitation, I agree to go with you, but I have a small request. Lu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, go ahead. Although Zhang Qian wore no makeup and her clothes were tattered, Lu Ming could see at a glance that she was an extraordinary beauty. With some grooming, she could become breathtakingly beautiful. In this post-apocalyptic world, Lu Ming could have forcibly taken Zhang Qian without punishment, but he preferred women who followed him willingly. Thus, as the third son of the prestigious Lu family in Zhuke City, he asked if she was willing to come with him to live a life of luxury in the wealthy district. Since the global zombie outbreak hundreds of years ago, many villages and towns have fallen. Small and medium-sized cities turned into slums, while some large metropolises built high walls and electric fences to establish wealthy districts. Entering the wealthy district is the dream of most slum residents, but in reality, 95% of people never get the chance, no matter how hard they try. They can only work hard in the slums, constantly supplying goods to the wealthy, who see slum residents as mere beasts of burden. Life in poverty is harsh, but worse still are the frequent zombie attacks on the poorly defended slums. Occasional zombies can be dealt with, but when a zombie horde swarms, thousands of zombies gathering, the slum is often completely destroyed. Zhang Qian had no choice but to marry Chen Ning initially. Alone, she couldn't survive in the post-apocalyptic slum. When Lu Ming appeared and offered to take her to the wealthy district, she was tempted. After a night's thought, she confronted Chen Ning, deciding to take their 3-year-old daughter Xiaogui with her to Zhuke City for a better life. Young Master Lu, I will go with you and be your woman, but I want to bring my daughter Xiaogui with me to Zhuke City. Lu Ming glanced at shy little Xiaogui holding Zhang Qian's hand. Though her face was dirty, her features were clear and promised future beauty. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Very well, let's go. Thank you, young Master Lu. Zhang Qian, beaming with joy, grabbed her daughter's hand, ready to leave this filthy, broken home, feeling no attachment to her former husband Chen Ning. Chen Ning, originally intimidated by Lu Ming and his men due to his low status, suddenly saw Zhang Qian taking his daughter away. His face darkened, rage boiling inside him. He growled lowly, you can leave, but you cannot take my daughter. Daddy! Though Xiaogui didn't understand what was happening, seeing her father's expression made her realize something bad was about to happen. Her father had always spoiled her. She felt closer to him than her mother. At this moment, scared by his angry shout, she cried out daddy and tried to break free from Zhang Qian's grip to run toward Chen Ning. But Zhang Qian held her daughter tightly, refusing to let go. Chen Ning knew his wife was long indifferent to him, but his love for his daughter was deep. It was the faith that kept him going in this harsh world. Seeing Zhang Qian hold their daughter back, he angrily tried to rush forward. However, just as he lunged at Zhang Qian, a bearded man blocked his way. Before Chen Ning could react, the bearded warrior delivered a powerful kick to Chen Ning's chest, sending him flying. The impact smashed over the old table inside the room. Xiaogui screamed and cried upon seeing her father attacked, while Zhang Qian remained cold and unfeeling, clutching her daughter's hand tightly. Chen Ning felt as if a hammer had struck his chest. Struggling painfully, he spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, clutching his chest as he stood upright. With a stubborn look, he glared at Lu Ming and Zhang Qian through gritted teeth. Give me back my daughter. The bearded man was surprised and annoyed that Chen Ning was still struggling. He thought to himself that even dealing with a lowly scum was proving troublesome. Surely young Master Lu would think him incompetent. This thought crossed the mind of the bearded man. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his triangular snake-like eyes as he squinted at the charging Chen Ning. His right hand reached toward his waist, where a shotgun was holstered. Originally a powerful powerful weapon for the caravan guards to deal with zombies or bandits at close range in the wild. Now he intended to use it to finish off Chen Ning immediately. Zhang Qian's heart tightened as she saw the bearded man's hand on the shotgun grip. She hurriedly pleaded, "Don't kill him." However, the bearded man didn't even glance at Zhang Qian. They only obeyed Lu Ming's orders. Zhang Qian quickly turned to Lu Ming and said, "Don't kill him. I don't want my daughter to see her father being killed in front of her and be traumatized." At that moment, Chen Ning recklessly charged forward. The bearded man, without hesitation, pulled out the shotgun. The black muzzle was aimed directly at Chen Ning. But then, under Zhang Qian's plea, Lu Ming finally spoke. "Lu Lei, spare that dog's life." Lu Lei, who had been ready to pull the trigger, heard Lu Ming's command. Facing the charging Chen Ning, he instead slammed the shotgun but hard against Chen Ning's head. With a loud bang, blood sprayed wildly across Chen Ning's face. Half of his face became a blur as he fell to the ground at a slant. Like a beast on the verge of death, he collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes fixed stubbornly in the direction of his daughter. A hoarse voice came from his throat. "Give her back. Give me back my daughter." Lu Ming took out an exquisite pocket watch, glanced at the time, and said indifferently, "We've wasted enough time here. Let's go." Zhang Qian picked up the struggling and crying Xiaogua and followed Lu Ming and the others as they left. "No, don't take my daughter away." Chen Ning tried to struggle and pursue them, but due to his severe injuries and overwhelming grief, his vision darkened, and he fainted. When he woke again, he found himself lying in bed. An old man in tattered clothes appeared before him. "Chen Ning, you're awake. I thought you were done for." This old man was his neighbor, Zhao Xing, who worked with Chen Ning at the Bull blacksmith shop in Blackwater town. Clearly, old Zhao had learned about Chen Ning's family crisis and had come just in time to rescue him. Chen Ning anxiously grabbed old Zhao's hand and asked, "Old Zhao, where are my wife and daughter?" Old Zhao looked at him with pity and sighed. "Chen Ning, Zhang Qian has already left with your daughter, following young Master Lu's caravan. I saw it coming long ago but didn't want to tell you. She never truly wanted to live a hard life. Marrying you was just a moment of helplessness. A woman like her was bound to betray you eventually, but I didn't expect her to take Xiaogui away, too. Everyone knows Xiaogui is your treasure." Hearing that Zhang Qian had long since left with their daughter to pursue her dreams, Chen Ning felt a wave of despair wash over him. Powerless, he lay back down. Old Zhao brought a bowl of wild vegetable soup speckled with oil and placed it at his bedside. He sighed, "Chen Ning, even though your wife and daughter are gone, you still have to live. We can't just give up. Drink this soup. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Boss Tian Linyu is angry. If you don't come back to work at the blacksmith shop tomorrow, you can forget about coming back at all. You know losing this job means starvation." Seeing Chen Ning's growing despondency, old Zhao continued, "If you die, you'll never see your daughter again. As long as you live, there's still a chance to see her once more." Chen Ning's eyes rekindled with hope upon hearing this. That's right, as long as he lived, there was a chance to meet his daughter again, even to take her back. Without hesitation, he struggled to sit up, grabbed the bowl of wild vegetable soup, and gulped it down. He drank too quickly and choked, tears welling up in his eyes. The next day, he returned to Blackwater town's only blacksmith shop, the Bull blacksmith shop. Tian Linyu was a middle-aged bald fat man weighing over 200 pounds, a man of status in Blackwater town. He had dozens of workers under him, mainly forging common knives and swords. Occasionally, they repaired firearms, though complex guns were beyond their ability. Simple repairs like fixing wooden rifle stocks were well within the Bull blacksmith shop's capability. Before work started, Tian Linyu liked to give a speech. That morning, seeing Chen Ning, he sneered, "Chen Ning, I thought you weren't coming back to work here. You've been absent for 2 days, so half your month's pay is cut. No objections, right?" Everyone around looked at Chen Ning with pity. Tian Linyu was notoriously stingy and always found excuses to dock workers' pay. Chen Ning's 2-day absence resulting in losing half his salary was truly unlucky. Chen Ning bit his lip and silently accepted without objection, but inside he felt heavy, not because of the pay cut, but because he suddenly realized that staying in this slum blacksmith shop and working hard his whole life would never earn him enough money to reach the wealthy district to see his daughter, let alone go to Zhuke City to confront the Lu family and take back his daughter. He had to make a change. Just then, a deafening explosion came from outside, shaking the very ground. Everyone's expressions changed as they speculated on the explosion's source, wondering if a zombie horde was attacking Blackwater town. Chen Ning, Tian Linyu, and others rushed out of the blacksmith shop anxiously, only to find the town's simple gate blown to rubble. Several military trucks rumbled in, followed by a large cargo truck with an iron cage welded on its bed, inside which was tied a towering, formidable zombie over 2 meters tall. Behind the cargo truck were more military trucks filled with soldiers, troops from the southern province of the Huaxia Empire. It turned out these arrogant imperial soldiers had blown the gate because it wasn't opened in time. Tian Linyu gasped on seeing the zombie in the iron cage. Good heavens, that's a level 4 zombie, the Predator. Chen Ning studied the zombie carefully. Its head was rotted, its body emitted a greenish glow, yet it looked unusually sturdy, especially its thick arms, which seemed out of proportion with the rest of its body. He had heard zombies evolved into different levels. Level 1 were ordinary walkers, slow-moving, sluggish, and roughly as strong as normal humans but most numerous. Level 2 were stiff zombies, evolved from walkers, with stiff bodies and immense strength but slow movement. Level 3 were assault zombies, with strength similar to humans but faster and thus more terrifying. Level 4 predators combined the strength of the stiff zombies with the speed of the assault zombies, formidable creatures even the Imperial regular army feared. Above them were even stronger zombies, level 5 hellhounds, with beast-like features, claws, and sharp teeth. Level 6 Frieza zombies, half-human, half-beast with strong tails and some intellect capable of organizing other zombies, and level 7 titans, massive creatures over 3 meters tall, weighing over a ton, capable of destroying ordinary city walls. In fact, there were even higher-level zombies unknown to ordinary slum residents like Chen Ning. The Imperial troops before them were clearly elite, likely here to capture high-level zombies for scientific research. Humanity needed to study these to learn how to fight and eventually eradicate them. The trucks carrying the Predator stopped after entering Blackwater town. The first truck's door opened, and a shiny bald-headed officer jumped nimbly out of the cab. Soldiers from the other trucks dismounted swiftly and silently. Chen Ning and the townsfolk stared in shock at these elite Imperial soldiers. The bald officer scanned the crowd coldly and barked, "Who's the highest-ranking officer here?" "I am." A well-dressed middle-aged man stepped forward with two subordinates. He was the town mayor, Su Liang. Su Liang eyed the bald officer's rank and said ingratiatingly, "Major, I'm Mayor Su Liang. How may I assist you?" The major pointed to his men, "Prepare lunch for 100 men, and make it quick." Su Liang hesitated, as food was scarce these days. Gathering enough for 100 meals meant taking from his own household. But he knew these Imperial soldiers were battle-hardened killers, so after weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and ordered his men, "Go to the kitchen and prepare 100 lunches immediately." After speaking, he turned to the major with a flattering smile, "Major, please come to my home for a moment." The major ignored him and strode directly toward the Bull blacksmith shop's signboard. Approaching, he demanded, "Who's the boss here?" Tian Linia smiled and stepped forward. "Major, that's me." The major said coldly, "My troops have suffered heavy weapon losses fighting zombies. Do you have standard-issue weapons here? Battle axes or machetes will do." Tian Linia immediately sensed business and agreed, "We have standard battle axes and daggers." Though these Imperial soldiers were fierce, they fought zombies constantly and had many rewards, so they spent money readily. The major said, 50 battle axes and 50 daggers. Price is negotiable, but quality must be assured. If not, I'll use these weapons to lop off your head." Tian Linio hastily assured, "Rest assured, Major, the Bull blacksmith shop's weapons are guaranteed quality." The major asked, "Can you repair rifles?" "We have about 10 with broken wooden stocks." Tian Linio replied, "Yes, we guarantee to fix them." The major turned and ordered his deputy, "Give them the damaged rifles. I want to see them repaired within an hour, or else." Tian Linio wiped the sweat from his brow and bowed repeatedly, "We will get it done, absolutely." Mayor Su Liang and Tian Linio were the recognized powers in Blackwater town, one with authority, the other with wealth. Chen Ning watched these two fawning before the bald major like lapdogs and was shocked. He was struck by the invisible aura of dominance radiating from the major, who held life and death in his hands. When Tian Linio docked his pay, Chen Ning had already realized that staying in the slum working at the blacksmith shop would never let him challenge the Lu family of Zhuke City, let alone reclaim his daughter. He had to make a change. Yet, he didn't know how to change his fate. Now, staring at the cold, commanding bald major, a fierce desire suddenly ignited in Chen Ning's heart. He wanted to join the Imperial Army, become an officer like the bald major who controlled life and death. He wanted to take back his precious daughter, make Lu Ming and his so-called noble sons, and heartless women like Zhang Qian crawl at his feet begging for mercy. This thought was like a poppy seed, quickly taking root and growing wildly inside Chen Ning's heart until it became unstoppable. As the bald major turned to go with his men to Mayor Su Liang's home, Chen Ning couldn't help but call out from the crowd, "Wait!" The major and his men stopped in unison and slowly turned around. Chen Ning felt their eyes all fix on him like a pack of savage wolves surrounding a little lamb. His body trembled involuntarily, and he stammered, I mean no offense. I want to join the army. I want to be a soldier." The major and his men exchanged a glance, surprise and mockery flashing in their eyes. The major gave his deputy Huang Shi a look. Huang Shi understood and sneered as he approached Chen Ning. The townspeople, seeing Chen Ning's boldness to want to join the Imperial Army, began to sneer quietly. After all, the Imperial Army wasn't easy to join. These soldiers were clearly elite forces, and Chen Ning's wish to join was but a fool's dream. As the crowd laughed lowly, Huang Shi approached with a cruel grin. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on him. Chen Ning was 1.77 meters tall, not short, but Huang Shi was a full head taller, with a burly physique and bulging muscles, making Chen Ning look like a child beside him. Huang Shi had a savage scar on his left cheek, and his coarse features made him look especially fierce. He coldly stared at Chen Ning and asked, "What did you just say?" Chen Ning was nearly suffocated by Huang Shi's domineering aura, but he straightened his back and forced himself to say, "I said I want to join you, become an Imperial." Before he could finish, Huang Shi acted swiftly. With a swift motion, he pulled pulled out a pistol and shoved the barrel into Chen Ning's pants, making Chen Ning's face go pale. Huang Shi sneered at him and taunted, "I didn't quite catch that. What exactly did you say?" The crowd covered their mouths, aware that these imperial soldiers were unruly. Their arrogance was clear from how they blasted open the town gate without hesitation. For Huang Shi and the other imperial elites, Chen Ning, a lowly slum dweller, daring to dream of joining their elite forces was an insult. Everyone began to worry about Chen Ning's fate. In these times, killing a lowly slum dweller was as easy as crushing an ant. Feeling Huang Shi's threat, Chen Ning had no doubt the ruthless deputy wouldn't hesitate to fire. But he still suppressed his fear and stammered, "I said I want to join you and become an imperial soldier." No sooner had Chen Ning finished speaking than a cold gleam flashed in Huang Shi's eyes, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed between Chen Ning's legs. He collapsed to the ground, instinctively clutching his crotch, letting out a piercing scream. Yet Huang Shi's face twisted into a look of disdain as he sneered, "Had scared enough to piss your pants? With that cowardly act, you want to join our Black Shark Legion? The farther you get, the better." Still shaken, Chen Ning quickly checked his pants. There was a hole where Huang Shi's pistol had fired, but fortunately, he had not been physically hurt. It seemed Huang Shi was only trying to intimidate him. A flush of shame rose in Chen Ning's chest, but it was quickly replaced by stubborn defiance. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ning rose again amidst the crowd's mocking laughter. Facing the bald major and Huang Shi who were turning to leave, he called out loudly, "Wait!" The bald major and the Black Shark Legion warriors turned in unison. This time, the major's expression was dark and hostile, a flash of anger burning in his eyes. Clearly, Chen Ning's persistence had provoked their lethal intent. Chen Ning felt the deadly aura radiating from the major and the others, but he knew this was his last chance. Taking a deep breath, risking death, he stood tall and shouted, "I'm not giving up. I still want to join you. Please, sir, give me a chance to prove myself, even if it's just as a cook or to carry supplies." Major Luo Ho was a renowned officer in the Black Shark Legion, originally prepared to end this pestering Chen Ning with a single bullet. But when their eyes met, he was surprised to see resolve and determination burning in Chen Ning's gaze, as if he was ready to pay any price. Luo Ho's heart stirred. If Huang Shi fired again, and even hit Chen Ning, the man would never show any weakness afterward. They held eye contact for 2 seconds. A cold butcher's smile curled Luo Ho's lips as he said with grim amusement, "You want to prove your courage and ask me for a chance? Fine. I like giving people chances. After all, chance is hope. In this wretched age, how can one keep going without hope?" Chen Ning's heart leapt with joy at Luo Ho's words, but the officer's next sentence plunged him back into despair. Luo Ho turned to Huang Shi and asked, "Old Huang, got any cigars left?" Huang Shi looked puzzled but fished out a box of cheap cigars from his pocket. "A few sticks left." Luo Ho picked one up casually, inhaled deeply, and his face showed delight. Suddenly, he spun around and threw the cigar. It arced beautifully through the air and landed with a sharp slap inside the iron cage on the cargo truck, right at the feet of the hulking predator zombie. The zombie, which had been clawing at the cage relentlessly, was immediately distracted. It lowered its head to stare at the cigar by its feet, seemingly trying to figure out what it was. Luo Ho smiled faintly at the bewildered Chen Ning. "My men and I will eat first. Lunch and rest lasts 1 hour. If I return in an hour and you can take that cigar out of the cage with your bare hands, I'll consider letting you join the Black Shark Legion." With that, Luo Ho led his men and Mayor Su Liang away, leaving a few soldiers behind to guard the military trucks and the zombie cage. Whispers buzzed through the crowd. Chen Ning's face was clouded with worry. Luo Ho's test was terrifying. The cigar lay at the feet of the dreadful zombie inside the cage. If he walked close enough to the cage and stretched his hand through the gap, he could reach the cigar. But would the predator zombie allow him to get that close? As Chen Ning fretted, old Zhao approached, patting his shoulder gently. "Chen Ning, zombies have an intense urge to attack humans. It won't let you take that cigar. If you get near the cage, it will grab you. The end will be either torn apart or scratched and turned into a zombie, then killed by the army. So don't fool yourself. Just stay honest and fix weapons at the blacksmith shop." Chen Ning shook his head. "No, I'm willing. I want to try." Old Zhao sighed and shook his head, thinking Chen Ning was courting death. 2 soldiers stood watch near the cargo truck and cage like statues, guns steady. Chen Ning cautiously approached. The 2 soldiers surprisingly ignored him, silently allowing him near the zombie cage. He looked again at the predator zombie inside. It had been staring at the cigar by its feet, and now that Chen Ning was close, its bulging eyes noticed him. It glanced at Chen Ning, then back at the cigar, as if understanding what Chen Ning wanted. The predator emitted a low growl and struck the cage, but the iron bars were sturdy. It seemed to resign itself, lowered its head, and slowly crouched down like a drowsy wild beast. Chen Ning's heart surged with joy. The zombie hadn't attacked or even looked at him, it had even turned its back, seeming ready to sleep. Could fate be granting him a chance? He tiptoed forward cautiously, unwilling to act rashly for fear the zombie might suddenly turn. His heart pounded. After hesitation, he finally summoned courage and reached his hand toward the cigar. He knew that the more he sensed an opportunity, the more patience and care it required. Now that the zombie had just turned its back, back, it wasn't the best time to act. He decided to wait patiently a few meters away from the cage. Seconds ticked by. The crowd's excitement faded as Chen Ning delayed action. Whispers began calling him a coward who would never dare get the cigar. Gradually, the crowd thinned, leaving only a few lingering spectators. Almost an hour passed. The zombie remained crouched with its back to Chen Ning, motionless as if weary and resting. Chen Ning knew Major Luo Ho and the others would return soon. Time was running out, he had to act. Like a thief, he tiptoed carefully toward the cargo truck. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The zombie inside was still motionless, its body gently rising and falling as if asleep. Chen Ning even caught the stench of decay from the zombie inside the cage. He swallowed hard and silently encouraged himself. It's simple, just reach in and grab the cigar, and your fate will change. Chen Ning, you can do this. For Xiaohua, you must do this. Nearby, 2 black shark soldiers standing guard glanced sideways at him. Chen Ning moved closer to the iron cage on the truck, slowly slipping his hand through the gap between 2 metal bars, reaching toward the cigar at the zombie's feet. 50 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters. Chen Ning's hand was getting closer to the cigar, but his heartbeat sped up. He pressed his face against the cage, stretching his hand inside, trying to grasp the cigar lying by the zombie's feet. However, suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The zombie that had been facing away from him, its body gently rising and falling as if sleeping, now remained completely still. When do beasts stay so motionless? Clearly, only when they are coiling, preparing to strike suddenly. Instinctively sensing danger, Chen Ning withdrew his hand swiftly with barely a moment's hesitation. Just as his hand pulled back, the zombie, which had been feigning sleep, suddenly spun around and lunged at him with a roar. Chen Ning narrowly avoided being caught. In this critical moment, he quickly retracted his hand. The zombie's sharp claws grazed the iron cage as it tried desperately to grab Chen Ning. Chen Ning's face went pale with terror. He retreated cautiously, eyes locked on the snarling, fang-and-claw-filled zombie inside the cage. His mind was shaken to realize, my god, the legendary high-level zombies actually possess intelligence. The 2 black shark soldiers guarding the truck furrowed their brows, clearly surprised by the scene. The spectators gasped as Chen Ning nearly fell prey to the trap. They murmured, unbelievable. That zombie actually set a trap, pretending to sleep just to lure Chen Ning in. The predator zombie inside the cage, frustrated by its failure to catch Chen Ning, roared angrily before reluctantly turning its back again and crouching down as if pretending to sleep once more. Soon, Major Luo Ho, Deputy Huang Shi, and their men returned, their appetites satisfied. Luo Ho had a toothpick in his mouth. Scanning the disappointed Chen Ning at the cage, then glancing at the seemingly sleeping zombie and the cigar at its feet, he squinted and said to Chen Ning, I had some hope for you, but clearly you're not cut out for this. You missed your chance. Move along. 8526, 8527, you two, go eat. 10 minutes left. The 2 soldiers on duty immediately went to eat. Luo Ho then ordered Huang Shi, check on the weapon repairs at the blacksmith shop. Huang Shi left with 2 men as the other black shark soldiers busied themselves, having finished their preparations to leave Blackwater Town. Luo Ho was the only one not occupied. He looked at Chen Ning, who lingered hesitantly nearby, then cast his gaze toward the zombie cage on the truck. The predator still crouched motionless, and Luo Ho's discarded cigar lay quietly at its feet. Luo Ho squinted again, his left hand resting on the pistol at his waist, while his right hand slowly reached toward the cigar. If the zombie made any sudden move, Luo Ho was confident he could draw his gun instantly and blow the zombie's head apart. Chen Ning's heart raced as he wanted to warn Luo Ho about the zombie's intelligence and cunning. But at that moment, Luo Ho's right hand grasped the cigar without any reaction from the zombie, which seemed truly asleep. Luo Ho turned to face the nervous Chen Ning, a mocking smile playing on his lips as if to say, look, it's that simple to get it, and you couldn't even do that. Luo Ho held the cigar in his right hand, slid his left hand away from the pistol grip, and drew a metal lighter. As he brought the cigar to his lips, ready to light it, the zombie inside the cage suddenly rose silently, its razor-sharp claws reaching through the iron bars toward the back of Luo Ho's head. Watch out! Chen Ning shouted the moment the zombie stood up and rushed forward. Without hesitation, he lunged, throwing his body to grab the zombie's outstretched arm, desperately trying to stop it from clawing Luo Ho. Luo Ho reacted swiftly, enraged, drawing his combat knife and slashing fiercely, severing the zombie's attacking arm. Chen Ning fell to the ground clutching the severed limb. The nearby black shark soldiers rushed over, their faces filled with fury. Typically, only level 5 or higher zombies possess intelligence, yet this level 4 predator showed cunning. Luo Ho, a veteran marksman, was nearly outwitted by what was essentially a pigeon pecking his eye. The severed zombie arm dripped green, putrid blood as the creature howled in rage, pounding the iron cage violently but failing to break the sturdy bars. Control was restored. Luo Ho ordered his men to intensify their watch over the zombie, then turned to Chen Ning. He kicked the severed limb aside and helped Chen Ning to his feet, scrutinizing him closely. Kid, you alright? Chen Ning shook his head repeatedly. I'm fine. Luo Ho's gaze was complex as he glanced at Chen Ning. You saved me just now. I owe you one. Chen Ning's expression was conflicted, as if he wanted to to say something but dared not. Luoho mistook this for eagerness to join the Black Shark Legion and said, "The Black Shark Legion is an elite unit of the Huaxia Empire, ranking among the top in combat strength. Our soldiers undergo brutal training. If you join us, you probably won't last a month. If you truly desire to be an Imperial soldier, there's the Phoenix Bluebird Training Camp 200 kilometers from here. I know the chief instructor, Major Butcher. I can write you a recommendation. If you complete training and graduate, you may enter the Phoenix Legion and have a chance to rise." Chen Ning bit his lip and whispered, "Thank you, Major." Luoho, decisive as ever, swiftly wrote a brief recommendation letter and handed Chen Ning a pistol, a dagger, and a pack of marching rations. He gave directions to the Bluebird training camp and told him to arrive within 3 days, as recruitment was closing. With instructions complete, Luoho and his men boarded military trucks. The convoy departed Blackwater town. Old Chen, surprised that Chen Ning had failed to join the Black Shark Legion but gained a recommendation to the Bluebird camp, came to congratulate him. "Ha, Chen Ning, you're lucky to get that recommendation and a chance at the Bluebird camp." "Sorry, Old Chen, I have to go home first," Chen Ning said hurriedly, fleeing amid Old Chen's stunned gaze. Back in his shabby home, Chen Ning shut the door and ripped open his torn shirt, revealing several deep scratch marks on his chest, wounds from when he saved Luoho from the zombie. But he dared not reveal the truth. Once bitten or scratched by a zombie, the infection spreads rapidly, turning the victim into a zombie. The Imperial Army's usual response to such injuries was immediate execution. Chen Ning sat helplessly on a chair, overwhelmed by despair. He had hoped to gamble on a future but now faced annihilation because of the zombie bite. Might as well wait to die, was his final thought after despair. Yet he did not want to die in town. If he turned, he would harm innocents. So, with the pistol, dagger, and rations from Luoho, he quietly left Blackwater town. Chen Ning headed toward the Phoenix Bluebird Training Camp recruitment station. Though aware the zombie bite would eventually cause infection, death, and transformation, he was unprepared to face this sudden threat. Deep down, he clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe the zombie virus in his body would not activate and he wouldn't die. Besides fleeing death, Chen Ning had another reason to head toward the camp. Imperial soldiers were stationed there. If he truly died and turned, the soldiers would destroy him, preventing harm to innocent civilians. This thought took root, giving him a faint hope amid despair. Armed with dagger, pistol, and rations, Chen Ning left Blackwater town, traveling toward the Phoenix Bluebird recruitment station. Feeling his time was limited, he only managed 20 kilometers the first day. At nightfall, he found a small cave, blocking the entrance with some branches, and spent the night inside. He ate some rations and lay on a flat rock, ice fixed on the makeshift defenses at the cave entrance, ironically thinking, "I'm about to become a zombie, yet I'm still guarding against zombies. How absurd." He tossed and turned the first half of the night, haunted by visions of his stolen daughter Shagwa and the terror of becoming a zombie. Late into the night, Chen Ning felt the zombie virus activating. A fever raged through him, his breath scorching, his skin burning as if on fire. He felt crawling sensations beneath his skin and an urge to tear it open. Slowly, his consciousness blurred. The next day, Chen Ning awoke abruptly, sitting up. "Have I turned into a zombie?" was his first thought. He quickly examined himself. To his astonishment, there were no changes. Even the scratch wounds from the zombie bite had healed and scarred. "I'm not a zombie." Chen Ning was ecstatic. Surviving this ordeal thrilled him. I'm fine. I'm truly fine. I didn't turn into a zombie." Just as joy filled him, the cave entrance was suddenly pushed open. The branches he'd placed fell aside, revealing a decayed zombie. Chen Ning's heart jumped in alarm. He cursed himself for shouting last night. He had inadvertently attracted wandering zombies. Though the zombie appeared to be a common level 1 walker, slow and weak, Chen Ning's lack of combat experience made him nervous. He stared intently at the zombie, quietly drawing his pistol, ready to strike first and hard. Typically, zombies attack humans like piranhas sensing blood, launching frenzies. Yet, surprisingly, this zombie stopped a few steps inside and tilted its rotten head, seemingly suspiciously scrutinizing Chen Ning. What's it suspicious about? Chen Ning had no time to ponder. Since the zombie had not attacked, he had his chance. He raised the pistol, aiming at the zombie's head. The zombie emitted a low, guttural growl, like a wild animal communicating with a companion, then staggered closer. Only 3 meters away, Chen Ning held his breath, his sights trained on the rotted head. The zombie did not raise its hands but made an odd, muffled sound as if greeting Chen Ning, even stepping 2 paces closer. It seemed to mistake Chen Ning for one of its own. Chen Ning wasted no time and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whistled out. Unfortunately, lacking training, he missed the zombie's head. The bullet grazed the left side, shattering its left ear. Startled, the zombie paused a moment before realizing Chen Ning was no ally. It instantly dropped all doubt, raised its sharp-clawed hands, bared its fangs, and angrily lunged at Chen Ning. Bang! 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 Chen Ning's face drained of color as he fired rapidly, emptying his pistol. Most bullets struck the zombie, staggering it. The final shot hit its head with a loud crack. The zombie collapsed, seemingly dead. Chen Ning sighed in relief. He had narrowly escaped danger. Yet he began to wonder, why hadn't the zombie attacked him initially? Could it be the virus in his his body, though dormant, made the zombie mistake him for one of its kind? This thought delighted him. If true, in this zombie-ridden world, being able to trick zombies into not attacking would greatly improve survival chances. He hoped to find another zombie to test his theory, but near the Phoenix Bluebird camp, Imperial soldiers had long cleared zombies. Over the next 2 days reaching the camp, he encountered none. Unable to verify his idea, Chen Ning felt some disappointment. But upon arriving at the Bluebird training camp, his gloom vanished instantly. The camp was nestled in a valley surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. A towering wall and gate guarded the front, where armed soldiers in black Imperial uniforms stood watch. Their sleeves bore the emblem of a crimson phoenix, the mark of the Undying Legion. At the recruitment site, tens of thousands waited. Most were scavengers or slum residents drawn by the news. A few were young nobles. Like other empires, Huaxia valued military merit, and noble offspring often joined the army to advance their lives. The Undying Legion ranked in the empire's top 10, and many minor clans hoped to send disciples here. Yet recruitment was strict. Few entered the Bluebird camp. Fortunately, Chen Ning, with Luo Ho's recommendation, was among the last 1,000 recruits. The recruiting officer gave him a soldier's badge bearing the Bluebird emblem and his name and number, 999. The camp only accepted 1,000 new soldiers this time. Had Chen Ning arrived 2 minutes later, even with the recommendation, he would have been rejected. Chen Ning and the recruits gathered, lining up to enter the heavily guarded camp. As officers organized their entry, Chen Ning's excitement soared. He recalled an idiom: a fish leaps through the dragon gate. Legend said a carp swimming upstream could transform into a dragon upon clearing the gate. Chen Ning and the others felt like lucky fish, poised to change their destinies. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the camp's gate. Those who failed to enlist, mostly scavengers and slum dwellers, grew desperate, facing threats of zombies, hunger, poverty, disease, and death. Somewhat mad, rushing the gate, screaming, "Take me in! I want to be a soldier! I want meat and wine!" The mob's fury grew, swelling as more joined the riot. The base's air raid siren blared, sounding 36 seconds on, 24 seconds off, a signal of attack. Atop the wall stood a burly, shirtless middle-aged man wearing only military trousers and boots. His chest bore a fierce tattoo of the 8-faced Buddha, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his narrow eyes surveying the mob below. A tall, thin officer whispered respectfully, "Major Butcher, the unselected rioters have revolted. What are your orders?" Major Butcher smiled cruelly, as if viewing pigs led to slaughter. Inside, Chen Ning and the other recruits watched the violent mob and the armed guards holding them back. Suddenly, the siren's deep wail turned shrill, signaling an attack order. Chen Ning gasped as a Bluebird guard suddenly bayoneted a rioter attempting to storm the gate. The thought struck him: the Bluebird soldiers were killing people. Gunfire erupted. Guards and soldiers on the walls fired into the crowd, bullets raining like hail. The rioters screamed and fell in waves, the scene a hellish slaughter. Panic overtook the mob as they scattered, leaving only hundreds of bloody corpses behind. Chen Ning and the other recruits were stunned, their fleeting sense of fortune vanished. Next, the new recruits were assembled in the camp's vast outdoor training ground. Major Butcher addressed them. The towering, muscular man's eerie grin revealed sharp teeth, resembling a terrifying man-eater. Standing on the platform, he looked down at the trembling recruits like lambs to slaughter, his grin widening. "Greetings, I am your chief instructor, Major Butcher. Each of you thinks you're lucky to be chosen for Bluebird training camp, but I must tell you, being selected is not your fortune, it is your misfortune." Chen Ning and the 1,000 recruits exchanged confused glances, unsure of what he meant. Butcher did not explain, only sneered, "Welcome to hell." The recruits felt a sudden unease. Life here would not be easy, training would be brutal. Butcher ignored their expressions, standing with legs slightly apart and hands behind his back. The sunset bathed him in light, emphasizing his imposing figure and the 8-faced Buddha tattoo, making him look like an invincible war god. Squinting his narrow eyes, he continued, "Since the moment you entered the Bluebird camp and wore your soldier's badge, you became the lowest rank of military personnel. I need not say more about you, except one crucial thing: your duty as soldiers." Chen Ning and the others expected lofty speeches about defending the homeland or eradicating zombies, but Butcher declared firmly, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders, absolute obedience. That is all you must do here. Just obey orders?" Chen Ning and the others sighed in relief, thinking it was not so difficult after all. Major Butcher was a straightforward man. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered the other instructors to divide the 1,000 new recruits into 10 groups of 100 each. Chen Ning, along with 99 others, was assigned to the 9th group. After the grouping, an instructor named Eagle Eye began explaining the next steps. Everyone was to proceed to the base cafeteria for a meal. First, they needed to collect their utensils at the designated area, then queue to serve themselves food. Each person was limited to 1 scoop of rice, 1 bowl of soup, 1 serving of meat, and 1 serving of vegetables. After eating, they had to return the utensils to the washing area. The entire process was strictly limited to 30 minutes, after which everyone had to gather back at the training grounds. Lu Zuowu, who was in charge of the interrogation, also felt awkward. Lu Wanlin had instructed that Chen Ning must be killed, but it had to be done discreetly, taking into account the feelings and opinions of the Undying Bird Legion and others. In other words, Chen Ning was to be killed, but the blame for Lang Jianfeng's death had to be pinned on Chen Ning first, so that outsiders wouldn't see the Lu family as using public power for personal revenge. But Lu Zuowu did not expect the second wife, Shi Lily, to come, and as soon as she spoke, she declared that Chen Ning must die. This made Lu Zuowu very embarrassed, as Shi Lily's words essentially tore off all pretense and showed no shame. Lu Ruyan was also a very clever woman. When she heard Shi Lily's words, she was first shocked how could Chen Ning be doomed when the interrogation wasn't even over. Immediately, she realized there was something fishy going on, a hidden agenda from the Lu family targeting Chen Ning. She knew that although Shi Lily's attitude was arrogant, her harsh words were not without reason. If Chen Ning stayed here, his fate would likely be sealed death. Having just been freed from her handcuffs and shackles, she said to her father without hesitation, "Dad, Chen Ning is innocent. He shouldn't be subjected to such unfair treatment. Think of a way to bail him out too, will you?" Lu Yu was merely a businessman. In the apocalypse, no matter how wealthy he was, he couldn't possibly go against the Empire's Legion commander. He glared at his daughter angrily and said in a low voice, "Stop being insolent in front of Major Lu and the second madam. Whether Chen Ning is guilty or not, Major Lu and the others will investigate thoroughly. It's not your place to speak. The trouble you've caused this time is already significant. If it weren't for the city lord giving face to our Lu family, do you think you could have been bailed out so easily? Come home with me." Lu Ruyan was indignant, her temper flaring. "These people are clearly targeting Chen Ning. I've already explained everything with Chen Ning. If Chen Ning still cannot be released, then I won't leave either." Lu Yu was both shocked and furious, outrageous. Lu Zuowu coughed at this moment, drawing everyone's attention. He said, "Miss Lu and Chen Ning have both explained the situation at the time and recorded their statements. However, we believe Miss Lu's testimony. Miss Lu was knocked unconscious at the time, and when she woke up, everything was already over. Therefore, Miss Lu, your suspicion is minimal, and you can be granted bail." Lu Zuowu paused for a moment and then looked at Chen Ning. "As for Chen Ning, we have doubts about his testimony, especially regarding the period after Miss Lu lost consciousness, during which Lang Jianfeng was killed. Therefore, he cannot be granted bail." Lu Zuowu paused for a moment, then began to justify Shi Lily's arrogant remarks from earlier, saying, "Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, and everyone else, please don't take our second madam's words too seriously. In fact, Lang Jianfeng was the bodyguard of our corps commander. He risked his life multiple times to save the corps commander and the second madam. The second madam treated Lang Jianfeng like her own nephew, so upon hearing the tragic news about him, she lost her composure and said those things to the suspect, Chen Ning. I hope everyone can understand." Shi Lily looked a bit embarrassed and followed Lu Zuowu's lead, saying, yes, Lang Jianfeng wasn't my son, but he was like a son to me. This hatred for the murder of my son, I will absolutely pursue to the end. Shi Lily's last sentence was almost spoken word by word as she stared at Chen Ning. Chen Ning remained expressionless. Captured and bound, he had long anticipated unfair treatment and knew the Lu family was retaliating against him for Lu Shi's death. Thus, he chose not to resist and let them do as they pleased. Now, he could only hope Bai Yuhao would find a way to rescue him, otherwise, he would have no choice but to fight to the death against the blood tyrant. Lu Ruyan hadn't expected Lu Zuowu to be so smooth-tongued. It was clear to any discerning person that this was a case of using public power for personal revenge, yet he managed to make it sound flawless. Lu Yu did not want to offend the Lu family, so he said, "Major Lu is absolutely right. We can understand the second madam's feelings. Ruyan, come back with me immediately and stop causing trouble." Lu Ruyan bit her lip. "I won't go back. I'll stay here and wait until they find out the truth." Lu Zuowu said sternly, "Miss Lu, if you want to wait for the results, you can sit and wait in our reception room outside. If you continue to make a scene here, I will have no choice but to treat you as obstructing official duties and arrest you directly." Lu Yu's face changed drastically, and he kept pulling his daughter. Lu Ruyan raised her head. "Alright, I'll wait in your reception room for the result." Lu Ruyan walked out of the interrogation room and found a group of people outside. Some were guards from the base, some were attendants brought by Shi Lily, and a few were members of the Lu family. Among them, a nanny was holding a chubby little girl in her arms. It was Little Bun. "Mommy!" Little Bun reached out eagerly for a hug as soon as she saw Lu Ruyan, and Lu Ruyan picked her up. Little Bun's small head darted left and right, searching for the figure she longed to see. Not finding him, she felt a bit disappointed and pouted as she asked Lu Ruyan, "Mommy, where's Daddy?" "Daddy?" Lu Yu and the other members of the Lu family instantly had strange expressions on their faces. Could it be that Lu Ruyan had a man she fancied, and Little Bun was calling Lu Ruyan's boyfriend Daddy? Lu Ruyan's delicate face couldn't help but flush red, but seeing Little Bun's eyes filled with longing, she could only blush and softly say, "Daddy has something to take care of. Let's go to the reception room and wait for him to come out, okay?" The Little Bun squinted his eyes into a line, his chubby, baby fat face breaking into a smile as he crisply said, "Okay." This once again left left Lu Yu and the others dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan really didn't leave. She sat in the reception room of the greedy wolf base, waiting for the outcome. At least this made her feel that by monitoring the situation on site, Shi Lily and Lu Zuowu, who were plotting against Chen Ning, wouldn't dare to be too blatant or reckless. Lu Yu, worried that his daughter might get into trouble, stayed here with a few subordinates to keep an eye on her and prevent her from acting recklessly. Not long after, another group of people entered the reception room. The newcomers turned out to be Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, De Luo, Xiao Luo, and another person Lu Ruyan recognized, Xia Yongxiang. It turned out that Xia Yongxiang had encountered Bai Yuhao and the others, who were wearing bluebird uniforms. He greeted them and mentioned that he knew Chen Ning from their base, only to be informed by Bai Yuhao and the others that something had happened to Chen Ning. Xia Yongxiang truly proved to be a straightforward person. Although he had only met Chen Ning today and had casually referred to him as a brother in conversation, he unexpectedly treated Chen Ning as a real brother. Upon hearing that something had happened to Chen Ning, he didn't hesitate to follow Bai Yuhao and the others to the greedy wolf base. Bai Yuhao and the others were informed that they didn't have the authority to see Chen Ning. Like Lu Ruyan, they were arranged to wait in the reception room or leave on their own. Bai Yuhao saw the party involved, Lu Ruyan, and quickly asked what was going on. Lu Ruyan briefly recounted the events once again, and of course, also mentioned Shi Lily's arrogant remarks just now. She finally said softly, Chen Ning and I already explained very clearly during the statement recording that Leng Jianfeng wasn't killed by us, but they don't believe Chen Ning. Shi Lily even threatened that Chen Ning must die. I always feel that they are targeting Chen Ning for some personal vendetta, so I'm really worried about Chen Ning's situation right now. Bai Yuhao thought to himself, what else could it be about? Naturally, it's because Chen Ning took down Lu Shi. Bai Yuhao sighed and said to Su Luo and the others, we won't be able to return to the base on time. You guys go find someone from the greedy wolf base, borrow a satellite phone, and inform Instructor Butcher that we won't be able to return on time. We'll go back later to accept punishment. Su Luo said, Chen Ning just had an accident. When you went to see Uncle, we had already informed Instructor Jin Sheng about Chen Ning's situation. Bai Yuhao nodded, that's good. Xia Yongxiang couldn't help but ask, did your instructor say anything after learning about Chen Ning's accident? Did she mention coming to the rescue? Su Luo shook his head. Instructor Jin Sheng didn't say anything after listening. She just hung up the phone, and we can't guess her attitude. Xia Yongxiang cursed and then immediately said, my instructor Luo Ho is currently in Vermilion Bird City. I'll try to ask him for help. In the interrogation room, Chen Ning's hands and feet were shackled to the chair. Lu Zuowu had only left a few trusted subordinates, along with the second madam and her followers. At this moment, everyone in the room belonged to the Lu family, so Lu Zuowu and Shi Lily no longer needed to pretend. Lu Zuowu coldly stared at Chen Ning. Chen Ning, do you know why we're targeting you? Chen Ning raised his eyebrows, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Shi Lily immediately burst into a tirade. You filthy scum from the slums, dirtier than a rat, how dare you kill my son? Now that you're in my hands, do you think you can walk out alive? Tonight, I'll personally kill you. Lu Zuowu saw that Shi Lily was really about to step forward and scratch Chen Ning. Worried that Shi Lily might get hurt, he quickly stopped her. Second madam, don't act impulsively. It's not good for your health to get so angry. Let me deal with this boy for you. Shi Lily sat down angrily. Fine, Zuowu, make sure you deal with him harshly. I want him to live in agony, unable to live or die. Lu Zuowu responded affirmatively, then pulled out a prepared confession from the drawer. This confession was a forged statement in which Chen Ning admitted to killing Leng Jianfeng. He sneered as he walked up to Chen Ning, looking at him as if he were a pig or dog awaiting slaughter, and said, Kid, press your fingerprint on this to admit your guilt, and I'll make it quick for you, letting you die without suffering. Otherwise, you'll truly regret coming into this world, where even death will be a luxury. How about it? Chen Ning looked at Lu Zuowu and sneered as well. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of phlegm right onto Lu Zuowu's face. Trash like you can climb to the upper ranks of the military? Even the rejects from our Qingniao base are better than you. What are you, anyway? Whatever tricks you have, go ahead and use them. Lu Zuowu was both shocked and furious. You're asking for death. Bang bang bang. Lu Zuowu was spat on the face by Chen Ning, and instantly lost his temper, throwing several punches directly at Chen Ning's abdomen. As a fifth-level combatant, the strength of his punches was naturally formidable. If it were an ordinary person, a single punch would be enough to make them vomit their previous meal. However, when Lu Zuowu's fist struck Chen Ning's abdomen, it felt as if he had hit solid wood. Chen Ning gritted his teeth and didn't even let out a single groan. Well, this stubborn bone is quite tough. I'll make you tough. I'll make you tough. Lu Zuowu immediately changed the target of his attack, his fists landing two heavy punches on Chen Ning's face. Chen Ning's left cheek turned bruised, and blood seeped from the corner of his eye and mouth. However, what shocked Lu Zuowu was that Chen Ning remained expressionless, even looking at him with a hint of disdain. Lu Zuowu felt deeply provoked and enraged. He grabbed Chen Ning's head with his left hand and prepared to deliver another fierce punch to his face with his right hand. He refused to believe he couldn't handle a mere ordinary soldier. At this moment, one of Lu Zuowu's deputies stopped him and quietly advised, "Major Lu, the Legion commander instructed us not to be too ostentatious. If you hit his head like this, it will leave obvious signs of abuse." Lu Ruyan and Bai Yuhao are still waiting in the reception room for the outcome. "Even if we want to kill this kid, we need to be clean about it. At the very least, the body shouldn't show conspicuous injuries. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will damage the reputation of our greedy Wolf Legion. If it causes conflict between the upper echelons of the greedy Wolf and Phoenix factions, we will be the ones to blame." Only then did Lu Zuowu lower his fist, sneering coldly at Chen Ning and saying, "Heh, so you've got a tough backbone, huh? I have plenty of tools and methods to deal with you. Tonight, I'll take my time with you. Xiao Chang, bring me the electric baton." A warrior named Xiao Chang, known as the Greedy Wolf, handed the electric baton to Lu Zuowu. Lu Zuowu walked up to Chen Ning, grabbed Chen Ning's collar with his left hand, and suddenly tore open Chen Ning's shirt. Chen Ning's strong and scarred chest was exposed. This left not only Lu Zuowu slightly stunned but also shocked Shi Lily, who was sitting on the side watching, as well as the others in the room. Chen Ning's body was covered with an astonishing number of scars. It is often said that scars are a man's medals. If this saying holds true, then the medals on Chen Ning's body would be enough to rank him as a general. Lu Zuowu clicked his tongue and said, "Wow, so many scars. Turns out you're someone who's used to hardship. No wonder you don't take my punches seriously. Well then, try this." Lu Zuowu spoke as he directly turned on the electric baton in his hand and pressed it against Chen Ning's chest. When the baton touched the muscles of Chen Ning's chest, it emitted crackling sparks and the smell of scorched flesh. The surrounding people felt it was a bit cruel and instinctively leaned back slightly, unable to bear watching. Shi Lily's eyes, however, gleamed with vengeful pleasure as she clapped her hands and loudly said, not bad, Zuowu, this is great. Give this little wretch a few more hits. Look, he hasn't even screamed yet." Lu Zuowu was determined to break Chen Ning. He couldn't believe Chen Ning wouldn't cry out. He repeatedly jabbed the electric baton against Chen Ning's body, leaving his chest bruised, charred, and even bleeding in some places. Yet Chen Ning was incredibly tough, refusing to let out even a muffled groan, clenching his teeth and silently glaring at Lu Zuowu with fury. Lu Zuowu tormented him for half an hour. Although Chen Ning was somewhat on the verge of collapse, his consciousness remained clear, and his attitude was still defiant, not uttering a single cry of pain. Shirley leisurely applied hand cream and glanced at Lu Zuowu. "Zuowu, you need to step up your game. He doesn't even let out a single sound. Don't you have any other tricks? Bring out something more ruthless." Lu Zuowu wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief, then looked at Chen Ning, who was barely conscious on the interrogation chair. His gaze moved from Chen Ning's chest, covered in electric shock marks, downward, finally landing on Chen Ning's groin. Waving the electric baton in his hand, he sneered and said, "Heh, I don't believe your whole body can withstand my electric baton. Acting tough, huh? I'll zap your family jewels a few times and see if you're still tough. I want you to know that even if you escape tonight, you'll never be a man for the rest of your life. Let's see how tough you are then." Shirley clapped her hands. "Ha, now that's proper torture. Zuowu, hurry up, I can't wait to see it." When Chen Ning heard Lu Zuowu threatening to use the electric baton on his family jewels, his expression finally changed. After all, no man could remain indifferent in such a situation. Lu Zuowu saw Chen Ning's face change dramatically. He instantly felt like a student solving a math problem or a researcher conquering a scientific challenge, his mood exceptionally excited. Then, with a sinister smile, he aimed to jab the electric baton in his hand toward Chen Ning's crotch. At that moment, the door of the interrogation room was pounded heavily, accompanied by a cold and forceful voice, "Open the door." Lu Zuowu's movements froze. He exchanged a puzzled glance with Shi Lily, both feeling a bit baffled. At the Greedy Wolf base, with interrogation work personally ordered by the corps commander, who would dare to interrupt? Lu Zuowu signaled his subordinates to open the door, and a bald, burly officer entered with several subordinates, accompanied by a group of officers from the Bluebird base. Lu Zuowu glanced at the sleeve insignia of the burly bald officer, which featured the emblem of a black shark head bearing its fangs. This indicated that the man belonged to the Black Shark Special Corps. Upon further inspection of the shoulder insignia, 2 bars and 1 star revealed that the man was a major in the Black Shark Corps. Indeed, this man was none other than Major Luo Ho of the Black Shark Corps. Luo Ho had met Chen Ning in Blackwater Town. At that time, Luo Ho had tried to test Chen Ning but nearly fell victim to a zombie ambush. In the end, it was Chen Ning who saved him in the nick of time. Luo Ho remembered Chen Ning's kindness and recommended him for training at the Bluebird base. What Luo Ho hadn't expected was that Chen Ning would do quite well at the Bluebird base, even managing to join the elite group of reserve officer talent. This time, he suddenly received news from his subordinate Xia Yongqiang that Chen Ning was being targeted for personal revenge. Luo Ho still remembered that Chen Ning had saved him once, so he immediately stormed into the Greedy Wolf base with his men in a fit of rage. Although Luo Ho was only a major, his strength was exceptional, possessing the capabilities of a level 7 brave general. He had achieved many merits but also caused numerous troubles, which is why his rank remained as a major. However, everyone in the military knew of his reputation and were aware that he was the most trusted right-hand man of Major General Xiao Feng, the commander of the Black Shark Corps. Because of this, most people in the military treated Luoho with respect out of regard for Major General Xiao Feng. This was also the reason why Luoho, despite being just a major, was able to storm into the greedy wolf base and break into the interrogation room. Accompanying Luoho was a large group of people. In addition to the officers and soldiers from the greedy wolf base, Bai Yuhao, Lu Ruyan, and others were also present. Luoho glanced at the severely injured and barely breathing Chen Ning, then turned his gaze to Lu Zuowu and Shi Lily, had tortured to extract a confession, forcing an admission under duress. Shi Lily stood up angrily. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just barge in here? And what are you all doing, letting them break in? You're all useless. Do you believe I won't have my husband demote every single one of you? Luoho said coldly. I am Major Luoho of the Black Shark Corps. Although this is the greedy wolf corps, we are all soldiers of the Empire, so I naturally have the right to enter the base. But who do you think you are? A mere woman daring to shout here? Only then did Lu Zuowu realize that the man before him was Luoho, a trusted subordinate of Black Shark Corps Major General Xiao Feng. Lu Zuowu saw that Shi Lily was about to lose her temper and quickly introduced her to Luoho, saying, Major Luo, this is the second wife of our corps commander. Lu Zuowu knew that Luoho was Xiao Feng's trusted subordinate. Xiao Feng's military rank was one level higher than Lu Wanlin's, and the Black Shark Corps was a special corps, while the Greedy Wolf Corps was an ordinary one. Therefore, although Lu Zuowu and Luoho were both majors, Lu Zuowu still considered himself inferior to Luoho. His introduction of Shi Lily's identity was merely an attempt to make Luoho show Shi Lily some respect. Otherwise, the situation would become too awkward for everyone. However, who was Luoho? He was someone who never cared about giving face to others, never understood the art of currying favor with the powerful, and certainly wouldn't show respect to a noblewoman with the status of a mere concubine like Shi Lily. Luoho curled his lips and said, a hen crowing at dawn, no wonder the trash corps is trash. It seems there's always a reason. The phrase a hen crowing at dawn refers to a hen announcing the morning, metaphorically describing a woman overstepping her bounds and taking on tasks meant for men, which is considered improper. Luoho's words were naturally a jab at Shi Lily, a woman without military rank and not even a soldier, yet bossing people around in the military camp, flaunting her power. These greedy wolf warriors even revolved around her, each one of them useless. Luoho ignored the unpleasant expressions of Lu Zuowu and the others, as well as Shi Lily, and waved his hand decisively. Release Chen Ning, we're leaving. Just as Xia Yongqiang and two Black Shark warriors were about to step forward to unlock Chen Ning's handcuffs and shackles, a loud and powerful voice suddenly came from the doorway. It seems that any random dog or cat can come and cause trouble on my turf. The crowd heard the resonant voice of a man and turned their heads in unison, only to see a slightly overweight but imposing middle-aged man in an officer's uniform walking in with a group of subordinates. Everyone's expression changed upon seeing this commanding middle-aged officer, as he was none other than Lu Wanlin, the highest commander of the Greedy Wolf Corps. Luoho hadn't expected Lu Wanlin to appear in person. Lu Wanlin held the rank of colonel, 3 levels higher than Luoho. Luoho began to frown, realizing that with Lu Wanlin personally stepping in, it would be difficult for him to take Chen Ning away from here. Shi Lily, on the other hand, was visibly delighted upon seeing Lu Wanlin. She quickly stepped forward to greet him. Master, it's wonderful that you're here. This man named Luoho, relying on his affiliation with the Black Shark Corps, has been throwing his weight around in our Greedy Wolf Corps. Lu Zuowu and the others have been so intimidated by him that they don't even dare to speak up. What are you doing here, letting others laugh at a hen crowing? Lu Wanlin coldly said this to Shi Lily, leaving her awkwardly standing in place, a bit at a loss. However, upon hearing Lu Wanlin's words, Luoho's expression subtly changed. It was clear that while Lu Wanlin's words seemed to be reprimanding Shi Lily, they were actually directed at him. It was likely that Lu Wanlin had overheard his sarcastic remark about Shi Lily crowing like a hen before entering the room. Lu Zuowu saw the second madam in an awkward situation and quickly raised his hand to salute Lu Wanlin, shouting loudly, Greetings, Corps Commander. Greetings, Corps Commander. The other officers and soldiers of the Greedy Wolf Corps on site also saluted in unison, finally diverting their attention away from the second madam and relieving her embarrassment. A few people present did not salute. Some were civilians from the Lu family like Lu Ruyan, who did not understand military salutes. Others were Luoho, Xia Yongqiang, Bai Yuao, and others. Although they were soldiers, they had no goodwill toward Lu Wanlin and did not want to salute sincerely. Lu Wanlin had indeed not appeared before, but this was his territory. Every little thing that happened here, every word spoken, he was fully aware of. At first, he thought that dealing with a small figure like Chen Ning could be easily handled by sending a random guard. However, what he didn't expect was that Lang Jianfang, the person he sent, ended up dead. What Lu Wanlin found even more unexpected was that after Lu Zuowu captured Chen Ning, he initially thought killing Chen Ning would be as easy as crushing an ant. But then Bai Yuhao, Lu Ruyan, Luoho, and others unexpectedly stepped forward, trying to protect Chen Ning. Lu Wanlin couldn't help but wonder, don't you people know that Chen Ning is someone I personally designated to deal with? Now, even random nobodies think they can act recklessly under my nose? This was the real reason Lu Wanlin was truly angry. At this moment, Lu Wanlin glanced around at the crowd, his gaze landing on Luo Ho and his group. Narrowing his long eyes, he walked toward Luo Ho, finally stopping less than a meter away from him, and proudly locked eyes with him. In terms of physique, Lu Wanlin was plump while Luo Ho was burly. Lu Wanlin was half a head shorter than Luo Ho, but in terms of aura, Lu Wanlin clearly had the upper hand at this moment. There was no choice. Rank suppresses people, and Lu Wanlin's rank was far more than just one level higher than Luo Ho's. Lu Wanlin looked at Luo Ho coldly with an oppressive gaze. Having been in power for many years, he naturally understood the principle of capturing the leader first to subdue the group. Among Chen Ning's friends, Luo Ho was the most formidable here. Earlier, it was Luo Ho who acted arrogantly and was the most domineering. Therefore, Lu Wanlin had already decided to suppress this troublemaker first, using him as an example to deter others. In the imperial military, when a subordinate encounters a superior, they must salute, regardless of whether they belong to the same corps. At this moment, Lu Wanlin stood in front of Luo Ho, his attitude unmistakable. You're unwilling to salute? Although Luo Ho was a trusted aide of Major General Xiao Feng, his own military rank was not high. Facing the imposing Lu Wanlin, he had no choice but to slowly raise his head, salute, and mutter in a muffled voice, "Greetings, Colonel." Lu Wanlin saw Luo Ho submit and revealed a smug cold smile. Major Luo is truly courteous. Since the leader Luo Ho had to follow protocol and salute his superior, Xia Yongxiang, Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, and the others could only follow suit with a military salute. At this moment, Lu Wanlin, seeing that he had subdued all these troublemakers at his base, displayed the smile of a victor. He even greeted Bai Yuhao before finally turning his gaze to Chen Ning, who was seated in the prisoner's chair. Then he said to Luo Ho and the others, "Luo Ho, dear Bai nephew, we of the Greedy Wolf can handle Chen Ning's matter ourselves. No need to trouble you, you may leave." Lu Wanlin's words sounded polite, but their underlying meaning was far from pleasant, as he essentially meant, "You can get lost now." Bai Yuhao, Xia Yongxiang, and even Lu Ruyan all turned to Luo Ho in unison. They seemed to regard Luo Ho as their leader, waiting to see what he would decide. Luo Ho was unwilling to leave just like that. Firstly, Chen Ning had saved his life, and secondly, being forced to leave in disgrace by Lu Wanlin was not his style. If word got out, people would likely mock him in the future. Luo Ho said in a deep voice, "We are all very concerned about the progress of the case involving Chen Ning. Since you claim you can handle it, then deal with it on the spot. Don't tell me such a small matter would take you 10 days or more to resolve. That would only make everyone doubt the capabilities of Tanlang." When Lu Wanlin heard Luo Ho's words, he felt a bit annoyed. Before he had arrived, Luo Ho had already mocked the Tanlang Corps as trash. Now, he was implying that if they couldn't resolve Chen Ning's matter on the spot, it would cast doubt on Tanlang's abilities, essentially suggesting that failing to act quickly would prove their incompetence and reinforce the notion that they were trash. Lu Wanlin glanced at Luo Ho without saying anything, then turned to ask Lu Zuowu, "How is the interrogation of Chen Ning going so far?" Lu Zuowu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He had two confessions in his possession. One was the genuine confession recorded by Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan together, which indicated that Chen Ning was innocent and should be released immediately. The other was a fabricated confession, forged by Lu Zuowu, intended to frame Chen Ning and bring him to justice. At this point, Chen Ning could either be released or sentenced to death. However, the final decision depended on Lu Zuowu's ability to gauge Lu Wanlin's intentions. Thus, before answering, Lu Zuowu cautiously stole a glance at Lu Wanlin's expression. He noticed that Lu Wanlin's demeanor was resolute, with a faint hint of killing intent in his eyes. Lu Zuowu immediately understood. His superior, Lu Wanlin, definitely did not want Chen Ning to walk out alive. Not only because Chen Ning had killed Lu Shi, but also to make it clear to Luo Ho and the others who the true ruler of this base was. Report to the corps commander. At first Chen Ning refused to admit his crimes, but after a thorough interrogation by me and the second madam, he finally revealed a flaw and was forced to confess that he had colluded with SSS-wanted criminal Pang Qingyun to murder Major Ling Jianfeng. We have already recorded his confession and are preparing to have him sign and acknowledge his guilt. Lu Zuowu said this while casually picking up the forged confession and respectfully handing it to Lu Wanlin for review. Lu Wanlin took the confession, glanced at it briefly, then squinted his eyes and coldly said, "Since he has admitted his crimes, have him sign it. This man is guilty of heinous crimes. Execute him by firing squad immediately, no need for further review." Upon hearing this, Lu Zuowu responded affirmatively, then took the forged confession, prepared to press Chen Ning's fingerprints on it with the help of two subordinates, and proceeded to take Chen Ning for execution. Shirley couldn't help but laugh out loud at the scene, but she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. However, she couldn't hide her joy. These clowns still dared to act wildly in front of the master, but in the end, the master would still deal with Chen Ning. What could you possibly do? Bai Yuhao, along with Su Luo, Lu Ruyan, Xia Yongxiang, and others, all turned pale. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Luo Ho couldn't hold back either and said in a deep voice, "Wait wait a moment. Then, under the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, he said to Lu Wanlin, Colonel Lu, isn't this a bit against the rules? It was indeed somewhat against the rules, because Chen Ning hadn't voluntarily signed a confession, and he was a reserve officer and a talent in training. Even if Chen Ning were guilty, he would still need to be tried in a military court for a final verdict. However, Rahu repeatedly meddled in matters concerning Greedy Wolf, which completely exhausted Lu Wanlin's patience. Lu Wanlin still held some reverence for Rahu's superior, Xiao Feng, but as for Rahu, in Lu Wanlin's eyes, he was nothing. Lu Wanlin said coldly, rules? Here with Greedy Wolf, my words are the rules. Someone, seal the deal for Chen Ning, then take him out and execute him immediately. Rahu and the others looked grim, but they were helpless. Lu Zuowu sneered as he prepared to use Chen Ning's hand to press fingerprints on the confession, but at that moment, the interrogation room door was opened again, and a group of people entered. Lu Wanlin was furious. In the Greedy Wolf military camp, in his presence, someone dared to enter without reporting. Did they have the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Lu Wanlin was about to start cursing, but when he saw the leader of the group, he forcibly held back and then exclaimed in surprise, City Lord? The group that appeared was led by a refined and elegant man. He was none other than Yuan Yuan, the City Lord of Vermilion Bird City. Yuan Yuan's official position is higher than Lu Wanlin's, but he only oversees civil affairs. However, as the nominal highest official of Vermilion Bird City, Lu Wanlin still has to show him some respect. Following behind Yuan Yuan were two officers dressed in the uniform of the Phoenix Corps, namely Butcher and Jian Cheng. Upon entering, Jian Cheng saw that Chen Ning was already battered and barely alive. She hurriedly stepped forward, placed her hands on Chen Ning's shoulders, and shook him twice. Chen Ning, are you okay? Chen Ning weakly said, I'm fine, instructor. They framed me. Sujino's gaze fell on Lu Zuowu beside her. Lu Zuowu was still holding a fake confession in his hand. A cold glint flashed in Sujino's phoenix eyes, and suddenly, she delivered a lightning-fast kick. Lu Zuowu held the same military rank as Sujino, but his strength was far inferior. He was sent flying backward by Sujino's kick, landing heavily on the ground with a miserable groan. It turned out that her kick had directly broken one of his ribs. Lu Wanlin and Shi Lily were dumbfounded by the scene. Moments later, Lu Wanlin erupted in fury. Who are you? A mere major dares to act so arrogantly in front of me? The butcher walked out with a cigar in his mouth and lazily said, she's one of my subordinates. Sorry, but in our undying legion, every single one of us is this arrogant. The butcher's words left everyone around him dumbfounded once again. Luo Ho saw his old friend, the butcher, maintaining his usual dominance and couldn't help but show a helpless smile. Meanwhile, Xia Yongxiang, full of shock, whispered to Bai Yuhao and the others, damn, are all of you in the Phoenix Corps this arrogant? Bai Yuhao, along with Su Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo, couldn't hide the pride on their faces. Bai Yuhao rubbed his nose and said, actually, our instructor doesn't mean to target Lu Wanlin. They're just this bold with everyone. Lu Wanlin glared at the domineering butcher in Jinchang, while overhearing Xia Yongqiang and Bai Yuhao's whispered conversation. He was truly infuriated. Pointing at the butcher in Jinxing, he roared loudly, who are these people, daring to act so recklessly in my base? Guards, arrest them all. If they resist, kill them without mercy. Immediately, a large group of heavily armed Greedy Wolf soldiers surrounded them with a clatter. However, Yuan Yuan's expression turned stern as he coldly rebuked the surrounding Greedy Wolf soldiers. How dare you? Who do you think you're trying to arrest? Me? Are you attempting rebellion? Indeed, within Vermilion Bird City, Yuan Yuan was considered the highest-ranking official. Although he was in charge of civil affairs, the command of the two military corps, Greedy Wolf and Breaking Army, came next in line. The suppression of rebellion by the Huaxia Empire was extremely ruthless. If these people dared to rebel, the empire's various special corps and military elites would immediately mobilize to crush them. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of facing justice. Entire families could be implicated and destroyed. Those greedy warriors became uneasy one by one. Since Yuan Yuan's rank was higher than Lu Wanlin's, everyone glanced at each other and eventually retreated. Yuan Yuan took control of the situation, once again displaying a gentle and refined demeanor with a smiling face. He walked over to Lu Wanlin and said, no need to get angry, Commander Lu. I forgot to introduce you. This is Lieutenant Colonel Butcher, and this is Major Jinqing. They both come from the Phoenix Corps. When Lu Wanlin heard the word Butcher, his expression immediately changed. This was because the name Butcher was highly renowned within the Empire's military, not only because he was an officer of the Phoenix Corps but also due to his bold style and formidable strength. Many people know Luo Ho for his unrestrained and unruly behavior, repeatedly achieving merits but also repeatedly violating regulations, which is why his military rank cannot be promoted. As for the Butcher, he is somewhat misunderstood. The Butcher is extremely powerful, currently already at the strength of a level 9 brave general, and is very likely to break through the bottleneck in the future and step into the great general stage. Moreover, the Butcher is highly capable, whether it's leading troops in battle or helping train newcomers in the rear over the past few years. His work has been outstanding. Many people privately say that, based on on the butcher's abilities, he should have long been promoted to Legion Commander. Unfortunately, aside from the butcher, the Phoenix Legion has another extraordinary individual. That is the current Phoenix Legion commander, a woman named Shin Kei. Shin Kei was born into a prestigious aristocratic family of the Qinglong City Gate clan in the imperial capital. At a young age, she had already reached the level of a level 10 general. From childhood, her family had taught her various skills, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, geography, military command, and political governance. Known as the Jade Wall of the Empire, she became the highest commander of the Phoenix Corps at the age of 20. As one of the veteran officers of the Phoenix Corps, Butcher found himself overshadowed by Shin Kei, a young girl. He was deeply dissatisfied but had no choice, as he couldn't match Shin Kei in any aspect. Butcher's abilities, when placed in other corps, would surpass many corps commanders. However, within the Phoenix Corps, he simply couldn't compete with Shin Kei. Having a deep affection for the Phoenix Corps, Butcher was unwilling to transfer to another corps for a higher position. Yet, he also couldn't bear being ordered around by Shin Kei, this young girl. In a fit of anger, he applied for a transfer to the Bluebird training base of the Undead Corps, stepping back from the front lines to help train new recruits for the Corps. It is precisely because of the Bluebird training base, with powerful instructors like the Butcher, that this base has produced so many outstanding talents. This is also the reason why Bai Chongshan and Lu Wanlin want to send their sons to train at the Bluebird base. They value the background of the Phoenix Corps and the excellence of the Butcher as a teacher. Lu Wanlin hadn't expected that the man before him was the renowned but never before met Butcher, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, Lu Wanlin suddenly felt that his previous respect for the Butcher was due to his desire to send his second son to the Bluebird base for training. Now that his second son was already dead, and the Butcher was still protecting the murderer of his son, why should he continue to show the Butcher any respect? Although the Butcher was strong, his military rank was only that of a lieutenant colonel, 2 levels lower than Lu Wanlin's. Why should he come to Lu Wanlin's base and act so arrogantly? If he backed down tonight, how would his subordinates view him, and how could he lead his troops in the future? With this thought, the look of surprise and doubt on Lu Wanlin's face gradually faded, replaced by a renewed toughness. So it's Lieutenant Colonel Butcher. Truly, what kind of instructor produces what kind of students? Each of you is so arrogant. No wonder Chen Ning is equally arrogant. A mere soldier dares to plot against Major Leng Jianfeng. The Butcher turned his head and asked Chen Ning, "Did you harm Leng Jianfeng?" Although Chen Ning was shackled to the interrogation chair, he still raised his head and answered loudly, reporting to the instructor, "I did not harm Major Leng Jianfeng." The Butcher turned his head and asked Lu Wanlin, "Do you have sufficient evidence to claim that Chen Ning harmed Leng Jianfeng?" Lu Wanlin was rendered speechless upon hearing this. They indeed had no evidence, and the confession was fabricated. The Butcher, being a perceptive individual, could roughly guess what was going on just by observing the expressions of Lu Wanlin and his group. After all, the Butcher had heard bits and pieces about the past grievances between Chen Ning and Lu Shi, as well as the rumors circulating in the Qingmiao base about Chen Ning killing Lu Shi. However, the Butcher paid no mind to the feud between Chen Ning and Lu Shi. Judging solely by their personalities and abilities, he was firmly supportive of Chen Ning. Previously, when Chen Ning secretly sneaked out at night to train, the Butcher discovered it and discreetly instructed the guards to turn a blind eye. When Chen Ning trained so hard that he overexerted himself, ultimately failing the training and receiving lashes as punishment, the Butcher secretly held back his strength during the whipping. He even used subtle techniques to disperse the clotted blood within Chen Ning's body while administering the lashes. In fact, the Butcher had already secretly regarded Chen Ning as his prized student of this cohort, and perhaps even the most outstanding among all the newcomers he had ever trained. This is precisely why the Butcher, upon learning from Jin Cheng that Chen Ning was in trouble with his personality and status, was willing to take an armed helicopter, travel hundreds of kilometers, and come to Vermilion Bird City to rescue Chen Ning. If it were any other student, the Butcher wouldn't even bat an eye if they died outside. The Butcher saw that Lu Wanlin and the others couldn't produce evidence of Chen Ning committing murder, so he snorted coldly, "Since there's no evidence, then it can't be proven that Chen Ning killed anyone. In that case, we'll take Chen Ning away." "No way." Sure, Lily couldn't help but blurt out. Everyone around turned to look at her. Only after speaking did she realize that, as a concubine, she had no place to speak in such a situation. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Wanlin's slightly annoyed gaze. Lu Wanlin also spoke up, as tough as a butcher. "You, a mere lieutenant colonel, want to take someone away from me?" The Butcher, however, grinned and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Are you saying I'm not qualified? Fine, how about I make a call to our corps commander Shin Kei and let her talk to you? If you're sure, I'll contact her right now." Shin Kei. Lu Wanlin couldn't help but tremble inside, not only because Shin Kei held the rank of Major General and was the commander of the Phoenix Corps, but also because of her terrifying strength as a level 10 Grand General and her prestigious background in the Qin family of the imperial capital. The so-called arrogant soldiers and indulged generals means soldiers need to be proud, and generals need to be indulged. If a corps commander doesn't protect his subordinates, then who would risk their lives lives for him in battle. Therefore, Lu Wanlin understood very well that if this matter alarmed Qin Ke would definitely protect and side with her immortal core members. At that point, he would only embarrass himself further and might even offend someone like Qin Ke, a prodigy of the empire. The butcher brought up Qin Ke, leaving Lu Wanlin completely speechless. He could only bite his lip and reluctantly say, "There's no need to escalate this matter to a conversation between two corps commanders. Fine, you can take the person for now. If we find new evidence, we'll come to you to demand them back." The butcher grinned. Very well. The butcher finished speaking, walked up to Chen Ning, suddenly drew his military knife, and with lightning speed made several slashes. The blade gleamed as it struck, clanging repeatedly, cutting off all of Chen Ning's handcuffs, leg irons, and the iron chain around his neck. He said gruffly, "If you're not dead, follow me back, you troublemaking little brats." Although Chen Ning was scolded, his heart felt warm. Despite being covered in wounds, Chen Ning gritted his teeth and refused anyone's help, following the butcher and the others as they left. When leaving the interrogation room, Jianqing discreetly handed Chen Ning a bottle of Angel's Kiss potion. This small gesture naturally did not escape the butcher's notice, but he showed no reaction, merely glancing at Jianqing with an expression akin to that of a father looking at his daughter. Lu Ruoyan, Luo Ho, and Xia Yongxiang naturally followed along as well. In the spacious training field of the Greedy Wolf Base, there was an armed helicopter marked with the Phoenix insignia. This type of warbird armed helicopter, in addition to the two pilot seats, had 2 rows of seats in the front and back, with each row accommodating 4 people. Thus, a single warbird helicopter could seat 10 people. Chen Ning followed the butcher outside and noticed that the helicopter's rotor blades were already spinning, indicating that it was time to board and leave immediately. He couldn't help but glance back at Lu Ruoyan and Xia Yongxiang behind him, thinking, what a pity. Judging by the butcher instructor's decisive and swift style, it seems I won't even have time to say goodbye to them. The butcher noticed Chen Ning looking back and naturally guessed his thoughts. Earlier, when he saw Jianqing standing with Chen Ning, his gaze was like that of a father. But now, seeing Chen Ning concerned about Lu Ruoyan, he let out a heavy, displeased snort through his nose. Still, he said to Chen Ning, "I'll chat with Luo Ho for a bit. You have 5 minutes to say goodbye to your friends." After speaking, the butcher walked toward Luo Ho. Both men were extremely burly, appearing to be tough guys. However, Luo Ho's actual strength was lower than the butcher's, his military rank was also lower, and his personality was more restrained. The butcher, on the other hand, was rougher and more uninhibited. "Rahu, I thought you were so arrogant that you wouldn't even greet me." "Butcher, haha, how could that be? I helped you this time, so you should take the chance to thank me." Rahu widened his eyes. "I should thank you? Did you drink fake liquor?" Butcher sneered. "If I hadn't shown up in time, wouldn't you have been humiliated by Lu Wanlin?" Rahu sneered and said, "I did that to protect your prized student." Speaking of which, Chen Ning, that kid, was recommended to you by me back then. He's pretty good, isn't he? You should thank me for having such an excellent student. Chen Ning had already taken the Angel's Kiss potion, regaining a bit of his strength. He walked up to Lu Ruoyan and Xia Yongxiang to thank them individually. Xia Yongxiang, as straightforward as ever, grinned and said, "Between brothers, it's only natural to do our best to help out. Honestly, I didn't expect I'd actually be able to convince Major Rahu to lend a hand." Haha. Xia Yongxiang did not know that Luo Ho had a connection with Chen Ning and still thought Luo Ho was helping out for his sake. Chen Ning did not explain. Regardless, he had already taken Xia Yongxiang's enthusiasm to heart. Lu Ruoyan held Little Bun in her arms. Little Bun timidly looked at Chen Ning and softly called him daddy. Chen Ning pinched Little Bun's cheek and then said to Lu Ruoyan, "I need to return to the base. If possible, please take good care of my daughter for me." Everyone thought Chen Ning was referring to Little Bun, but Lu Ruoyan knew that what Chen Ning cared about most was the Lu family's youngest daughter, Little Gua. She nodded. "All right, thank you." Chen Ning bid farewell to Lu Ruoyan and Xia Yongxiang, then went over to say goodbye to Luo Ho. Only then did he, along with Bai Yuhao and the others, follow the butcher and Jianqing to board the armed helicopter and leave Vermilion Bird City. At the Greedy Wolf Base, Yuan Yuan patted Lu Wanlin, whose face looked grim, and calmly advised, "Those people from the Special Corps are all more arrogant than the next. They're not something we ordinary corps can compare to. Besides, the matter with Chen Ning is actually quite minor. There's no need for you to go head-to-head with Butcher Luo Ho. Just let it go. Yuan, I'm tired. I'm heading back too. Goodbye." Yuan Yuan, along with a few of his subordinates, also left. In the interrogation room, only Lu Wanlin, Shi Lily, and a group of Greedy Wolf officers and soldiers remained. Seeing Lu Wanlin's extremely grim expression, everyone knew the Legion commander was on the verge of an outburst. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound, fearing they might provoke Lu Wanlin's wrath. The interrogation room was silent, with only Lu Zuowu's miserable groans occasionally breaking the stillness. This guy, accustomed to a life of luxury, had suffered greatly after Jianqing broke one of his ribs with a kick earlier. He couldn't help but moan in pain now. Lu Wanlin glared angrily at Lu Zuowu. If it weren't for the fact that this kid was a member of the Lu family, he would have already ordered someone to drag Lu Zuowu out and execute him for disgracing him. Lu Wanlin said coldly, "Haven't you screamed enough? enough? Do you think you haven't lost enough face yet? Second Madame Shirlily, fearing the master would punish Lu Zuowu, quickly instructed the attendants, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help Major Lu out, find the military doctor to treat his injuries, and stop being an eyesore here, angering the corps commander. Immediately, someone helped Lu Zuowu out. Lu Wanlin impatiently ordered, everyone disperse. Return to your posts and perform your duties. After speaking, Lu Wanlin left the interrogation room with Shirlily and his guards, heading back to his own office. He sat down in the office chair, still somewhat angry. Shirlily made him a cup of tea and gently advised, Master, don't be upset. The Phoenix Corps is protective and insists on shielding that little brat Chen Ning. Since we can't deal with Chen Ning directly, can't we retaliate against him behind the scenes? Lu Wanlin said irritably, retaliate behind the scenes? He's already left Vermilion Bird City. Chen Ning has returned to the Bluebird base, what can we do to him there? Besides, the Butcher is a level 9 warrior, and no one in our entire Greedy Wolf Corps has level 9 strength. Who has the ability to touch Chen Ning at the Bluebird base? Shirlily smiled and said, we can't send someone to infiltrate the Bluebird base to assassinate Chen Ning, but we do have someone inside the Bluebird base who can handle it for us. Lu Wanlin was stunned, Xiaoxi is already dead, who else do we have training at the Bluebird base? Shirlily chuckled and said, our people aren't trainees, they're instructors working there. Lu Wanlin was even more confused, instructors? Who? Shirlily said with a hint of pride, who else could it be? Of course, it's my younger brother, Shiryu. He was transferred to the Bluebird base more than a month ago. Old man, you forgot that I even asked him to help investigate Xiaoxi's murder. Ah, old man, you really don't care about my family's matters at all, not even a little. The Shi family is a prominent clan in White Tiger City, but compared to the Lu family in Vermilion Bird City, they are still far inferior. Therefore, Lu Wanlin has never taken his wife's family seriously. Upon hearing that Shiryu is a coach at the Bluebird base, Lu Wanlin's eyes immediately lit up. Your brother Shiryu is a coach at the Bluebird base? I remember he's at the level of a 5th grade warlord, right? Shirlily corrected him, wrong, he's already at the level of a 6th grade warlord. Lu Wanlin nodded, that works. A 6th grade warlord taking out Chen Ning, who is only at the level of a 3rd grade soldier, would be ridiculously easy. Shiryu just needs to make sure he doesn't draw too much attention. After Lu Wanlin finished speaking, he immediately asked Shirlily to contact Shiryu. Shirlily used the satellite phone on the office desk to call her brother's number on the spot. The call was quickly connected, and Shiryu's voice came through. Sis, it's so late. Is something wrong? Shirlily said, Shiryu, your brother-in-law has something to tell you. Listen carefully to what he says. Upon hearing this, Shiryu quickly responded, alright, sis, brother-in-law, I'm listening. Lu Wanxiang picked up the phone and instructed indifferently, Shiryu, you've heard a bit about Chen Ning causing Xiaoxi's death, haven't you? Shiryu nodded repeatedly, I know about this. Lu Wanlin, originally, I wanted to take Chen Ning down in Suzaku City, but the two instructors, the Butcher and Jian Sheng, from your Phoenix Corps insisted on taking Chen Ning away. I didn't want to clash with the higher-ups of the Phoenix Corps, so I didn't confront them on the spot. But the enmity of killing my son cannot go unavenged, do you understand? Shiryu cautiously replied, brother-in-law, what do you mean? Lu Wanlin, Chen Ning has already returned to the Bluebird base. My people are not in a position to act. I don't care what method you use, just help me get rid of Chen Ning. Is there a problem? Shiryu, upon hearing that Jian Cheng personally went to rescue Chen Ning, felt a surge of anger. He realized that Jian Cheng's relationship with Chen Ning was highly ambiguous. If this continued, he probably wouldn't have a chance to pursue Jian Cheng. He decided he must eliminate this potential rival, Chen Ning, first. At this moment, he heard Lu Wanlin's instructions and immediately responded, I will do my best to handle what brother-in-law has entrusted to me. Lu Wanlin said with satisfaction, very good. If you handle this matter well, you can join my Greedy Wolf Corps in the future. I can't promise much, but being promoted to lieutenant colonel shouldn't be a problem. Shiryu, thank you, brother-in-law. Eagle Eye's voice was loud and clear as he asked, did everyone understand the instructions? Yes, sir. Are you all a bunch of weaklings? I want to hear you louder. Tell me, did you understand or not? Yes, sir. Chen Ning and the entire group responded in unison. Given that most recruits were scavengers or slum dwellers who rarely had enough to eat, the prospect of a proper meal in the camp was thrilling. Thus, their responses were especially enthusiastic. For a moment, Chen Ning and the others forgot the chilling bloodshed they had witnessed at the base gate and even Major Butcher's ominous welcome to hell remark. At that moment, they felt the Bluebird training camp was quite a good place. As the crowd surged toward the cafeteria, Chen Ning observed the vastness of the camp. Beyond the 2,000 Bluebird soldiers, there were 1,000 new recruits. The scale of the cafeteria was impressive, ample enough to accommodate 5,000 people dining simultaneously. The cafeteria was divided into 4 areas: kitchen, food serving, dining, and utensils. The dining area was further split into spaces with tables and chairs and an empty standing eating section. The utensils area also had two sections, one for clean utensils and one for used utensils awaiting washing. Upon entering, Chen Ning heard excited cheers ahead. The long tables in the food area were piled high with various dishes, rice, soup, and a variety of meat and vegetable dishes. The meat options alone included fried chicken wings, drumsticks, braised pork hocks, marinated duck legs, braised fish chunks, large beefsteaks, and more. Most recruits, being scavengers and slum dwellers, lived on meager meals and were visibly excited by the feast. Some dashed forward, grabbing chicken wings and devouring them ravenously. Chen Ning also felt tempted to rush forward and grab food, but he suddenly recalled Major Butcher's words, "A soldier's duty is absolute obedience," and this was the only thing expected here. Before entering, Eagle Eye had already instructed everyone to fetch utensils themselves, queue for food, and only take one scoop of rice, one bowl of soup, one meat dish, and one vegetable dish. They were to eat standing up, return their utensils to the washing area, and then gather at the training ground all within 30 minutes. Chen Ning watched those scrambling for food and discreetly glanced toward the nearby instructors and Bluebird soldiers. Although they did not intervene, Chen Ning sensed cold amusement in their eyes as they observed the chaos. His heart tightened. Deciding against rushing to the food area, he obediently followed some well-behaved recruits to the utensil station to collect his utensils. Next, Chen Ning queued for food. The line was long, and many flouted the rules, causing disorder that put him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the food supply was ample. After about 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. The person ahead grabbed 5 chicken wings, 2 drumsticks, and 3 pork hocks in one go. Chen Ning, however, carefully took 1 scoop of rice, 1 bowl of soup, 1 serving of cabbage, and 1 chicken leg, strictly following the rules. While eating, Chen Ning stood in the area without tables. Though standing while eating was uncomfortable, many others chose to sit at the nearby empty tables. Most seated diners were scions of noble families. While they didn't steal food, they preferred not to eat standing. At that moment, Chen Ning noticed a richly dressed young man dining with 2 burly men at a table nearby. This was Lu Shi, a scion of the prestigious Lu family from the southern province. Physically strong from youth, he came to the Bluebird camp seeking merit and advancement. Upon arrival, Lu Shi had flaunted his family background, quickly recruiting 2 poor men as his followers. Now, his gaze landed on Chen Ning. Though Chen Ning was not physically imposing, his calm and cautious demeanor standing quietly in the corner eating gave off the aura of a wary wild wolf. Lu Shi sensed something different about him and sought to recruit him as a subordinate. "Hey, kid, come here. I want to talk to you," Lu Shi called, waving. Chen Ning glanced at Lu Shi, furrowed his brow slightly, then lowered his head to continue eating, ignoring the summons. Lu Shi's 2 followers, Su Chang and Gao Feng, both poor men, readily accepted Lu Shi's invitation. They thought that by allying with a noble like Lu Shi, they could have a good future, whether in the army or as retainers. Seeing Chen Ning ignore Lu Shi, Su Chang and Gao Feng exchanged glances and approached him. Gao Feng glared and said harshly, "Hey, kid, young Master Lu is talking to you. Are you deaf?" Hearing young Master Lu, Chen Ning quickly looked up, puzzled. "Young Master Lu?" Lu Shi smiled with pride upon seeing Chen Ning finally notice him. He approached confidently and said, "That's right. I'm Lu Shi from the Lu family of Zhuke City. Zhuke City's Lu family." Chen Ning immediately recalled Lu Ming, the man who had taken his wife and daughter. He bit his lip and asked, "What relation is Lu Ming to you?" Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. "He's my cousin." "Why? Do you know him?" "No." Chen Ning replied coldly, his heart filled with hatred. Lu Shi failed to notice the anger flashing in Chen Ning's eyes. He laughed, "I guess you're from the slums too. There's no way you're connected to my cousin. But no worries, hang with me, and I can introduce you to him." Lu Shi believed recruiting a slum dweller like Chen Ning was a great favor. Sure, the man would be grateful. After all, being a subordinate to a Lu family scion was an honor. Yet, he didn't expect Chen Ning not only to reject the offer but to glare at him with disgust and spit in his face before turning away. Lu Shi was stunned. How dare this slum guy be so arrogant? Su Chang and Gao Feng were furious. "Damn, this kid is too cocky. Young Master Lu, let's teach him a lesson." Lu Shi looked around and saw the instructors and Bluebird soldiers nearby. He shook his head. "It's our first day at the camp. No trouble today. Plenty of time to deal with him later." Chen Ning returned his utensils to the washing area and, noting the time, left the cafeteria to head to the training ground for assembly. Upon arrival, the instructors' whistles blew sharply, and everyone quickly gathered. Major Butcher and a group of instructors and Bluebird soldiers approached. He coldly scanned the crowd and said indifferently, "I already told you, this place is hell. A soldier's duty is absolute obedience. Eagle Eye just explained the meal rules, but I know many of you didn't take those words seriously." Under Butcher's fierce gaze, the recruits grew uneasy. As expected, he continued, "Those who grabbed food, broke the rules, or didn't return utensils properly, step to the left. The rest, stand to the right." Many faces turned pale. Some trembled and nervously moved left to admit their mistakes. Butcher surveyed those standing on the right and raised an eyebrow. "Anyone else? This is your last chance." This silenced many who had hoped to evade punishment, while some, with conflicted looks, walked left to confess. Butcher nodded. "Good. Eagle Eye, give those disobedient ones 10 lashes each." reach. Eagle Eye immediately gathered a team, whips in hand. The whips were steel wire wrapped, capable of shredding clothes and skin. As the punishments began, the training ground was filled with howls and screams. Some with weaker constitutions died before receiving all 10 lashes. Luoho watched the pale-faced recruits, sneering, "Some of you still refuse to admit fault and think I'm a fool. There's only one outcome for you, death." Finishing his words, Luoho waved his hand. Over 100 bluebird soldiers armed with live weapons approached expressionlessly in pairs, swiftly seizing recruits. More than 100 were taken away instantly. Chen Ning realized the instructors had been secretly monitoring every recruit from the start, and those who disobeyed had long been noted. More than 100 recruits who had clung to false hope and refused to admit their mistakes were all taken to the edge of the training ground to face execution by firing squad. At this moment, the cries from those still receiving lashes ceased as they watched in shock the pitiful figures about to be shot. The condemned recruits began to struggle wildly, begging for their lives. One man, dressed in bright clothes, shouted loudly, "You can't kill me. I'm He Chang from the He family of Zhuke City in the southern province. My father is a major general. You have no right to kill me." Luoho's fury boiled over. He strode forward, snatched an assault rifle from a bluebird soldier, and unleashed a furious spray of bullets at He Chang, instantly riddling him with holes. Still unsatisfied, Luoho swung the rifle but down hard on He Chang's bleeding skull, cursing, "Bastard, even dying can be this ugly." Turning sharply, Luoho bellowed at Chen Ning and the other recruits, "Remember this, in my training camp, no matter who you are, the consequence of disobeying orders is death. Execution." Chen Ning and the others witnessed over 100 offenders shot dead before their very eyes, their hearts shaken to the core. Only then did he fully grasp why Major Butcher had said, "Welcome to hell," and began to understand the first lesson Luoho was imparting, absolute obedience to orders. Major Butcher's brutal lesson was clear. More than 100 recruits who defied orders and refused to admit mistakes were executed on the spot. The remaining over 500 who confessed were each punished with 10 lashes. The heavy whips weighed about 3 kilograms and inflicted severe damage. Physically weaker recruits could faint after just 3 lashes, while even the strongest could endure no more than 24. These over 500 recruits had been carefully selected from tens of thousands of applicants, and most were in good physical condition, able to withstand 10 lashes. Still, dozens did not survive and were whipped to death. The survivors bore backs and buttocks covered in deep wounds. As the sun set, darkness gradually enveloped the camp. Major Butcher gathered the remaining 850 recruits and said coldly, "Next, Instructor Eagle Eye will arrange for you to spend your first night here at the Bluebird training camp. For you, this will be the most important night. I hope you manage it well." With that, he signaled Eagle Eye, who, supported by lines of Bluebird soldiers, began leading Chen Ning and his batch of recruits toward the new recruit dormitories. Chen Ning and the others were taken to a dimly lit building at the far end of the base. Although it looked like a dormitory, aside from faint light in the stairwell and corridors, every room was plunged in darkness, and a pungent stench filled the air. Approaching the building, Chen Ning heard noisy barking from inside. Apparently many dogs were kept here. He thought grimly, could it be that our first night as new recruits is in a doghouse? Considering Butcher's style, this was likely a deliberate intimidation tactic, the infamous killing stick of the camp. The building had 1,000 small rooms, each no larger than a tiny cell. The 850 recruits were each assigned to one. Chen Ning was pushed into room number 999, and the iron door slammed shut behind him. Through the faint light filtering in from the barred window, Chen Ning glimpsed the cramped interior, about 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. What sent chills down his spine was a pair of glowing green eyes staring at him menacingly from a dark corner, accompanied by low growls like a wild beast. It was a mangy stray dog. As Chen Ning's eyes adjusted, he saw the gaunt creature, roughly 30 pounds but ferociously alert, glaring hungrily as if ready to pounce. Chen Ning gasped. He had expected a doghouse, not a rabid wild dog. From adjoining rooms came snarls and screams. Clearly some fights had already broken out between dogs and recruits. He bent slightly into a defensive stance, hands extended, and spoke soothingly to the dog, "I know you're hungry, but we'd better get along peacefully, or one of us will die." Before he finished, the dog suddenly lunged with lightning speed, jaws snapping toward his neck. Had it bitten, Chen Ning's life would have ended. In a life-or-death instant, Chen Ning twisted aside and grabbed the dog's neck, crashing to the ground together. The dog was caught off guard, struggling fiercely, claws raking his body, tearing his clothes and leaving bloody scratches. Chen Ning gasped in pain, his grip loosening. The dog seized the chance, snapping again at his neck. Chen Ning tilted his head. The dog's teeth sank deep into his shoulder muscle. The dog shook its head wildly, trying to maximize damage. Chen Ning screamed in agony but, fueled by rage, bit the dog's throat in return. Though human teeth lacked sharpness, their bite force was strong. Straining, Chen Ning tore the dog's throat, blood flooding his mouth. The dog howled miserably, like a strangled chicken, struggling desperately. But Chen Ning held on tight. The dog's struggles weakened until both lay still. Only the dog's breath ceased. Chen Ning's chest still rose and fell, signaling his victory in this primal, brutal fight. His burning pain came from the dog's scratches. His mouth was full of fur and blood. He choked on several several mouthfuls of dog blood and collapsed in exhaustion atop the carcass, slipping into unconsciousness. Elsewhere, battles between recruits and dogs raged on. At dawn, Chen Ning awoke to birdsong. Rising from the dog's body, he was shocked to see the carcass shriveled and dried, as though all its blood had been drained. Tension gripped him. Had he drunk all the dog's blood in his half-conscious state? The thought made him nauseous. He wondered if the zombie virus biting him had something to do with it. Hurriedly checking himself, Chen Ning was relieved to find no signs of zombification. Even the dog's bite wounds from last night had healed completely. Despite the severe injuries and exhaustion, he felt vigorous and stronger than ever. Could this all be related to drinking the blood and the zombie virus inside him? While lost in thought, the iron door suddenly opened. Two Imperial soldiers in black standing collar uniforms bearing the flaming bird insignia entered. The two bluebird soldiers looked surprised at Chen Ning and the dog's corpse. One said, "Recruit number 999, Chen Ning, congratulations on passing the Night of the Eaglet test. You are now officially a bluebird recruit." The Night of the Eaglet test derived from the practice of mother eagles pushing their young from cliffs to teach flight. Many fledglings died, survivors endured repeated tests, some suffering broken bones that healed with painful flight practice, eventually becoming mighty eagles soaring the skies. Chen Ning emerged from his tiny cell. Others trickled out from their rooms, but many had not survived the night, torn apart by wild dogs, especially those weakened by lashings. Chen Ning surveyed the recruits assembled in the training ground. From the original 1,000 divided into 10 groups, only about 500 remained after one night. He was shocked, but then noticed three familiar faces, Lu Shi, Su Chang, and Gao Feng. They had also endured 10 lashes but survived the Night of the Eaglet, though scarred and battered. Lu Shi's handsome left cheek bore a new scar, making him look even more sinister. Their eyes met, and Lu Shi's gaze flickered with grudging hatred, clearly harboring a grudge for Chen Ning's earlier rejection. Eagle Eye and other instructors approached, redividing the remaining 500 recruits into groups of 100. Chen Ning, Lu Shi, Su Chang, and Gao Feng were placed in the same group. Lu Shi quietly warned Chen Ning, "You're dead meat being in my group." After grouping, the recruits arranged their bunks, bathed, and then gathered for breakfast. This time, all behaved with discipline, orderly collecting utensils, serving food, eating standing, and returning utensils. Compared to the chaos of the previous day, it was a world of difference. Major Butcher's harsh methods were cruel but undeniably effective. While Chen Ning and the other new recruits were eating breakfast in the mess hall, the bluebird soldiers busied themselves clearing away the wild dogs and the bodies of the deceased. At the door of the small black cell numbered 999, two bluebird soldiers stood rigidly at attention like javelins. One of them announced loudly without looking away, reporting to Major Guan Qing, "The corpse of the wild dog in cell 999 appears abnormal. We are uncertain if there is an issue and request your personal inspection." A tall and striking female instructor, Major Guan Qing, strode into cell 999 wearing leather boots. Disliking interruptions during work, she casually shut the door behind her and began surveying the cell. Her gaze landed on the shriveled wild dog's corpse that Chen Ning had killed. The dog's body was clearly a dried husk, having lost all blood and turned into a mummified corpse. Guan Cheng noticed the clear bite marks around its neck. From her pocket, she carefully extracted a small vial of blue potion and gently poured it onto the dog's neck. Soon, the corpse twitched and began to move, transforming into a decayed zombie dog. In an instant, it lunged at Guan Cheng. With a flash, her dagger pierced through the zombie dog's skull, instantly killing it. Guan Cheng slowly withdrew her dagger, wiped it twice, and sheathed it. Next, she retrieved a small vial of black liquid and sprinkled it over the zombie dog's body. The zombie dog immediately melted away like spring snow meeting fire, dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling black liquid. Guan Qing exited the cell as the two bluebird soldiers instinctively looked toward her. "Calmly," she said, "no abnormalities. Continue your work." "Yes, Major," the two soldiers responded in unison. Once the soldiers left, Guan Qing glanced back at the number 999 on the cell door. Narrowing her phoenix-like eyes, she murmured, "A seemingly normal human carrying the zombie virus. What's more surprising is that the virus has not activated but coexists peacefully with the human cells." Fascinating. Heh, after a long boring period, I finally have a subject worthy of study and amusement. Meanwhile, Chen Ning and the other 500-plus recruits finished their breakfast in orderly fashion. When the instructor's whistle blew, everyone promptly assembled on the training field, lining up in 5 square formations by group. There was no noise, no tardiness. Compared to the chaotic rabble of yesterday, they were beginning to take on the true appearance of soldiers. The burly Major Butcher once again addressed the group, coldly surveying the hundreds of new recruits. His tone was resolute, survival of the fittest. "After the first round of selection weeded out the weak and useless, you now look like something. But that is all just a semblance. To stand out in Bluebird training camp and successfully enter the Undying Legion, you still have a long way to go." He paused briefly, then continued, "Over the next 3 months, the 5 groups will each be overseen by Instructor Eagle Eye for physical training. The regimen includes strength, endurance, and courage. After training, the top 10 performers from each group will receive generous rewards and be selected for the elite squad, personally trained by me. Having witnessed Major Butcher's methods, the recruits showed varied expressions. Many thought that although Butcher was powerful, his cruelty made being in his elite squad a mixed blessing. Sensing their thoughts, Butcher remarked lightly, "By the way, over the years, graduates from my elite squad go straight into the Undying Legion upon graduation, granted the rank of captain and command company level posts." His words flushed Chen Ning and the others with excitement. Currently, they held the lowest non-commissioned rank of corporal. Promotion required passing through sergeant, staff sergeant, then moving on to platoon leadership before finally reaching company command at captain, 5 ranks in total. Many soldiers never achieved captain in their lifetime because the transition from NCO to officer was a significant hurdle, requiring meritorious service. This meant the elite squad was Butcher's trusted cadre, destined for rapid advancement. Chen Ning narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists in resolve. He must join Butcher's elite squad. Doing so would save him at least 10 years of struggle. After Butcher's speech, the 5 groups of over 500 recruits began training under 5 instructors. Chen Ning's group was led by Eagle Eye, a strict but less brutal instructor compared to Butcher. On the first day, Chen Ning's group faced 3 physical challenges: running 2 hours around the 1,000-meter training field, climbing 100 flights of stairs back and forth, and completing 300 squats with 100 pounds within 2 hours. Though exhausting, all endured the run by gritting their teeth. Many legs trembled after climbing the stairs. The final squats were brutal. Even healthy individuals might struggle to complete 300 squats in 2 hours, especially after half a day of training. Nearly half of the 100 recruits failed to complete the last challenge. Formerly, Chen Ning would have been among them, but after biting the wild dog and vaguely absorbing its blood in the cell, he awoke feeling unusually energized. Thus, at training's end, he completed all tasks successfully. Exhausted, Chen Ning collapsed onto the ground, legs numb and shaking uncontrollably. Those who failed were not so lucky. Instructor Eagle Eye mercilessly wielded the whip, delivering 5 lashes to each underperformer, eliciting agonized cries. At day's end, Chen Ning and 49 others who completed the tasks each received a small vial of a potion called Angel's Kiss. After a full day of training, their bodies were drained, legs trembling, barely able to walk. But after drinking the potion, pain and fatigue quickly subsided. Resting well overnight, they awoke revitalized, their strength fully restored. Those who failed the tasks were not so fortunate. Besides exhaustion, they bore whip wounds that would impair their next day's training. Failure would mean more lashes, creating a vicious cycle that ultimately led to elimination, and elimination here meant death. Over the following week, deaths occurred sporadically, a grim warning to all: complete your training or be cut down. Chen Ning ranked mid-level in his group, barely managing to complete daily tasks. Exhausted, he felt on the verge of collapse after every session. However, after taking Angel's Kiss, he rebounded each morning. Lu Shi was stronger. Raised with physical training and even genetic enhancement serums, his physique far surpassed Chen Ning's. He consistently finished tasks among the top 3. Lu Shi's 2 followers, Su Chang and Gao Feng, also performed well, regularly completing tasks and earning the potion. One evening after training, Chen Ning received another Angel's Kiss vial. As he headed toward the training field's restroom, his bladder overfull from drinking during exercises, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Lu Shi flanked by Su Chang and Gao Feng, all wearing cold smiles. Since arrival at the Bluebird camp, Chen Ning and Lu Shi had been at odds. The noble scion had long plotted to take him down, and now he found his opportunity. "You didn't expect today to come so soon, did you?" Lu Shi sneered. Chen Ning's face paled. He quickly tried to open the Angel's Kiss vial, intending to drink the crucial stamina-restoring potion first, but Lu Shi was ready. The moment Chen Ning moved, Lu Shi hissed, "Don't let him drink the potion." Su Chang and Gao Feng quickly surged forward, flanking Chen Ning from both sides. Forced to defend hastily, Chen Ning engaged them in a desperate scuffle. Although Su Chang and Gao Feng were similar in build to him, they had already consumed the Angel's Kiss potion and regained their stamina, whereas Chen Ning remained fatigued, placing him at a disadvantage in the fight. As Chen Ning struggled to fend off their attacks, Lu Shi grew impatient, seeing his 2 subordinates unable to bring Chen Ning down. With a powerful step, he propelled himself forward, leapt high, and delivered a fierce kick straight to Chen Ning's chest. The blow sent Chen Ning flying backward with a crash against the wall. The vial of Angel's Kiss slipped from his hand, rolling away. Desperately, Chen Ning tried to crawl toward it. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chang and Gao Feng closed in, gripping Chen Ning's arms tightly to immobilize him. Lu Shi nonchalantly brushed off his sleeve, bent down, picked up the red vial, and approached Chen Ning with a cold, mocking smile. "I thought you'd be eliminated without my intervention," Lu Shi sneered. "But you've stubbornly clung on like a cockroach, barely finishing your training each time." Chen Ning glared furiously at Lu Shi, who paid no mind and continued, "Don't look at me like that. Don't worry, I won't kill you myself." He paused, voice turning sinister. "The only reason you've survived is because you get this military-grade blood gene recovery potion after completing training, helping repair your damaged body and restore exhausted strength. Those who fail to finish receive no potion and only deteriorate. You barely scrape through each day, relying on the potion to keep going, forming a vicious cycle. cycle. Now, what if I were to destroy this vial? Would your cycle break? Without the potion, could you even survive tomorrow? I'm looking forward to seeing that. Chen Ning's shock and anger boiled over. You dare! With a sneer, Lu Shi twisted open the vial and slowly poured the bright red liquid into the urinal. Helpless, Chen Ning was pinned down by Su Chang and Gao Feng, unable to move, forced to watch as Lu Shi destroyed the very potion he depended on. Veins bulging on his neck, he snarled, Lu Shi, I won't let you get away with this. Lu Shi smirked, ha, without Angel's Kiss, how will you recover? Tomorrow's intense training will crush you again. Want revenge? Survive first. Ha ha ha. With that, Lu Shi and his two followers swaggered away triumphantly. Chen Ning longed to chase them down for a deadly confrontation, but reason prevailed. Lu Shi's physique and skill were formidable, and with two henchmen backing him, Chen Ning risking a fight would only bring humiliation. Losing Angel's Kiss meant Chen Ning could not restore his spent energy tonight. His face sour, he trudged to the mess hall, ate something unenthusiastically, then returned to his dorm. Now, his only hope was to rest early and attempt to mitigate fatigue for the grueling challenge tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Ning awoke feeling far from his usual vigor. His limbs ached, and hands and feet felt weak and limp. Knowing his condition was dire, Chen Ning feared the worst. Worse still, Instructor Eagle Eye had again ramped up the training. For squats with 100 pounds, recruits had to complete 600 repetitions within 2 hours. The first to finish was Bai Yuhao, another noble scion, polished, somewhat arrogant, yet extraordinarily gifted, consistently the fastest in their group. Lu Shi was second, panting upon completion, casting a venomous smile at Chen Ning. As the 2-hour deadline passed, Chen Ning gave his all but failed to finish. It was his first failure, and even Eagle Eye showed slight surprise. Nonetheless, Eagle Eye showed no mercy, administering 5 lashes each to Chen Ning and a dozen others who failed. The 5 lashes tore through Chen Ning's back skin, drawing blood, and even bruising bone. Afterward, Chen Ning could barely stand, needing one hand to support his waist as he staggered with uneven steps. Dragging his injured body to the mess hall, Chen Ning sat at a corner table, wincing as sharp pain radiated from his back and waist. At that moment, Lu Shi and his two followers approached with false smiles. TSK, without Angel's Kiss, you've fallen into a vicious cycle, haven't you? Ha! I'll just say this, tomorrow will be worse. You'll fail again, get 5 more lashes, and probably be crippled by the instructors. Chen Ning's face darkened further. He knew Lu Shi wasn't bluffing. Failure tomorrow could mean being broken and eliminated, and elimination here meant death. Lu Shi laughed triumphantly at Chen Ning's despair, then left with his followers. Watching them go, Chen Ning understood he had to find a way or face certain doom. Trying to calm himself, Chen Ning pondered how to alter his predicament. The best solution was to obtain another vial of Angel's Kiss. With it, he could swiftly heal and replenish energy, completing tomorrow's training and returning to the positive cycle. However, Angel's Kiss was extremely precious to recruits, a lifeline. Who would willingly give theirs away? Seeking help from instructors was futile. They despised the weak and had no sympathy. Their survival of the fittest mindset meant the weak were meant to be culled. If obtaining Angel's Kiss was impossible, was there another way to rapidly heal and restore strength? Suddenly, Chen Ning recalled his first night at camp, the night of the eaglet, when he had killed a wild dog in his cell, vaguely absorbing its blood. The next day, his wounds healed quickly and he felt invigorated. Blood! A thunderbolt flashed through his mind. Since being bitten by the predator zombie and carrying the zombie virus, blood seemed to have a profound effect on him. He had heard that low-level zombies evolved by consuming fresh blood, especially human blood, which was their driving instinct for attacking humans. Though Chen Ning could never drink human blood, animal blood was a possibility. But animals were not easy to come by. Strict schedules limited new recruits' time for eating, training, and rest. Heavy patrols by bluebird soldiers prevented aimless wandering to hunt. Just as he fretted, someone carrying a tray approached his table and said coolly, "Mind if I join you?" Looking up, Chen Ning saw Bai Yuhao, the strongest in their group. Despite many empty tables nearby, Bai Yuhao had chosen to sit at Chen Ning's table. "Of course not," Chen Ning replied. Bai Yuhao sat down, lowered his head to eat, and asked casually, "You got into trouble with Lu Shi?" Chen Ning blinked. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much," Bai Yuhao said. "I happened to see Lu Shi and his followers tailing you into the restroom yesterday and destroying your Angel's Kiss vial." He glanced at Chen Ning's grim face and winked. "Lu Shi is vicious. Though he didn't kill you with his own hands, he pushed you into the abyss, letting you slowly die while struggling." Chen Ning bit his lip. "Why are you telling me this?" "No reason," Bai Yuhao said. "Just wondering if you want to get another Angel's Kiss vial." Upon hearing Bai Yuhao's words, Chen Ning felt a mix of surprise and hope. Bai Yuhao was the strongest in their group. He could complete the daily training without needing the Angel's Kiss potion. Could it be that Bai Yuhao intended to give his potion to Chen Ning? "Are you saying you're willing to let me use your potion?" Chen Ning asked nervously. Bai Yuhao smiled faintly. "No." Chen Ning was stunned, a growing sense of being toyed with swelling inside him. He swallowed his anger and pressed, "Then what do you mean by getting another Angel's Kiss?" Bai Yuhao spoke calmly. "You should know by now that you've fallen into a vicious cycle, heading toward slow death. But do you know about the tradition here?" "What tradition?" Chen Chen Ning asked, bewildered. Redemption, Bai Yuhao replied. Redemption? What's that? The base invests great effort training soldiers, so it offers a chance for the worthy to redeem themselves. Soldiers who fail can apply for redemption. Redemption means spending half an hour locked in a small cell with a grizzly bear. If you emerge without serious injuries, you're forgiven. Since you lost your potion, you can apply for redemption. If you can coexist with the bear for half an hour unharmed, the instructors will certainly grant you a new potion. They may be cold-blooded, but they don't want to lose good soldiers for nothing. Bai Yuhao raised an eyebrow at Chen Ning, but cohabiting with a grizzly bear for half an hour without serious injury isn't easy. Do you dare? In the instructor duty office, Major Guan Cheng, on watch that night, stared in surprise at the injured recruit before her. Chen Ning, you say you lost your angel's kiss vial and that's why you're in this state. So now you want to apply for redemption? Yes, Major. Chen Ning answered firmly. Though the base had a redemption system, it applied only to formal Bluebird soldiers, and each soldier had just one chance. Guan Cheng wondered how this recruit knew about it. Her gaze fell on Chen Ning's soldier badge, bearing his name and number 999. She recalled the incident with the blood-drained wild dog in the cell. Watching Chen Ning with interest, she thought, is this guy trying to redeem himself to get a new angel's kiss, or is the zombie virus within him driving a craving for fresh blood, making him want to taste the grizzly's blood? She knew how zombies evolve by consuming fresh blood and mutating. Narrowing her phoenix-like eyes, she said, even regular Bluebird soldiers dare not easily share a room with a hungry, angry grizzly. Since you want to attempt redemption, I'll make an exception and approve your application. Thank you, Chen Ning said gratefully. What Guan Cheng didn't know was that Chen Ning was now fighting for his life. He had resolved that if he died in the cell, it was his fate. But if he survived and drank the bear's blood to obtain the angel's kiss, becoming stronger, then the unlucky ones would be Lu Shi and his cronies. Night fell, and the Bluebird training camp sat like a fortress quietly nestled in the valley. Suddenly, the camp's siren blared, not an air raid warning, which was used for disasters or emergencies, but a distinct buzzing signaling a soldier was about to undergo self-redemption. In the dormitory, Bai Yuhao, just finished showering with damp hair, paused at the sound and smirked. He really isn't ordinary. He really dares to go. Meanwhile, Lu Shi sat playing gamoku with Su Chang and Gao Feng on a bunk bed. Despite their teamwork, Lu Shi was dominating. Hearing the siren, Su Chang quickly asked, "Young Master Lu, what's that alarm?" Lu Shi sneered. It's not an alarm, but an announcement someone's about to redeem themselves by spending time with the grizzly in the small cell. Su Chang and Gao Feng were dumbfounded, unable to understand why anyone would choose such a fate. Their memories of the perilous night of the eaglet and wild dogs were still vivid. Before they could ask more, a fellow recruit burst in, eyes wide with shock. Oh my god, Chen Ning from our group is going into the cell to spend time with the grizzly. The news hit like cold water thrown onto boiling oil, causing a stir among the recruits. Lu Shi frowned then sneered. Of course it's him. Guess he knows he won't survive tomorrow and is making a last gamble to redeem himself in the cell. Su Chang asked, what's the benefit if he succeeds? Lu Shi shrugged. Probably the basic reward, the angel's kiss potion. Gao Feng was puzzled. Why would the instructors be willing to help if he succeeds? Lu Shi explained, though harsh, the instructor's ultimate goal is to cultivate the Empire's finest soldiers. If a recruit can endure half an hour unharmed under a raging grizzly's claws, it proves he's worthy. The instructors won't let talent slip away. Su Chang and Gao Feng grew tense. If that guy makes it and gets the potion again, he could turn the tables. Lu Shi laughed coldly. Even regular Bluebird soldiers might not survive the bear's wrath, let alone a fatigued, injured recruit. His move is like a frog jumping into boiling oil seeking death. Finishing, Lu Shi rose. Let's go watch him die. Lu Shi and his cronies joined a gathering crowd at the tower where the night of the eaglet took place. Armed Bluebird soldiers guarded the building. As long as they didn't trespass, they wouldn't be driven off. Meanwhile, Chen Ning was escorted to the 7th floor corridor by 2 fully armed Bluebird soldiers. After thoroughly searching him and confirming he carried no weapons, they unlocked the iron door to the small cell and pushed him inside, locking it with a clang. Inside, the disturbed grizzly growled low in anger. Among the assembled recruits outside, many were not mere spectators but also on the verge of elimination, yearning for an angel's kiss potion. They watched Chen Ning's redemption attempt with curiosity, wondering about his chances. But the bear's angry growls filled them with dread. The grizzly sounded ferocious. Ordinary humans stood no chance against its rage. Lu Shi heard the growls and smiled coldly, confident Chen Ning was doomed. Suddenly, he noticed Bai Yuhao nearby and grew suspicious. Why was Bai Yuhao here? Bai Yuhao, also from the influential Zhuke city, hailed from a family even more prestigious than Lu's due to a recent imperial major general. Though they shared a social circle with no friendship, Bai Yuhao consistently outperformed Lu Shi at training, fueling Lu's resentment. Lu Shi approached Bai Yuhao with a smile. Young Master Bai. Bai Yuhao, now noticing Lu Shi, returned the greeting politely. Young Master Lu. Lu Shi observed Bai Yuhao's handsome face with concealed anger, knowing Bai treated him coldly. He calmly said, Hey, I heard one fool in our group is courting death in the cell. Just came to watch. Bai Yuhao blinked. And why do you think Chen Ning won't survive? Lu Shi frowned. A grizzly stands about 2 meters tall, weighs over 400 pounds, with powerful jaws and claws. Even regular soldiers dare not face an angry grizzly barehanded. Chen Ning can't even finish training and is bruised from lashes. If he walks out alive, that'd be a miracle. Bai Yuhao spoke calmly. Your analysis is correct, but never underestimate human potential. People survive in environments filled with venomous snakes and zombies. Earthquake victims move massive boulders. Mothers lift cars to save their children. I have a feeling Chen Ning might actually come out of that small cell alive. Lu Shi said nothing, only sneering coldly. Bai Yuhao knew of the grudge between Lu Shi and Chen Ning. Lu Shi did not believe Chen Ning possessed such potential and did not hope for his survival. Smiling faintly, Bai Yuhao said to Lu Shi, it seems you are the realist, while I tend to hold on to illusions. How about a little wager? Lu Shi frowned suspiciously. What wager do you propose, young Master Bai? I bet whether Chen Ning can survive and come out alive. If he does, I win, and you give me your Angel's Kiss potion after you complete tomorrow's training. If he dies, I'll give you my Angel's Kiss potion tomorrow. Deal? Bai Yuhao proposed. Lu Shi's eyes flickered with interest. Having been overshadowed by Bai Yuhao before, he agreed without hesitation. Fine, I'll bet on whether he comes out alive. Meanwhile, inside the small cell, the 2-meter-tall, 400-pound grizzly bear, disturbed from sleep by Chen Ning's intrusion, growled angrily and slowly got up. The dim light from the iron window cast faint illumination onto Chen Ning. The angry bear's eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing the small human. It fixed its gaze greedily on Chen Ning, clearly viewing him as prey. Chen Ning's nervousness nearly choked him, but recalling his beloved little daughter Xiaohua, his tension eased. His eyes hardened with resolve, and he slowly smiled. Hey, big kitty, hello. A deafening roar erupted from the starving bear as it lunged at Chen Ning with unstoppable force. Chen Ning quickly rolled away clumsily, narrowly evading the attack. The bear missed and slammed into the iron door with a resounding crash, shaking dust from the concrete above the door. Outside the building, on the open grounds, onlookers waiting to see how Chen Ning's challenge would end were dumbfounded by the noises. They thought, an angry, starving grizzly? So fierce? Chen Ning will probably be killed instantly. Lu Shi's lips curved into a faint cold smile as he glanced at Bai Yuao, who remained calm and unperturbed, either confident in Chen Ning or indifferent to the wager, not overly valuing a single vial of Angel's Kiss. In the building's main control room, Wan Qing had dismissed the other duty officers. The computer screen on the desk displayed live footage of Chen Ning fighting the grizzly. Originally, the small cell lacked surveillance, but she had ordered temporary installation. She wanted to observe this anomaly Chen Ning, infected with the zombie virus yet unmutated, and discover if his motivation to challenge the bear was driven by the virus's bloodlust. If the virus compelled him, then human blood would surely be even more alluring than bear's blood. After all, for zombies, human blood triggers greater transformation and evolution. Wan Qing's curiosity piqued. She casually hung her black officer's coat aside, revealing her taut uniform blouse and figure-hugging skirt, her long legs clad in sheer stockings and black knee-high boots adding to her commanding presence. Sipping rose tea, she fixed her gaze on the screen. The starving bear lunged at Chen Ning again. Though disheveled, Chen Ning narrowly dodged. The bear turned swiftly, its massive head rotating, locating Chen Ning anew, roaring as it charged. This time, its movements were swifter but somewhat clumsy. Chen Ning again barely escaped, but this time his body was exposed in the dim light from the iron window, fully visible to the bear. The bear howled fiercely and charged like a cannonball, its powerful claws slashing toward Chen Ning. He tried to dodge but was grazed, his clothes torn and a deep scratch drawn across his back, blood gushing. Had he been slower, his spine might have been broken. Despite the pain twisting his face, Chen Ning was puzzled by the bear's uneven attack, sometimes swift, sometimes clumsy. He quickly slipped into a dark corner of the cell. The bear turned, seemingly momentarily lost. Its huge head rotated and its nose twitched, attempting to scent Chen Ning's location. Chen Ning realized the bear's vision and hearing were impaired, likely due to prolonged confinement. In the dark, its eyesight was poor. An idea struck him. He swiftly removed his shirt and, like a basketball player dunking, hung it over the small window, instantly blocking the light and darkening the cell once more. As he landed, the bear growled and lunged. Chen Ning ducked fearfully, narrowly avoiding another attack, but his left shoulder was grazed, fresh blood flowing. Despair overwhelmed him, but he understood that with the light blocked, the bear's attacks would slow. He quickly braced himself in the corner, climbing like Spider-Man. If he could evade the bear from a height for half an hour, redemption would be achieved. But the bear's keen sense of smell soon found him. Chen Ning was in the corner when the bear relentlessly lunged again. The iron triangular support creaked under his weight, threatening to give way. In the control room, Wan Chang watched anxiously as Chen Ning's peril deepened. She knew he had lost the ability to fight back. If the support failed, he would be torn apart. Suddenly, the bear launched another attack. Die! Chen Ning shouted, gritting his teeth. He firmly gripped the triangular support and, using the momentum of his fall, struck the bear's head hard. The iron bar slammed into its left eye, instantly bursting it and spraying blood. The bear emitted a piercing howl. Chen Ning seized the moment, hammering its head like a fierce warrior. With dull thuds, The bear's face was bloodied and mangled, its breath weakening. Desperately, the bear flailed and knocked Chen Ning away. He crashed to the floor, chest wounded, 2 ribs broken. Yet he clung tightly to the support, slowly standing with blood-red eyes gleaming. The scent of fresh bear blood stirred the zombie virus within him, fueling his fury and bloodlust. Chen Ning lunged again, gripping the iron bar, striking the bear's skull. Finally, the bear collapsed, blood pouring, breath faint. Chen Ning, now losing reason, his eyes bloodshot, clutched the bear's head and frenziedly drank its blood. As the blood poured in, Chen Ning's eyes glowed brighter, shining with unnatural light. After about 10 minutes, he seemed sated, ceasing to feed and resting atop the bear's corpse. The zombie virus subsided, his gaze returned to normal, but his body had grown noticeably stronger. Shortly after, the iron door clicked open. Guan Cheng, tall and imposing, entered cautiously with armed soldiers. Shocked to see the dead bear and Chen Ning atop it, she asked crisply, "Recruit number 999, Chen Ning, can you stand and walk out? If not, you are deemed severely injured and unfit to continue training, immediately eliminated." "Reporting, Major, I can," Chen Ning answered firmly. Guan Cheng furrowed her brow, eyeing his broken ribs and back wounds. "Your injuries are severe. By normal standards, this counts as serious." "That's for ordinary people," Chen Ning said, straightening his back and stepping forward. The Bluebird soldiers exchanged glances. One quietly asked, "Major Guan, does this count as a successful redemption or failure?" "Wait, send a vial of Angel's Kiss recovery potion to his dormitory immediately," Guan Cheng said calmly. "Yes, Major," the soldiers responded in unison. Outside, Bai Yuhao stood with Lu Shi, Su Chang, Gao Feng, and others, awaiting the result. Seeing Chen Ning, bloodied but walking steadily, Bai Yuhao smiled again. "Young Master Lu, remember, tomorrow's Angel's Kiss potion is mine." Lu Shi, Su Chang, and Gao Feng stared at Chen Ning in disbelief. This guy actually came out alive. The recruits around cheered his success, hoping someday they too might redeem themselves. As Chen Ning emerged, bloodied but resolute, many cheered. Bai Yuhao smiled at him. "Congratulations, Chen Ning." Chen Ning nodded, eyes coldly shifting to Lu Shi and his cronies. "You failed to kill me. Starting tonight, your nightmare begins." Lu Shi's face darkened instantly. Returning to the dorm, Chen Ning noticed many eyes upon him, most filled with admiration or happiness. Though only 10 days into training, the brutal elimination rate was well known. From the original 1,000 recruits, fewer than 500 remained. No one knew if they could survive the grueling training and avoid elimination. Chen Ning's successful self-redemption opened a new path for all. Those unable to endure might one day emulate him, challenge limits in the small cell, and perhaps create miracles. He first showered in the communal bathhouse and checked his wounds. His left shoulder and back bore scratches from the grizzly's claws, but the most serious was his chest, where 2 ribs had been broken by the bear's powerful blows. Such severe injuries ideally required a military doctor's care, but Chen Ning dared not seek it for fear Guan Cheng would declare him severely wounded and eliminate him. He wrapped his chest with cloth strips for a makeshift bandage. Emerging from the bathhouse, he found a Bluebird soldier in black standing collar uniform waiting expressionlessly by his dorm door. "This is your Angel's Kiss," Jin Ming said coldly, tossing him a vial. "Also, Major Guan Cheng instructed that after taking the recovery potion, you report to our office." Hearing that Guan Cheng wished to see him, Chen Ning felt uneasy. Did the alluring female officer already know about his bear blood consumption and the zombie virus within? Yet he answered resolutely, "Understood. I'll go right away." After Jin Ming left, Chen Ning swiftly drank the Angel's Kiss. Having learned from experience, he took it immediately to avoid another sabotage by Lu Shi's group. Having just drunk bear blood and now the potion, a dizzy haze rose like intoxication while fatigue and pain began to fade. He walked calmly to Guan Cheng's office and knocked. "Reporting, recruit number 999, Chen Ning. Come in," Guan Cheng's crisp voice called. Entering, Chen Ning saw her sitting with one leg crossed. Her beauty always stunned him. Though his ex-wife Zhang Qian was a supermodel, Guan Cheng's charm was different. Her graceful features combined with her oval face, slender phoenix-like eyes, and rosy lips exuded a commanding allure. As an officer of the Undying Legion, her presence inspired awe. "Major, recruit Chen Ning reporting," he said, lowering his gaze like a schoolboy before a teacher. Guan Cheng noticed his condition, aware of his injuries in the small cell. Yet to recover so quickly in half an hour was remarkable. Was it the potion's effect or the bear blood's? "How are your injuries?" she asked directly. "Report, Major, it's nothing serious," Chen Ning replied. Examining him carefully, Guan Cheng frowned. "Your shoulder and back wounds aren't severe, but you have 3 broken ribs beneath your left chest. You need to see the military doctor." Chen Ning's heart leapt, but he hesitated, correcting, "Report, Major, I only broke 2 ribs, not 3. Guan Cheng smiled coldly. "I'm not mistaken, you indeed broke 3 ribs." Chen Ning froze, sinking into silence, realizing his furtive glance had been noticed. Guan Cheng already knew his injuries. Then, with swift precision, she lifted her right foot clad in a long military boot and struck Chen Ning's left side beneath the ribs. He instinctively tried to evade, but Lu Shi's move was too fast. Chen Ning crashed heavily to the floor, pain exploding in his left side. He clutched the wound, face contorted in agony. Guan Cheng stood over him, him, her delicate face stern as she gazed down. Do you know why your third rib broke? I know, Chen Ning replied bitterly. Satisfied, she smirked playfully. Good. Now go to the military doctor, old Fang Zhang, to have your ribs treated. Yes, Major. Chen Ning felt grateful but knew Guan Chang was not easy to deal with. Leaving quickly was wise. Holding his injured left side, Chen Ning arrived at the medical office. Only one doctor was on duty, Fang Zhang. He was in his 60s, resembling Chen Ning's grandfather, but hardly gentle-looking. Short and lean, with a balding crown and sparse yellow strands, his high cheekbones and sunken eyes gave him a ghastly appearance, one that would startle anyone at night. At that moment, Fang Zhang was drinking and eating live bamboo worms as a snack. The wriggling white insects made Chen Ning almost vomit. They looked like maggots. Seeing Chen Ning, Fang Zhang glanced at his left side, then tossed a bamboo worm into his mouth, grinding it with yellowed teeth before sipping his drink with bleary eyes. Kid, all military doctors have left for the day. Best be on your way. Chen Ning hurriedly responded. Hello, I'm injured. Major Guan Qing told me to come see you for treatment. Fang Zhang paused, lowering his cup, surprised. I'm Fang Zhang. Major Guan Qing sent you to me? Only then did Chen Ning realize the old man before him was Fang Zhang. Worried the doctor's drinking might affect treatment, he quickly said, yes, Major Guan Qing specifically instructed me. Fang Zhang grinned slyly, stood, and donned his white coat, his eyes glinting with mischief. Heh, kid, you wouldn't happen to have crossed Major Guan Qing, would you? Chen Ning tensed, looking at him suspiciously, wondering how the old man knew. Fang Zhang reached out and pinched twice at the ribs under Chen Ning's left armpit, checking the injury while curling his lips into a sinister smile. I'm the chief military doctor here, so naturally, medical skills are my specialty. But I have a habit, whether it's surgery or stitching, I never use anesthesia. That's why, aside from the tough nuts in the base, hardly anyone dares to come to me for treatment. Kid, you actually came to me for a broken bone. Now that's commendable courage. Hearing this, Chen Ning gave a bitter smile, thinking to himself that Guan Qing really held grudges. He had only glanced at her, yet she had kicked and broken his ribs, then sent him to this perverse military doctor for treatment, clearly intending to make him suffer. However, Chen Ning didn't realize that this time he had misunderstood Guan Qing. In fact, the most skilled instructors in the base all came to Fang Zhang after getting injured, partly because of his superb medical skills, and partly because he never used anesthesia. Excessive use of anesthesia could affect the nerves and thus weaken the strong, so Guan Qing didn't recommend the young elites use anesthesia during surgery. Fang Zhang laid Chen Ning down on the operating table, intending to tie his hands, feet, and body to prevent struggling during the operation. But Chen Ning disliked being restrained, feeling like livestock about to be slaughtered. He said to Fang Zhang, "Can you not tie me up?" Fang Zhang was stunned, his eyes showing confusion. Are all the newcomers this wild nowadays? He narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you won't move around during the surgery? Chen Ning nodded firmly. I'm sure. Fang Zhang stared into Chen Ning's resolute eyes, fell silent for 2 seconds, then said, all right, but if you can't endure the pain and move, you bear the consequences. Chen Ning lay bare-chested on the operating table, gripping the sides, breathing slowly, and said in a low voice, begin. In truth, Chen Ning would never dare to challenge this under normal circumstances. But tonight he had drunk bear's blood and just consumed the angel's kiss potion, making him feel like he was on drugs. His nerves dulled to pain, so he insisted on no restraints. Fang Zhang took out a wooden box and opened it to reveal a stack of coarse cloth. Unfolding the cloth, he exposed an array of knives, scissors, tweezers, hooks, and other instruments, looking like a complete set of torture devices that sent chills down one's spine. He first used a scalpel to gently cut across the injured area under Chen Ning's left armpit. The sharp blade instantly sliced through skin and flesh, and fresh blood gushed out wildly. Fang Zhang noticed Chen Ning's body tensing slightly. Looking up, he saw Chen Ning biting his lip, covered in cold sweat, lips pale, yet still unmoving and without a single sound of pain. He couldn't help but think, this kid's got guts, a bit like the butcher chief instructor in his youth. As the blood from Chen Ning's wound wouldn't stop flowing, Fang Zhang quickly clamped 2 blood vessels with hemostatic forceps, achieving significant bleeding control. Then, methodically, he treated the 3 broken ribs, first cleaning the bruising, then setting the bones, fixing them with steel pins, and finally stitching and dressing the wound. An hour later, the surgery finally ended. Chen Ning, lying on the operating table, looked pale and soaked in sweat as if he had just been pulled from water. Fang Zhang injected him with tetanus and anti-inflammatory drugs, reminding him to come back tomorrow for another anti-inflammatory shot. There were no beds here for recovery. Chen Ning had lost a lot of blood and looked pale. Struggling off the operating table, he couldn't help but say thanks, then staggered step by step toward the rookie dormitory. He had to rest quickly tomorrow. Instructor Eagle Eye wouldn't care that he just had surgery. Training would proceed as usual. After Chen Ning left, Fang Zhang's gaze darted around furtively. He quietly closed the door, took out the basin that had collected Chen Ning's fresh blood. It contained a small pool of blood. His eyes gleamed with desire. Like savoring fine wine, he squinted and tasted a sip of the fresh blood. But as the blood entered his mouth, his eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing an expression of disbelief, and he exclaimed, heavens, this kid's blood contains zombie virus. Could he be a demigod like me? Demigods are a legendary race. This self-given name is a flattering term. To the world, demigods are half-zombies, humans with bodies flowing with zombie virus blood, half-human, and half-zombie. Both zombies and humans reject demigods and seek to eliminate them. Yet demigods are extremely rare, perhaps 1 in 10 million. Only those with demigod physiology who contract the zombie virus can fuse their genes with the virus and become demigods. Demigods possess high intelligence and the mutation and evolution abilities of zombies. The longer they live, the more opportunities they gain, evolving stronger. Some rumors say certain demigods can single-handedly annihilate an entire human legion. Feng Zhang was actually a demigod himself. He couldn't accept his identity, so he hid among human military camps as a military doctor. Normally, he performed surgeries on injured soldiers, occasionally sneaking sips from blood packs in the blood bank, truly a hidden giant among the crowd. He carefully concealed his true identity because if humans discovered he was a demigod, he would face a deadly manhunt. The outcome would be either capture for dissection experiments or being killed as an aberrant monster. Thinking that Chen Ning was specially sent by Guanqing, Feng Zhang's expression darkened. His formerly murky eyes suddenly burst with scarlet light, almost flooding the entire medical room. He suspected his identity might have already been exposed and known by Guanqing and others. Guanqing sent this little demigod Chen Ning here to test him. Since it was already known, he might as well strike first, unleash a thunderous attack, kill Guanqing and the others, break out of the base, and proclaim himself. This thought rose in Feng Zhang's mind, but reason quickly calmed him down. The gleam in his eyes gradually receded, returning to the ordinary military doctor's look. He muttered, "No, if Guanqing suspected I was a demigod, she would have reported to superiors long ago, and the Empire would have sent more elites and legions to secretly capture me. How could she send a little demigod to test me? That's just stirring up hornet's nest. Guanqing is smart, she wouldn't do such a foolish thing." Feng Zhang soon sorted his thoughts and concluded his true identity likely remained concealed, allowing him to stay in the base. However, at that moment, the base alarm suddenly blared. The shrill siren sent over 2,000 regular Bluebird warriors into a state of high alert, fully armed and assembled within minutes. The alarm was triggered by the detection of a top-tier zombie's presence. Top-tier zombies usually refer to level 6 or above zombies, like the level 6 Frisia zombie or level 7 Titan zombie. Such zombies are extremely rare, but once they appear, the situation becomes dire: casualties or even city annihilation. At that moment, the base's chief instructor Butcher appeared with Eagle Eye, Guanqing, and other instructors. The alarm was issued by Butcher, who, as the strongest instructor, had better perception than Eagle Eye and Guanqing, who all turned to him and quietly asked, "Lieutenant Colonel Butcher, what's going on?" Butcher rarely showed a serious expression and said suspiciously, "Strange, I just felt a powerful force zombie stench was strong. I'm sure it was a top-tier zombie. But oddly, the aura vanished in a flash, and now I can't sense it anymore." Eagle Eye speculated, "Could it be that the top-tier zombie just passed near here?" Guanqing added, "Or maybe a top-tier zombie targeted our base but, knowing our strength, decided not to attack and concealed its aura?" Butcher said grimly, "All possible. Order double guard shifts starting tonight. Base enters war readiness. All regular soldiers must hold their guns when sleeping, ready to fight at any moment. Also, notify the Imperial legions in nearby cities to be alert for possible top-tier zombie activity." Eagle Eye, Guanqing, and others responded in unison, "Understood." The Bluebird training camp turned out to be a false alarm. Until dawn the next day, no traces of top-tier zombies were found. After a night's rest, Chen Ning's body, repaired by bear blood and Angel's Kiss potion, felt pretty good upon waking. However, the broken ribs under his left armpit still caused piercing pain when moving as the potion's effect faded. Despite that, Chen Ning gritted his teeth, got up, and joined other rookies to wash up and prepare for assembly. This was the Bluebird training camp of the Phoenix Corps, dubbed Hell by Butcher. No sympathy or mercy, only strong and weak, with the weak doomed to be weeded out. Anyone not wanting to be eliminated must grit their teeth and fight fiercely. While washing, Chen Ning met Bai Yuhao from his group. Bai Yuhao wore the army green rookie uniform but stood out with a refined, aristocratic confidence and composure. He keenly glanced at Chen Ning's left armpit and asked lightly, "Your injury, alright?" Chen Ning felt grateful toward Bai Yuhao. If not for his advice to apply for self-redemption, he might have fallen into chronic death script. Chen Ning nodded slightly and replied, "Should be fine." Bai Yuhao hummed and then left. After washing, Chen Ning encountered Lu Shi, Gao Feng, Su Chang, and others. Both sides glanced coldly without speaking. Clearly the conflict was irreconcilable, each silently thinking that if given a chance, they would strike without hesitation. The training whistle blew on the field, and Chen Ning and the other rookies quickly assembled. Instructor Eagle Eye told them that training would be split into morning and afternoon sessions starting today. Mornings remained physical training, led by him. Afternoons were lectures taught by Instructor Guanqing. Chen Ning and others were somewhat surprised, didn't expect Imperial soldiers had to attend classes. However, Chen Ning noticed that after a week of intense training, instructors no longer eliminated rookies lightly. Obviously, as training progressed, newcomers adapted and behaved more like soldiers. It seemed claimed the Bluebird training camp, though called Hell, was a professional base for elite cultivation, striving to make every soldier trained here a top Imperial warrior. The morning training was relatively routine, running around the 1,000-meter track for an hour, resting 10 minutes, then climbing 100 flights of stairs back and forth within an hour, resting 10 minutes, finally, completing 600 squats with 100 pounds of weight within 2 hours. Running was relatively easy, but after an hour of running, Chen Ning was soaked in sweat, and fresh blood visibly seeped through the clothes under his left armpit. During rest, Bai Yuhao approached with concern. "Are you alright?" Chen Ning nodded. "I'm fine." The 10-minute rest quickly passed, and next came the task of climbing 100 flights of stairs. This stair climbing training was even harder than running and more likely to aggravate Chen Ning's injury. He fell behind the group during the exercise, and as the movement tugged at his wounded area, blood seeped increasingly heavily. His chest was wrapped with several layers of white bandages, but now the blood had soaked through, staining his camouflage uniform red. As Lu Shi passed by, he caught sight of the bleeding wound and sneered coldly. Despite this, Chen Ning persisted and barely managed to complete the 100 flights back and forth within an hour. The next challenge was to complete 600 squats with 100 pounds of weight within 2 hours. In reality, even 600 unweighted squats would be an enormous challenge, let alone with 100 pounds of burden and a strict time limit. Bai Yuhao was the first to finish the task, followed by Lu Shi. Others gradually completed theirs, leaving only Chen Ning and a few teammates still struggling. Normally, those who finished would immediately rest, but today many stayed put. The reason was simple. Chen Ning's half-shirt was stained with blood, and his group knew he had been seriously injured in a fight with a grizzly bear the previous night, which affected his training. So everyone silently stood aside, watching Chen Ning's determined effort. Instructor Eagle Eye remained expressionless, arms crossed, observing from the side, but there was a rare glimmer of respect in his eyes. Any warrior who was strong and unyielding earned the instructor's recognition. With half an hour left, Chen Ning had completed 450 squats, still 150 short of the goal. He felt the barbell on his shoulders grow heavier by the second, almost suffocating him. His whole body was soaked, his legs trembling, ready to collapse under the weight at any moment. Despite sweat and blood soaking his clothes, Chen Ning gritted his teeth, bore the barbell, slowly descended, eyes wide open, teeth clenched, trembling as he straightened his waist and stood up. Seeing this, some teammates quietly started counting for him. 451, 452, 453. Among those still struggling, Chen Ning looked the weakest, seemingly ready to fall at any second, and time was pressing. Every time he seemed about to finish, feeling he couldn't do another squat, he somehow mustered the strength to do one more. Each squat felt like his last stand, yet he stubbornly persisted. Eventually, the others collapsed one by one from exhaustion. As time passed, more and more people were moved by Chen Ning's indomitable spirit, cheering him on and counting louder. 600. With only 5 seconds left in the training period, Chen Ning finally completed the last squat. Everyone around excitedly shouted 600 and applauded him. However, Lu Shi, who had been watching, hoping to see Chen Ning break, sneered coldly, "A worthless wretch struggling on the edge of elimination, what's there to cheer?" Anyone who didn't know might think he finished first. While Lu Shi muttered, Bai Yuhao stepped forward to help Chen Ning unload the barbell and handed him a towel. After this round of training, Chen Ning barely completed the task and earned a bottle of Angel's Kiss recovery potion from instructor Eagle Eye. By then, it was lunchtime. People dispersed from the training ground, heading to the mess hall. Bai Yuhao accompanied Chen Ning and, like a magician, pulled out 2 small vials and handed them to him. "Your injury is serious. I don't think 1 Angel's Kiss potion is enough. Take these 2. Chen Ning looked at the vials in surprise. It was 2 more Angel's Kiss potions. Stammering, he asked, "Where did you get so many Angel's Kiss potions?" "One's mine, the other is from the guy who lost to me," Bai Yuhao said, winking at Lu Shi not far away. Chen Ning hesitated, reluctant to accept the potions. Though he needed them, he worried about being indebted. Bai Yuhao seemed to see through his concern and raised an eyebrow. "Afraid of owing me? Or afraid of Lu Shi? You're in this state, what's there to be afraid of?" Chen Ning thought, that's right. He was now teetering on the edge of life and death. Maybe his life was at stake, why fear owing a favor? So, without further hesitation, Chen Ning took the 2 potions. Together with the one he already had, he now possessed 3 doses, enough to get through recovery. He drank 2 immediately, feeling like a frozen man drinking strong liquor. His vitality surged, fatigue and pain lessened. He planned to keep the last potion close for emergencies, knowing overdosing could backfire. After handing over the potions, Bai Yuhao left without mentioning friendship or repayment. Chen Ning didn't say thanks either. Here, an Angel's Kiss potion could save a life, and the debt was too heavy for mere words. He knew great favors need not be thanked but repaid when possible. After lunch came rest time. In the afternoon, Chen Ning and several dozen rookies from his group were gathered into a classroom for lessons. They had begun to take on a soldier's demeanor, entering the room and sitting orderly, waiting for the teacher. Shortly before 3 p.m., crisp footsteps echoed in the corridor. Major Guan Qing arrived punctually at the classroom door. She wore no stand-collar officer's coat but a tight officer's shirt and pencil skirt, paired with black high heels. Her slender legs caught every eye. Guan Cheng walked to the podium, swept the room with a cold gaze, and said, "Starting today, I will teach you knowledge and conduct regular exams. Those who fail will be punished the same as failing physical training. 5 lashes with a disciplinary whip." Chen Ning and the others were inwardly shocked. Ordinary people could die from 10 lashes. Although their constitutions were stronger, 5 lashes was already severe punishment. If injured, it would affect physical training and could spiral into a vicious cycle. After stating the rules, Guan Cheng began the lesson. She wrote 2 elegant characters on the blackboard, levels. Then she explained, "Today's lesson covers classifications of strength among the world's powerful, focusing on 2 aspects, zombie levels and human warrior strength levels." She continued, "Your main enemy in battle is zombies, so let's start with their levels." Chen Ning, Bai Yuhao, and their classmates listened intently, not only because the knowledge related to Guan Xing's upcoming exam, but because understanding zombie levels, habits, and powers was vital for fighting effectively. Guan Xing first explained zombie levels, revealing to Chen Ning how different they were from his previous understanding. As a commoner, he only knew the first 7 levels, but now he learned zombies actually had 12 levels. Level 1, Walkers, she began. These are the most numerous zombies, slow-moving, dull-witted, with strength comparable to ordinary humans. Anyone bitten is guaranteed infection, scratches carry some risk. Level 2, Rigger zombies, she continued. Evolved from walkers, with stiff muscles and double human strength though still slow. Level 3, Assaulters. Guan Cheng's tone carried authority. Their strength matches humans but move faster and are highly lethal. As the lecture went deeper, Chen Ning realized how terrifying zombies were. Guan Cheng detailed levels 4 through 7, Predators, Hellhounds, Frisia, and Titan zombies, chilling names that gave a clearer picture of the enemies they would face. Level 8, Demon Apostles, she went on. These zombies are human-sized with bat-like wings, capable of short nocturnal flights, human-level intelligence, and stealth abilities. Level 9, Blade Wolf Riders, her voice grew intense. These 2-meter-tall zombies are extremely strong, with a tentacle for the left arm and bone blade for the right. They usually ride hellhounds and are terrifyingly powerful. Next, Guan Cheng briefly mentioned levels 10, 11, and 12, Lords, Tyrants, and Corpse Emperors. She noticed the students' curiosity about their appearance and abilities, prompting a brave hand. "Excuse me, instructor, why don't you explain levels 10 and above in detail?" Guan Cheng replied coldly, "Zombies above level 10 are beyond what ordinary legions can handle. You don't need to waste time studying them." The questioner pressed on, "What if we encounter level 10 plus zombies in the future?" Without mercy, Guan Cheng said, "Don't worry, you're destined to die." Chen Ning and the others exchanged looks, realizing these top-tier zombies were nightmares even small legions couldn't handle. Guan Cheng paused, then continued, "Now about human strength levels. Human classifications are simpler 4 main ranks: Soldier, General, Elite General, and Grand General. Each rank divides into 3 tiers from weakest 1-star soldier to strongest 12-star Grand General." She flipped her hair and added, "Our human strength levels correspond to zombie levels, both have 12 grades. Theoretically, humans and zombies of the same level have equal combat power, but zombies often have the upper hand on the battlefield." Some may ask, how is human strength assessed? All eyes fixed on her, awaiting the answer. "It's simple," she explained. "Whoever kills a zombie of a certain level can get their true combat record certified by the Empire's military institutions. For example, killing a level 3 zombie barehanded lets you be rated a level 3 soldier. Of course, the assessment process is flawed and inflated, so it's just a reference." Chen Ning thought of how ordinary people could kill level 3 zombies with guns but didn't truly possess level 3 soldier strength. The lower the level, the more inflated it was. True warriors could single-handedly defeat top zombies like Hellhounds, Frisia, or Titans. At this, Lu Shi couldn't help asking, "Instructor, what level are we now?" "Soldiers?" Guan Cheng sneered. "You're not even level 1 soldiers. If I had to rate you, you're at best cannon fodder. Actually, that would be overestimating you." The newcomers exchanged glances, surprised. They thought they had shown the spirit of imperial soldiers, yet Guan Cheng didn't even consider them cannon fodder. Chen Ning hesitated briefly, then raised his hand with a clear question. Guan Cheng glanced at him. "Speak your question." "Instructor, zombies are constantly evolving due to mutations, with some even becoming beings like lords, tyrants, or corpse emperors. So, do we humans have the ability to contend with them? Is there truly a general with strength above level 10? Jiang Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "First of all, I want to remind everyone that asking about human strength is like asking a woman's age. It's impolite. Those with weaker strength might feel insulted, while those with great power prefer to keep a low profile." She paused briefly and continued, "As for whether we humans have generals of such caliber, my answer is, absolutely. As for who they are, that's classified information and won't be disclosed." Jiang Qing went on to say, "As for your doubts, we humans cannot mutate and evolve like zombies, so why are there individuals with strength comparable to lords, tyrants, or corpse emperors? That will be the main topic of my next lecture. However, I can tell you now that although we cannot mutate and evolve, we possess 2 things. First, technology, second, ancient heritage." Chen Ning and the others listened attentively attentively, gradually realizing that humanity's strength was no coincidence. It turned out that the current human elites could be roughly divided into two factions, the technology faction and the ancient heritage faction. The technology faction relied on various potions developed by the imperial military, such as the Angel's Kiss recovery potion they had previously used, which was the most basic. There were also many other potions with different purposes to help human warriors enhance their combat abilities. There were even genetic warriors, but these technological warriors generally could only reach the strength of a 6th-tier warlord at most, with very few achieving the level of a 7th-tier commander, beyond which further improvement was impossible. The ancient heritage faction, on the other hand, included the cultivators from the major families of the Huaxia Empire, ninjas from Japan, as well as Western werewolves, vampires, and others. These mysterious races, possessing ancient cultivation methods or powerful bloodline inheritances, could produce outstanding individuals among their cultivators or bloodline races who might reach the strength of a 12th-tier elite. Jin Cheng said, "You will undergo training here for 1 month. After 3 months, upon completing basic training, the base will conduct class assignments. Through special tests, if you are suitable for cultivating the military secret techniques, you will enter the cultivation class. If your physique is not suitable for cultivation, you will enter the regular class and follow the technology faction route." This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone stunned. They hadn't expected the military to have cultivators, let alone specialized cultivation methods. Jiang Qing continued, "The cultivation methods introduced by the military are not absurd. Hundreds of years ago, there were practices of hard qigong among civilians, which were later adopted by special forces, enabling them to break bricks with their bare hands. Now, the military has simply collected and organized cultivation methods that are even more powerful than hard qigong and is teaching them to suitable soldiers." At this moment, a trainee couldn't help but ask again for confirmation, "Instructor, do werewolves and vampires really exist in the world?" "That's correct. In fact, many mysterious races you've heard of do exist, it's just a matter of their numbers." Jiang Qing's words seemed to carry a hint of mystery. In addition to the well-known ancient races like werewolves and vampires, there is a newly emerged race, the demigods. Demigods are individuals with a special constitution who were infected by the zombie virus but did not turn into zombies. They retain human physical characteristics while possessing the evolutionary and mutational abilities of zombies. More officially, demigods are hybrids of humans and zombies. Demigods carry the zombie virus and usually possess terrifying power, regarded as catastrophic beings. Humanity must treat them as we do zombies, eliminate them without fail. Chen Ning's heart was pounding wildly as he thought to himself, could he be one of these so-called demigods? Moreover, when Jiang Qing mentioned demigods, her gaze seemed to glance at him intentionally or unintentionally. What could this possibly mean? Sugging's class wasn't long, ending in just an hour. However, the knowledge she imparted left many feeling astonished. Even Bai Yuhao and Lu Shi, young men from prestigious families, couldn't help but show expressions of anticipation when hearing about the military's secret techniques for cultivation. After class, Chen Ning went to the cafeteria with the other trainees for dinner. Once the meal was over, a bell rang, signaling the newcomers free time. Of course, this so-called freedom was limited to activities within the designated areas. Chen Ning headed straight to the military medical room, as the veteran military Dr. Fang Zhang had already reminded him to change his dressing today. However, due to training and classes, he hadn't had time to tend to his wound until now. Fang Zhang examined Chen Ning's injury and frowned slightly. The activity was too intense, pulling at the wound. Several stitches have come undone. As he spoke, Fang Zhang began to restitch Chen Ning's wound, still without using anesthesia. The pain surged, causing Chen Ning to break out in a cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from making any sound of discomfort. After finishing the stitching, Fang Zhang bandaged the wound and administered in 4 drip with standard anti-inflammatory medication. After the infusion, Chen Ning felt much better. Just as he was about to bid farewell and leave, Fang Zhang took out a small black pill from his pocket and tossed it to him. "Kid, considering we're the same kind, I'll give you a bone refining and marrow cleansing pill. It'll help with your injuries." Chen Ning instinctively caught the pill and asked in astonishment, "The same kind?" A sly glint flashed in Fang Zhang's eyes as he revealed a set of sparse, yellowed teeth and said with a grin, "I mean, you underwent surgery without anesthesia. Very tough, very manly. Just like me back in the day, handsome and bold. Naturally, that makes us the same kind." Chen Ning silently sized up Fang Zhang's balding head, his sparse hair on both sides, and his high cheekbones paired with deep-set eyes. He thought to himself, how could this old man possibly be compared to me? Nevertheless, Fang Zhang's gesture of giving him medicine for his injuries was still appreciated. So, Chen Ning thanked him and left the military doctor's office. Back at the dormitory, after taking a sip of water, Chen Ning swallowed the small pill. In fact, he didn't know that this bone-cleansing and marrow-washing pill was not an ordinary wound medicine, but a miraculous pill capable of cleansing the muscles and bones, transforming a person completely. This medicine was developed by the Imperial military and classified as a rare military-grade drug. Angel's Kiss was merely a basic recovery potion, accessible available to ordinary soldiers, whereas the bone cleansing and marrow washing pill was typically reserved for warriors of general rank who had made significant contributions. The bone cleansing and marrow washing pill could repair the chronic ailments left by years of combat for veteran soldiers, while also strengthening their muscles and bones. After using this medicine, low-ranking warriors could adjust their physical condition to peak state, even advancing their strength by one rank or more. Of course, the effects of this medicine were limited to a single use. Subsequent applications would yield no results. Chen Ning mistakenly thought it was an ordinary wound medicine. After taking it, he felt a surge of heat rise from his lower abdomen, quickly spreading through all the meridians in his body. When the heat reached the injured area under his left armpit, the intense pain instantly transformed into a warm sensation, extraordinarily comfortable. At the same time, his head felt slightly dizzy, as if he were about to drift off to sleep. He lay on the bed and slowly fell asleep, vaguely feeling his body unusually warm, as if he were sweating continuously. When he woke up, it was already 5 in the morning, an hour before the wake-up call. He had actually slept for nearly 12 hours. Chen Ning was surprised, but he quickly noticed the discomfort in his body. The sticky feeling made him realize he had sweated a lot. As he lifted the blanket, a foul smell instantly hit him, and his face changed dramatically. Could it be that I wet the bed while sleeping? The thought made him nervous and uneasy. If his dorm mates found out he wet the bed, it would be utterly humiliating. He quickly sat up and carefully checked the situation. He discovered it wasn't bedwetting. The smell was coming from his own body. His clothes were soaked with sweat, or perhaps it wasn't sweat at all, but a black, foul-smelling liquid seeping from his body while he slept. Chen Ning swiftly got out of bed and tiptoed to the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, he looked at himself in the mirror and noticed his complexion seemed much better. His movements were unusually agile, his energy abundant, as if he could take on 10 opponents. Even more surprising was that the wound under his left armpit no longer caused him any pain. Chen Ning's heart trembled as he realized that the bone-cleansing pill Fong Zhang had given him last night was truly extraordinary. What he had shed last night was not sweat, but all the toxins and impurities from his body. Even his injured muscles and bones had been healed, and his body was now stronger than before. It was indeed a well-deserved name for the bone-cleansing pill. After tidying up the messy bed, the wake-up call sounded, and the students in the dormitory got up one after another. In the morning, it was still physical training. In addition to the previous basic exercises, a new task was added: kicking through a wooden stick with a diameter of 10 centimeters. For the earlier tasks, Bai Yuhao was still the first to complete them, followed by Lu Shi. Chen Ning's performance today was astonishing, completely reversing the slump of the past 2 days. In every training session, he was among the top 5 trainees to complete the tasks, surprising instructor Eagle Eye and leaving all the trainees dumbfounded. Bai Yuhao stepped forward first, effortlessly kicked, and the wooden stick broke with a snap, half of it flying 3 meters away. The surrounding trainees exclaimed, "Bai Yuhao is so strong." The Hawkeye instructor nodded with satisfaction. Bai Yuhao, training task completed. Next was Lu Shi. Although he had given the Angel's Kiss potion to Bai Yuhao yesterday, making today's training slightly more strenuous, he still dashed forward like lightning and kicked the wooden stick. With a crack, the stick broke, leaving only a small piece of bark attached. "Good." Next, the Hawkeye instructor commented. When it was Chen Ning's turn, Lu Shi limped back to the team due to the pain. Seeing Chen Ning's outstanding performance, he felt disdain, believing that Chen Ning's strength was merely the result of taking 3 doses of the Angel's Kiss potion the previous day. He confidently thought that Chen Ning would never be able to break the wooden stick. Chen Ning ignored Lu Shi's sarcastic remarks, locked his gaze on the wooden stick standing not far away, and quickly charged forward. With a swift kick, there was a loud snap as the 10-centimeter wooden stick was broken by his strike, the broken piece flying 3 to 4 meters away and landing near Bai Yuhao. "Wow, amazing!" the surrounding crowd exclaimed once again. "My goodness, Chen Ning's performance is almost on par with Bai Yuhao. When did he become so formidable?" Some trainees whispered among themselves, discussing Chen Ning's performance from a few days ago. Many only then learned that Lu Shi had once harmed Chen Ning, and their gazes toward Lu Shi carried a hint of wariness. Lu Shi naturally heard these hushed discussions, his face turning grim as anger burned within him. He believed Chen Ning had spread these rumors. Chen Ning's performance today made him feel threatened, and he secretly decided to eliminate Chen Ning before he could truly grow. Over the next month or so, Lu Shi repeatedly tried to find opportunities to get rid of Chen Ning. However, Chen Ning's vigilance was extremely high, even remaining alert while sleeping. Coupled with the strict management of newcomers at the base, Lu Shi couldn't find a suitable opportunity. During this month, Chen Ning and the other newcomers underwent significant changes. Everyone could easily complete 600 squats with 200 pounds and kick down trees with a diameter of 20 centimeters. At the same time, they also learned a great deal about fighting zombies. However, despite the rapid progress of Chen Ning and the others, the cost was extremely heavy. Of the original team members, only 50 remained. Other teams faced similar situations, and out of the 1,000 newcomers recruited by the Bluebird training camp, only about 250 were still alive. Every warrior had walked step by step over the corpses of several fallen comrades. In the final month, physical training was no longer the priority. The Bluebird training camp began focusing on practical combat training for the newcomers. During this period, the Hawkeye instructor personally led a team, taking Chen Ning and the 50 rookies out of the base to the wilderness to find isolated zombies for combat exercises. They encountered zombies 3 times in total. The first was a wandering zombie, which would usually scare off many scavengers. However, when it faced Chen Ning and his team, it was like a mouse meeting a kitten. In the end, this zombie was easily killed by Bai Yuhao. The second encounter was with a level 2 zombie, a corpse-like creature. Although it caused some minor panic among Chen Ning's group, they ultimately managed to kill it with ease. The third encounter was with a group of wandering zombies, about 10 of them. This time, all the rookie newcomers joined forces in the battle, forming small groups to surround and attack the zombies. These wandering zombies were the lowest level of undead, slow-moving and weak. With their numbers far exceeding the zombies, everyone felt relaxed, and some even started joking around and teasing the zombies, trying to enjoy themselves before killing them. Because of this, an accident occurred. A female trainee named Huang Min was bitten on the hand while teasing a zombie. Huang Min was one of the few female trainees and had always performed excellently, but this time her carelessness led to trouble. After a few panicked rookies clumsily killed the zombie, they shouted, "Eagle Eye instructor, come quickly and take a look at her. She was bitten by a zombie, what should we do?" Hawkeye instructor, along with trainees Chen Ning, Bai Yuhao, Lu Shi, Gao Feng, and Su Chang, quickly arrived. Huang Min's face was pale, her eyes filled with fear, as she pleaded, "Instructor, save me." In fact, apart from the injury to her hand, Huang Min showed no other symptoms. Everyone failed to realize the severity of the situation, thinking her injury wasn't serious and there should be a way to resolve it. Hawkeye instructor personally examined Huang Min's wound. Facing her pleading gaze, he uncharacteristically used a gentle tone and said, "It's okay, close your eyes first. I'll save you." "Okay." Huang Min immediately closed her eyes, but to the shock of Chen Ning and the others, Hawkeye instructor pulled out a pistol and, with a bang, directly shot Huang Min dead. "Instructor, what are you doing?" Chen Ning couldn't help but exclaim. Hawkeye coldly said to everyone, "Remember this from now on, when dealing with enemies, especially zombies, whether it's a level 1 walker or a level 12 zombie emperor, you must give it your all. Disrespecting your enemy is disrespecting your own life. The outcome of being infected with the zombie virus is either death or becoming a zombie." Chen Ning and the others could no longer joke and laugh as they did before. Looking at Huang Min's corpse, their mood grew heavy. Today, they learned another lesson: never underestimate your enemy. Even when facing the weakest opponent, you must approach it seriously and give it your all. Since the Huang Min incident, Instructor Hawkeye began organizing multiple combat training sessions. The trainees' attitudes became much more serious. Everyone used the most focused and effective methods to kill zombies. The trainees from the other 4 groups also conducted combat training under the guidance of their respective instructors. The first phase of the 3-month training is about to end. Everyone is giving their all, training hard to stand out within their group and join the elite team led by Instructor Butcher, aiming to achieve their dreams of success. Chen Ning is also deeply committed to the training. If he can enter Instructor Butcher's elite team, it would be the first step toward fulfilling his aspiration of becoming an officer. With sufficient strength and status in the future, he would be able to openly go to Vermilion Bird City and demand the return of his precious little daughter from the Lu family. In the blink of an eye, the 3-month training is nearing its end, and there is an assessment at the final stage. The assessment is straightforward. The remaining approximately 250 rookie soldiers from the 5 groups will all be dispatched to Sanchi Town, located 200 miles east of the Bluebird base, to hunt down wandering zombies. Sanchi Town was once a small town with over 8,000 impoverished residents. 3 months ago, due to inadequate defensive measures, several predator zombies broke into the town, causing significant casualties. The next day, the zombie virus outbreak occurred, leading to the death or escape of the town's residents. The area was left with a large number of zombies. The Black Shark Corps had previously been sent here to eliminate the zombies, but after Instructor Butcher learned that the Black Shark Corps had left, he discovered that a small number of zombies were still wandering around, numbering no less than 1,000 and scattered sporadically. The Bluebird base received orders from higher authorities to completely eradicate the remaining zombies in Sanchi Town. Butcher regarded this mission as the training assessment for Chen Ning and the others. Everyone boarded military trucks and headed to Sanchi Town, splitting up to hunt zombies. Walkers were worth 1 point, crawlers 2 points, chargers 4 points, and predators 8 points. The higher the zombies level, the points would double. Ultimately, the top 50 soldiers with the highest scores from killing zombies would join the elite team led by Butcher. For this mission, no one is allowed to carry firearms. Only military standard daggers and hand axes are permitted. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the assessment takes place at night and gunfire would attract nearby zombies, compromising the fairness of the competition. Second, the Butcher wants to evaluate the true capabilities of the newcomers, as combat with cold weapons is the best test of a warrior's skills. He dislikes warriors relying too heavily on firearms because, in real battles, vehicles, guns and ammunition are often insufficient, leaving cold weapons as the ultimate fallback. Moreover, top-tier zombies, such as level 6 Frisia, can withstand attacks from ordinary firearms. If humans wish to contend with top-tier zombies, they must enhance their own strength, reaching the levels of Warlord, Elite Commander, or even Grand Commander, becoming super powerful individuals who cannot rely solely on firearms. 5 military trucks, like 5 steel beasts, roared down the muddy rural road. Their wheels churned through the uneven ground, kicking up splashes of mud. On each truck stood dozens of rookie warriors from the Bluebird base. The vehicles jolted violently, causing everyone's bodies to sway with the motion, yet no one made a sound. Some even closed their eyes, seizing the moment to rest and conserve energy, striving to maintain peak physical condition for tonight's zombie hunt. Suddenly, 3 crisscrossing streams appeared ahead, with broken walls and ruins visible in the distance. Under the glow of the setting sun, the air was thick with the stench of decay. The leading military truck screeched to an abrupt halt, its brakes shrieking sharply as its wheels carved 2 deep grooves into the ground before coming to a dead stop. The 4 cars behind also braked quickly, narrowly stopping with less than 10 centimeters between them. The chief instructor, nicknamed the Butcher, was the first to jump out of the driver's seat. Despite his burly figure, his movements were swift, resembling a fierce tiger. The instructors from the other vehicles also jumped out from the passenger seats one after another. Chen Ning and the other rookie soldiers, well trained, jumped down from the 2-meter-high military trucks and began to assemble. As they were gathering, the commotion attracted a zombie. A strange cry of "Whoa" was heard as a zombie with a decayed face and tattered clothes charged toward them. Clearly, the zombie's desire to attack humans and its thirst for blood had driven it to madness, daring to rush at this military unit. The zombie was tall, with stiff, muscular build, and moved slowly. It was evidently a level 2 zombie, worth 2 points. Chen Ning and the other rookies instinctively reached for the handles of the daggers at their waists, each eager to be the first to claim the 2 points. However, the first to act was the Butcher. He casually pulled out a 3-edged military dagger, and with a swoosh, the dagger turned into a streak of white light, piercing the zombie's head and passing straight through its skull. The zombie collapsed to the ground, motionless. To be fair, this one counts as mine. The Butcher walked over to the zombie, placed his left foot on its head, bent down to pull out the dagger, and then used it to pry open the zombie's skull. Amid the foul-smelling brain matter, a brain core slightly larger than a peanut was revealed. The Butcher held the small zombie brain core and turned to Chen Ning and the others, saying, "Every zombie's head contains a brain core. The size of the brain core varies depending on the zombie's level. After killing zombies, remember to collect their brain cores. Tomorrow morning, when you return to the team, your assessment score will be determined based on the number of brain cores you've collected. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If not, the assessment officially begins in half an hour, at dusk." Upon hearing that their scores would be determined by the zombie brain cores, Chen Ning and the others nodded in agreement, with no objections. Everyone had a simple dinner, consisting of pre-prepared meal boxes with white rice, greens, and chicken drumsticks, which were considered quite hearty. Tonight's assessment is extremely dangerous and might be the last supper for some rookie warriors. During the meal, some people whispered to each other, wisely realizing that acting alone might not result in killing more zombies, while teaming up would be more efficient. As a result, some capable trainees began to connect with equally skilled comrades, preparing to form groups for joint action. Of course, some people already had fixed friends, such as Lu Shi, who was accompanied by 2 followers, Su Chang and Gao Feng. Chen Ning, accustomed to acting alone, decided to go solo tonight and had no intention of teaming up with anyone. At this moment, Bai Yuhao walked over and asked in a low voice, "Chen Ning, want to team up with me later?" Chen Ning shook his head. "I'm still more used to acting alone." Bai Yuhao nodded. "Alright. By the way, let me remind you, while dealing with zombies, also stay vigilant about the people around you. Sometimes, humans can be scarier than zombies." After Bai Yuhao finished speaking, he left. Chen Ning couldn't help but frown slightly. Bai Yuhao was clearly warning him to watch out for someone. He instinctively turned his head and looked toward Lu Shi not far away, noticing Lu Shi whispering with Gao Feng and Su Chang, casting hostile glances in his direction. Chen Ning sneered inwardly, "Plotting to get rid of me, huh? You've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and I've had enough of you. Tonight, let's see who comes out on top." Over 250 new warriors from 5 groups, each carrying a standard issue dagger, along with a bag of water and a small pouch of dry rations. Under the dense night sky, everyone entered the area of Sanchi town, then dispersed to begin independent operations. Many trainees chose to enter the ruins of the town, but Chen Ning did not. The reason was simple: the Black Shark Corps had thoroughly cleansed the town, leaving almost no zombies behind. Even if there were any, they would be zombies that had wandered back after the Black Shark Corps left. Moreover, with so many trainees rushing into the town, there would be too many hunters and too few prey, potentially leading to conflicts over the zombies. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Ning decided to head west of Sanchi town. At this moment, Lu Shi and his 2 subordinates, Su Chang and Gao Feng, were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they hid in the shadows, quietly watching Chen Ning. Seeing him heading west, Lu Shi whispered to his men, "This kid kid is smart. He actually knows to head west to track and hunt zombies. Su Chang and Gao Feng, relatively simple-minded, were both somewhat confused at this moment. Gao Feng couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Lu, why is heading west to track and hunt zombies the best choice?" Lu Shi patiently explained, "The terrain to the west of Sanchi Town is open, and the nearest human settlement, Heishui Town, is also to the west. After the zombie virus outbreak, the zombies here will drift and spread in that direction. Therefore, if we take this route to track and hunt zombies, the harvest should be more abundant." Su Chang's eyes lit up. "Wow, Chen Ning is really smart." Lu Shi snorted coldly, "Just a little cleverness. We'll follow him, and when he's almost done hunting zombies, we'll pull a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, move and take him out." Gao Feng and Su Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement as they said in unison, Young Master Lu is right. This way, we can not only take down Chen Ning but also claim the brain cores he obtained from hunting zombies. Two birds with one stone. Lu Shi said smugly, "Stop dawdling, hurry up and follow him." Chen Ning jogged forward for 5 kilometers toward the west. Suddenly, the half-human height reeds ahead began to sway, as if something was moving inside. He stopped in his tracks, drew a sharp standard-issue dagger, and crouched cautiously as he approached the reed thicket. Moving quietly into the reeds, Chen Ning pushed aside the brambles, advanced a few meters, and was startled to find a zombie ahead. The zombie, dressed in tattered clothes with long hair, was gnawing on the flesh of a half-dead fawn. Chen Ning quickly identified it as the most common type of female walker, gripped his dagger tightly, and slowly approached. At that moment, Chen Ning stepped on a dry twig, producing a faint sound. The zombie's movements instantly stopped, and it suddenly turned its head to look at Chen Ning. Its face was decayed, exposing white bones, but its teeth were intact and neat, with bloodstains around its mouth and chest. Meeting its sunken, lifeless eyes, Chen Ning felt a slight chill in his heart. However, after staring at Chen Ning for 2 seconds, the zombie seemed to catch a whiff of his scent, lowered its guard, and resumed gnawing on the fawn's corpse. Clearly, the zombie virus carried by Chen Ning made the zombie mistake him for one of its own. Since the zombie was completely unguarded, Chen Ning didn't hesitate. He quickly stepped forward, and from behind the zombie, with a swift motion, his sharp military dagger severed the zombie's head. The headless corpse fell to the ground, and the zombie's head rolled to Chen Ning's feet. The still not completely dead head stared at him in shock, then showed an angry expression. Its mouth opened and closed as if trying to bite him, but without a body, it soon became motionless. Chen Ning used a dagger to pry open the zombie's skull and found a brain core the size of a soybean. This was the brain core of a level 1 zombie. He pocketed the brain core and continued forward, searching for other zombies. According to the information, there were approximately 1,000 zombies scattered throughout the Sanchi town area. Unfortunately, after killing this zombie, Chen Ning had no further gains. Sitting on a flat stone, Chen Ning drank water and ate dry rations to replenish his strength. Looking up at the sky, he saw the full moon hanging high. There were still 6 hours until daylight, and he needed to make more progress, otherwise, it would be difficult to stand out in this assessment. At that moment, a faint noise came from the left side. Chen Ning abruptly turned his head and shouted in a low voice, "Who?" "Chen Ning, don't be nervous, it's me, your teammate Qin Wenchuan." A tall, thin man emerged from behind the tree. Chen Ning recognized him. He was indeed Qin Wenchuan from the same team. Although he was one of their own, Chen Ning remained vigilant. After all, this was an assessment, and good results meant a chance to advance to the elite group. Competition among trainees was common. "What's the matter?" Chen Ning asked calmly. Qin Wenchuan's dagger was tucked at his waist, giving off no sense of malice. He walked over casually and said with a smile, "Chen Ning, you're here too. How's the harvest?" "Not great luck. I only managed to kill 1 walker," Chen Ning replied. Qin Wenchuan sighed, "Same here, just 1 walker. That gives us both 1 point. There are 1,000 zombies here and 250 trainees, which means an average of 4 brain cores per person. If we don't pick up the pace, it might be hard to make it into the elite group under Chief Instructor Butcher." Chen Ning glanced at him. "What are you trying to say?" Qin Wenchuan raised an eyebrow. "Cooperation. We act together, and the rewards will be richer." Chen Ning preferred to act alone and had no intention of teaming up with anyone. He was about to politely decline, but Qin Wenchuan seemed to sense his hesitation and continued, "I just spotted a high-level zombie. I can't handle it alone, but if we work together, we should be able to take it down." "A high-level zombie?" This piqued Chen Ning's interest, and he asked, "What level is the zombie?" "A level 3 striker, about 1.8 meters tall, with long limbs. It tends to hunch over, but when it attacks, its speed is extremely fast, like a cheetah," Qin Wenchuan explained. "Raider zombie." Chen Ning frowned slightly. Although he had never fought one before, he knew it was more difficult to deal with than regular zombies. However, killing a level 3 zombie would earn 4 points, equivalent to killing 4 level 1 walkers. "Alright, we'll cooperate," Chen Ning agreed. "Where did you spot the raider zombie?" "Over there." "I didn't get close." Qin Wenchuan began leading the way, and the two headed toward a mountain hollow. Soon, Chen Ning saw the raider Qin Wenchuan had mentioned. It was on all fours, its tongue extended, licking the brain fluid of a human corpse. The corpse was clearly another trainee dressed in camouflage, who had evidently encountered the raider and and ultimately became its food. Chen Ning frowned and whispered to Qin Wenchuan, "I'll attract attention from the front, you attack from behind." Qin Wenchuan nodded, "Alright." Qin Wenchuan quietly left, circling around to the back of the zombie. Chen Ning patiently waited, and when he saw Qin Wenchuan successfully appear behind the zombie, he staggered to his feet, imitating the movements of the undead, and stumbled toward the attacker. Hiding behind a tree, Qin Wenchuan worried to himself, "Can this really fool the zombie?" The raider was quickly alerted by Chen Ning, raising its head and locking its gaze on him. The higher the level of the zombie, the smarter it becomes. A level 3 raider was evidently much more cunning than a level 1 zombie. The walking corpses that Chen Ning had killed earlier had simply identified him as one of their own based on the scent of the zombie virus on him. However, this raider did not jump to conclusions. It began to doubt and refrained from acting immediately. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Chen Ning was getting closer and closer to the raider, and its suspicion grew stronger. Sensing the raider's vigilance, Chen Ning decided to strike first. He suddenly erupted with force, pouncing on the raider like a fierce tiger, the military dagger in his hand flashing as it stabbed toward its face. The raider, startled, angrily stood upright, grabbing hold of the dagger Chen Ning had thrust at it with both hands. Chen Ning's dagger was firmly gripped by the attacker's claws, unable to pierce further. The attacker angrily tried to bite Chen Ning, but at that moment, Qin Wenchuan swiftly approached from behind and slashed at the zombie's back of the head with a sudden strike. The sharp dagger sliced open half of the attacker's back of the head. The zombie let out a resentful growl, collapsed to the ground, and lay on the corpse of the bluebird warrior. The zombie's viscous brain fluid slowly oozed out, mixing with the bright red fluids of the corpse. Chen Ning and Qin Wenchuan stared at the attacker's corpse, still shaken, and saw the zombie brain core exposed at the back of its head. Their hearts surged with excitement. This brain core belonged to a level 3 zombie, about the size of a bean, several times larger than the level 1 brain core in Chen Ning's pouch. "That was close," Qin Wenchuan exclaimed with emotion. "Yes." Chen Ning's gaze shifted to the zombie brain core, his heart filled with anticipation. Qin Wenchuan looked at Chen Ning. "You should take out the brain core of this level 3 zombie." "Alright," Chen Ning agreed, crouching down carefully to prepare to extract the brain core. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. A flash of Qin Wenchuan's eager gaze fixed on the zombie brain core crossed his mind, and he wondered why Qin Wenchuan wasn't in a hurry to retrieve it himself but instead asked him to do it. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from behind. Chen Ning had no time to react before a dagger plunged deeply into his back with a muffled sound. "Chen Ning!" He let out a groan and slowly turned around, only to find that the person who had stabbed him was Qin Wenchuan. "I thought we could join forces to hunt more zombies and earn higher scores." Blood trickled from the corner of Chen Ning's mouth, his heart filled with confusion. Qin Wenchuan abruptly pulled the dagger back, stepped away a few paces, and looked at Chen Ning warily. With a sinister smile, he said, "The level 1 brain core on you and the level 3 brain core from this striker add up to 6 points. With that, I can secure my place in the elite group." Chen Ning clutched his wound, staggered backward, and finally collapsed to the ground, his upper body stained with blood. Qin Wenchuan believed that both Chen Ning's brain core and the assailant's brain core were already his for the taking. With a sinister smile, he stepped forward, ready to finish off the injured Chen Ning. However, a cold laugh came from behind. "Tisk tsk, you actually managed to kill the assailant. Not bad, ha ha ha." Qin Wenchuan's expression changed drastically. He turned around abruptly and saw Lu Shi, Su Chang, and Gao Feng emerging from the shadows. At this moment, Chen Ning, who had been injured by Qin Wenchuan's sneak attack, saw Lu Shi and the others arrive. His heart sank further into despair. It was truly a case of escaping the wolf only to encounter the tiger. Chen Ning noticed that the corpse of the assailant zombie was lying on top of the bluebird warrior's body, with brain matter flowing and merging silently. It was clearly undergoing a mutation to evolve into a stronger zombie. Lu Shi, Su Chang, and Gao Feng walked over with unpleasant expressions and cold smiles. At this moment, Chen Ning's face looked grim, and Qin Wenchuan's expression was both surprised and angry. Lu Shi ranked among the top in overall strength within the group of trainees, and Qin Wenchuan was no match for him, let alone the fact that Lu Shi had 2 capable followers by his side. Qin Wenchuan felt a wave of tension in his heart, as if he were the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole waiting behind him. Despite his anger, he knew he couldn't act recklessly now. As Lu Shi approached, Qin Wenchuan's eyes shifted, and he forced a smile, saying ingratiatingly, "Young Master Lu, I know there's bad blood between you and Chen Ning. I'm dealing with this guy to help you vent your anger. As for the brain core of this assailant zombie on the ground, I don't want it. Consider it a gift to you. I'll just take the level 1 zombie brain core from Chen Ning. What do you think?" Lu Shi toyed with the standard issue dagger in his hand, nodded, and smiled. "Your suggestion isn't bad. I agree." Qin Wenchuan was overjoyed. Although the situation had been disrupted by Lu Shi, leaving him quite unlucky, being able to take Chen Ning's brain core was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. However, Lu Shi immediately changed his tone. "But my dagger disagrees." Qin Wenchuan's expression froze instantly. As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, he made his move. With a sharp sound, the dagger was hurled straight at Qin Wenchuan. Qin Wenchuan quickly tilted his head and the dagger grazed his cheek, embedding itself in the nearby pine tree. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Shi lunged forward, his fist landing heavily on Qin Wenchuan's face, knocking him directly to the ground. His nose collapsed and blood gushed out wildly. Qin Wenchuan's face was covered in blood as he trembled and struggled to get up, but before he could steady himself, Lu Shi had already launched a flying kick aimed at his head. Bang! With a loud sound, Qin Wenchuan fell to the ground like a felled tree. Young Master Lu is amazing. Young Master Lu is mighty. Su Chang and Gao Feng chimed in with untimely flattery. Lu Shi revealed a look of pride and instructed Su Chang and Gao Feng, go and dig out the brain core of the assault zombie. As for Chen Ning, that scum, I'll handle him personally. Yes, young Master Lu. Su Chang and Gao Feng unhesitatingly walked toward the corpse of the assault zombie. Unfortunately, they were unaware that the slain assault zombie and the human corpse were undergoing a fusion mutation. The two bodies had not yet fully merged, and at the moment appeared quite bizarre, a zombie with 4 hands and 2 heads, a truly terrifying existence. Lu Shi walked up to Chen Ning, looking down at him condescendingly, and sneered, "Heh, Chen Ning, you probably didn't expect to end up in my hands, did you?" Chen Ning's eyes secretly glanced at the assailant not far away, his heart tightening as he noticed that the fusion of the zombie and the human corpse seemed almost complete. He even saw one of the zombie's fingers twitch slightly. Covering his wound, he raised his head and squinted at Lu Shi, saying, "Lu Shi, you're quite calculating, but there's a saying, man proposes, God disposes. Do you really think you've completely taken control of the situation?" Lu Shi froze for a moment, then sneered coldly, "There's no one else in this small valley. Are you trying to bluff me? You might want to take a look over there," Chen Ning said calmly. Lu Shi sneered coldly, "Aren't those my subordinates Su Chang and Gao Feng over there? Are you suggesting I turn around and launch a sneak attack?" As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, he suddenly heard 2 agonized screams. His face instantly turned pale, and he spun around in terror to look in the direction of Su Chang and Gao Feng. The scene before him made his heart sink. He saw the hands of the assault zombie piercing through the chests of Su Chang and Gao Feng. To be precise, this was no longer an ordinary assault zombie, but a grotesque creature formed by the fusion of the assault zombie and the corpse of the Bluebird warrior. The two bodies had not yet fully merged, making the zombie's appearance extremely horrifying, with 2 heads and 4 arms. Caught completely off guard while attempting to extract the zombie's brain core, Su Chang and Gao Feng were ambushed by the 2-headed zombie and killed instantly. Lu Shi was shocked and speechless when he saw his 2 subordinates killed by the 2-headed zombie. Realizing that the 2-headed zombie before him was absolutely formidable, he decided to retreat. However, just as he turned around, he saw Chen Ning, who had already stood up, holding a dagger. His face was covered in blood, making him look exceptionally fierce. Lu Shi's pupils rapidly dilated, and just as he was about to speak, Chen Ning's dagger flashed like lightning across his throat. Lu Shi's carotid artery was severed, and blood sprayed out wildly, splattering all over Chen Ning's face. It turned out that when Lu Shi and his men appeared, Chen Ning had secretly swallowed an angel's kiss potion. Although he had been stabbed, under the potion's effect, he regained his combat strength. After drinking the potion, Chen Ning endured the pain and stood up, seizing the opportunity to kill Lu Shi with a single strike. Blood splattered on Chen Ning's face, and as the scent of blood reached his nose, the zombie virus within him began to stir, like a sleeping infant awakening, craving blood. This craving was like an addict's relapse, with reason gradually spiraling out of control. Chen Ning grabbed Lu Shi's corpse and began to ravenously devour the blood gushing from his neck. Meanwhile, the 2-headed zombie was also feasting on the corpses of Su Chang and Gao Feng. The blood flowed into Chen Ning's body, like parched earth receiving long-awaited rain, and his wounds began to heal at a visible speed. 2 hours passed, and Lu Shi's corpse had turned into a dried husk. The zombie virus in Chen Ning's body was satiated, gradually calming down, and his reason slowly returned. Not far away, the 2-headed zombie had also drained Su Chang and Gao Feng's blood, growing even stronger, now taking on a form with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. When the 2-headed zombie noticed Chen Ning, it approached him, drawn by the strong scent of the zombie virus. Chen Ning gripped his dagger tightly, bent down to pick up Lu Shi's dagger, and prepared to face the battle. As the 2-headed zombie got closer, it caught the scent of humanity on Chen Ning and appeared somewhat puzzled. Its 2 massive heads leaned toward Chen Ning, noses sniffing incessantly, seemingly trying to determine whether Chen Ning was an ally or an enemy. Just as the 2-headed zombie leaned in, Chen Ning seized the opportunity and struck suddenly. Both daggers pierced the zombie's jaw, directly penetrating the top of its skull. The pitiful 2-headed zombie was killed instantly by Chen Ning's fatal blow, collapsing to the ground with its eyes wide open in death. Chen Ning collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. After a while, he managed to calm himself and dug out the brain cores from the 2 zombie heads. The level 1 core was the size of a soybean, while the level 3 core was about the size of a fava bean, with the size of the brain cores corresponding to their levels. Next, Chen Ning searched Qin Wenchuan's body and found a level 1 zombie brain core. Now, he had 3 level 1 brain cores and 1 level 3 brain core in his possession. Adding them up, they totaled 7 points. By this time, the eastern sky had turned pale, and dawn was breaking. Chen Ning began his journey back. Tonight was his first time killing someone, but thanks to the training at the Bluebird base, his mindset was far colder and stronger than that of the average person. Faced with an enemy like Lu Shi, who was determined to kill him, Chen Ning felt little guilt, only a faint sigh in his heart. On his way back, Chen Ning encountered Bai Yuhao. Bai Yuhao was slightly startled to see him covered in blood. Noticing the wary look in Chen Ning's eyes, he seemed to understand and asked softly, "I warned you before to be cautious of humans, even your fellow trainees in the group. But it seems you still suffered a loss, didn't you?" Chen Ning slowly relaxed his guard and replied with a bitter smile, "They wanted to kill me, but they failed. I fought back and succeeded." Bai Yuhao asked in a low voice, "Is Lu Shi dead?" "Yes." Chen Ning nodded. Bai Yuhao frowned slightly and then said, "Let's not rush back to regroup just yet." "Why?" Chen Ning asked, puzzled. "You're covered in blood, and it's not yours. I'm worried they might figure out that you killed Lu Shi." Although Lu Shi was useless, the Lu family still has some influence in Vermilion Bird City. If the Lu family finds out you killed Lu Shi, they'll definitely come after you. Let's find a dead trainee, get you into clean camouflage gear, and then head back. Chen Ning nodded in agreement. Eventually, they found a trainee's corpse, changed into clean camouflage gear, and then officially returned to the rendezvous point. On the way, Bai Yuhao asked, "How many zombie brain cores did you collect?" Chen Ning tossed the small cloth bag containing the brain cores to him. "They're all here." Bai Yuhao opened it and took a look, then smiled. 3 level 1 cores, 1 level 3 core, totaling 9 points. Not bad. He teased Chen Ning, after last night's lesson. "Why haven't you learned your lesson yet? You actually dare to show me so many zombie brain cores. Aren't you afraid I'll make a move against you?" Chen Ning glanced at him. "You wouldn't, and if you really want these brain cores, I'll give them to you." "Why?" "Because you saved my life, I owe you." Bai Yuhao blinked. "Just because of that, nothing else?" Chen Ning stopped walking, looked at him, remained silent for 2 seconds, and said, "Also because I consider you a friend." Bai Yuhao laughed, returned the small cloth bag to Chen Ning, and patted his shoulder. "Ha, now that's more like it." The two walked back arm in arm, and Chen Ning curiously asked, "By the way, how many zombie brain cores did you get?" Bai Yuhao said with a grin, "Last night, I prepared a small gong and drum, and as I beat them along the way, the surrounding zombies heard the noise and came to die on their own. So, I got quite a few zombie brain cores." "That works too?" Chen Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. The two returned to the open grassland in front of Sanchi town to regroup, only to find that out of the 250 newcomers, only 200 had made it back. The remaining 50 were likely doomed. When Chen Ning handed the bag containing zombie brain cores to the chief instructor, the butcher glanced at the bag and loudly announced, 3 level 1 brain cores, 1 level 2 brain core, and 1 level 3 brain core, totaling 9 points. A very impressive score, kid. Congratulations on becoming a member of the elite group. Chen Ning was both surprised and delighted. He turned to look at Bai Yuhao, understanding in his heart that the extra level 2 brain core must have been secretly added by Bai Yuhao. Clearly, he was worried that a score of 7 might be too low to secure a spot in the elite group, so he lent a helping hand. Among the more than 200 new warriors who completed the assessment, most scored only 2 or 3 points, with only a few managing to achieve 7 points or higher. Of course, there were some who performed exceptionally well, among whom Bai Yuhao scored as high as 17 points, even after giving Chen Ning 2 points. Although Chen Ning successfully entered the elite group, his performance within the group could only be considered average to below average. The butcher instructor drove Chen Ning and the other trainees who had completed the assessment back to the Bluebird base. From this moment on, Chen Ning and his batch of newcomers could finally leave the title of newcomer behind and truly become Imperial warriors. The training camp granted them a 2-day holiday, and the 50-member elite group that Chen Ning belonged to received a reward of 3 gold coins, while ordinary soldiers were given 5 silver coins. In the apocalyptic era, gold and silver coins are universal currencies in global civilized zones, along with the existence of copper coins. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins, which equals 100 copper coins, and the value of 1 copper coin is roughly $1. In metropolitan civilized zones, the price of a loaf of bread is 1 copper coin. Therefore, the 3 gold coins Chen Ning and his group obtained amounted to a considerable fortune. The Bluebird base is extremely large, capable of accommodating over 5,000 people living there. The base is practically like a small town. As a result, it has everything: restaurants, general stores, tailor shops, and even taverns. Of course, previously, these places were off limits to Chen Ning and other new recruits. Only instructors and veteran soldiers had the right to make purchases. But now, after completing their first phase of training, they are officially recognized as warriors. Especially for Chen Ning's elite group, their future looks even brighter. The previous restrictions have been lifted, and Chen Ning and his group have gained access to these places. Thus, whether it was Chen Ning, who successfully joined the elite group, or the 150 trainees who became became regular soldiers, everyone was in high spirits, holding the newly acquired gold and silver coins, and joyfully came here to celebrate. Cigarettes in the general store and drinks in the tavern are always the most attractive and best-selling items for the soldiers. As night fell, Bai Yuhao dragged Chen Ning to the tavern, insisting on having a few drinks to celebrate. Bai Yuhao, with his strong abilities and background in a powerful aristocratic family, naturally had no shortage of friends. Besides Chen Ning, there were 2 other boys and 1 girl, all of whom were trainees from this batch and members of the elite group. The 2 boys are twin brothers, the elder one named Luo Long and the younger one named Luo Hu. Bai Yuhao usually calls them Big Luo and Little Luo. The girl is named Su Luo. She is delicate and charming, with a graceful figure. When she smiles, 2 shallow dimples appear on her cheeks, making her look very pure. However, the occasional glint of cunning in her eyes makes Chen Ning realize that she is not as simple as she appears. After all, any girl who has managed to endure in the training camp until now must be no ordinary character. The Big Luo and Little Luo brothers are burly and as strong as iron towers. They have rough personalities and an astonishing capacity for alcohol. Bai Yuhao may seem refined and cultured, and Su Luo may appear pure and lovely, but their drinking abilities are equally impressive. Chen Ning rarely drinks alcohol in his daily life. After all, in the post-apocalyptic era, alcohol is a luxury, and as someone from a poor background, he could hardly afford it. So after a few glasses of baijiu, his cheeks immediately turned red. At drinking gatherings, the less skilled someone is at drinking, the more likely they are to be pressured into drinking. De Luo and Xiao Luo, these 2 guys, appear rough on the surface but are quite cunning at heart. Seeing Chen Ning's face turn red, they started relentlessly urging him to drink. Bai Yuhao couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he smiled and suggested, "Drinking like this is boring. How about we play a game while drinking? What do you think?" De Luo and Xiao Luo didn't mind at all, as they were familiar with dice games and rock paper scissors and often played them. So De Luo asked Bai Yuhao, "Young Master Bai, what game should we play?" Bai Yuhao turned his gaze to Su Luo and said with a smile, "Miss Su, do you have any good suggestions?" Su Luo chuckled and said, "Then let's play dice. The person with the lowest score has to drink a glass of wine as punishment. Of course, if you don't want to drink, you'll have to accept a prank. How about that?" Everyone agreed to Su Luo's proposal. She then called over the tavern waiter to bring a large bowl and 3 dice, ready to start. Su Luo casually tossed the dice, which rolled in the large bowl before finally stopping to show 556, totaling 16 points. Chen Ning frowned slightly. He noticed that Su Luo's dice-throwing movements were very skillful, clearly indicating frequent play or practice. Next, Bai Yuhao and the brothers De Luo and Xiao Luo took turns throwing the dice, all scoring over 14 points. This made Chen Ning smile wryly, as these guys were obviously seasoned players with great technique, able to roll such high numbers. When it was Chen Ning's turn, he could only rely on luck. He casually threw the dice, resulting in a total of 112, which added up to 4 points, making it the lowest score among the group. Su Luo giggled, Chen Ning lost. Big Luo jeered, "Hurry up and drink, a big glass of white liquor." Little Luo blinked and said mischievously, "Not drinking is fine too, but then you'll have to accept our teasing." Chen Ning drank some white liquor and really didn't want to drink anymore, so he couldn't help but ask, "What kind of teasing?" Bai Yuhao replied with a smile, "There's no set rule, everyone can make suggestions, as long as it's not excessive." After hearing this, Chen Ning said, "Alright, I choose not to drink the penalty wine and am willing to accept your prank." So, Su Luo, Bai Yuhao, and De Luo and Xiao Luo began discussing how to prank Chen Ning. Finally, Su Luo smiled and said, "Chen Ning, we've decided that your little prank will be to say I like you to the next person who walks through the tavern door." Chen Ning was startled. "Oh my god, this prank is a bit too much, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ning heard a burst of wild laughter nearby. It turned out to be a man wearing a woman's dress and dancing. However, he only danced for a few seconds before blushing furiously, tearing off the dress, and awkwardly returning to his companion's table. Chen Ning was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood that this guy must have lost a game and was being teased by his companions. It seemed that in the tavern, such things were quite common. Compared to dancing in a dress, saying "I like you" to the next person who walked through the door was much easier and less embarrassing. Even if the next customer was a man, everyone understood the atmosphere here, and no one would take it seriously. With this in mind, Chen Ning decided to accept the prank. "Alright, I'll say I like you to the next person who walks through the door." As he spoke, Chen Ning braced himself, stood up, and walked toward the door. Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, and De Luo Xiao Luo all watched with great interest, eagerly anticipating Chen Ning's embarrassment. He waited quietly at the door, sneaking a glance outside and spotting a young female warrior walking in this direction, which made him secretly delighted. In the base, male warriors accounted for 90%, while female warriors made up only 10%. Chen Ning was quite worried that the next person to walk into the tavern would be a man. Although it was a joke, saying "I like you" to a man would be unbearably awkward. Chen Ning felt slightly relieved and quietly waited for the female warrior to come in. However, he had no idea that the female warrior walked straight past the tavern entrance without entering. Instead, a tall, striking beauty instructor wearing a black tight-fitting shirt and a pencil skirt, stepping confidently in long military boots, strode in with her head held high. Poor Chen Ning was still silently reciting "I like you" in his heart, ready to quickly say it out loud the moment she walked in. Just then, as the beautiful officer stepped into the tavern, Chen Ning blurted out, "Miss, I like you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized something was wrong, because the beauty before him was not the ordinary female soldier from earlier, but a female officer dressed in an instructor's uniform. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this female officer was none other than Jiang Qing, the one who had previously broken one of his ribs with a kick. Instantly, he felt his scalp tingle with fear, and only one thought filled his mind. Damn, why is it this tigress? I'm doomed. Jian Sheng rarely visited the tavern, but today she came at someone's invitation. She hadn't dressed up and was still wearing her instructor's uniform. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the tavern, a young man confessed his feelings to her. This made her pause for a moment, and then her delicate face darkened, her gaze revealing a hint of coldness. When Jian Sheng recognized the audacious young man as Chen Ning, the cold smile in her eyes became even more pronounced. Not long ago, Chen Ning had been kicked and had his ribs broken by her for peeking at her neckline. Yet, to her surprise, this guy showed no remorse and was now teasing her again in front of so many people. She looked at Chen Ning, whose face was pale and forehead covered in cold sweat, and a mischievous expression appeared on her face. She teased, "Beauty? TSK, Chen Ning, you really have guts, daring to call me a beauty and even confessing to me?" The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone in the tavern stared in shock at Chen Ning's confession to instructor Jian Sheng. All were dumbfounded. Even Bai Yuhao and Su Luo exchanged glances, realizing that things had gone too far this time. All the soldiers understood that instructors like Butcher, Hawkeye, and Jian Sheng were absolutely not to be trifled with. In the soldiers' minds, these instructors were practically like gods of death. Just look at Chen Ning's batch of recruits. Out of 1,000, only 200 survived in the end. This alone showed how terrifying and ruthless these instructors were. So usually, everyone tried to avoid instructors like Jian Sheng whenever possible. But tonight, unexpectedly, Chen Ning, this clueless kid, actually dared to flirt with Major Jian Sheng. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: this guy is like a mouse licking a cat's nose, he's really asking for death. When Chen Ning saw the cold sneer in Jian Sheng's eyes, he became even more uneasy and hurriedly tried to explain. He wanted to tell her that he had only lost a drinking game with Bai Yuhao and the others and was being teased into making a harmless joke. But before he could speak, a loud male voice rang out from behind him, "Jian Sheng." Chen Ning couldn't help but turn around, along with Jian Sheng and the other patrons in the tavern hall, to look in the direction of the voice. At the staircase on the second floor, a tall man wearing a black, high-collared instructor's uniform was coming down quickly with two subordinates. The people around saw the man and began to discuss him. Chen Ning vaguely heard someone say, "This is the newly transferred instructor named Shiryu. It's said that the Shir family has significant influence in the military. I really don't understand why he would be transferred to a place like this, where even birds don't bother to perch, to be an instructor." Immediately after, someone whispered, "It's said that Shiryu and Jian Sheng were officers from the same cohort. He has always harbored feelings of admiration for Jian Sheng. This transfer to our place as an instructor is clearly to pursue Major Jian Sheng." When Chen Ning heard these murmurs, his expression instantly turned even darker. He hadn't expected Jian Sheng's admirer to be here. To think he had just confessed to Jian Sheng in front of Shiryu, it was truly asking for trouble. Now, he could only silently pray that Shiryu hadn't heard his confession earlier, even though it was just a joke. Jian Sheng had originally been speaking to Chen Ning with a mischievous smile on her face, but when she saw Shiryu approaching with two subordinates, her expression immediately reverted to her usual cold demeanor. She said indifferently to Shiryu, "Major Shir, long time no see." "Jian Sheng, you can just call me Shiryu. Using my rank feels too formal," Shiryu said, his gaze shifting to Chen Ning. As a man, he was naturally sensitive about his woman being with another guy. Shiryu glanced at Chen Ning twice, intentionally or unintentionally, then casually asked, "Jian Sheng, who is he?" Chen Ning looked at Jian Sheng with hopeful eyes, wishing she would show mercy and let him off the hook. However, to his surprise, Jian Sheng's captivating eyes lingered on him for a moment, a hint of mischief flashing within them. She smiled faintly and said to Shiryu, "He's one of my trainee soldiers, named Chen Ning." Jian Sheng paused, then blinked at Chen Ning and said, "Chen Ning, what did you just say? Did you say you like me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ning's face turned pale instantly, and he felt the two murderous glares from Shiryu directed at him. He wanted to explain, but Jian Sheng cut him off. "Ha, I know you were injured by the grizzly last time, and I treated your wound. It's understandable that you feel grateful and have developed some affection for me. However, you need to focus on your training now and improve your strength. Matters of the heart can wait until you've completed the second phase of training, okay?" The people around were stunned when they heard Jian Sheng's words. Chen Ning himself was completely dumbfounded. Everyone thought that Chen Ning, daring to the extreme by confessing to Jian Sheng, would surely be harshly dealt with by her. Unexpectedly, not only did she not reject him, but she also encouraged Chen Ning to train well and told him that matters of the heart could be discussed after the second phase days of training. This was clearly hinting that Chen Ning had a chance. Now, everyone around looked at Chen Ning with envy, though quite a few felt jealous, and the most jealous of all was naturally Shiryu. If looks could kill, Chen Ning would have been killed 100 times over by Shiryu's glare. Only Chen Ning himself understood that Jin Cheng definitely didn't have feelings for him. He vaguely suspected that Jin Cheng's ambiguous attitude toward him might be to provoke Shiryu. Was she trying to make Shiryu jealous, or was she hinting to Shiryu that she already had someone she admired? After finishing her words, Jin Cheng no longer paid attention to Chen Ning and walked with the visibly upset Shiryu to a private room on the second floor to drink. In the private room, Jin Cheng noticed a few empty seats. Shiryu explained, I also invited Colonel Butcher and Hawkeye and the others. They haven't arrived yet, so let's catch up first. By the way, you and that guy named Chen Ning, Jin Cheng said with a faint smile. Chen Ning is brave and resolute. I have a very good impression of him. Shiryu became anxious after hearing this. Jin Cheng, actually Jin Cheng interrupted Shiryu, laughing, our Jin family and your Shir family are both noble families. We've known each other since childhood and are like siblings. Shiryu felt frustrated. Why did Jin Cheng always fail to understand his feelings? Clearly, his affection for her was romantic, yet she kept insisting that their relationship was sibling-like. Shiryu couldn't help but want to clarify his emotions, but just then, the door to the private room was opened. A burly butcher, a cold-eyed eagle, and several other instructors walked in one after another. The butcher was a lieutenant colonel, the highest authority in the Bluebird training camp. Shiryu, having been transferred here as an instructor, was considered under the butcher's command. Seeing the butcher, he had no choice but to abandon his intention of confessing his love to Jin Cheng, stand up, salute, shake hands, and exchange greetings. Witnessing this scene, Jin Cheng felt a slight sense of relief. Shiryu was truly persistent. She had deliberately transferred to the remote Bluebird base, a place where even birds wouldn't bother to perch, just to avoid Shiryu. Yet, to her surprise, he had followed her here. Chen Ning, under the peculiar gazes of the crowd in the tavern hall, returned to the table where Bai Yuhao and the others were seated and sat down. Bai Yuhao apologized with a guilty expression. Chen Ning, we didn't expect that the one who came in would be Major Jin Cheng. We've caused you a lot of trouble. De Luo and Xiao Luo dared not speak, while Su Luo whispered, actually, Instructor Jin Cheng isn't foolish. She knows the situation in the tavern and can probably guess that this was just a little prank among drinkers. She likely won't make things difficult for you, right? Su Luo blinked and said to Chen Ning, Instructor Jin Cheng didn't reject you outright. Maybe that means you have a chance. If you really end up with Instructor Jin Cheng, don't forget to thank us. Chen Ning smiled bitterly. Stop it. She didn't reject my joking confession, but it's definitely related to Major Shiryu. I feel like she wants to use me as an emotional shield. Bai Yuhao's expression became serious. If that's the case, then you need to be very careful. He lowered his voice and said, Shiryu is also from Vermilion Bird City, arrogant in character, and someone who holds grudges. Moreover, as far as I know, Shiryu's sister is Lu Shi's mother. Chen Ning, you need to be cautious. Bai Yuhao's words were very clear. Shiryu's presence wasn't just about pursuing Jianqing, it might also be related to Lu Shi's death. When ordinary trainees die on the night of the assessment, no one bothers to look for their bodies. But Lu Shi is different. He comes from a prominent aristocratic family, and after his death, the Lu family will definitely send someone to retrieve his body. Lu Shi, Su Chang, Gao Feng, Qin Wenxuan, and others are all dead. Nearby, there is only a two-headed zombie. The Lu family will definitely become suspicious because this two-headed zombie is far from capable of killing Lu Shi and the others, and Qin Wenxuan's fatal wound was not caused by a zombie. Therefore, Bai Yuhao subtly reminded Chen Ning that Shiryu's arrival might be related to Lu Shi's death. Chen Ning felt a headache, but at this point, he could only move forward step by step. After all, Lu Shi's body had been drained of blood, and even if the Lu family became suspicious, it was unlikely they would suspect him of the murder. The next day, Chen Ning, along with Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, De Luo, Xiao Luo, and 50 elite group warriors, attended class in the classroom. From now on, they would have morning classes under Professor Jin Cheng, physical training with the butcher in the afternoon, and self-cultivation in the evening. Previously, Instructor Jin Cheng had mentioned to Chen Ning and the others that there are two paths for the cultivation of imperial warriors. Those without talent, or with ordinary talent, can only follow the technological cultivation route. They rely on postnatal training and various auxiliary aids such as Angel's Kiss recovery potions or genetic serums to enhance their strength. However, most people's strength generally only advances to the level of a battle commander, beyond which further improvement becomes difficult. Therefore, imperial warriors who follow the technological cultivation route have limited potential. Truly formidable warriors, especially those aiming to reach the level of a valiant commander, must follow the cultivation path inherited from the military. In fact, when the Bluebird base selected 1,000 new recruits, they had already secretly tested the cultivation talents of these applicants and quietly recruited those with decent talent and physique. Thus, most of the newcomers in Chen Ning's batch possessed the talent to cultivate the military's secret techniques. But there are exceptions. The exception was Chen Ning, who was recommended to the the Bluebird training camp by Major Luo Ho of the Black Shark Corps. He was admitted as a special case, but his cultivation talent remains unknown. Jian Sheng took out 50 bottles of red potion and distributed them to Chen Ning and the other trainees, instructing everyone to drink them. Jian Sheng explained, these potions are used to activate the martial vein nodes within your bodies. Each person has 12 nodes, symbolizing 12 levels of strength. The line connecting these 12 nodes is called the martial vein. Lighting up the lowest node means you have officially become a level 1 soldier. Lighting up 2 nodes makes you a level 2 soldier. Lighting up 3 nodes makes you a level 3 soldier. If you can light up the 4th node, it signifies that you have achieved the strength of a level 4 warrior. If you are fortunate enough to light up all 12 nodes, you will have reached the pinnacle, becoming a level 12 general level powerhouse. Of course, this is virtually impossible. If you can light up 7 nodes in your lifetime and elevate your strength to the level 7 commander rank, that will be enough for you to dominate in many places. After drinking the activation potion, everyone closed their eyes to feel it. Soon, they sensed the martial vein connecting the 12 nodes within their bodies. Everyone was extremely excited because they could finally begin cultivating and truly step into the threshold of becoming strong. Someone couldn't wait and asked Jian Sheng, "Instructor, how do we light up these martial vein nodes?" Jian Sheng distributed a textbook to everyone, with a few words written on it, Tiger Vanguard Technique. Jian Sheng said, the Tiger Vanguard Technique is the only cultivation secret of the military in the Huaxia Empire. Compared to the exclusive secrets of other aristocratic families, the Tiger Vanguard Technique is simple and unadorned. It doesn't offer quick results or shortcuts, but it is fair. Only those with good talent and who diligently cultivate can gradually and steadily improve their strength. She paused and continued, the Tiger Vanguard Technique is the military's secret skill practiced by all imperial warriors, majors, and even generals. Some people can cultivate it to the point of illuminating 12 nodes of their martial veins, becoming a level 12 general class powerhouse. Now, try it yourselves and see how many nodes you can illuminate. Everyone in the classroom began practicing according to the method described in the Tiger Vanguard Technique, attempting to illuminate the martial vein nodes within their bodies. Bai Yuhao was the first to succeed, lighting up 4 nodes in one go. When he attempted to light up the 5th node, he immediately felt a sharp pain and let out a miserable groan, forcing him to stop trying. Jian Chang checked Bai Yuhao and then said, you've already lit up 4 nodes, reaching the level of a 4th tier warrior. To light up more nodes, you must diligently practice the Tiger Bend technique. The martial vein is like an electric wire, the nodes are like light bulbs, and the Tiger Bend technique is the generator. To light up more nodes, you need to work hard on cultivating the Tiger Bend technique, accumulating more martial power to light up additional nodes. Moreover, as the number of nodes increases, the martial power required for cultivation also grows. Forcing yourself to light up your martial vein nodes will only cause unbearable pain, and in severe cases, it could even lead to your body exploding in death. Other trainees also lit up their martial vein nodes. The more skilled ones managed to light up 3 or even 4 nodes, while the less talented ones could light up 2. Chen Ning, however, remained puzzled and confused. Instructor Jian Sheng had said that everyone only had 1 martial vein, but he discovered that he actually had 2 martial veins within his body. A black martial vein shrouded in dark energy, and another white martial vein shimmering with silver light. Following the cultivation method of the Tiger Bend technique, Chen Ning attempted to inject his martial power into these 2 veins. In the end, each vein only lit up a single node. Chen Ning was dumbfounded. For others, their martial power was sufficient to sustain 1 vein, but he had to sustain 2. It was like others only needing to raise 1 child, while he had to raise 2. Doesn't that mean, to light up the same number of nodes as others, he would have to put in twice the effort to cultivate? At that moment, Jian Shang walked up to Chen Ning and reached out to examine the condition of his martial veins on his forehead. The black martial vein shrouded in dark energy within Chen Ning immediately concealed itself during Jian Qing's inspection, leaving only the white martial vein shimmering with silver light visible. Jiang Qing ultimately only discovered the white martial vein within Chen Ning's body and lit up just 1 node. Disappointed, she said, your cultivation talent is very poor. Your martial power has only lit up 1 node, giving you the strength of a level 1 warrior. To make progress, you must put in several times the effort of an ordinary person. Not far away, Bai Yuhao frowned as he looked at Chen Ning, thinking to himself, Chen Ning's strength is clearly more than just a level 1 warrior. At this moment, Chen Ning's black martial vein reappeared, complementing the white martial vein, with each lighting up 1 node. Chen Ning was stunned, thinking to himself, now that both my black and white martial veins have lit up 1 node, what does that make my strength? A dual-powered level 1 warrior? After class, when instructor Jian Chang walked out of the room, the others, apart from being immersed in the joy of igniting their martial vein nodes, looked at Chen Ning with eyes full of pity. After all, this was the elite group, where only 50 people were selected from 1,000 new warriors, yet Chen Ning happened to have the strength of just a level 1 warrior. This was particularly ironic and made people doubt his abilities. Most of the people around looked at Chen Ning with the gaze reserved for the weak, and some even sneered coldly, saying, the weakest among us here are level 2 warriors, and most are level 3 warriors. This guy is actually just a level 1 warrior. I wonder how he managed to hunt level 3 and level 2 zombies during the assessment. The person who said this was Xiao Zihao. He had not been in the same group as Chen Ning before, but he was the strongest new warrior in another group. During this activation of martial veins, like Bai Yuhao, he directly ignited 4 nodes, becoming one of the few level 4 generals in the elite group. Xiao Zihao had a good relationship with Lu Shi. Both came from noble families in Vermilion Bird City and had agreed to reunite in the elite group. However, Xiao Zihao later received news that Lu Shi had died on the night of the assessment. Xiao Zihao had always found Lu Shi's death highly suspicious. Lu Shi was quite strong and had 2 fundamental supports, yet on the night of the assessment, Lu Shi and his 2 supports all perished. This made Xiao Zihao question the cause of Lu Shi's death. Today, upon seeing Chen Ning, who had only activated 1 martial vein node, Xiao Zihao immediately recalled that Lu Shi had once mentioned having a grudge against Chen Ning. Thus, Xiao Zihao developed strong suspicions about Chen Ning. He even suspected that it was Chen Ning who had used despicable means to ambush Lu Shi and the others on the night of the assessment. For instance, while Lu Shi was locked in fierce combat with a level 3 assault zombie, Chen Ning might have attacked from behind, causing the deaths of Lu Shi and the others, and then seized the brain cores they had obtained from killing zombies, ultimately deceiving everyone to enter the elite group. Otherwise, how could a mere level 1 soldier possibly hunt down so many zombies? Xiao Zihao deliberately spoke loud enough for Chen Ning to hear, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. The people around them clearly heard as well and began to scrutinize Chen Ning with suspicious looks. Chen Ning heard Xiao Zihao's sarcastic remarks, frowned slightly, and looked at him with displeasure. What do you mean? As a level 4 warrior from a powerful aristocratic family, Xiao Zihao's strength and family background completely overshadowed Chen Ning, so he had no fear of him. Faced with Chen Ning's questioning, Xiao Zihao's lips curled slightly, his gaze coldly fixed on Chen Ning. I don't mean anything. I just think it's impossible for a useless person like you to achieve such dazzling results on the night of the assessment. Besides, I know you had a grudge against my friend Lu Shi. I strongly suspect you used underhanded means to harm Lu Shi and steal his achievements. Otherwise, how could a level 1 soldier like you possibly defeat a level 3 zombie? Who are you trying to fool? The people around sensed the tense atmosphere between Xiao Zihao and Chen Ning, increasingly doubting Chen Ning's performance on the assessment night. Although Chen Ning's martial power only illuminated 1 node each on the black and white martial veins, he knew deep down that his strength was far beyond that. However, due to the dual martial veins, he was unsure how to measure his true capabilities. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing the secret of his dual martial veins, fearing it might be related to his demigod identity. Now, faced with Xiao Zihao's aggressive attitude and the skeptical gazes of the surrounding trainees, Chen Ning felt the only solution was to step forward, challenge Xiao Zihao to a duel, and prove that he was not as weak as being merely a first-level warrior as claimed. Just as Chen Ning stood up with a heavy expression, Bai Yuhao, not far away, keenly sensed Chen Ning's intentions. He knew well that while Chen Ning's strength exceeded that of a first-level warrior, his true power was likely between second-level and third-level warriors. Xiao Zihao, however, was a 4th-level warlord, and if Chen Ning were to duel him, he would likely suffer a disadvantage. Thus, before Chen Ning could issue a challenge to Xiao Zihao, Bai Yuhao walked over to Chen Ning's side and, with a cheerful smile, said to Xiao Zihao, "Ha, Xiao Zihao, even Instructor Butcher never questioned Chen Ning's assessment results. Accusing someone without evidence is a bit of a bully move, isn't it?" Xiao Zihao was originally very arrogant. Although he and Chen Ning were both members of the elite group, he completely disregarded Chen Ning and even wanted to find an excuse to get rid of him. Just now, he had been deliberately provoking Chen Ning, trying to make him angry enough to step forward and prove his strength, ideally challenging him, so that he could openly eliminate him. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuhao intervened halfway. Xiao Zihao knew Bai Yuhao's background. The Bai family held a significant position in Vermilion Bird City and even within the Imperial Army, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Seeing Bai Yuhao step forward to support Chen Ning, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Bai Yuhao, this is a grudge between me and Chen Ning. Why are you meddling?" Bai Yuhao glanced at Chen Ning and smiled politely. "The reason is simple. First, Chen Ning is my friend. Second, I believe in him." Xiao Zihao hadn't expected the usually aloof Bai Yuhao to consider Chen Ning, a so-called waste from the slums, as a friend, which surprised him greatly. He gave Bai Yuhao and Chen Ning a deep look before finally saying to Bai Yuhao, "That waste is your friend, and Lu Shi is mine." Xiao Zihao finished speaking, then turned his head to coldly glare at Chen Ning, threatening, "Kid, this time, for Bai Xiao's sake, I'll let you off the hook for now, but you'd better not fall into my hands in the future, and don't let me find out that you were the one who killed Lu Shi. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a miserable death." After speaking, Xiao Zihao lifted his foot and left the classroom, followed by 5 or 6 people. It was clear that Xiao Zihao had quite a few subordinates in the elite group. The surrounding people also left with varied expressions. Although Chen Ning and Xiao Zihao hadn't fought, most people still believed Xiao Zihao's words. After all, Chen Ning had only demonstrated the strength of a level 1 combat soldier, which logically wouldn't allow him to hunt so many zombies during the assessment night. Chen Ning turned to look at Bai Yuhao and said with a bitter smile, "You helped me again, just now. Thank you. Bai Yuhao replied lazily. Thank me for what? Do you think the word friend is just for show? Come on, let's go have lunch. There's training in the afternoon. Besides, Instructor Butcher once said that students who make it into the elite group will receive generous rewards. I heard Butcher is going to personally hand out the rewards. We can look forward to that. Chen Ning went to the cafeteria with Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo. After finishing their meal, they returned to the dormitory. Since joining the elite group, their treatment had significantly improved. They no longer lived in communal dormitories but had their own small private dormitories. Although the dormitories were small, only a few square meters and barely enough to fit a bed, they were considered quite decent in the military camp. The main reason was that these 50 individuals were all students of the Butcher instructor, receiving focused training and destined to become officers in the Phoenix Corps in the future. Additionally, the private dormitories allowed everyone to quietly practice the Tiger Vanguard technique without external disturbances. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began practicing the Tiger Vanguard technique. With dual martial veins, he had to work even harder and pay double the effort to catch up to the levels of others. During his practice, Chen Ning sensed illusions appearing in his consciousness. In the pitch-black environment, there was a dried-up lake in the center, a black martial vein shrouded in dark energy on the left, and a white martial vein shimmering with silver light on the right. Both martial veins had 12 nodes, with the first node at the bottom already lit up. Chen Ning began training according to the guidance of the Tiger Bend technique. As he practiced, a drop of water fell into the dried-up lake. It turned out that this drop of water represented the martial power gained through training. Continuous practice was necessary to obtain more drops of water. When the dried-up lake was filled and stored enough martial power, he could attempt to illuminate other nodes of the black and white martial veins again. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Chen Ning noticed that when practicing the Tiger Bend technique, he initially gained martial power drops at a faster rate, with 1 drop per second. However, as time went on, the speed of acquiring drops gradually slowed down, eventually reducing to just 1 drop per minute in the final moments. He opened his eyes and stopped training, recalling the words of instructor Jian Xing. The Tiger Bend technique must be combined with physical training to sustain continuous practice. Physical training provides energy to the body, and only when the body stores enough energy can the Tiger Bend technique produce martial power drops. Therefore, the best training method is to do physical training for half a day, followed by meditative practice with the Tiger Bend technique for the other half. At 2 p.m., the piercing assembly whistle sounded. Chen Ning sprang up from his bed, quickly dressed, and dashed to the training ground like lightning. He joined the other elite group warriors, all standing as straight as javelins. The burly Butcher instructor, shirtless and with a cigar in his mouth, exuded a rugged demeanor as he approached with several subordinates. The Butcher glanced around at the crowd and said heartily, "I mentioned before that there would be rewards for entering the elite group. However, the rewards are not the same for everyone. The most important thing is that they are suitable for you and beneficial to you." Next, the Butcher began distributing the rewards. The prizes were varied, but most people received the bone cleansing elixir, a medicine that could repair old injuries and enhance one's strength by 1 level. However, disciples from prominent families like Xiao Zihao and Bai Yuhao could only smile wryly at receiving the elixir, as they had already obtained this rare medicine from their families before. Since the bone cleansing elixir cannot be used a second time, they were left feeling helpless. Chen Ning, however, did not receive the bone cleansing elixir. The Butcher believed Chen Ning only had the strength of a first-level soldier, yet he had managed to kill multiple zombies during the assessment night, which was truly remarkable. As a result, Chen Ning's reward was exceptionally generous. It was a standard Tang sword, the kind only high-ranking officers had the chance to obtain. This sword had a name, Dragon Feng. Straight and sharp, ancient yet elegant, it was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon. Many people looked enviously at the Tang Dao Longya in Chen Ning's hand, especially Xiao Zihao, whose eyes revealed a burning greed. In his view, how could a useless person like Chen Ning deserve such a fine blade? After awarding the prizes, the Butcher immediately began formal training. The Butcher's training requirements were even stricter than those of Hawkeye, demanding everyone to run at full speed for an hour on the 1,000-meter training field and complete 600 squats with 100 pounds within 2 hours. For all exercises involving punching sandbags and kicking tree stumps, participants had to break the sandbags and snap tree stumps as thick as a bowl's rim to pass. Most people secretly complained, as the Butcher's training was simply a devilish test. However, Chen Ning had no complaints and instead threw himself into the training with enthusiasm. While others ran deliberately to conserve energy, maintaining a moderate pace, Chen Ning sprinted with all his might from the start, like a wild horse unleashed. Of course, he was able to maintain such speed for the first half hour, but during the latter half hour, he began to struggle. His stamina started to decline, and he gradually slowed down. While others continued at their steady pace, Chen Ning was already drenched in sweat, like an exhausted old ox, panting heavily and gritting his teeth to persevere. In the team, Xiao Zihao sneered softly, "Heh, stupidity has no cure. Sprinting right from the start, now he's too exhausted to run run, isn't he? Bai Yuhao glanced behind him and saw Chen Ning gritting his teeth, still giving his all to keep running. His thoughts were the complete opposite of Xiao Ziheo's. He understood that the effectiveness of cultivating the Tiger Bend technique was directly proportional to the intensity of physical training. The harder one trained physically, the more energy the body stored. Chen Ning's relentless training was simply to store more energy, so that when he practiced the Tiger Bend technique at night, the results would be even more remarkable. Not only did Bai Yuhao notice Chen Ning's intentions, but even the butcher, observing coldly from not far away, had also taken note. The corners of the butcher's mouth lifted slightly, finding this young man quite interesting. Despite only being at the level of a first-tier combat soldier, he had managed to slay multiple zombies during the assessment night. Moreover, the resilience Chen Ning displayed was precisely what the butcher admired. He felt that awarding the Tang Dao Longye to Chen Ning was indeed the right choice, and he held great expectations for Chen Ning's future. Besides the butcher, there were two other instructors nearby. One was the tall and stunningly beautiful Jiansheng, and the other was the newly arrived instructor Shiryu. Shiryu used the excuse of being unfamiliar with the Qingyao base to ask Jiansheng to show him around and help him get acquainted with the environment. Jiansheng, though aware that Shiryu was trying to create opportunities to spend time alone with her, couldn't refuse due to their friendship and professional relationship. Thus, she brought Shiryu to the training ground, where they happened to see Chen Ning and the others training. Jiansheng noticed Chen Ning, who was training relentlessly without holding back, and sensitively perceived his determination to become stronger and his extraordinary resilience. Shiryu, on the other hand, noticed the faint admiration in Jiansheng's eyes when she looked at Chen Ning, and jealousy surged in his heart. He coldly stared at Chen Ning, who was struggling to move his legs in the distance, and sneered, "That Chen Ning is really foolish, completely clueless about technique, only knows how to blindly push himself. He started off running fast, but now he's fallen to the very back." Jiansheng responded calmly, "This isn't foolishness, it's a serious attitude. He gave his all from the very beginning and is still holding nothing back until the end." Shiryu snorted coldly, "But now he's clearly lagging behind. This approach is both wrong and stupid." As Shiryu said this, he turned to ask the butcher, "Colonel, Chen Ning is running so slowly now, which doesn't align with your requirement of running for an hour, does it? Would this be considered failing, and should he face punishment?" Although the butcher was rough and ruthless, he was not foolish. His thoughts aligned with Jiansheng's. Chen Ning's intense training might seem foolish, but as long as he persisted, it was possible that in a few days, while others were jogging leisurely, Chen Ning could maintain a high-speed sprint for an hour. Only by crazily challenging one's limits could one truly make significant progress. However, Shiryu's words did make sense. Although Chen Ning could run fast at the beginning, he was now exhausted and running slowly, which was unacceptable. Therefore, after an hour of running training, the butcher, with a blank expression, criticized Chen Ning's performance in the latter half, pointing out that he had slowed down. Then, he swung the punishment whip and lashed Chen Ning's back 3 times. Chen Ning stood upright like a javelin, enduring the punishment without expression. The people around suddenly felt that he resembled a younger version of the butcher. The punishment whip struck Chen Ning's back, tearing his skin and flesh, and his blood stained his clothes red. The expressions of those around varied. Bai Yuhao and Jianxing frowned, while Shiryu and Xiao Zihao gloated. After finishing the 3 lashes, the butcher coldly said to everyone, "This is the consequence of failing to complete the training task properly." Dismissed. After announcing the disbandment, Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, and De Luo Xiao Luo hurried over to help Chen Ning up. Bai Yuhao, unable to maintain his usual composure, smiled wryly and said to Chen Ning, "Chen Ning, are you crazy or what? Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Chen Ning managed a difficult smile. "It's fine, I can hold on." Su Luo said irritably, "You can hold on, huh? I'm really afraid the butcher instructor will beat you to death." At that moment, Jian Chang walked over in her tall military boots and calmly said to Chen Ning, "Go to the military medical office and find Fang Zhang. Have him treat you and tell him I sent you." If there is no order from an officer, injured soldiers in training cannot go to the military doctor for treatment. Therefore, Bai Yuhao and Su Luo, along with a few others, expressed their gratitude to Jian Chang on behalf of Chen Ning after hearing her words. Then, they hurriedly helped Chen Ning to the military doctor. Su Luo even whispered to Chen Ning, "Oh my, instructor Jian Chang actually personally instructed you to go to the military doctor. She really takes special care of you. Chen Ning, you might actually have a chance." Chen Ning smiled wryly. "Su Luo, stop talking nonsense. Are you trying to get me killed?" The butcher instructor, who had just walked away not far, turned back and saw Jian Cheng instructing Chen Ning to go to the military doctor. Feeling slightly surprised, he glanced at Jian Cheng again and revealed a smile akin to that of a father looking at his daughter. However, Major Shiryu saw Jian Cheng showing concern for Chen Ning in this scene. Although he also felt that Jian Cheng purely admired Chen Ning's relentless training and was helping him because of that, his heart was still filled with jealousy. He stared darkly at Chen Ning's back, his heart brimming with hatred. When the elderly man Fang Zhang saw Chen Ning, a flash of delight appeared in his eyes. Despite his somewhat intimidating appearance, he showed a kind expression when looking at Chen Ning. After tending to his injuries, Chen Ning went to the cafeteria with Bai Yuhao for a meal, and immediately returned to the dormitory after eating. Back in the dormitory, he immediately began practicing the Tiger Bend technique. Soon, he entered the spiritual illusion realm once again. This time, as he practiced the Tiger Bend technique, drops of martial energy fell steadily onto the lake above, and his cultivation speed was more than twice as fast as it had been at noon. Chen Ning was ecstatic. Training so hard really makes the effects of practicing the Tiger Bend technique incredibly rewarding. Chen Ning began practicing the Tiger Battalion technique at dusk and continued until midnight. The previously dried-up lake in his mental realm had now started to become moist. However, to fill the lake with the water source of martial power and attempt to illuminate the next martial vein node, there was still a long way to go. The intense training in the afternoon allowed Chen Ning to sustain his practice of the Tiger Battalion technique for 6 hours this time, yielding significant results. For ordinary Imperial warriors, attending classes in the morning, training in the afternoon, and practicing the Tiger Battalion technique for a few hours at night would already leave them utterly exhausted. At this point, they would typically lie down to sleep and drift into dreams. But Chen Ning couldn't fall asleep after all. He possessed dual martial veins. While others only needed to illuminate one node each time, he had to illuminate one node for both the black and white martial veins, meaning he had to exert twice the effort. During the day, Chen Ning trained, and so did everyone else. In the first half of the night, Chen Ning practiced the Tiger Battalion technique, and so did everyone else. To catch up with others' progress, he had to squeeze out more time. Thus, despite his fatigue, Chen Ning felt little drowsiness and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he sat up with a start, quickly put on his military uniform, and quietly slipped out. In fact, starting from 11 p.m., the base enforced a curfew, prohibiting any random movements or indoor and outdoor activities. In the dead of night, apart from the soldiers on guard duty, only the patrolling security team could be seen around the base. Chen Ning bypassed the soldiers on guard, evaded the patrolling guards, and quietly arrived at the rear of the base. At the back, there was a vast forest, next to which stood a small black building that housed various wild beasts, such as wolves and grizzly bears. Even at night, the occasional cries of the beasts could be heard, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere, and generally, no one would come to this area late at night. Chen Ning had precisely taken advantage of this point, deliberately coming here to secretly continue his physical training so that he could keep practicing the Tiger Bend technique at night. Bang, bang, bang. He entered the forest and began training his fists and sweeping kicks against a tree trunk as thick as two people could wrap their arms around. His fists struck the trunk, or his legs swept and kicked it, producing muffled sounds. These sounds were drowned out by the cries of the beasts in the nearby small black building. At first, Chen Ning was somewhat cautious and did not dare to fully exert himself, but gradually he became more immersed, his fists and legs striking the tree trunk without reservation, producing increasingly loud sounds. Eventually, two soldiers standing guard at the small dark building noticed something unusual. Holding their rifles, the two soldiers quietly approached and, from a distance, saw Chen Ning training. They exchanged glances. If it were an ordinary soldier training here in the middle of the night, they would have been apprehended long ago. However, Chen Ning was a member of the elite group, and the elite group soldiers were all disciples of the butcher, with a significant chance of becoming officers in the future. Thus, the two soldiers dared not act rashly. One kept a distant watch on Chen Ning while the other sprinted off to report to the butcher, as Chen Ning was his disciple. The butcher had not yet gone to sleep. He was reading a letter sent from above, which mentioned that the Phoenix Corps was battling zombies in heavily affected areas and had recently suffered heavy losses. The Corps commander requested that training bases such as the Bluebird Training Camp, Dragon Sparrow Training Camp, and Flamingo Training Camp accelerate the training of soldiers to replenish the ranks of the Phoenix Corps. The butcher had just finished reading the letter when the soldier on duty came to report that a member of the elite team was up in the middle of the night, causing a commotion in the woods behind the base. The butcher frowned slightly and followed the soldier to the back of the base, where he saw Chen Ning training in the woods from a distance, panting heavily. At this moment, Chen Ning's fists and legs were full of power, striking the tree trunks with loud thuds. His knuckles were already bloodied, yet he seemed to have no intention of stopping his training. The butcher's lips curled into a slight smile. This kid really has energy. You two listen up. If you see this kid training here in the middle of the night, just pretend you didn't see anything and let him do his thing. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Butcher. Chen Ning trained relentlessly in the woods for 3 hours before dragging his exhausted body back to the dormitory. Once back, he continued practicing the Tiger Bend technique until nearly dawn, only then feeling satisfied enough to go take a shower. After taking a shower and lying down, he slept for about half an hour before the sharp wake-up whistle outside sounded. Chen Ning, who was deep in sleep, kicked off the blanket and sprang up. Morning classes, afternoon training, grueling training, initially vigorous but later exhausted, followed by lashes. At night, he secretly trained, maximizing his cultivation of the Tiger Vanguard technique. Over the next week, Chen Ning spent his days in this frenzied state. To others, it seemed that Chen Ning was mindlessly training and getting beaten every day, even mocked several times by Xiao Zihao. Little did they know, Chen Ning's reservoir of martial power was increasing day by day. After a week, he finally filled the lake in his mental realm. At this moment, in the dormitory, laboratory, Chen Ning finally welcomed the opportunity to attempt lighting up the second node of his black and white martial veins. Instructor Jin Chang had once told them that when the martial power in the mental lake was fully stored, they could try to light up the next node. Generally, lower-level nodes are relatively easy to light up in one attempt, but the higher the node, the greater the difficulty. Regardless of whether the nodes are successfully illuminated, the martial energy within the spiritual lake will be completely depleted. To attempt illumination again, one must undergo rigorous training and cultivation until the martial energy in the spiritual lake is replenished. Chen Ning sat cross-legged and entered meditation, once again seeing the spiritual lake in his consciousness, flanked by the black and white martial veins on either side, each with 12 nodes. The lowest node of each martial vein had already been illuminated, resembling two towering 12-story high towers with bright bases. Tiger Battalion technique, activate! Chen Ning roared in his heart. As his command echoed, the previously calm spiritual lake suddenly seemed to generate a tornado-like effect, with two whirlpools appearing in the center of the lake. The whirlpools grew faster and larger, eventually creating a suction force so strong that the spinning lake water shot skyward, resembling two soaring water dragons. The two water dragons flew toward the black and white martial veins on either side of the spiritual lake. Chen Ning felt two powerful forces rushing into his body, spreading throughout his meridians, bones, and muscles. The pain was like thousands of steel needles piercing him, instantly causing him immense suffering. Even the always resilient Chen Ning couldn't help but let out a painful groan. His facial muscles twisted, cold sweat poured down, but he gritted his teeth and endured desperately. The martial force from the spiritual lake transformed into two water dragons, fiercely striking the second node of the black and white martial meridians. At the moment the lake water was about to dry up, the two nodes of the black and white martial meridians simultaneously emitted a loud and powerful sound, lighting up together. 1,000 miles away, in Xinglong City, the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire, the empire's Grand Marshal Xiaoke was playing Go with his advisors. Suddenly, his expression changed as if sensing something. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the southern sky. In Xiaoke's surprised gaze and the shocked expressions of his advisors, a surge of purple energy suddenly rose in the southern sky. One advisor couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, could this be the birth of a peerless martial god prodigy?" Xiaoke nodded. "It should be the birth of a promising prodigy, though we don't know whether it's from our empire or a foreign land." The advisor whispered, "No matter whether it's from our empire or a foreign land, as long as it's a human prodigy, that's fine. Just pray it isn't from the zombie nation." Xiaoke agreed. Indeed, if this peerless martial god prodigy turns out to be a newborn from the zombie nation, then humanity's fate will become even more perilous. Xiaoke ordered, "Send word to the military corps in all southern provinces. Be sure to investigate thoroughly and find out where this unparalleled martial god's prodigy has emerged. If it is an anomaly, it must be eradicated before it grows strong." "Yes, Grand Marshal." At this moment, Chen Ning was unaware that the awakening of his dual martial veins had already alarmed the Grand Marshal of the imperial capital thousands of miles away. He was currently immersed in the joy of activating the second node of his black and white martial veins, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Now, he possessed the strength of a dual second-tier combat soldier. The next morning, Chen Ning got up, headed to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then planned to go to the classroom for lessons. As he stepped into the cafeteria entrance, a few people approached him. They were fellow trainees from the same cohort as Chen Ning, though they hadn't entered the elite group and had instead become ordinary soldiers. Leading them was a fair-skinned young man with a cold sneer on his face, named Huang Haifu. Huang Haifu was the son of Xiao Ziheo's family retainer. When Xiao Ziheo joined the army, Huang Haifu followed him. While others served as study companions, Huang Haifu acted as Xiao Ziheo's sparring partner. Originally a lackey of Xiao Ziheo, he accompanied the young master in enlisting. Although he failed to join the elite group, he still stayed by his side. Huang Haifu knew that the young master and Chen Ning were at odds. Last night, he overheard young master Xiao mentioning Chen Ning's award-winning Tang Dao Longya with a tone of envy. So, early in the morning, he brought a few companions to the cafeteria to wait for Chen Ning, planning to seize his Tang Dao Longya. In Huang Haifu's view, the military camp was a world of survival of the fittest. Chen Ning, a mere first-level soldier, was no match for him, a second-level soldier. If he took Chen Ning's Tang Dao, what could Chen Ning do? Cry and complain to the instructor? The instructor wouldn't care about Chen Ning's fate. Huang Haifu arrogantly said to Chen Ning, "Hand over your Longya." Chen Ning was stunned. Hand over what? Huang Haifu pointed at the dragon tooth on Chen Ning's waist and said coldly, "Give me your dragon tooth. A useless person like you doesn't deserve to own this knife. Hand it over obediently, or don't blame me for being rude and smashing your eggs." The corners of Chen Ning's mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a cold smile. "Just you guys?" Huang Haifu hadn't expected that a mere level 1 soldier like Chen Ning would be so arrogant. Could it be that joining the elite group had made him lose his sense of reality and forget his own worth? "Kid, you want to scare me? Do you think I don't know the extent of your useless strength?" Huang Haifu said as he reached out to poke Chen Ning's chest. But he did not succeed. As Huang Haifu's finger reached out, Chen Ning swiftly activated reacted, grabbing Huang Haifu's wrist and stopping his hand mid-motion, preventing it from moving any further. Huang Haifu, with his wrist caught by Chen Ning, did not panic. After all, under normal circumstances, a second-level combat soldier could easily overpower a first-level combat soldier. A glint of confidence flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Fly for me." With a sudden burst of strength in his arm, he attempted to fling Chen Ning away. However, to the surprise of Huang Haifu, his companions, and the onlookers in the cafeteria, his sudden exertion failed to achieve its goal. Chen Ning's grip on his wrist remained firm and unmoving. Huang Haifu's sneer gradually froze, and disbelief filled his eyes. Isn't this guy supposed to have the strength of only a first-level combat soldier? Why does it feel like much more? He struggled a few times but still couldn't break free from Chen Ning's grip. Uneasily, he shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me." Chen Ning's lips curled into a faint smirk, revealing a cold smile. "Let go? Fine, then fly for me." Imitating Huang Haifu's tone from earlier, he exerted force with his arm and suddenly flung him. Huang Haifu's body, weighing over 150 pounds, was directly hurled 2 meters away, crashing into a table with a loud bang. The surrounding onlookers gasped in surprise. Covered in dust and dirt, Huang Haifu struggled to his feet, his face a mix of shock and fury. He ordered his companions angrily, "What are you standing around for? Get him, all of you, take him down. Break his legs and cripple him." Among Huang Haifu's 4 companions, 2 were first-level combat soldiers, while the other 2 were second-level combat soldiers. Together, they charged at Chen Ning. Bang! Bang! The 2 first-level combat soldiers at the front were instantly kicked away by Chen Ning like lightning, landing heavily on the ground. Just as Chen Ning had kicked away the 2 opponents, the fist of another second-level combat soldier had already arrived, accompanied by his shout, "Take my punch!" Chen Ning faced him without hesitation, meeting him head-on with brute force. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Chen Ning stood firm like a mountain, his expression unchanged. However, his opponent's right arm trembled as if electrocuted, accompanied by the faint sound of bones cracking. He let out a pig-slaughtering scream, writhing on the ground in pain, clearly having broken the bones in his hand from trying to match fists with Chen Ning. Another second-tier soldier seized the opportunity and swiftly kicked at Chen Ning. Chen Ning countered with a sweeping kick faster and stronger, striking the opponent's leg first despite acting later. Crack! Accompanied by the second-tier soldier's piercing wail, Chen Ning's kick forcibly broke his right leg. In the cafeteria, many people were having breakfast. Some were veterans of the base, others were from the elite group, and some were new recruits from the ordinary group. Many of them knew Chen Ning. However, their familiarity with Chen Ning wasn't due to his prowess, but because over the past week, everyone had been talking about how there was a first-tier soldier in the elite group. They considered Chen Ning a joke, believing he lacked the strength to belong in the elite group, feeling both envious and disdainful. It was precisely because everyone looked down on Chen Ning that when Huang Haifu and his group caused trouble in public, no one around was willing to step forward and uphold justice. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Ning, the so-called useless man, managed to beat Huang Haifu and his 3 second-level soldiers along with 2 first-level soldiers into utter chaos, as effortlessly as a father disciplining his children. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, thinking, is Chen Ning really just a first-level soldier? After taking down several opponents, Chen Ning walked toward Huang Haifu, who had just struggled to his feet. Chen Ning, I'm Xiao Ziheo's follower, and my father is a retainer of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is a powerful aristocratic clan in Vermilion Bird City. If you dare to touch me, young Master Xiao will definitely not let you off, Huang Haifu said while retreating step by step. This cowardly and spineless nature of his was fully exposed at this moment. As he retreated, he accidentally tripped over something and fell to the ground. Chen Ning bent down, picked up a table leg from the wreckage of the table that Huang Haifu had broken, and looked down at Huang Haifu. I remember you just said you wanted to cripple me. Said you wanted to break my leg? Huang Haifu's face turned pale. Chen Ning, don't do anything rash. Chen Ning said calmly, don't chicken out. Our instructor told us that we Imperial soldiers keep our word. A promise is as solid as a nail, and the words we speak hit the ground hard enough to leave a dent. Especially as Bluebird soldiers, we can't tarnish the reputation of the undying Bird Legion. Of course, on the battlefield, it's either you kill me or I kill you. So if you want to break my leg, you must be prepared for me to break yours. Now, I'm going to break one of your legs, isn't that fair? Huang Haifu felt a chill all over his body. He had originally thought Chen Ning was a useless person, but now it seemed that Chen Ning was nothing short of a demon. He trembled and pleaded, Chen Ning, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Chen Ning narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Don't be nervous, I haven't really smashed it yet. Huang Haifu looked at Chen Ning's faintly smiling expression, his heart nearly collapsing. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside. It turned out that Huang Haifu's instructor Shiryu and Xiao Ziheo had heard the news and rushed over together. In his despair, there, Huang Haifu saw his instructor and the young master leading people through the door and immediately shouted loudly, "Instructor Shi, young master Xiao, hurry and save me. This lunatic wants to break my legs. Stop, don't move." Shi Yu and Xiao Zihao came in from outside, just in time to see Chen Ning raising a wooden stick, ready to strike Huang Haifu's left foot. Their expressions changed simultaneously, and they both ordered Chen Ning to stop. Chen Ning knew that Huang Haifu was Xiao Zihao's retainer. Just moments ago, he had caused trouble here, trying to seize Chen Ning's Tang Dao Lanya, all in an attempt to curry favor with Xiao Zihao. Since the first day Xiao Zihao joined the elite group, he had been targeting Chen Ning, and Chen Ning had endured him for a long time. The heart must be ruthless to stand firm, mercy is not for soldiers, and righteousness does not breed wealth. Chen Ning naturally understood these principles. Under the watchful eyes of Shi Yu, Xiao Zihao, and the guards, the corners of Chen Ning's mouth slightly curved upward as he raised the wooden stick high and smashed it without hesitation onto Huang Haifu's left foot. Huang Haifu's miserable scream echoed throughout the cafeteria, and the expressions of Shi Yu and Xiao Zihao changed accordingly. Shi Yu was Huang Haifu's instructor, and Xiao Zihao was Huang Haifu's young master. As the saying goes, even a big dog must consider its owner's face, yet Chen Ning showed no mercy to Huang Haifu today. Xiao Zihao glared angrily at Chen Ning, while Shi Yu furiously shouted, "You bastard, seize this boy and give him 30 lashes." Everyone present was shocked by Chen Ning's ruthlessness, but when they heard Shi Yu order the guards to capture Chen Ning and give him 30 lashes, their gazes toward Chen Ning instantly filled with pity. After all, a normal person could only endure 10 lashes, even the strongest soldier would struggle to withstand 30. 30 lashes could almost beat any soldier at the training base to death. Su Luo had just arrived at the cafeteria when she saw Chen Ning injure Huang Haifu and was about to be punished with 30 lashes by Shi Yu. Her expression changed. Shi Yu was the instructor responsible for the ordinary group of recruits, so Su Luo couldn't directly plead with him. She thought to herself that it would be better to seek help from the instructor in charge of her own group. She immediately left the cafeteria to find the butcher instructor. Shi Yu already had a strong dislike for Chen Ning, especially because of Jian Chang. This time, Chen Ning had gotten into a fight with one of Shi Yu's trainees in the cafeteria. When Shi Yu arrived to intervene, Chen Ning not only showed no restraint but even broke Huang Haifu's left foot right in front of him. This completely ignited Shi Yu's fury. A mere elite group soldier dared to challenge his authority? If he didn't punish Chen Ning, how could he command troops at Qingyao base in the future? Thus, a murderous intent arose in Shi Yu's heart. He immediately ordered the guards behind him to seize Chen Ning and prepare for 30 lashes. Several guards charged at Chen Ning like tigers descending a mountain, but he said expressionlessly, "No need, I'll go out with you myself to accept the punishment." The guards exchanged glances and ultimately decided not to tie him up, escorting him out of the training ground. At the edge of the training ground stood a 2-meter-tall stone statue of an imperial general. Whenever a soldier committed an offense, the whipping punishment was carried out here. Shi Yu, Xiao Zihao, and a crowd of onlooking soldiers stared intently as Chen Ning, expressionless, took off his military jacket, revealing his muscular body. His back was covered with dense old scars, shocking to behold. Chen Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, placed both hands on the stone statue, and turned his back to the guards and Shi Yu who were about to carry out the punishment. Shi Yu, dressed in a black high-collared officer's uniform, coldly commanded, "Hit him hard, 30 lashes." With a loud snap, the scene instantly fell silent. Apart from the sound of the whip striking Chen Ning's back, there was no scream, and the expressions of those around varied. Chen Ning remained expressionless, his hands firmly gripping the marble statue, silently enduring the punishment. The whip lashed Chen Ning's back one strike after another. Within moments, his already scarred back quickly became a bloody mess. However, Chen Ning showed no expression, as if his body no longer felt pain, merely gritting his teeth and persevering. At that moment, Su Luo hurriedly ran to find the butcher. However, upon arriving at the instructor's office, she did not see the butcher but instead encountered Jian Chang. She immediately saluted and reported. After receiving Jian Chang's permission, Su Luo quickly explained the situation to her. "Major Jian Chang, Chen Ning is being severely punished by instructor Shi Yu with 30 lashes. Even the strongest warrior cannot endure such punishment. He might be whipped to death. Please, for the sake of his diligent training, save him this time." After hearing Su Luo's words, Jian Chang was slightly surprised. Chen Ning had always left her with the impression of being resolute and composed, but she hadn't expected him to be so domineering in a fit of rage. She stood up. "Let's go take a look." Jian Chang remembered that during the last inspection of Chen Ning's martial veins, she found that he had only activated one node, indicating his strength was merely at the level of a first-tier soldier. She wondered why, during this fight, Huang Haifu and the others were no match for him. On the way, she asked Su Luo, "How strong are Huang Haifu and his team?" Su Luo replied, "They are all second-level and first-level combat soldiers." After speaking, she also found it strange how could Chen Ning, a first-level combat soldier, seem so formidable? Jian Qing couldn't help but recall the zombie virus carried by Chen Ning, faintly sensing that his strength did not align with ordinary standards. His true power might far exceed that of a first-level combat soldier, severe, possibly even surpassing second-level combat soldiers. At this moment, Chen Ning was enduring the punishment of 15 lashes, his internal organs seemingly severely injured. He gritted his teeth and persevered, silently wondering if he could endure all 30 lashes, as this was the limit for ordinary soldiers. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" The guards administering the punishment paused in surprise, halting their actions. Shi Yu and Xiao Zihao also turned toward the source of the voice, curious to see who was intervening. From the crowd, Su Luo and Jian Cheng stepped forward. Jian Cheng, tall and strikingly attractive, caught Shi Yu's attention immediately. He had known Jian Cheng since childhood, but every time he saw her, he was still awestruck by her beauty. Shi Yu quickly approached her with a smile. "Jian Cheng, what brings you here?" Jian Cheng's gaze fell on Chen Ning, whose back was covered in blood not far away, and a trace of urgency flashed in her eyes. "Shi Yu, what are you doing?" Shi Yu keenly noticed the concern in her eyes for Chen Ning, which ignited a raging fire of jealousy within him. However, he rationally suppressed these emotions and calmly replied, "Just punishing a reckless troublemaker who disrespects his superiors. Not only did he injure his comrades at the base, but he also disregarded my authority as an instructor, openly challenging my position. So, I decided to discipline him a bit, to teach him the importance of camaraderie and respect for superiors." Sugging looked at Chen Ning and said firmly, "I think he's already learned his lesson. 30 lashes is too severe, it could kill him. It's not easy for the base to train a soldier. I propose we stop here." Normally, Shi Yu might have compromised to please Sugging, but this time his anger toward Chen Ning was hard to suppress. He replied coldly, "No, I think the punishment isn't enough. The 30 lashes must be carried out in full." Sugging was also a strong-willed person and hadn't expected Shi Yu to disregard her opinion. Her expression turned icy, and her tone became resolute. "From what I understand, Chen Ning acted in self-defense. Huang Haifu and the others were the ones causing trouble. If there's to be punishment, Huang Haifu should also be held accountable. And as for your trainees behaving so disgracefully, don't you bear some responsibility?" Shi Yu was secretly surprised, not expecting Sugging to confront him head-on for Chen Ning and even escalate the issue to his own responsibility. Just as he was about to argue back, Sugging continued, "Therefore, I suggest you handle the punishment for Huang Haifu and the others yourself while I take Chen Ning back to discipline him. How about that?" For the first time, Shi Yu felt a surge of anger. He said slowly, "What if I insist on punishing Chen Ning?" Sugging didn't back down. "You and I are both majors. Since we disagree, I'll have to call Colonel Butcher to decide how to handle this." Butcher was the highest-ranking officer here and had worked with Sugging for a longer time. Chen Ning was also his protege. If Butcher were brought in, he would likely side with Sugging. Shi Yu dared not challenge Butcher's authority, so he ultimately relented, softening his tone. "Then let's do as you say. You take your trainee, and I'll take mine. We'll each handle them accordingly." "Good." Jiang Cheng walked toward Chen Ning, saw his back covered in blood, and calmly asked, "Can you still walk?" Chen Ning straightened up with determination, reporting to the instructor, "I can." Jiang Cheng nodded, "Good, follow me." Chen Ning followed Jiang Cheng out of the training ground. Shi Yu watched his gradually receding figure, his heart filled with unrelenting hatred. Meanwhile, Xiao Zihao, who had been coldly observing from the sidelines, saw that Chen Ning had managed to escape unscathed, and his expression turned sour. When Chen Ning followed Jiang Cheng to the instructor's dormitory building and finally stopped in front of her dorm room, he had assumed she would take him to the military doctor to treat his injuries. Unexpectedly, she opened the door to her dorm instead. As Jiang Cheng walked inside, she realized Chen Ning hadn't followed her. Turning back, she saw him standing at the doorway, looking somewhat at a loss, and felt both exasperated and amused. Where had his arrogance in defying the instructor gone? Jiang Cheng gave him an unintentional sidelong glance. "Come in, why are you standing dumbly at the door?" Chen Ning stared blankly at Jiang Cheng's glance, which was filled with feminine charm, and found himself momentarily dazed. In terms of social status, Jian Cheng clearly comes from a good background and has already become a major at a young age, as well as being Chen Ning's instructor. On the other hand, Chen Ning comes from the slums and is currently just an ordinary trainee in the elite group. Coupled with Jian Cheng's stunning beauty and elegance, she is essentially a goddess in Chen Ning's eyes. Being able to step into the goddess's dormitory was something Chen Ning had never dared to imagine. In front of Jian Cheng, he felt somewhat inferior and ashamed. It was only after Jian Cheng instructed him once again that he nervously and apprehensively entered her dormitory suite. Jian Cheng's dormitory was far more luxurious than those of the elite group trainees like Chen Ning. It had a living room and 2 bedrooms, and although the decor was minimalist, the details still revealed the unique warmth of a woman's dormitory. Whether it was the faint fragrance lingering in the air or the pink plush toy on the living room sofa, it all gave Chen Ning a different feeling. Sujino instructed Chen Ning, "Sit down, I'll find some medicinal oil to apply to your wound." Chen Ning sat uneasily on a chair, sitting upright and tense. The arrogance from earlier breaking someone's leg and defying the instructor had completely vanished. Sujino rummaged through the cabinet for a while and finally took out a bottle of red medicinal oil and an angel's kiss recovery potion. She then walked over, handed the recovery potion to Chen Ning, and told him to drink drink it first. Chen Ning was somewhat flattered and obediently drank the potion. Instantly, the pain from his injuries was significantly alleviated. Sugging said to Chen Ning, "Take off your military jacket and I'll apply the medicinal oil for you." Chen Ning said awkwardly, "Instructor, how about you give me the medicinal oil and I'll apply it myself when I get back?" In fact, Sugging had called Chen Ning to the dormitory not only to help him treat his injuries but also to check his physical condition. Chen Ning's feat of a first-level soldier hunting down a third-level zombie, along with his remarkable victory over Huang Haifu and his group today, had greatly surprised Sugging. She was worried that the zombie virus in Chen Ning's body might have gone out of control, causing mutations that made him so powerful. So, she said to Chen Ning irritably, "Stop babbling. I told you to take it off, so take it off." Chen Ning had no choice but to obediently take off his shirt, revealing his scar-covered upper body, especially his back, which was a bloody mess and shocking to behold. Jian Chang asked calmly, "Do you not feel pain?" Chen Ning gave a bitter smile, "I do, but I try to tell myself not to pay attention to it. If he feels pain, then he's not a zombie." Ken Xing reached out to check Chen Ning's injuries and secretly examined the martial veins within his body. Chen Ning originally had two martial veins. The black martial vein was shrouded in black energy, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. The white martial vein shimmered with silver light, radiating a resolute and unyielding spirit. However, when Ken Xing attempted to probe Chen Ning's martial veins, the black martial vein seemed instinctively alarmed and instantly concealed itself. In the end, Ken Xing only discovered Chen Ning's white martial vein and noticed that it had already illuminated the second node, a mark of a level 2 warrior. Ken Xing exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you've already illuminated the second node." Chen Ning thought to himself, "Why didn't she mention my black and white martial veins? Could it be that she didn't detect my dual martial veins?" He responded to Jian Xing's words, "Yes, it was lit up last night." Jian Chang was a bit shocked. "Oh my, your cultivation talent clearly isn't very good, yet you've managed to fill the martial force water in the spiritual lake so quickly and even successfully lit up the second node. This is truly extraordinary." After saying this, Jian Chang immediately recalled that every time Chen Ning trained, he would train as if his life depended on it, crazily challenging the limits of his body. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Chen Ning's speed in cultivating the Tiger Bend technique was unexpectedly fast. Lighting up one node per week, even though it was one of the lowest level nodes, was still an extremely rare speed. One could say that even geniuses were no better than this. It seems that the saying diligence can make up for clumsiness is indeed true. After saying this, Jian Chang began applying medicinal oil to Chen Ning's back. She poured a little red medicinal oil into her palm and then applied it to Chen Ning's back. The gentle hands, delicate touch, and the stimulation caused by the medicinal oil on the wounds on his back made Chen Ning's body tremble slightly. Jiang Qing glanced at Chen Ning and suddenly noticed that he had tightly closed his eyes. She frowned slightly. "What are you doing?" Chen Ning still kept his eyes closed but honestly replied, "I'm afraid my rib will break again." Hearing this, Jiang Qing was momentarily stunned, and then her delicate face showed a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Chen Ning's words reminded her of the time when she was checking his injuries earlier, and he had sneaked a glance at her neckline, which led to her kicking and breaking one of his ribs. Now, with his eyes closed and saying he's afraid his rib will break again, it was clearly a hint that Jiang Qing was too beautiful, and he feared he wouldn't be able to control his wandering eyes, which might result in her hitting him again. Shugging was both annoyed and amused, raising her hand to give Chen Ning a light slap on the back. Chen Ning let out a soft ouch. Immediately, both of them felt something was off, as their actions seemed a bit too intimate. Shugging resumed her calm expression and lukewarm attitude, while Chen Ning also fell silent, sitting upright and proper. It didn't take long for Jian Chang to finish applying the medicinal oil to Chen Ning. She stood up and said, "Alright, it's getting late, and it's almost time for class. You should hurry back to the classroom." "Okay." Chen Ning stood up, put on his shirt, and then walked out. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Jian Qing earnestly and gratefully, "Instructor Jian Qing, thank you." Jiang Qing was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then felt the pure gratitude reflected in Chen Ning's eyes. She said calmly, "No need to thank me. Train well and repay the empire properly in the future." "Yes, instructor." Chen Ning left the instructor dormitory building and headed to the elite group classroom in the teaching building. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, dozens of trainees inside all turned to him with peculiar looks. It turned out that everyone already knew about Chen Ning single-handedly dealing with Huang Haifu and his gang, as well as brutally breaking Huang Haifu's leg in front of Instructor Shiryu. Moreover, they were aware of Chen Ning being severely punished by Instructor Shiryu and Jiang Qing stepping in to protect him. When Chen Ning walked into the classroom, everyone's gaze toward him varied. Some admired Chen Ning's audacity, some were surprised by his boldness, some thought Chen Ning was extremely foolish for not giving Instructor Shiryu face, and others envied Chen Ning for receiving the strong support and care of Instructor Jianshine. Bai Yuhao had long known that Chen Ning couldn't possibly possess only the strength of a level 1 soldier. This time, Chen Ning's fight in the cafeteria against Huang Haifu and his group further solidified Bai Yuhao's belief. He smiled and quietly greeted Chen Ning, "Nicely done." Chen Ning gave a bitter smile smile and walked toward his seat. As he passed by Xiao Ziheo's seat, Xiao Ziheo coldly and quietly said to Chen Ning, "Kid, Huang Haifu is one of my men. You actually dared to touch him. You're dead." Since Chen Ning dared to break Huang Haifu's leg right in front of Xiao Ziheo, he naturally wasn't afraid of Xiao Ziheo causing trouble. At this moment, facing Xiao Ziheo's provocation and threats, Chen Ning merely raised his eyebrows and then returned to his seat. Not long after, instructor Jin Chang arrived. Under normal circumstances, morning classes are usually handled by instructor Jin Chang, but today, instructor Butcher unexpectedly appeared in the classroom as well. Everyone felt a slightly unusual atmosphere. They saw Jin Chang walk up to the podium and take the lead in speaking. Originally, today was supposed to be a normal class, but our base has received an urgent notice about a mission that needs to be carried out. Therefore, classes and training are suspended, and everyone will need to undertake a task. As for what the task is, Lieutenant Colonel Butcher will explain it to everyone. Under the bewildered gazes of Chen Ning and the others, Butcher stepped onto the podium and slowly said, "Less than 500 kilometers away from here, a small city was destroyed by zombies last night. Based on first-hand intelligence, it is very likely caused by a zombie of the tyrant level. Tyrants are level 11 zombies, possessing extremely terrifying destructive power. Surrounding provinces and cities have entered lockdown, and various special military units are converging on this area. Many elite generals, and even high-ranking military commanders of the Empire, have received orders to come and join the effort to eliminate this elusive zombie tyrant." Butcher paused for a moment before continuing. "Our Qingmiao base, as one of the station forces in the nearby region, may not have the capability to participate in the challenging mission of eliminating the zombie tyrant. However, there is another task that falls to us, the local garrison. Due to the appearance of the zombie tyrant, a large number of civilians have died, and their corpses have transformed into zombies on a massive scale. We must urgently mobilize to eradicate these newly spawned zombies and prevent the spread of the zombie horde." When everyone heard about the level 11 zombie tyrant, they didn't even dare to breathe. Only when they heard the Butcher say they were just going to clean up the mess created by the zombie tyrant did everyone collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Some even said, "Luckily, we're not being asked to hunt down the zombie tyrant." The Butcher glanced at one of the trainees and said coldly, "Our mission may be targeting those newly formed zombie groups, but since the zombie tyrant has appeared in this area, the chances of us encountering it are not zero." With that one sentence, all the trainees' faces changed. After all, instructor Jin Chang had said before that for rookies like them, encountering the zombie tyrant would likely mean certain death. The Butcher did not intend to scare everyone, he was simply speaking the truth, honestly informing them of the situation they were facing. Additionally, the Butcher explained that the elite group trainees were not yet considered graduates and were not supposed to be involved in official missions of the Empire. However, due to the emergence of the tyrant, a large number of civilians killed by the tyrant have turned into zombies. It is imperative to eliminate the newly formed zombie groups within a short period, and due to the shortage of manpower, Chen Ning and the other rookie warriors are now required to participate in the missions. Nevertheless, since Chen Ning and the other rookies are also participating in the missions, they will receive the same treatment as the regular core soldiers. This means that, in addition to basic provisions, there are rewards for hunting zombies: 1 silver coin for a level 1 zombie, 2 silver coins for a level 2 zombie, 4 silver coins for a level 3 zombie, and so on. Furthermore, battle achievements will still be calculated based on the zombie brain cores. Chen Ning and the others heard these words, and many people's eyes lit up. Apart from disciples from noble families like Xiao Ziheo and Bai Yuao, most of the students came from poor backgrounds and were filled with a longing for money. Moreover, during the night of the assessment, everyone had already killed quite a few level 1 and level 2 zombies, so as long as they were careful, facing level 1 and level 2 zombies posed little danger. Now, killing these ordinary zombies could also earn them money, why not? Next, Chen Ning and the 50 warriors followed Jian Qing to the armory to collect weapons and ammunition. Everyone received a standard Sting assault rifle, a thunder pistol, and a standard military dagger. Of course, Chen Ning had one additional piece of equipment compared to the others, a standard Tang Dao Longya. All the other new and veteran soldiers in the base, under the leadership of their respective officers, orderly received standard weapons from the armory. There are more than 2,000 veterans in the Bluebird base, along with over 200 new warriors divided into the elite group and the regular group. Apart from the 500 veteran soldiers ordered to stay behind at the base, the remaining 1,500 veterans, along with Chen Ning and the 200+ new recruits, all gathered at the training ground. After a brief mobilization ceremony led by the Butcher, all the soldiers boarded troop transport vehicles under the guidance of their respective officers. One by one, the troop carriers and military trucks roared out of the base. Although the Butcher is the primary supervisor for Chen Ning and the other elite group trainees, he also holds another role as the highest commander of the Bluebird base. As such, he does not have the time to personally lead Chen Ning and his team on their mission. Ultimately, the one responsible for leading Chen Ning and his team was Major Jian Chang. The regular soldiers mostly traveled in military trucks, while Chen Ning and his team, being part of the elite group and future reserve officers, rode in troop transport vehicles. These troop transport vehicles have 60 foldable seats, capable of carrying 2 platoons of soldiers, making them essentially battlefield buses. Sujino Chang wore a black high-collared officer's uniform and long military boots, exuding an air of heroism. With her hands clasped behind her back, she paced back and forth in the carriage, instructing everyone on how to properly respond to various situations once they were on the battlefield. Chen Ning and the others were seated with their assault rifles, eyes closed, their bodies swaying with the jolts of the armored vehicle. They had already learned to conserve their energy before combat. While attentively listening to Sujino Ching's guidance, they also tried their best to maintain their peak physical condition. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed, and Sujino Chang had finished explaining all the precautions to everyone. She stopped pacing back and forth in the carriage and prepared to sit down. After all, the Bluebird base was 500 kilometers away from the city that had been destroyed by the zombie tyrant last night. Driving there would take 5 to 6 hours, and Sujino Chang couldn't possibly stand the entire time. There were several empty seats in the troop transport vehicle, including the ones next to Chen Ning and Xiao Zihao, which were unoccupied. Therefore, when Xiao Zihao noticed that instructor Jin Chang had finished speaking and was about to sit down, he couldn't help but secretly open his eyes. He glanced at the empty seats around him. In fact, only the seat next to him and the one next to Chen Ning were available. The other seats at the back of the vehicle were piled with various supplies, making them unusable. This also meant that either Xiao Zihao or Chen Ning would have the chance to sit next to the tall, stunningly beautiful Major Jin Chang. Xiao Zihao's heart couldn't help but race. He sneaked a glance at Jin Chang. Her black uniform shirt was taut, her pencil skirt accentuated her graceful curves, and her legs appeared exceptionally long. Wearing knee-high military boots, she looked absolutely exquisite. Xiao Zihao is one of the few level 4 warriors in the elite group. He considers himself the pride of the instructors, while Chen Ning is merely a level 1 soldier, regarded as the disgrace of both the elite group and the instructors. Moreover, Xiao Zihao comes from a prominent aristocratic family, whereas Chen Ning is just a lowly commoner from the slums. Therefore, Xiao Zihao believes that no matter how the beautiful instructor Major Jin Chang chooses, she should undoubtedly pick the seat next to him. He felt a bit excited, as sitting next to Major Jin Chang was indeed a wonderful thing. In fact, if this mission trip could spark some romantic feelings with instructor Jin Chang, it would be even more thrilling. Within just a few seconds, Xiao Zihao had already fantasized about marrying Jin Chang and embarking on a dream life at the pinnacle of success. Chen Ning, however, seemed not to notice that Jin Chang was looking for a seat. He still had his eyes closed, seemingly already dozing off. Chen Ning only felt a waft of fragrant air rush past his nose, then sensed someone sitting down in the seat beside him. He let out a slightly helpless, bitter smile. Xiao Zihao was eagerly waiting for Jin Chang to sit beside him, but unexpectedly, Jin Chang chose the seat next to Chen Ning instead. This made his expression freeze instantly. He even noticed the bitter smile on Chen Ning's face, and immediately cursed inwardly, "Damn it. Instructor Jin Chang is stunningly beautiful, with an exceptional figure. Having such a gorgeous woman sit next to you is like a blessing from your past life, yet you still show a helpless expression? You deserve a beating." Chen Ning was truly helpless. He really didn't want Jin Chang sitting next to him. Although Jin Chang was a goddess, their identities and statuses were worlds apart, and she held the power of life and death. Last time, just because he looked at her a bit longer, she kicked and broke one of his ribs. Now that she was sitting beside him, Chen Ning felt he might have to keep his eyes closed the entire time, otherwise, he might end up with another broken rib. Jin Chang naturally noticed the helpless bitter smile on Chen Ning's face. She felt a bit annoyed in her heart, thinking, your esteemed lady, sitting next to you is a sign of favor, yet you show such a disdainful expression. How outrageous. Jin Chang glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to her, then discreetly pinched the soft flesh on Chen Ning's waist with force. Chen Ning immediately opened his eyes, his expression showing a trace of pain. At the same time, his eyes were filled with uncertainty and suspicion, thinking, heavens, this instructor Jin Chang truly has unpredictable moods. What did I do to offend her this time? The convoy from the Bluebird base drove for another 3 to 4 hours. As they got closer to Wuzhou City, which had been destroyed by the zombie tyrant last night, the number of zombies encountered on the road increased. Chen Ning and the others in the vehicle could occasionally hear faint gunshots, which came from soldiers in the front units shooting zombies. Finally, the troops stopped less than 50 kilometers away from Wuzhou City. Commander Butcher instructed everyone to have a simple meal, then studied the map with several majors. After combining the latest intelligence they had received, they began assigning tasks. Jin Chang was ordered to lead Chen Ning and the 50 elite group soldiers, along with Shiryu and his team of 150 rookie soldiers, to a nearby place called Stone Town. Their mission was to clear the zombies around Stone Town and temporarily station there. Because Stone Town is located at a crossroads, warriors must be stationed here to prevent the zombie horde erupting from Wuzhou City from entering other areas and wreaking havoc on other towns and residents. Shiryu and Jin Chang led the elite group and the regular group, consisting of over 200 new warriors, to Stone Town. The town originally had thousands of residents, but Now it is filled with broken walls and ruins, a scene of devastation. Several zombies wander the streets of the town, while in some dilapidated houses, a few survivors cautiously peek out in fear. Shiryu raised his assault rifle and fired several shots, killing the zombies on the street. He also noticed survivors peeking out furtively from the ruins of the town's houses. However, this area was already a fallen zone, and survivors in fallen zones were highly likely to be infected with the zombie virus, potentially turning into zombies at any moment. Without hesitation, Shiryu issued a cruel order: "Attention everyone, kill all the zombies here, as well as all the living people, whether they are elderly, parents and children, or kids, kill them all." Although the rookie warriors of the ordinary group were somewhat shocked, Shiryu was their direct superior, and following orders is the duty of Imperial warriors. This principle was instilled in everyone from the first day they entered the Bluebird training camp, so the Bluebird warriors of the ordinary group had no objections. Jian Xing, however, frowned slightly, and many warriors in the elite group also showed signs of unease, as Shiryu's order was indeed too cruel. Chen Ning couldn't help but say, "Report, Major. Although this is a zombie-infested area, the people who have managed to survive here may not necessarily be infected with the zombie virus. For them to survive after the outbreak of zombies is already a feat after enduring countless hardships. They have finally awaited the arrival of us Imperial warriors, yet instead of rescuing them, we are to slaughter them. Is this appropriate?" Last time, Shiryu ordered Chen Ning to stop in the cafeteria, but Chen Ning disregarded his presence and broke Huang Haifu's leg right in front of him. This time, as soon as Shiryu issued his command, Chen Ning, just an ordinary soldier, dared to voice objections and opinions. This made Shiryu furious. "Chen Ning, are you teaching me how to do my job? Who's the officer here, you or me? Have you forgotten the first lesson the base taught you when you entered the Bluebird training camp? Absolute obedience to orders? Don't think that just because you're part of the elite group, you can do whatever you want. Do you believe I won't shoot you right now and subject you to military law?" Jian Sheng stepped forward and said, "Shiryu, I also think it's not very appropriate to indiscriminately eliminate all the survivors here. If word gets out, it could tarnish the reputation of our Phoenix Corps as reckless killers of innocents." Shiryu asked coldly, "Then what do you suggest? If these survivors are carrying the zombie virus and suddenly turn into zombies and attack people, can you take responsibility for the casualties among our soldier brothers?" Jian Qing calmly said, "How about this? You and your regular team of soldiers go and eliminate the surrounding zombies. I'll lead the elite team of soldiers to gather all the survivors here and take control of them. If they haven't turned into zombies within 24 hours, we can basically determine that they haven't been infected with the zombie virus. Those who turn into zombies will be killed, and innocent residents will be rescued. How does that sound?" In this operation, there is a monetary reward for hunting zombies, but rescuing civilians isn't mentioned as having any rewards. Moreover, Jian Chang's approach is quite troublesome. Shiryu felt that since Jian Chang wanted to take on this thankless task, while he could go hunt zombies and earn money, this proposal wasn't bad for him. So, Shiryu nodded and said, "Since you want to act with such benevolence, let's do it your way." Shiryu, along with his 150 soldiers, immediately began their operation, specifically targeting zombies, swiftly killing them, and extracting zombie brain cores. Sugging said to Chen Ning and the others at this moment, "Alright, let's not idle around. Everyone, search each house and gather the survivors at the town square. Be cautious, as zombies might be lurking inside the houses. Additionally, if any survivors have injuries, especially bites or scratches, pay extra attention. These individuals are likely infected with the zombie virus. Separate them and maintain high alert. If they show any aggressive behavior, you must eliminate them immediately." The elite team warriors immediately began splitting up to search the houses, kill the zombies hiding inside, and rescue the survivors hiding in the ruins. Sugging walked alongside Chen Ning and lowered her voice to say, "Chen Ning." Chen Ning turned to look at Sugging. "Yes, instructor." Sugging instructed, "Remember this in the future, regardless of right or wrong, you must execute any orders given by your superiors. What you did just now was very dangerous." Chen Ning remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Yes, instructor." Shiryu and the soldiers accompanying Sugging worked together in an orderly manner. Soon, Shiryu and his subordinates had eliminated all the zombies in the small town and began spreading outwards to hunt the zombies outside the town. Chen Ning and his team searched for the survivors in the small town one by one. Suddenly, from a house not far ahead, came a woman's scream and a man's desperate pleas, accompanied by faint sounds of malicious laughter. Sugging exchanged a glance with Chen Ning, then Chen Ning took a few quick steps toward the room ahead and pushed the door open. Inside the room was a young couple, presumably husband and wife. The husband was being held at gunpoint by 2 elite squad soldiers, while the somewhat attractive wife was being groped by Xiao Zihao, who was grinning wickedly and saying, "Why are you dodging? To prevent you from carrying the zombie virus, we need to personally check your body." Ha ha. Chen Ning couldn't bear it and shouted coldly, "Stop!" Xiao Zihao and the other 2 soldiers turned around simultaneously. Seeing it was Chen Ning, Xiao Zihao immediately sneered, "What's the matter, Chen Ning? Earlier, you questioned Instructor Shiryu's orders, causing us to lose the chance to earn money by hunting fighting zombies. Now we're just joking around with a woman, having some fun, and you want to interfere too? Chen Ning was born in the slums, so he still harbors a certain sympathy and compassion for these impoverished people living at the bottom of society. At this moment, he looked expressionlessly at Xiao Zihao and the others and said, "Get lost." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zihao's eyes flashed with anger. Before he could speak, one of his two companions, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, had already stepped forward, pulled out the thunder pistol from his waist, pointed it at Chen Ning's head, and said fiercely, "Chen Ning, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare." The thunder is a powerful handgun with significant recoil and extremely strong lethality. It can blast a fist-sized hole in a zombie's chest, and if aimed at a human's head, it can directly cause it to explode. Chen Ning had the dark barrel of the gun pointed at his head, but he still looked coldly at Big Eyes and said again, "Get lost." Big Eye was a hot-tempered guy who never paid much attention to Chen Ning on regular days. Now that Chen Ning dared to provoke him repeatedly, he couldn't bear it any longer and was about to pull the trigger without hesitation. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Chen Ning moved like lightning, instantly grabbing the grip of Big Eye's pistol with one hand. At the same time, Chen Ning inserted a finger behind the trigger, blocking it. Big Eye tried to pull the trigger twice with force, but it wouldn't budge, preventing him from firing the gun. Big Eye stared at Chen Ning in shock. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the thunder pistol in his hand had already been snatched away by Chen Ning. Chen Ning seized the opponent's pistol and struck the butt of the gun against Big Eye's nose, instantly breaking his nose bridge and covering his face in blood. Xiao Zihao and another companion were both shocked and furious, raising their assault rifles simultaneously and pointing them at Chen Ning. But at that moment, Jin Chang had already entered from the doorway and said coldly, "What, are you planning to kill each other? Have you forgotten the harsh military law for punishing those who harm their comrades?" When Xiao Zihao and the others saw Jin Chang arrive, they restrained themselves somewhat. Xiao Zihao gave Chen Ning a hateful glance, then said to Jin Chang, "Instructor, we were just messing around with Chen Ning. It's nothing." Big Eye, Nyo, let's go search the other rooms. Big Eyes wiped his nosebleed with the back of his hand in anger, snatched the thunder handgun from Chen Ning's hand, and then followed Xiao Zihao away. Chen Ning turned to the young couple and said, "Go to the quarantine area in the square. After 24 hours, once it's confirmed that you haven't been infected with the zombie virus, you'll be sent to a safe zone." The young couple thanked Chen Ning profusely and then supported each other as they left. A few hours passed, and night fell. Shiryu and his more than 150 warriors have already cleared out the zombies near the small town, yielding substantial rewards. They moved the town's alcohol and food outside to celebrate with eating and drinking. Jin Chang and Chen Ning, on the other hand, needed to take turns assigning people to guard the quarantine zone with over 100 survivors. Night gradually deepened. In the latter half of the night, Chen Ning was assigned to guard the town's entrance to prevent any zombie attacks on Stone Town during the night. Apart from his black Imperial Warrior uniform, Chen Ning also wore a military coat, the standard gear for soldiers on night duty. Suddenly, Chen Ning heard approaching footsteps. He turned his head and shouted in a low voice, "Who?" Dressed in a black uniform top paired with a pencil skirt and long military boots, Jin Chang appeared before Chen Ning. She calmly said, "It's me." Chen Ning saluted, "Good evening, instructor." Shuging casually returned the salute, then stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Ning, her gaze fixed on the pitch-black night in the distance. Her tall figure was only slightly shorter than Chen Ning. "Shuging, have you noticed anything unusual?" Chen Ning stood upright, his eyes fixed straight ahead, reporting to the instructor, "No abnormalities." "Is your injury okay?" "Report to the instructor, everything is fine." "Did Shiryu and Xiao Zihao cause you any trouble?" "Report to the instructor, no." Jin Xing couldn't sleep, and she didn't know what to do. She thought of Chen Ning, who was standing guard at the entrance of the small town, so she came out. After all, if she wanted to find someone to chat with, Jin Chang felt that Chen Ning was the only option. The two of them chatted sporadically. To call it a conversation might be an overstatement. It was more like a Q&A session, with Jin Chang asking and Chen Ning answering. Jin Chang glanced at Chen Ning, who kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. She couldn't tell whether he was avoiding looking at her or if he was just naturally wooden. Feeling slightly annoyed and embarrassed, she thought to herself, "Are you a robot? I ask a question, you answer, but you never initiate a topic. Is this how you chat? Trying to kill the conversation?" The night wind blew past, bringing a chill that made Jin Chang instinctively shrink her neck. Her blouse and pencil skirt seemed a bit too thin for the cold of this late night. Jin Chang's phoenix-shaped eyes darted toward Chen Ning's warm military coat. Her gaze shifted slightly, and she casually remarked, "It's really cold tonight, isn't it?" Chen Ning finally glanced sideways at Jin Chang, noticing her thin clothing, but his voice remained as monotonous as ever, reporting to the major, "Yes, it's really cold." Jin Chang said this while starting to wrap her arms around herself, even coughing heavily twice, seemingly hinting at something to Chen Ning. Chen Ning, reporting to the major, "Yes." Shuging felt a sense of helplessness. Is this guy really that dense? She had hinted so obviously. Did he truly not understand, or was he just pretending? Shuging turned her head and glared at Chen Ning in embarrassment and annoyance. "Chen Ning, I said I'm very cold. Chen Ning blinked. Instructor, I know. I just answered you earlier and said yes. Ugh, so annoying. Jianqing finally couldn't bear it anymore and directly reached out, rudely pulling the military coat off Chen Ning and draping it over herself. Chen Ning was dumbfounded. He stared at Jianqing, who looked a bit smug, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the distance on the road ahead of the small town, accompanied by an invisible yet powerful sense of oppression. Both Chen Ning and Jianqing simultaneously showed expressions of shock. A powerful aura, an invisible force that almost suffocates. Even Chen Ning, a dual second-tier combat soldier, can understand that the visitor's strength must be extremely formidable. Chen Ning's face turned pale. Instructor, could it be a zombie tyrant? Jian Shang was also visibly shocked, but she shook her head. Probably not. The tyrant is a level 11 zombie, and if it were a zombie tyrant, I would feel an even stronger and more terrifying aura. However, although it's not a zombie tyrant, the visitor's strength is definitely at the level of a formidable general, which means at least a level 7 powerhouse. Right now, we don't know if they're friend or foe, so quickly alert everyone to be on guard. A sharp whistle pierced through the night sky. Sure, you woke up from his deep sleep in surprise, recognizing it as the whistle for severe alert, likely signaling the arrival of a powerful enemy. He hurriedly climbed out of bed and shouted, "Get up, everyone get up! Assemble immediately and prepare for an enemy attack." On the other side, Bai Yuhao, along with Su Luo, De Luo, Xiao Luo, and other elite group warriors, immediately assembled after hearing the whistle, dressed in uniforms and holding their guns as they had been sleeping. The more than 200 warriors in the base had just barely finished assembling when the light on the distant highway near the town grew closer and closer. Chen Ning, along with Jian Cheng and others, could see clearly now it turned out to be a military green sidecar motorcycle. Sitting on the motorcycle was a man in his 30s. This man had a tall and upright figure and was dressed in the uniform of the Empire's Black Shark Corps. What shocked Chen Ning even more was the epaulette on this man's shoulders, which featured golden wheat spikes and a general's star insignia. This man turned out to be a major general of the Empire. The three-wheeled motorcycle stopped in front of Majors Jian Chang and Shiryu, along with over 200 soldiers. The tall and upright man squinted as he stepped off the vehicle. Shiryu eagerly ran up, snapping a crisp salute with a loud clap. His face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "Major Shiryu of the Bluebird Unit, Phoenix Corps, reporting to Major General Xiao Feng." Jian Chang also came to his senses and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Major General Xiao." Seeing this, Chen Ning and the other soldiers naturally followed suit, saluting in unison and saying, "Greetings, Major General." It turns out this guy is named Xiao Feng, the highest-ranking officer of the Black Shark Corps. The Major Luo Ho whom Chen Ning encountered earlier is one of Xiao Feng's subordinates. However, what Chen Ning couldn't understand was why someone as distinguished and powerful as Xiao Feng, a major general, would appear alone on a vintage sidecar motorcycle in the middle of the night in such a desolate place. Xiao Feng glanced briefly at Chen Ning, Bai Yuhao, and the other soldiers, and said indifferently, "The rookies of the Phoenix Corps have some potential." Chen Ning, Bai Yuhao, and the others had peculiar expressions upon hearing this. They couldn't discern what Major General Xiao Feng truly meant by his words. However, Jian Qing's face lit up with joy. She understood that Xiao Feng's remark was already a high compliment for these newcomers. Xiao Feng is not only the highest leader of the Black Shark Corps but also holds the rank of Major General at a young age. It is said that his personal strength has already reached the terrifying level of a 9th-level elite general. More importantly, Xiao Feng is still very young, only 37 years old this year. At such a young age, he has already elevated his cultivation to this level, making it highly likely that he will break through the bottleneck in the future and advance his strength to the level of a Grand General. Soldier, Commander, Elite General, Grand General. These four major stages each represent a significant milestone. The transition between Soldier and Commander is relatively manageable, but the bottleneck between Elite General and Grand General is essentially an insurmountable chasm. The so-called chasm refers to the extreme difficulty in breaking through the bottleneck to enhance one's cultivation and strength. Additionally, it also refers to these four major stages, where the strength of each stage differs vastly. Under normal circumstances, several level 3 soldiers cannot defeat a single level 4 commander. 10 level 6 commanders are no match for one level 7 elite commander, and 10 level 9 elite commanders cannot contend with a single level 10 general. This is the chasm. Thus, countless people aspire to break through from soldier to commander, from commander to elite commander, and countless strong individuals spend their entire lives yearning to break through the bottleneck of elite commander and enter the realm of generals. Although Xiao Feng achieved success at a young age, he also displayed maturity beyond his years. With 20 years of military experience, he has always been strict with his soldiers. For him to say that Chen Ning and his group of rookies showed some promise was already a very high compliment. Shiryu and Jin Chang wanted to host Xiao Feng, but he only ordered them to replenish his water and food supplies before preparing to leave. Shiryu and Jin Chang wanted to assign people to escort him, but upon hearing this, Xiao Feng merely smirked and chuckled, leaving Shiryu and Jin Ching feeling quite awkward. They quickly realized that Xiao Feng, with his formidable strength at level 9, was far superior to them in every way. He had no need for their protection. Moreover, if they were to encounter a zombie tyrant, they wouldn't be of much help anyway. After replenishing his water and food supplies, Xiaofeng departed. However, Xiaofeng also shared some latest news with Jian Chang and the others. Military scouts have already spotted traces of the zombie tyrant, and now countless powerful figures from the Empire's military are rushing over to prepare for the siege of the Scarlet Tyrant. After Major General Xiaofeng left, the group dispersed, and De Luo came over to take Chen Ning's place on guard duty. Chen Ning followed Bai Yuhao and the others back to the temporary camp to rest. As they walked, Bai Yuhao whispered to Chen Ning, "Oh my, the zombie tyrant that has been causing so much trouble for several provinces in the south recently turns out to be the infamous Scarlet Tyrant." Chen Ning asked curiously, "The Scarlet Tyrant, is it very famous?" Bai Yuhao was dumbfounded. "Haven't you heard of it?" Chen Ning shook his head. "Honestly, no. I come from a poor background and don't know much about these things. The Blood Tyrant is a notorious zombie. Not only is it infamous in the human world, but its reputation is also terrible in the zombie world." "What do you mean? Zombies have reputations too?" Bai Yuhao rolled his eyes. "Of course. Do you think all zombies are like those low-level ones we encountered before? Actually, zombies can evolve. The more advanced their evolution, the more intelligent they become. High-level zombies have intelligence comparable to humans. The top-tier zombies have already united and established their own zombie nation. The goal of the zombies is simple: to eliminate all humans, unify the globe, and fulfill the dream of a world dominated by zombies." Chen Ning was extremely shocked. He knew zombies attacked humans, but it was the first time he learned that zombies had already established their own nation. Bai Yuhao said, "The top-tier zombies know how to build a zombie civilization and how to deal with and annihilate us humans. They possess intelligence like ours and even have bodies stronger than humans. This is the main reason why humans have always struggled to completely eradicate zombies. If it weren't for the fact that humans have many advanced technologies, such as firearms and ammunition, and various genetic technology potions, human civilization might not be a match for zombie civilization and could face extinction." Only now did Chen Ning realize how powerful the zombie faction truly was. Bai Yuhao brought the topic back to the Scarlet Tyrant and said, "The Scarlet Tyrant is a powerful level 11 zombie in the zombie world. However, this guy is greedy, cunning, evil, and cruel. Not only does it slaughter humans, but it also tortures and kills fellow zombies for fun. For decades, it has been jointly hated by both humans and the zombie camp, but due to its unpredictable movements and formidable strength, it has never been brought to justice." Chen Ning couldn't help but laugh and cry upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the Scarlet Tyrant to be such a bizarre zombie, even making its own kind hate it so much. It truly is formidable. Chen Ning and Bai Yuhao returned to the temporary camp and lay down to sleep. After all, the Scarlet Tyrant was such a powerful entity that it was beyond their ability to deal with, so there was no need to worry too much. After sleeping for 2 or 3 hours, just as the sky began to brighten slightly, Chen Ning and the others were once again awakened by the piercing sound of a whistle. Everyone hurriedly stood up and gathered, then were shocked to discover that a military unit was passing through here. This was the official army of the Azure Dragon Corps, one of the Empire's special legions. The armored personnel carriers stretched out in an imposing formation, with a scale of over 1,000 elite warriors from the Azure Dragon Corps. Standing proudly on the command vehicle was a 40-year-old man, whose shoulder insignia bore 1 tassel and 1 star. Like Xiaofeng, he was also a major general of the Empire. The Azure Dragon Corps passed through Stone Town but did not stop. The troops marched grandly onward, heading in the same direction Xiaofeng had gone early yesterday morning. Beside Chen Ning, Bai Yuhao gazed at the grand procession of the Azure Dragon Corps and the middle-aged Major General on the command vehicle, then softly said, "Major General Duan Tsanglong has come as well. I reckon there are quite a few other military experts here too. It seems the Empire's upper echelon is determined this time to eliminate the Blood Tyrant." The survivors in the small town, except for 2 who were infected with the zombie virus and were discovered and killed in time when the virus began to take effect and they were about to turn into zombies, managed to endure the 24-hour period and were declared safe. Jian Cheng arranged for these people to temporarily stay in the small town. When the Bluebird warriors retreated, they would take them along and send them to relatively safe human town strongholds. These survivors did not have a favorable impression of Shiryu and the others, but they were still grateful to Jian Cheng and Chen Ning, the elite group of warriors. Following Jian Cheng's arrangements, the group temporarily continued to stay in Stone Town. Although Chen Ning and his team didn't need to guard against these people turning into zombies, they had to stay in Stone Town. Firstly, their mission was to defend this place and prevent spreading zombies from entering other human-inhabited areas. Secondly, because there were still over 100 residents in the town, Chen Ning and his team needed to ensure their safety and protect them from zombie attacks. As for Shiryu and his 150 ordinary group soldiers, they were not bound by such constraints. Shiryu and his team didn't care about the survival of the town's survivors and were not very committed to the task of guarding this place. Perhaps Shiryu thought that with Jian Cheng and the elite group of soldiers stationed here, there was no need for them to worry. Although Shiryu was born into a prestigious aristocratic family, he was only a concubine's son. A concubine's son is a child born to a concubine, different from the legitimate son. In aristocratic families, the status of a concubine's son is far inferior to that of a legitimate son. Moreover, in terms of family provisions, a concubine's son is also far less privileged than a legitimate son. Thus, although Shiryu came from a wealthy family, he truly didn't have much money and was considered the poor member of the aristocracy. In the following days, he seized the opportunity of this operation, going out daily with his subordinates to patrol and hunt zombies. Killing a low-level zombie could earn a reward of 1 silver coin, but Shiryu made it very clear to his subordinate warriors that he would take half of the bounty, leaving only half for them. As a result, Shiryu could earn hundreds of silver coins daily, equivalent to over 10 gold coins. For someone from a poor noble background like him, this was already a considerable windfall. While the ordinary group of 150 warriors spent their days hunting zombies to earn bounties, Chen Ning and the elite group of warriors were tasked with staying in the town to guard the stronghold. This caused many members of the elite group to secretly harbor resentment, and under Xiao Ziheo's deliberate instigation, everyone focused their anger on Chen Ning. Xiao Ziheo claimed that the reason they couldn't hunt zombies to earn bounties like the warriors in the regular group was entirely because Chen Ning acted as a do-gooder, defied instructor Shiryu, and insisted on saving those damned survivors in the small town. Of course, a few people supported Chen Ning. Some were comrades with strong moral principles, while others were Chen Ning's friends, such as Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, and De Luo and Xiao Luo. Additionally, the elite group's instructor, Jin Cheng, who was also the leader of the elite group for this operation, strongly supported Chen Ning. The reason was simple: like Chen Ning, she had compassion in her heart. However, Jin Cheng also secretly noticed the resentment everyone harbored toward Chen Ning. Thus, she began thinking about how to resolve this resentment, as prolonged tension could eventually turn Chen Ning into a public enemy. Not only is Jin Cheng beautiful, but she is also very smart. She quickly came up with a solution. Resolving everyone's grievances is simple. The reason everyone resents Chen Ning is merely because they can't go hunting zombies to earn money. So, let everyone go hunt zombies. Of course, not everyone goes at once, but in shifts. Everyone is divided into 3 groups. One group is on duty, one group goes out to hunt zombies, and the other group rests. The 3 groups rotate. Sure enough, although they can only go out to hunt zombies and earn money once every 3 days, everyone immediately became happy. The warriors in the elite group have overall strength far superior to those in the regular group. If they push themselves a bit, their zombie hunting results in 1 day might not be worse than the regular group's results in 3 days. On this day, it was Chen Ning's turn to go hunting with Bai Yuao, Su Luo, De Luo, Xiao Luo, and Xiao Ziheo, along with 17 other elite group warriors, for one night. The 17 people quickly split into 3 groups. One group consisted of Chen Ning, Su Luo, Bai Yuao, and De Luo and Xiao Luo. Another group included Xiao Ziheo, Big Head, Niu Air, and others. The remaining individuals formed the 3rd group, and the 3 groups disappeared into the night in different directions. Bai Yuhao and Chen Ning's group headed toward the forest a few kilometers east. This dense forest, connected to the primeval forest, likely still had zombies lurking within. There was even a possibility of advanced zombies traveling long distances through the primeval forest from other regions. Bai Yuhao and Chen Ning's group decided to try their luck. The night was long, and Bai Yuhao and Chen Ning's group were not in a hurry. They chatted as they moved forward, making it seem less like a zombie hunt and more like a leisurely stroll. Chen Ning gazed at the endless expanse of the primordial forest stretching to the horizon under the moonlight and softly said, "Over the past few days, countless powerful figures from the Empire's military and special corps have set out from Stone Town heading in that direction. I wonder if that scourge of the zombie realm, humanity's enemy, the Blood Tyrant, has been eradicated?" Bai Yuhao, a scion of a wealthy family with access to insider information, spoke mysteriously to Chen Ning and the others. "Yesterday, a caravan from our Bai family passed through the area, and the caravan leader contacted me. From him, I learned that 2 days ago, our Empire's military tracked down the Blood Tyrant and set up an ambush. Reportedly, over 10 level 10 generals, more than 20 elite commanders, and several main forces from Special Corps participated in the battle." This immediately piqued not only Chen Ning's interest but also the curiosity of Su Luo and De Luo, as well as Xiao Luo. Su Luo blinked and asked, "What was the outcome?" Bai Yuhao sighed and said, "Our military suffered heavy losses." Chen Ning and the others all looked gloomy. After all, it's an 11th level tyrant, and a marauder who has rampaged for decades. It shouldn't be so easy to eliminate him. Bai Yuhao, however, changed his tone. "Wrong. Although an 11th level tyrant is very powerful, it's not invincible. level. Strong warriors at the Valiant General level may struggle against the Scarlet Tyrant, but human warriors at the Grand General level can still put up a fight. Moreover, this time the Empire's military has almost sent out all its top forces. Just among the 10th level Grand Generals, more than a dozen have been dispatched. No matter how fierce the lion is, it can't withstand a pack of wolves. I heard that after the Scarlet Tyrant was heavily ambushed and besieged, though many soldiers were injured, Xiaofeng ultimately seized the opportunity and decapitated the Scarlet Tyrant with a single strike. Chen Ning and the others were both shocked and delighted. Oh my god, is Major General Xiaofeng really that powerful? With the strength of a valiant general, he managed to decapitate the Scarlet Tyrant. The Scarlet Tyrant must have died with regrets. Bai Yuhao shook his head. The Scarlet Tyrant isn't dead yet. Chen Ning and the others were stunned. What? Bai Yuhao explained. Although Xiaofeng seized the opportunity and decapitated the Scarlet Tyrant, who was at the end of his strength, the siege battle took place at the summit of Xiong Mountain. The Scarlet Tyrant's head, after being severed, fell from the mountain peak down a 10,000-foot cliff and landed in this sea forest before us. According to classified information, although the Scarlet Tyrant is left with only a head, it is definitely not completely dead. Now, various special corps have dispatched numerous warriors into the sea forest, hoping to find the Scarlet Tyrant's head and claim credit for it. Chen Ning exchanged glances with Su Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo, then looked at the vast sea forest stretching out before them. In unison, they said, "Damn, your choice to hunt zombies here tonight, could it be that your real goal is to find the Scarlet Tyrant's head?" Bai Yuhao smiled politely and shyly. Exactly. Chen Ning smiled wryly. Young Master Bai, although we are elite group soldiers, we are just small fry. Trying to take on the Scarlet Tyrant would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, there's no coming back, right? Bai Yuhao squinted and said, not at all. The Scarlet Tyrant has been through consecutive battles, and in the end, it lost its body, leaving only a head. As the saying goes, a spent arrow cannot pierce silk. We have nothing to fear from it. Now, all we need is a bit of courage and a bit of luck, and we might just score big. As Bai Yuhao said this, he looked at everyone's varied expressions and reassured them, don't be too scared. Soldiers from several legions have already entered the forest of the sea, and none of them have found the Scarlet Tyrant's head. Even if we wanted to encounter it, it would be wishful thinking. Our main goal is still to go in and hunt a few ordinary zombies to earn some drinking money. Dozens of miles away, a level 3 Imperial warrior named Lili was splitting up with his comrades to conduct a thorough search of the nearby forest area. Suddenly, a soft and captivating woman's voice called out near his ear, "Brother soldier." Startled by the sound, Lili quickly looked around and immediately spotted a beautiful woman peeking out from behind a large tree not far ahead. This woman was truly stunning, with willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips. Her gaze was filled with panic, making her look pitiful and endearing, evoking a desire to protect and cherish her. When Lili saw the beauty peeking out from behind the tree, he was completely captivated. At 30 years old, he was still single. Though he had visited brothels a few times, none of the women there could compare to even 1% of the beauty standing before him. Lili, captivated by beauty, rolled his eyes twice and said, "Miss, why are you here alone? Did something happen?" "Brother June, I am a resident of a nearby town. Last night, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, I fled with my family's steward. However, the steward, lusting after my beauty, harbored ill intentions and tried to assault me. In the end, I injured him and escaped into the forest alone. Brother June, you are a soldier of our Huaxia Empire, right? Can you save me?" Lili smirked mischievously and said, "Of course I can. Miss, why are you hiding behind the tree and peeking out to talk? Isn't that tiring? Come on, let me carry you out of this dreadful place." As Lili spoke, he walked over to the beauty peeking out from behind the tree. When he looked behind the tree, he was scared half to death because the beauty peeking out was not a complete person, she was merely a severed head. He was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. When he looked again at the beautiful woman, he realized there was no beauty at all. Before him was a grotesque, horrifying old man's head. Just as he was about to scream, the old man's head flew through the air and viciously bit down on Lili's neck. Lili couldn't even let out a scream. Not long after, the old man's head had drained all of Lili's blood, leaving him as a dried corpse. The old man's head smacked its lips, its tongue licking the bloodstains at the corner of its mouth, and let out a sinister laugh. "Human scum of the Huaxia Empire, trying to kill me, the blood tyrant? It's not that simple." After Chen Ning and Bai Yuhao entered the forest of the sea, they encountered 2 level 1 zombies and 1 level 2 zombie, but all were easily taken down by Chen Ning and his team. When the level 2 zombie suddenly lunged from a hidden spot, it was Chen Ning who struck it down. In fact, Chen Ning didn't even fire his gun. Faced with the zombie that suddenly sprang out, he remained calm and composed, and without hesitation, he used the butt of his Hornet assault rifle to strike back. With a loud bang, even though the level 2 zombie had tough skin and flesh, it was still smashed in the face by the steel butt of the assault rifle, leaving its face a bloody mess as it fell to the ground. Chen Ning didn't wait for the zombie to get back up. He stepped forward, raised the gun butt, and smashed it twice onto the zombie's head on the ground. In an instant, the zombie's head was crushed like a smashed watermelon. Chen Ning swiftly and brutally killed the level 2 zombie, then bent down to retrieve the zombie's brain core from its shattered head and casually tossed it to Bai Yuhao. Chen Ning believed that since they were acting as a team, the zombies killed tonight should naturally be gathered together as team resources and distributed at the end. Bai Yuhao steadily caught the brain core thrown by Chen Ning. He whistled, his tone filled with surprise and admiration. Chen Ning, are you deliberately hiding your true strength? Are you really just at the level of a level 2 combat soldier? Because from what I see, you seem far beyond that. Not only was Bai Yuhao surprised, but Su Luo and De Luo, along with Xiao Luo, were even more dumbfounded. Generally, the strength of a level 2 combat soldier is roughly equivalent to that of a level 2 zombie. In fact, within the same level, human strength is slightly inferior to that of zombies. After all, zombies don't tire, and even if they lose limbs during battle, they don't feel pain advantages that humans simply cannot match. However, Chen Ning's performance completely exceeded Su Luo and the others' understanding. This guy was reportedly just lighting up the second note of his martial vein, officially becoming a level 2 combat soldier. Yet his current display of strength made even Su Luo and De Luo, who were level 3 combat soldiers, feel ashamed in comparison. Although Bai Yuhao and the others were his good friends, Chen Ning dared not casually reveal that he possessed dual martial veins. He was unsure whether dual martial veins were a unique trait of demigods. If they were, then admitting he had dual martial veins would be tantamount to admitting he was a demigod. The term demigod is merely a flattering name. In reality, demigods are half corpse, half human. Humanity's fear of demigods is no less than their fear of zombies. Chen Ning did not want to lose his friends, nor did he want his identity exposed and risk being hunted by human warriors. Therefore, he refrained from mentioning his dual martial veins and instead said lightly, "You might be wondering why I've only activated 2 nodes, yet my strength seems far beyond that of a level 2 combat soldier. Actually, Instructor Jian Cheng told us long ago that Imperial warriors have 2 paths to choose from: the technological genetic warriors who rely on training and potions, and the martial vein warriors who cultivate the Tiger Bend technique." Chen Ning paused and continued, "Those without talent cannot activate martial veins, so they can only train diligently to become ordinary Imperial warriors. Since they lack martial veins, they naturally have no nodes. Not having nodes doesn't mean they can't defeat walkers, zombies, chargers, predators, and other types of undead. Many of these ordinary warriors, especially seasoned veterans, possess the strength of level 3 combat soldiers or even level 4 combat generals." Bai Yuhao had been listening attentively to Chen Ning's words. He now understood Chen Ning's meaning and said with a smile, "I get it. Chen Ning is saying that not only does he train in the Tiger Bend technique like martial vein warriors, lighting up 2 nodes, but he also trains diligently like ordinary Imperial soldiers. That's why his foundation is solid, and his true strength exceeds that of a second-level combat soldier." Su Luo and the others suddenly realized this as well, recalling how Chen Ning had indeed been very determined during training. Su Luo chuckled and said, "So that's how it is." Bai Yuhao said, "Since Chen Ning's strength isn't weak, why don't we have a little competition tonight?" Chen Ning asked curiously, "What competition?" Bai Yuhao said with a smile, "We'll split into 3 groups, Chen Ning and Su Luo as one group, De Luo and Xiao Luo as another group, and I'll be on my own. We'll act separately and gather here before dawn tomorrow to see which group collects the most brain cores. How does that sound?" Apart from Chen Ning feeling that splitting up wasn't a great idea, everyone else had no objections. In the end, Chen Ning could only agree to Bai Yuhao's proposal. After agreeing on the time and place to meet, everyone set off separately. Chen Ning and Su Luo headed deeper into the forest. Chen Ning and Su Luo walked 2 or 3 kilometers, encountering 2 zombies along the way. Both were killed by Chen Ning, and seeing his agile skills, Su Luo found herself at ease. However, after that, they didn't encounter any more zombies. Su Luo's eyes revealed confusion. Logically, with zombie outbreaks in nearby towns, there should be quite a few zombies wandering into the forest. Why have we encountered so few? Chen Ning chuckled. These past few days, Shiryu has been leading the ordinary group of soldiers here to hunt zombies all day long. If there were still many zombies left, that would be strange. Look at those messy shoe prints on the ground. It's obvious that someone passed through here about 2 hours ago. And look at the cigarette, but under that tree stump it's brand new. So we chose the wrong direction. A group of Imperial soldiers has already passed through here, and judging by the thorough search, encountering zombies now is unlikely. Su Luo's eyes widened. Doesn't that mean we're going to lose to Bai Yuhao and his team? Chen Ning couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. It's often said that women are gentle and soft by nature, but in reality, their competitive spirit can far surpass that of men, especially during competitions or games, where women often display an even stronger desire to win. Chen Ning said nonchalantly, "If we lose, so be it. What can you do when luck isn't on your side?" Su Luo refused to admit defeat. "No way, we need to go deeper. I don't believe they can hunt down every zombie here." Chen Ning responded with a hum, then headed toward the area of wild grass on the left. Seeing this, Su Luo couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" "Chen Ning, my stomach hurts a bit, I need to go poop." Upon hearing this, Su Luo felt both embarrassed and annoyed. "Chen Ning, you jerk, why are you so vulgar? Can't you say it in a less disgusting way?" Chen Ning Ning thought to himself, I eat grains, so naturally I'm an ordinary person. But he didn't refute Su Luo's words. He nodded and said, alright, then I'll go gliding. Gliding. Several black lines involuntarily appeared on Su Luo's forehead. Chen Ning walked into the wild grass, with Su Luo's indignant voice still trailing behind him. Chen Ning, you better go farther away. I don't want to be stunned to death by you. Got it, young lady. Chen Ning had no choice but to walk 100 meters away before he could relieve himself. A few minutes later, Chen Ning was done and began walking back. However, after taking just a few steps, his sensitive ears caught a faint and unusual sound. Chen Ning's expression turned serious as he stopped in his tracks and slowly looked toward the left, where the sound had come from. There stood a large tree, thick enough for two people to wrap their arms around. Chen Ning held the assault rifle with both hands, squinting his eyes, and said in a deep voice, who? As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly peeked out from behind the tree. It turned out to be a beautiful woman with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, and rosy lips. Her cold arrogance carried a hint of charm. It was Jian Chang. Chen Ning was also very surprised and exclaimed, Instructor Jian Chang, why are you here? Usually accustomed to keeping a cold expression, Jian Chang unexpectedly gave Chen Ning a charming smile at this moment. I was a bit worried about you, so I came to find you. I originally wanted to scare you a little, but you discovered me. Chen Ning, come over here quickly. I have something to show you. It's a little surprise I prepared for you. Come on. At this moment, Jian Chang not only smiled enchantingly and captivatingly but also spoke with a faintly teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Chen Ning directly walked toward Jian Chang, who was peeking out from behind the tree. If he could see behind the tree now, he would be shocked to discover that there was no body behind it. Jian Chang was merely a bodiless head. In fact, this was not Jian Chang at all but the Scarlet Tyrant who had just hunted down an Imperial warrior. Although the Scarlet Tyrant was left with only a head, its strength was greatly diminished, but its mental power remained immense, capable of influencing others' nerves and causing them to experience hallucinations. What Chen Ning saw as Jian Chang was actually the Scarlet Tyrant's head, using its mental power to affect Chen Ning's nerves and create an illusion. Chen Ning walked straight toward the blood-colored tyrant's head without any defense. Meanwhile, Su Luo, who was waiting for Chen Ning to return about 100 meters away, was feeling bored. He broke off a tree branch and idly used it to lightly whip the wild grass while waiting for Chen Ning to come back. Little did he know, a zombie dressed in an Imperial warrior's uniform, its body dry and shriveled, quietly appeared behind Su Luo. Step by step, it approached the unsuspecting Su Luo, preparing to launch an attack from behind. Come, hurry over here, let me take a good look at you. Chen Ning heard Jiang Qing's voice by his ear. The voice seemed to carry a hypnotic effect, causing Chen Ning's gaze to appear somewhat unfocused, as if he had been hypnotized. Without any defense, he walked step by step toward the location of the blood-colored tyrant, seemingly completely unaware of the danger he was facing. Very good, good boy, come a little closer to your sister. If someone were present at the scene, they would be shocked to see a hideous and terrifying old man's head suspended in midair, grinning sinisterly as it opened its ghastly mouth, luring Chen Ning step by step toward it. Chen Ning seemed to be completely entranced, his gaze unfocused, defenseless as he stepped closer step by step. Chen Ning was getting closer and closer to the head, until there was only 1 meter left between them. The ferocious zombie head stared at the carotid artery on the side of Chen Ning's neck, which was now within reach. It seemed to already smell the enticing scent of human blood, imagining the thrill of severing the blood vessels, the blood spurting out and landing in its mouth. The zombie head suspended in midair grinned maliciously. Very good, that's close enough. As it spoke, it prepared to launch a sudden attack, intending to bite through Chen Ning's trachea and carotid artery in one fierce move. This tactic had been repeatedly successful tonight, having already killed several human third-level soldiers. In its current extremely weakened state, it desperately needed to drink human blood to slowly recover its vitality. Once it regained its strength, it could mutate and evolve again, reclaiming its position as the tyrant ruling over both the zombie and human worlds. However, just as the zombie's head was about to snap towards Chen Ning's neck, Chen Ning's previously unfocused gaze suddenly erupted with a crimson glow. Even the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a cold smirk. The zombie's head, upon seeing Chen Ning's piercing gaze and the cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, immediately realized something was wrong. But it was too late. Chen Ning had already swung the assault rifle with a sudden reverse motion, and the unyielding steel buttstock struck the zombie's head fiercely. With a loud bang, the zombie's head was smashed away like a ball, crashing heavily into a tree before falling to the ground. Ow, you little turtle grandson, you're killing me with pain. The zombie's head fell to the ground, seemingly a bit dazed, and surprisingly spat out profanities. Chen Ning didn't care about any of that. The moment the zombie's head hit the ground, he had already aimed his assault rifle at the terrifying head and fired a burst of bullets. The bullets all hit the zombie's head, but they couldn't blow it apart. Instead, the zombie's head cried out in agony, "Stop, grandson, stop. No, spare me, young hero." Chen Ning hadn't expected that after emptying a magazine from his assault rifle, he still couldn't blow apart the terrifying zombie's head. Taking a few quick steps forward, he forcefully stomped the zombie's head into the ground with his his left foot, then pulled out the Thunder handgun from his waist. The Thunder handgun is the standard-issue high-power pistol of the Hua Empire's military, ranked alongside the Desert Eagle of Western countries as one of the most powerful handguns. Thus, Chen Ning now intended to use the Thunder handgun to fire a shot at the zombie's head. He bent down, pointed the muzzle at the zombie's head, and said coldly, "You ugly thing, you actually tried to impersonate our instructor Jian Qing to deceive me. Ha, our instructor Jian Qing is nothing like you, with your ridiculous posturing. I knew at first glance you were a fake. Now, you'll pay the price for desecrating the goddess in my heart." Chen Ning spoke as he prepared to fire a shot at the bizarre zombie head, intending to shatter it with the powerful Thunder pistol. The old man's head suddenly burst into tears and begged for mercy. "Don't shoot. I have elderly parents over 80 and a 3-year-old child waiting to be fed." Chen Ning's expression turned strange upon hearing this. He thought to himself that the zombie head was already bizarre enough, but now its behavior was further challenging his understanding of zombies. This zombie was almost like a human scoundrel. If there were degenerates among zombies, this guy would definitely be one. Cut the act. Do you really think you're human? Look at yourself. Talking about a 3-year-old child waiting to be fed, are you begging for mercy or insulting my intelligence? Although Chen Ning said so, the trigger he was about to pull suddenly paused. Su Luo had been waiting for Chen Ning to return, but she didn't expect that instead of Chen Ning coming back, the sound of an assault rifle came from his direction. The sudden gunfire instantly put Su Luo on edge. Because tonight, Chen Ning had acted several times, whether dealing with level 1 zombies or level 2 zombies, without firing a shot. Now that he was shooting, it likely meant he had encountered a troublesome zombie. Su Luo turned around, ready to head toward the direction of the gunshots to support Chen Ning. But just as she turned, she saw a shadow rushing toward her. Zombie! This thought suddenly surged in Su Luo's mind, and the benefits of the devil training at the Bluebird training camp became evident at this moment. Su Luo faced the incoming level 3 assault zombie. She raised the assault rifle held in both hands to block the zombie's outstretched claws. Then, with her left foot, she delivered a fierce kick to the zombie's chest. As a warrior of the elite squad, Su Luo's kick was powerful enough to break a tree trunk with a diameter of 10 centimeters. This sharp kick sent the zombie flying backward. At the moment the zombie was kicked away, Su Luo dropped to one knee, leveled her assault rifle, and fired 3 precise shots at the zombie as it flew through the air. All 3 bullets hit the zombie's body, causing it to roll twice on the ground. Unfortunately, none of the shots hit the zombie's head or heart, which are critical areas, so the damage inflicted was minimal. The assault zombie, after taking 3 shots, darted behind the nearby trees in a flash. Then, it began swiftly moving between the trees around the area. The biggest difference between this type of zombie and level 2 zombies is its incredibly fast speed. The raider zombie quickly disappeared without a trace, but Su Luo knew it definitely hadn't left. Zombies never give up any chance to bite humans. It was just hiding somewhere, preparing to deliver another fatal blow. Su Luo stood still with his assault rifle, his eyes scanning left and right, fully alert. On the other side, Chen Ning was stepping on the eerie zombie head with his left foot, bending down to press his handgun against the zombie's head, intending to blow up the cunning zombie head with a single shot. However, he didn't expect to hear several gunshots coming from Su Luo's direction. Not good, Su Luo is under attack by zombies. Chen Ning's attention was diverted. His concern for Su Luo made him instinctively raise his head and look in Su Luo's direction. Chen Ning was unaware that what he was stepping on was the head of the Scarlet Tyrant. The Scarlet Tyrant was known for its violent, cunning, and evil nature. This time, it had been besieged by the powerful forces of the Hua Empire's military and ultimately had its head severed, leaving it in an extremely weakened state. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up being trampled underfoot by a rookie like Chen Ning. It had been waiting for an opportunity to strike back, and the moment Chen Ning was distracted, it knew its chance had come. The zombie's head suddenly erupted with immense power, breaking free from Chen Ning's foot in an instant. Like a cannonball, it whistled toward Chen Ning's chest, opening its sinister mouth and viciously biting at his chest. The zombie's head accurately bit into the chest area where Chen Ning's heart was located. Its blade-like sharp teeth fiercely tore through the muscles of Chen Ning's chest, and blood frantically poured into the zombie's mouth. Chen Ning felt a heart-wrenching pain and couldn't help but let out a miserable groan. The zombie's head revealed a triumphant, ferocious grin in its eyes, swallowing the first mouthful of flesh and blood, then preparing to drain Chen Ning into a dried corpse. However, at the moment it bit Chen Ning, the previously dormant zombie virus within Chen Ning's body suddenly became active. Chen Ning's eyes suddenly burst forth with a crimson, bloodthirsty light. The red glow emanating from his eyes almost engulfed the forest before him. The old man's face showed an expression of terror. Oh heavens, this guy is actually a demigod. Ah, spare me, let me go, ah. At this moment, the zombie head biting into Chen Ning's chest and Chen Ning's body underwent a mutation. It turned out that because the zombie head had bitten Chen Ning, its zombie virus caused the dormant zombie virus within Chen Ning's body to suddenly become active. Countless zombie viruses, like countless little sprites, discovered another group of little sprites from the zombie head within Chen Ning's Ning's body and immediately began joyfully welcoming and inviting them. Like attracts like, the zombie virus in the zombie head was welcomed and invited by the zombie virus in Chen Ning's body, and it began to pour into Chen Ning's body all at once. Amid Chen Ning's painful groans and the blood-colored tyrant's desperate screams, Chen Ning's body unexpectedly acted like a swamp, swallowing the entire zombie head alive, ultimately merging completely. At the moment the fusion ended, Chen Ning felt all the pain vanish, and the zombie head had completely integrated into his body. Shocked and anxious, Chen Ning hurriedly tore open his shirt to check his chest. The place where he had been bitten was perfectly intact, showing no signs of abnormality on the surface. The zombie head was fused into his body? Chen Ning did not notice any difference in his body compared to usual. What he had yet to realize was that within his spiritual lake, the left side remained shrouded in black mist with the black martial vein, while the right side still shimmered with silver light from the white martial vein. However, above the lake, there was now a suspended head, the head of the blood tyrant. The blood tyrant's head hovered above Chen Ning's spiritual lake, its mouth slightly pursed, looking somewhat pitiful. Chen Ning himself was completely dumbfounded. That eerie zombie head had clearly bitten him. Yet, his body underwent a strange transformation, directly devouring the opponent and fully integrating with it, even repairing the area where he had been bitten. If it weren't for the traces of battle left around, Chen Ning couldn't help but wonder if the whole thing had been an illusion from start to finish. Although he didn't know whether the fusion of his body with that eerie skull would cause him harm or mutation, Chen Ning couldn't afford to think about it now. Gunshots had just come from Su Luo's direction, and Chen Ning was worried about her situation, unsure if she was in danger. Holding his assault rifle, Chen Ning quickly rushed towards Su Luo's direction. At that moment, Su Luo had already suffered a second ambush from the raider zombie. Perhaps because this zombie had been an imperial soldier in life, its physical condition was quite good, so after being infected with the zombie virus and dying, it directly turned into a level 3 raider zombie. And because it had been trained during its lifetime, it instinctively knew how to use tactics like flanking and ambushing when attacking. It silently circled to Su Luo's rear right side, then suddenly leapt out from the grass, its swift movements rivaling those of a hunting leopard. When Su Luo heard the commotion and hastily turned around, the zombie was already upon her. There was no time to fire, so Su Luo could only raise her assault rifle in an attempt to block the incoming zombie. Although the horizontally raised assault rifle managed to hold off the zombie's hands, Su Luo's slender figure was still knocked down by the zombie's momentum, and both she and the zombie fell to the ground together. Fighting zombies is an extremely dangerous situation for humans, as during the struggle, whether bitten by a zombie or scratched and wounded, it can lead to infection with the zombie virus, resulting in death. When Jian Chang was teaching everyone how to fight zombies, the first rule she emphasized was never to wrestle or grapple with zombies. Otherwise, even if you kill the zombie, you are doomed yourself. So, when Su Luo was knocked to the ground by a zombie and saw its mouth rapidly closing in for a bite, only one thought crossed his mind: I'm done for. But at that moment, a figure darted over. It was Chen Ning. Holding the Tang Dao Longye in his hand, he struck like lightning, slicing with the incredibly sharp standard officer's blade, directly decapitating the level 3 zombie. Its head rolled to the ground. This level 3 assault zombie did not possess the formidable vitality of a level 11 tyrant zombie, which could survive even after losing its body, so it died instantly. Su Luo narrowly escaped death. She quickly kicked away the zombie corpse pressing down on her and scrambled to her feet in a disheveled state. Chen Ning asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Su Luo quickly checked herself and then let out a sigh of relief. Heaven's favor, no injuries. Chen Ning went over, pried open the zombie's skull, and extracted the zombie brain core. Su Luo had already calmed down. She remembered that Chen Ning had also fired shots earlier, clearly engaging in a battle with zombies. Moreover, Chen Ning's shirt was torn, which made her suddenly tense up. "Chen Ning, did you encounter zombies just now? You weren't hurt, were you?" Chen Ning certainly didn't dare to tell her that not only had he been bitten by a zombie, but he had also fused with the zombie's head. He shook his head and lied, saying, "I just ran into a zombie earlier. It was quite strong, probably a level 4 predator. I fired a few shots but couldn't kill it. It seemed to have some intelligence and managed to escape." Su Luo believed him. "I didn't expect there to be level 4 zombies here." It seems Bai Yuhao's suggestion to split up was still too reckless. Chen Ning, having swallowed a zombie's head, was still unsure of the consequences it might bring. As a result, he had no intention of hunting zombies for bounty money anymore. He nodded and said, "Yes, I think we should retrace our steps and find Bai Yuhao and the others to regroup with them." Su Luo agreed, and the two prepared to return the way they came. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from over 100 meters away. A bullet whizzed through the air and pierced Chen Ning's body, knocking him to the ground. Su Luo, both shocked and furious, raised his assault rifle with one hand and fired back in the direction of the gunshot. While shooting, he used his left hand to drag the injured Chen Ning to hide behind a nearby large tree. The guy taking potshots from the shadows was actually using the trees as cover to engage in a gunfight with Su Luo. This completely proved that the opponent was unlikely to be an imperial soldier, otherwise, they wouldn't be shooting at each other. The most likely scenario scenario was encountering wilderness bandits, armed thugs who specialize in robbery. Sometimes they hunt zombies to exchange for bounties at the Hunters Guild, and other times they rob civilians, caravans, or even dare to target Imperial soldiers. Chen Ning was dragged behind a tree by Su Luo, sitting with his back against it. He looked down at his chest, where blood was continuously flowing from the wound. It turned out the bullet had incredible penetration power. Even at a distance of 100 meters, it had pierced through his body. Chen Ning gasped and said, "It's a Stinger assault rifle." The Stinger assault rifle focuses on penetration power because it needs to pierce through the hard skulls of zombies. Su Luo had just emptied the bullets in her magazine and was about to reload when she heard Chen Ning's words. She couldn't help but pause. "What do you mean?" Just as she said, "What do you mean?" a figure had already appeared behind her, rushing forward swiftly. Chen Ning hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" Su Luo also noticed the assailant. She hadn't expected to encounter more than one enemy, so she immediately abandoned her gun, drew the dagger from her waist at lightning speed, and without hesitation, slashed backward at the attacker. Su Luo possessed the strength of a level 3 combat soldier, which was already quite impressive. However, this ambusher was clearly more formidable. Facing Su Luo's lightning-fast strike, he calmly tilted his head to dodge it. At the same time, his left hand executed a standard military grappling maneuver, instantly locking Su Luo's wrist, while his right hand formed a blade and struck the side of Su Luo's neck at the carotid artery. Su Luo's vision went black, and he immediately lost consciousness. At this moment, Chen Ning had already identified the person who had taken down Su Luo. Dressed in a black Bluebird warrior uniform and wearing a cold sneer, it was none other than their teammate, Xiao Zihao. Xiao Zihao knocked Su Luo unconscious, and up ahead, two others, Big Eye and Nyo Air, emerged holding assault rifles. It turned out that the ones who had fired the sneak shots injuring Chen Ning and engaged in the shootout with Su Luo were these two. Chen Ning saw Xiao Zihao and the other two, and immediately understood that Xiao Zihao and his group had run into him and Su Luo, and without hesitation launched a sneak attack on them. Chen Ning had a grudge against Xiao Zihao, but he hadn't expected Xiao Zihao to dare to fire a cold shot at his people, and even target Su Luo as well. Shot and sitting on the ground with his back against a tree, Chen Ning forcibly endured the pain and reached for the thunder pistol at his waist. However, Big Eye and Nyo Air had already raised their assault rifles and pointed them at Chen Ning. Xiao Zihao placed the dagger he had snatched from Su Luo's hand against her unconscious neck, sneering as he said to Chen Ning, "Drop all your weapons, or she will die because of you." Chen Ning glared at Xiao Zihao and said, "I have a grudge against you, so if you target me, I have no complaints. But she is innocent, there's no need for you to harm her." Xiao Zihao lowered his head and sniffed Su Luo's silky hair, then grinned coldly and said, "Relax, I won't harm her. She's the beauty of our group. My two subordinates and I will take good care of her tonight." Ha! Chen Ning placed his hand on the gun grip and angrily said, "Beast." Chen Ning wanted to draw his gun and fight it out with those guys to save Su Luo, but he calculated the time it would take to draw the gun, unlock the safety, and pull the trigger, not to mention shooting and killing the three opponents. Given his severe injuries, it was simply an impossible task. Moreover, as soon as he drew his gun, Big Eye and Nyo Air would undoubtedly shoot him dead first. Xiao Zihao gestured with the dagger pressed against Su Luo's neck. "I'll count to 3. Drop your gun, or I'll slit her throat. We don't mind killing first and enjoying later." Chen Ning gave Xiao Zihao a deep look. "You'd better kill me tonight, or you'll die a horrible death." After saying that, Chen Ning threw away his gun. Big Eye and Nyo Air immediately came over and tied Chen Ning to the tree trunk with a rope. Xiao Zihao held Su Luo in his arms, looking smugly at Chen Ning, who was tied to the tree trunk and whose wound was continuously bleeding. He sneered and said, "Head, the one who dies miserably is you. Do you know why I won't kill you? Because I want to leave you tied here. The scent of your blood will spread in the air, and soon zombies will catch the smell and come for it. By then, you, tied to the tree trunk, will be a delicious feast for the zombies." Ha ha ha. Big Eye and Nyo Air's gazes fell on Su Luo, who was being held by Xiao Zihao. Both of their eyes gleamed with a greenish light as they grinned wickedly and said, "Young Master Xiao, you promised us brothers that after you've had your fun with this chick, you'd let us have a taste too. It's been ages since we've touched a woman." Upon hearing this, Chen Ning's eyes burned with rage, but he was utterly powerless at the moment. Just as Chen Ning was both angry and powerless, a sly old man's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Hey, demigod kid, it seems your strength isn't all that impressive, huh? How about we team up? You promise me one thing, and I'll lend you my power to deal with these little punks." Chen Ning was stunned. Who was talking to him? Chen Ning's heart was filled with shock, and he couldn't help but wonder, who is talking to me? "It's me, the Crimson Tyrant." When Chen Ning felt a surge of doubt in his heart, he initially thought he was simply too angry, to the point where his mind was playing tricks on him, causing hallucinations. However, he hadn't expected that just as he wondered who was speaking, he would immediately hear a response. This made him finally certain that he wasn't hallucinating. There was indeed someone, or rather, a zombie communicating with him mentally. When Chen Ning heard the words Crimson Tyrant, his pupils involuntarily dilated. Instinctively, he glanced around, but he didn't see the legendary terrifying zombie tyrant. "What are you looking for? I've already been devoured by you." I'm right here in your mental world, you fool. The voice of the Scarlet Tyrant echoed once again, and it sounded like the voice of an old man. Moreover, the words were crude, and the tone felt vaguely familiar. Chen Ning instantly remembered, wasn't this the voice of that zombie head from earlier? It turned out to be the legendary Scarlet Tyrant, and it was actually inside his spiritual world? Chen Ning closed his eyes. To Xiao Zihao, No Air, and Big Eyes, it seemed like Chen Ning had given up, unable to bear watching them bully Su Luo. Xiao Zihao glanced at the unconscious Su Luo lying on the ground, then at Chen Ning. He wasn't in a hurry. The so-called act of killing someone and breaking their spirit required thoroughly tormenting the enemy's soul. Only then would it be truly satisfying. Although Su Luo was a beauty, Xiao Zihao wasn't particularly interested in her. His intent to bully Su Luo was more about forcing Chen Ning to watch helplessly, thereby inflicting deep psychological torment on him. So, when Xiao Zihao saw Chen Ning close his eyes this time, he thought Chen Ning had given up. He sneered coldly, "Ha, Chen Ning, aren't you usually so arrogant and overbearing? Why do you look so helpless now, unable to even protect your friends?" When Chen Ning closed his eyes, he worked hard to stabilize his emotions and entered his spiritual world. Above the spiritual lake between the black and white martial veins, a ferocious zombie head was unexpectedly suspended. It was the strange head he had devoured and fused earlier. It had actually appeared in his spiritual world. Chen Ning's heart trembled violently, and he asked in his mind, "You old scoundrel, are you really the infamous disgrace of the zombie world, humanity's enemy, the blood tyrant? You're the old scoundrel. Your whole family are old scoundrels." The old man's head actually had an expression that seemed like he was puffing his beard and glaring. Chen Ning wasn't sure if this wretched old man was the blood tyrant, but his temper was certainly quite fiery. Chen Ning knew the situation was urgent now, and he didn't have time to verify or debate whether this wretched old man was the blood tyrant. He only cared about one question. "You just mentioned us working together. I agree to one condition of yours. You lend me your power to deal with a few pests. What's that all about?" Speaking of cooperation, the wretched old man immediately stopped being angry and even revealed a sly smile. His quick change of attitude left Chen Ning astonished once again. The wretched old man chuckled twice, then, in a tone akin to a wolf grandmother coaxing a child, said to Chen Ning, "Demigod kid, I'm a zombie, and you're half a zombie yourself. That makes us sort of half comrades. There's no new or old grudges between us, so there's no need to harm each other. Now that you've already devoured me, I reckon I'll never get out. If you promise to help me with one thing in the real world, I'll temporarily lend you my power to resolve this immediate crisis. What do you think?" Chen Ning really wanted to ask this wretched old man what kind of thing he wanted him to do, but at this moment, Xiao Zihao was already smirking evilly and about to make a move on Su Luo, starting to unbutton the first button of Su Luo's clothes. Chen Ning panicked. After all, things had already come to this point, and it seemed likely that Su Luo would be humiliated and killed, while he himself would not escape the fate of death. So Chen Ning no longer cared about what the blood tyrant might demand of him, only thinking about getting through the immediate crisis first. Without hesitation, Chen Ning said, "All right, I agree to your request. Hurry up, give me your power. My friend is in trouble." The wretched old man heard Chen Ning agree and let out two sinister chuckles, teasingly saying, "You, a demigod kid, seem to care quite a bit about this little beauty. All right, now relax your mind. Imagine yourself lying on a warm, soft bed. You feel very sleepy, as if you want to drift off to sleep." Chen Ning immediately became alert. "It seems like you're trying to hypnotize me. Is this really about giving me your power?" The blood tyrant argued confidently, "Why don't you trust others? My power isn't some object that can simply be handed over to you. When I say temporarily letting you use my power, what I actually mean is for you to relax your mind and let me control your body. With my immense mental strength combined with your demigod physique, the two together will naturally allow your body to unleash my abilities." Chen Ning, hearing this, felt a bit uncertain. "Relax my mind and let you control my body? You're not planning to seize my body and take it for yourself, are you?" The old man became somewhat exasperated. "Oh, you brat, why are you so suspicious? Where is the basic trust between people? Besides, your will is so strong. How could I possibly take over your body? I'm just temporarily controlling it to unleash my power, deal with your enemies, and save your friends, that's all." The old man paused and then snorted coldly, saying, "Anyway, I've already explained the method of cooperation. Whether you want to save your friend or not, that's up to you to decide." Chen Ning had no other options to choose from now. He always felt that this old man was extremely cunning, full of bad intentions, and not trustworthy. However, in the end, he could only agree, "Fine, I'll relax my mind and hand over control of my body to you." As Chen Ning said this, he imagined himself feeling very tired and wanting to sleep, then tried his best to let go of everything and enter a state of light sleep. As Chen Ning relaxed his mind, the zombie tyrant's head, which had been suspended above his mental lake, immediately began to enlarge rapidly. It emitted a strange red glow, resembling a blood-red moon hanging over Chen Ning's mental lake. The crimson moonlight bathed Chen Ning's mental world in a deep red hue. The white martial vein on the right side of the spiritual lake remained completely unchanged. However, the black martial vein on the left side of the spiritual lake, which was originally surrounded by black mist, suddenly became even denser. Initially, only the bottom 2 nodes of the 12 nodes of the black martial vein were lit. But now, as the blood moon shone brightly, the black martial vein, which had previously stood tall like a black tower, saw its 3rd to 11th nodes light up one after another. In the end, 11 out of the 12 nodes were illuminated, possibly symbolizing the power of the blood tyrant, or rather, the current strength of Chen Ning. That said, although 11 nodes of the black martial vein were lit, their glow was not very bright and appeared somewhat dim and yellowish. This likely indicates that while it represents the strength of an 11th level tyrant, it is not in peak condition but rather in a state of severe power exhaustion. Nevertheless, even a weakened 11th level tyrant, despite the significant reduction in strength, is more than sufficient to deal with Xiao Zihao, a 4th level war general, along with Niu Air and Big Eye, 2 3rd level war soldiers. Xiao Zihao had just sneered as he unbuttoned Su Luo's first button when he suddenly felt something was off. For some reason, a chill rose in his heart, a primal sense of danger. Niu Air and Big Eye, the 2 guys, also noticed something was wrong. The 2 of them, along with Xiao Zihao, instinctively turned their gaze toward Chen Ning, who was tied to the tree trunk. It was fine not to look, but once they did, they were startled. Chen Ning, who was originally quite handsome, had undergone a mutation on the left side of his face. It had transformed into a white bone mask. A white bone mask grew on the left side of his face, while the right side was the handsome face of a man, distinctly divided, looking like a fusion of angel and devil, or rather, like a handsome man wearing a half-bone mask. Even more terrifying was the eye behind the white bone mask on the left side, which emitted a scarlet glow, extremely frightening. Moreover, Chen Ning, wearing the half-bone mask, slightly shrugged his shoulders and directly broke the ropes binding him. Xiao Zihao, Niu Air, and Big Eye were all stunned by the scene before them. Xiao Zihao exclaimed, "What's going on? This guy has mutated." Niu Air, Big Eye, quickly shoot him and kill him. Holding assault rifles, Niu Air and Big Eye woke up, aiming their rifles straight at Chen Ning's head and firing rapidly. The bullets hit Chen Ning's face as if striking unyielding steel, unable to harm him in the slightest. Chen Ning grinned coldly, his voice hoarse. "How audacious. Before this tyrant, even a grain of sand dares to shine?" Xiao Zihao, Big Eye, and Niu Air discovered that the Stinger assault rifles, renowned for their penetrating power, failed to pierce Chen Ning's head. They couldn't even cause the slightest damage to the white bone mask on Chen Ning's left cheek. Moreover, they heard Chen Ning refer to himself as a tyrant, which made their faces turn pale. Xiao Zihao had already realized something was wrong and began to entertain thoughts of escaping, as the scene before him was simply too bizarre. His eyes darted around twice, but then he shouted in a deep voice, "Big-eyed Niu Air, we mustn't be afraid. This guy is just putting on a show. Let's go at him together. Cut him down. Charge." A shout of charge. Xiao Zihao turned and ran without the slightest hesitation, not pausing for even a moment. Niu Air and Big Eyes, these 2 guys, although not foolish enough to charge forward and confront the eerie Chen Ning head-on, were completely unprepared for Xiao Zihao's shamelessness. He fled without the slightest hesitation, abandoning them without a shred of loyalty. In fact, Xiao Zihao deliberately left them behind, clearly intending for them to stay put and temporarily draw the fire of the bone mask-wearing Chen Ning. Xiao Zihao was selfish, but he was also very clever. Just as he turned to flee, Chen Ning, with the bone mask on his left face, had already sneered coldly and made his move. Niu Air and Big Eyes didn't even see what happened clearly. All they felt was a blur before their eyes, and Chen Ning was already standing right in front of them. The 2 were utterly terrified, and before they could even react, Chen Ning extended his hands and grabbed their necks with his left and right hands respectively. The 2 men were slightly stronger than Chen Ning, but at this moment, they were forcibly lifted by Chen Ning, who grabbed them by the necks, their feet dangling in the air. Before they could even struggle, Chen Ning's fingers had already pierced through their necks. The 2 men, like chickens whose necks had been snapped, immediately perished. Chen Ning tossed aside the 2 corpses and turned his gaze toward Xiao Zihao, who had already run 20 meters away. From behind the white bone mask on the left, his scarlet eyes flashed with a cold smile and murderous intent. In a hoarse voice, he sneered coldly, trying to escape. At this moment, Chen Ning's body, controlled by the blood tyrant, was preparing to strike and kill Xiao Zihao, who was fleeing in the distance. However, Chen Ning's crisp male voice suddenly called out from his mouth, "Hey, you old geezer, don't kill him outright. I need him alive. I want him to taste the pain of despair." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Ning's voice became hoarse again. "Torture and kill? I like it." It turned out that after relaxing his mind, Chen Ning's body was taken over by the Scarlet Tyrant, this wretched old man. Chen Ning could no longer control his own body, not even a single finger. The control was now in the hands of the Scarlet Tyrant, but Chen Ning's consciousness remained clear, and he could even use his right eye to observe how the Scarlet Tyrant was using his body. This feeling was somewhat like sitting inside an autopilot combat mech. Chen Ning looked at Xiao Zihao fleeing in the distance and hoarsely muttered, "Can you escape?" Then he stomped forcefully on the ground. In an instant, the solid ground suddenly resembled a calm lake disturbed by a falling stone, creating a visible ripple of airwaves that spread outward from the spot where Chen Ning's right foot stepped. When the airwaves passed by Su Luo, who was lying on the ground, he remained unharmed. However, as the airwaves rapidly reached Xiao Zihao's feet, the originally sprinting Xiao Zihao was directly swept off his feet by the force and heavily slammed onto the ground. Xiao Zihao fell to the ground and could no longer get up. As the moment he was lifted by the airwaves, the bones in his legs had already been shattered by the impact. Now lying on the ground, he let out a miserable cry. Chen Ning, wearing a white bone mask, walked unhurriedly step by step to Xiao Zihao, looking down at the man with broken legs from above, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Demigod boy, how should we deal with him?" Belonging to Chen Ning's crisp male voice, "Let me think, how about this? Fight fire with fire. This guy just tied me to a tree trunk, trying to let the zombies eat me. Now I'm going to tie him up, let the zombies smell the blood and come over, and let him get close to our zombie friends. Hee hee, interesting. No need to wait for the zombies to come. Those two guys I personally strangled earlier, their bodies have already been infected with our zombie virus. It won't take long before those two corpses turn into zombies. This guy's legs are already broken, so I'll break his arms too and leave him here. It won't be long before those two corpses turn into zombies, and this guy's fun will begin." Xiao Zihao heard Chen Ning's voice constantly switching between two tones, as if he were talking to himself or as if two people were having a continuous conversation. Moreover, the words coming out of Chen Ning's mouth made Xiao Zihao feel even more frightened and desperate. He trembled and said, "Chen Ning, don't you dare. Our Xiao family knows it was you who killed me, and they will never let you go." Xiao Zihao hadn't finished speaking when Chen Ning, controlled by the blood tyrant, lifted his foot and viciously stomped down, breaking Xiao Zihao's left arm. Instantly, Xiao Zihao let out a piercing scream, "Ah!" The blood tyrant knew nothing of mercy and, without hesitation, raised his foot again, snapping Xiao Zihao's other arm with a crunch. Finally, he tore a piece of cloth from Xiao Zihao's clothing and stuffed it into his mouth. As a result, Xiao Zihao could no longer crawl or even scream. The only thing he could do was helplessly watch as the corpses of Big Eye and Nyo Air nearby turned into zombies, and then wait for the two zombie corpses to come and devour him. The blood-colored tyrant saw Xiao Zihao's despairing expression and sneered coldly, "Don't be sad. Since you three are good brothers, you should all stay together completely. Even as zombies, you three will still be together completely. Isn't that great? Hey, old geezer. Alright, now that the three of them have been dealt with, you can return control of the body to me." "Ha, demigod kid, should I say you're naive, or just too naive? Old geezer, what do you mean by that? You wouldn't be planning to pull some tricks, would you?" "Heh, I was heavily besieged by the scum of the Huaxia military and even had my head chopped off. Losing my body was already miserable enough, but I didn't expect to encounter you, this hateful demigod brat who actually devoured my remaining head. I thought I would be trapped in your mental world forever, but to my surprise, heaven always leaves a way out. Foolishly, you agreed to hand over control of your body to me. Ha, I've finally regained a new body, and it's even a demigod's body. What a rare opportunity. Do you think I would return control to you? Damn it, you old geezer, you're playing tricks." "It's not me playing tricks, it's you being too stupid. Besides, I've already dealt with Xiao Zihao and his gang for you, which is already giving you plenty of face, so you should be satisfied. From now on, just sleep peacefully in the mental world. This body is mine now. Despicable. Don't even think about it. Hey, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Two minds fighting for control of the body will damage it." At this moment, the two consciousnesses within Chen Ning's body were vying for control, causing Chen Ning's hands and feet to flail wildly, resembling an epileptic seizure. Additionally, the white bone mask on the left side of Chen Ning's face alternated between expanding and cracking, while the skin on the right side of his face bubbled like boiling water, looking extremely terrifying. It seemed as though his body was completely out of control, with an imminent risk of exploding. The blood tyrant was determined to firmly seize control of Chen Ning's body and claim it as his own. However, Chen Ning was not willing to give up so easily. His willpower was extremely resilient and strong. During regular training, he would push himself to the limits of physical endurance, relying on this steadfast willpower to complete the challenges. Although the blood tyrant was very powerful, it was currently in a weakened state. As a result, the two sides were evenly matched for the moment, with neither able to fully control their body. Meanwhile, not far away, the bodies of Big Eye and Ernyo, who had been killed, suddenly moved. The zombie virus in their bodies had already taken effect. The two of them transformed into zombies, staggering as they stood up. Chen Ning and the Scarlet Tyrant were still desperately fighting for control of the body, while not far away, Big Eye and Nyo Air, the two guys, had already turned into zombies, swaying as they stood up. After the two zombies stood up, they actually started biting each other. However, after a few bites, they seemed to realize they were of the same kind and stopped biting. Chen Ning's feet were surrounded by the broken and battered Xiao Zihao, who lay on the ground with severed limbs. Despite having his mouth gagged with cloth, the pain caused him to emit muffled groans. Meanwhile, Chen Ning's body, due to his struggle for control with the blood tyrant, moved erratically, creating noises that quickly attracted the attention of two nearby zombies. The two zombies bit and gnawed at each other briefly, realizing they were of the same kind, and immediately lost their desire to attack. However, the two zombies soon noticed the erratic movements of Chen Ning and the pitiful groans of Xiao Zihao. Among them, the zombie that had transformed from Big Eyes first stared blankly at Chen Ning and Xiao Zihao, then caught the scent of fresh blood from their wounds lingering in the air. Like bees drawn to the smell of sugar, its zombie instincts for bloodlust and aggression were instantly triggered. Subsequently, the Big Eyes zombie began staggering toward them. The Nyoair zombie saw the Big Eyes zombie wobbling toward Chen Ning and Xiao Zihao and decided to follow. However, after taking a few steps, Nyoair zombie noticed another target, the unconscious Su Luo, lying on the ground not far away. It abandoned its pursuit of Chen Ning and Xiao Zihao and instead began staggering toward Su Luo. Xiao Zihao saw the big-eyed zombie heading toward them. Feeling the threat of death, he immediately let out unwilling muffled cries. Unfortunately, his mouth was already gagged, and all the bones in his limbs were broken. Any attempt to escape or struggle was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the zombie approached step by step. Chen Ning carried the zombie virus in his body, and with his semi-divine constitution, his genes could coexist peacefully with the zombie virus. Therefore, Chen Ning wasn't overly worried about being bitten by a zombie. However, as he was currently fighting with the blood tyrant for control of his body, he noticed that the Nyoair zombie was heading toward Su Luo. He immediately became anxious, because if Su Luo were injured by the zombie, it would be disastrous. Damn it, give me back control of my body. Chen Ning's voice revealed intense anger, and he increased his efforts to seize control of the body. This caused the skin on Chen Ning's body to ripple like boiling water, as if his body was on the verge of exploding. Moreover, as Chen Ning fought with all his spirit and willpower, his determination clashed fiercely with the will of the blood tyrant, engaging in a brutal confrontation. This made Chen Ning feel as though his consciousness was being scorched by flames, causing intense pain. Yet, he stubbornly refused to retreat even a step, displaying a resolve and determination that felt like a life-or-death struggle. In fact, the blood tyrant was not faring much better. While Chen Ning's consciousness felt as if it were being burned, the blood tyrant also experienced searing pain in its own awareness. If a body harbors two personalities or two consciousnesses that refuse to yield in their fight for control, there are only two possible outcomes. One is brain death, leaving the body uncontrollable by anyone. The other, more likely outcome, is that the weaker consciousness is completely annihilated, leaving only the stronger one to remain. Willpower is a very mysterious thing. Some people may have physical disabilities and weak strength, but like wild grass, their willpower is exceptionally resilient. No amount of mental torment or suffering can defeat them. On the other hand, some people may be physically strong and possess great power, but they are weak in character and cowardly at heart. When everything goes smoothly, they are fine, but as soon as they encounter setbacks or blows, they collapse completely. Therefore, the strength and resilience of willpower have little to do with physical strength. Although the blood tyrant's willpower is resilient, it is still somewhat inferior compared to someone like Chen Ning, who trains by relentlessly challenging his limits every day and testing the boundaries of life and death. Moreover, this body originally belonged to Chen Ning, making it instinctively more inclined toward him. Chen Ning's rightful claim to this body is more legitimate, his aura is stronger, and his determination is more intense. Facing the erupting Chen Ning, the blood tyrant felt as if its consciousness was being burned by raging flames, experiencing pain. For the first time in decades, it felt fear, because it realized that if it continued to fight against Chen Ning, its consciousness might be obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. Finally, it retreated. The white bone mask on Chen Ning's left face instantly merged into his muscles and disappeared. In that moment, Chen Ning finally regained control of his own body. The Crimson Tyrant once again returned to Chen Ning's mental world, its ferocious head hovering above the spiritual lake. The wretched old creature felt a bit frustrated and somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. It had managed to deceive Chen Ning and gain control of his body, only to have Chen Ning ultimately seize it back. As the dignified Crimson Tyrant, it had actually lost to a demigod kid, leaving it so furious that it was at a loss for words. At this moment, the big-eyed zombie staggered toward Chen Ning, opening its mouth to bite him. However, Chen Ning swiftly ducked, nimbly slipping under the zombie's armpit, then darted like a cheetah toward the Nyoair zombie to stop it from harming Su Luo. The big-eyed zombie failed to catch Chen Ning and was momentarily stunned, but it quickly noticed Xiao Zihao lying on the ground nearby, its eyes lighting up as it immediately moved toward Xiao Zihao. Xiao Zihao watched helplessly, his mouth making muffled sounds, but he couldn't escape. Earlier, he had tied the injured Chen Ning to a tree trunk, intending for the zombies to bite Chen Ning to death. However, he never imagined that he would end up in a situation where he could only watch the zombies attack without being able to resist. Su Luo, lying on the ground, had her eyelashes tremble slightly. The unconscious woman finally opened her eyes and slowly woke up. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she opened her eyes, she was horrified to find a zombie standing right in front of her. The zombie had already bent down, reaching to strangle her neck. Just waking up and shocked by the scene before her, she completely forgot to resist. The zombie's sharp fingers were about to pierce Su Luo's throat, but at the critical moment, Chen Ning arrived, grabbed the back collar of the level 1 zombie, and forcefully yanked it it back. Before the zombie could understand what was happening, Chen Ning slapped it across the face and scolded, "Your food is over there." As he spoke, Chen Ning pushed the zombie that was trying to attack him, sending it flying several meters away, landing right near the big-eyed zombie in Xiao Zihao. At this moment, the big-eyed zombie had already bitten into Xiao Zihao's shoulder, blood gushing out uncontrollably, and Xiao Zihao's eyes were filled with despair. Niu Er, like a zombie discovering a new continent, howled and rushed forward, joining the feast of flesh and blood. Chen Ning reached out and pulled Su Luo up from the ground, asking in a low voice, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Su Luo shook her head, the shock in her eyes still lingering. She had no idea what had happened after she fainted. Chen Ning, who had been injured by a gunshot, had somehow turned the tables on the despicable attackers, and just now, Chen Ning had even slapped a zombie across the face. Oh my god, the instructor had repeatedly warned them not to let their hands get close to a zombie's face. If bitten by a zombie's teeth, it would be certain death. Yet Chen Ning dared to slap a zombie. This guy was absolutely insane. Not far away, two zombies were frantically biting and gnawing at Xiao Zihao, a horrifying sight. Su Luo couldn't bear to look any longer, turned her face away, and softly asked, "Chen Ning, what exactly is going on here?" Chen Ning naturally wouldn't mention his dealings with the blood tyrant, so he told a harmless lie. "The ones who ambushed us were Xiao Zihao, Big Eyes, and Niu Er. The reason is that Xiao Zihao and I have a grudge, as you know." Su Luo nodded. She naturally knew that from the very first day they joined the elite group, Xiao Zihao had been at odds with Chen Ning. Chen Ning continued, "Xiao Zihao wanted to take revenge on me, which also caused you to be implicated by me." Su Luo, weren't you injured? How did you manage to save yourself? Chen Ning looked at the two zombies biting Xiao Zihao and said, "Xiao Zihao's two subordinates were actually injured tonight and infected with the zombie virus, but Xiao Zihao didn't know. When Xiao Zihao was dealing with us, his two subordinates turned into zombies. This guy panicked, and I seized the opportunity to fight back and knocked him down." Su Luo believed him and looked at Xiao Zihao, who had already been bitten to death by the zombies not far away. She bit her lip and said, "Evil meets its end." Chen Ning glanced at the two zombies gnawing on Xiao Zihao, then picked up their equipment with Su Luo and quietly left. After everything that happened tonight, Chen Ning and Su Luo no longer had the mood to hunt zombies. They didn't even bother to shoot and retrieve the zombie brain cores from Big Eye and Niu Er. Of course, a significant reason for not killing Big Eye and Niu Er was that Chen Ning deliberately wanted Xiao Zihao to taste the bitter fruit of his own actions. The two returned to the agreed meeting place with Bai Yuhao and the others. However, it was still early, and Bai Yuhao, along with De Luo and Xiao Luo, had not yet returned. So, Chen Ning and Su Luo waited there for everyone. Su Luo remembered that Chen Ning had been ambushed by Xiao Zihao and his group with a sneak attack, taking a gunshot wound. She quickly asked, "Chen Ning, how is your gunshot wound now?" Chen Ning possessed a semi-divine physique, meaning he was half zombie, half human. Zombie bodies lack pain nerves. Although Chen Ning had pain nerves, due to his semi-zombie nature, his sense of pain was dulled to twice that of an ordinary person, essentially giving him a mild natural anesthetic effect. Moreover, as a semi-divine being, his healing ability was far superior to that of humans. When Su Luo asked about the gunshot wound, Chen Ning finally felt a faint pain at the site of the injury. He calmly said, "The bullet had strong penetration, passing through my body. Fortunately, it only injured my left lung lobe, so it's not immediately life-threatening. I've already treated the wound and stopped the bleeding." Upon hearing this, Su Luo immediately wanted to personally check Chen Ning's injury. Chen Ning, unable to remain calm anymore, became embarrassed and said, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Chen Ning felt embarrassed because if Su Luo wanted to check his gunshot wound, he would have to take off his shirt in front of her. Although it was just taking off his shirt in front of a girl, Chen Ning still felt a bit uncomfortable and awkward. Moreover, his wound healing ability was astonishing, and he was worried that Su Luo might notice something unusual. Su Luo rolled her eyes at Chen Ning. "We're comrades in arms. What's the big deal about checking a wound? Why do I feel like you're the girl and I'm the guy here? Is it really that embarrassing to take a look? Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. When you were punished during training with the whip, you took off your shirt several times and faced the instructor while receiving the punishment." Tonight, Chen Ning had saved Su Luo twice in a timely manner. Although mutual cooperation, covering for each other, and rescuing one another are normal occurrences among comrades in arms and could happen in every battle, Su Luo couldn't help but feel a slight sense of gratitude toward Chen Ning. Naturally, she insisted on checking Chen Ning's injury to put her mind at ease. Chen Ning had no choice but to take off his shirt and let Su Luo examine his gunshot wound. "Ah, the bleeding has really stopped, and the wound has even formed a scab. I just don't know how the bleeding in the left lung lobe is. Do you feel any difficulty breathing, or any unusual symptoms like coughing or coughing up blood?" "No, I just feel a little pain." Su Luo was surprised at the complete cessation of bleeding and the healing of Chen Ning's wound. Chen Ning lied, saying that the old military doctor Fong Zhang had given him a pill called the bone cleansing and marrow washing pill, which he swallowed after being injured, thus quickly controlling the injury. Su Luo then had a look of realization. So that's it. The bone cleansing and marrow washing pill not only enhances physical constitution and cultivation but is also a miraculous medicine for healing injuries. No wonder your recovery is so good. Su Luo asked Chen Ning if he had managed to seize the opportunity to activate the third node of his martial vein after taking the bone cleansing and marrow refining pill. Chen Ning shook his head and said he hadn't tried yet. Su Luo immediately urged him to quickly practice the Tiger Battalion technique and attempt to activate the third node, while she would stand guard. Su Luo really did hold an assault rifle and stood guard for Chen Ning not far away. Chen Ning smiled wryly, thinking that this girl was even more impatient than he was. Unfortunately, he hadn't actually taken any bone cleansing and marrow refining pill. However, Chen Ning still sat down, because although he didn't need to attempt to light up the third node of his martial vein, he needed to enter his spiritual world to settle accounts with that wretched old man, the Scarlet Tyrant. This old man was truly wicked, pretending to help him while trying to deceive him into giving up control of his body, attempting to seize it. Chen Ning closed his eyes and entered meditation. Soon, he entered his spiritual world. The surroundings were pitch black, with a massive spiritual lake in the center. The water of martial force in the lake was not yet fully stored. On the left was a black martial vein shrouded in dark energy, and on the right was a white martial vein shimmering with silver light. Suspended above the lake was a floating head, the head of the Scarlet Tyrant. Wretched old man, how dare you play tricks on me? Now it's time for me to settle accounts with you. Chen Ning's voice, tinged with anger, echoed in his spiritual world. Chen Ning was the master of this realm, and at this moment, dealing with the blood-colored tyrant was as simple as handling a prisoner tied up in his own basement. Ah, young hero, spare my life. I have elders over 80 and children under. Silence. Alright, I'll shut up. I won't beg for mercy anymore. But there's something I want to say, young hero. You have extraordinary potential, possessing dual martial veins. In the future, you have a great chance of becoming a peerless expert at dual 12th rank. Of course, this is merely a theoretical possibility, because judging by your current cultivation methods, they are completely unstructured. In this lifetime, reaching dual 9th rank strength might already be your limit. Chen Ning was ready to teach the old man, the Scarlet Tyrant, a lesson in the spiritual realm. However, unexpectedly, the cunning old man, after failing to beg for mercy, immediately switched tactics and successfully piqued Chen Ning's attention and curiosity. Chen Ning snorted coldly and said, "What do you mean by lacking structure?" "The technique I practice is the Tiger Bend technique from our Huaxia Empire's military. Countless military experts in the empire have cultivated this, elevating their strength to the level of generals. Why is it that I can only reach the level of a lieutenant at best in my lifetime?" The Scarlet Tyrant was quite afraid that this hot-headed young man would deal with him without a second thought. Since Chen Ning had responded, it meant he had succeeded and now had a chance to calm Chen Ning's anger and avoid his revenge. The old man spoke confidently. "Do you think those strong figures in Huaxia's military solely rely on the Tiger Bend technique to enhance their cultivation? Wrong. Many of them come from noble families or ancient clans, each with their own unique cultivation secrets. For example, Huaxia's Grand Marshal Xiaokui's Xiao family practices the secret technique Purple Qi from the east. Then there's your military's Major General Duan Sanglong. His Duan family practices the Dragon Command technique." Chen Ning was dumbfounded. He had thought that all military experts relied on cultivating the Tiger Bend technique to enhance their skills. The old man said indifferently at this moment, "The Tiger Bend technique is the most basic cultivation method. It's designed for soldiers to practice, and its improvement speed is relatively slow. It's also called the path for the poor. Ordinary people, unlike the sons of noble families, cannot access other more sophisticated and advanced cultivation techniques, so the Tiger Bend technique is their only option. A few geniuses have managed to use this technique to eventually elevate their skills to the level of a general, but you absolutely cannot." Chen Ning was unconvinced. "Why?" The old man explained, "It's very simple. First of all, the Tiger Bend technique is the most basic method, so its cultivation progress is slow. Secondly, while others have a single martial vein, you have dual martial veins. If you want to rely on the Tiger Bend technique to light up more than 10 nodes of your dual martial veins, it's absolutely impossible." Chen Ning snorted coldly, "I don't believe it. If others can do it, then I can definitely do it too. If they spend 10 hours a day training, I'll spend 20 hours. Perseverance will prevail. I refuse to believe that persistence can't wear down even the hardest stone. You old scoundrel, first you tricked me into giving up control of my body, and now you're trying to undermine my confidence. It's time for you to learn a lesson." The blood tyrant felt an urge to cry upon hearing Chen Ning's words. He had deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation, hoping Chen Ning would beg him for help in finding a better training method. But to his surprise, Chen Ning not only refused to plead but was now planning to deal with him. Originally intending to keep some secrets, the blood tyrant panicked and quickly offered his assistance, his tone becoming ingratiating. "Young brother, don't be hasty. I didn't say all that to crush your confidence. I wanted to tell you that I can guide you on a new path of training, or rather, make slight adjustments to your Tiger Vanguard technique. This will absolutely help you achieve twice the results with half the effort. I won't make any wild promises to avoid sounding like I'm bragging, but if you follow my guidance, I guarantee you'll soon activate the third node of your dual martial veins. After hearing this, Chen Ning felt somewhat tempted. Although this old scoundrel was despicable, he was a tyrant who dominated both the zombie realm and the human world. If he was willing to guide him, Chen Ning knew he would undoubtedly benefit greatly. Chen Ning was deeply moved by the words of the Scarlet Tyrant, but he knew this cunning old man was very sly, a shameless figure in the zombie world. He had already been tricked by him once and couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be deceived again this time. The Scarlet Tyrant seemed to understand Chen Ning's concerns and swore that if he lied to Chen Ning, he would die a horrible death. Even though the Scarlet Tyrant swore a deadly oath, Chen Ning was still somewhat wary of the old man's tricks. However, he couldn't resist the temptation of a faster cultivation method and ultimately decided to first listen to the old man's cultivation technique before making a decision. Then, Chen Ning softened his tone and said, "Why don't you tell me how to modify my cultivation method to improve efficiency?" Blood Tyrant, it's very simple. You have a demigod physique possessing the same mutation and evolution abilities as zombies. The essential condition for zombie evolution is, of course, blood. I don't need to explain, you should already know the benefits of blood for you, right? Chen Ning admitted, "Yes, I've drunk animal blood twice, once from a wild dog and another time from a grizzly bear. Both greatly helped in repairing my body, almost like consuming the Empire military's angel potion. Since blood is highly beneficial to you, I suggest you use it for cultivation. If you infuse half of the water in your spiritual lake with blood, your cultivation time will be halved. Moreover, with the effects of blood, your chances of successfully activating the martial vein nodes will be significantly higher." Chen Ning was shocked. Isn't the spiritual lake only capable of storing the water of martial power cultivated through training? Can it also store blood? The Blood Tyrant said smugly, "Under normal circumstances, with your conditions, it wouldn't be possible. But now that I exist, I can help you store real blood into the spiritual lake." Chen Ning was deeply shaken, because to activate the martial vein nodes, one must first fill the spiritual lake with the water of martial power, and then use the entire lake's water to impact the martial vein nodes. Regardless of whether the nodes are successfully activated or not, the lake's water will be completely depleted. The most challenging part of this process is filling the spiritual lake with the water of martial power. This relies on cultivating the Tiger Vanguard technique, producing the water of martial force drop by drop, which then falls into the lake. Now, according to the Scarlet Tyrant's explanation, Chen Ning only needs to cultivate half a lake of martial force water, and then add half a lake of fresh blood to begin attempting to illuminate the martial vein nodes, with a higher chance of success. This also means that if this method works, Chen Ning's cultivation in the future will yield twice the results with half the effort. Chen Ning asked suspiciously, "Is your method really effective? Can fresh blood truly replace the water of martial force?" The Blood Tyrant said irritably, "Why don't you trust people? For ordinary people, blood certainly cannot replace the water of strength, and they can't get blood into their mental lake. But because you have a demigod constitution, blood is very beneficial to you. Plus, with my presence, I can help you get the blood into the lake. All these conditions must be met for blood to replace the water of strength. Missing even one condition won't work." "Chen Ning, how can I get the blood into the mental lake?" "It's very simple, I'll teach you." At this moment, it was already past 4 in the morning. Su Luo was hiding behind a tree dozens of meters away, keeping watch. Chen Ning sat cross-legged on the ground, and at this moment, a venomous snake as thick as an arm was silently crawling toward him. The creature flicked its forked, crimson tongue, its eyes locked on Chen Ning, raising its head high and preparing to sink its fangs fiercely into Chen Ning's leg. However, just as the venomous snake was about to launch its attack, Chen Ning, who had been sitting motionless like a statue, suddenly made his move. His right hand swiftly grabbed the snake's head. The venomous snake, with its head firmly gripped by Chen Ning, was unable to move its head, but its tail kept writhing, coiling around Chen Ning's arm. Chen Ning sneered coldly, his right hand applying more force, injuring the venomous snake. Snake blood began to flow, dripping onto Chen Ning's hand. But a shocking scene unfolded. Chen Ning's hand seemed like a desert, as the snake's blood flowed onto his hand and vanished without a trace. Soon, the venomous snake turned into a dried snake carcass. Not far away, Su Luo's delighted voice could be heard. "Bai Yuhao, you're back." It turned out that Bai Yuhao, along with De Luo and Xiao Luo, had already returned. Chen Ning stood up and nonchalantly tossed the venomous snake into the grass nearby. At this moment, in the spiritual lake of his mental world, a splash of fresh blood had already fallen. The blood entered the lake, blooming like a bright red rose in the water. Chen Ning discovered that by following the teachings of the old man known as the Blood Tyrant and practicing the devouring technique, he could indeed absorb real blood into his body, which would then appear in his mental lake. This blood could be used alongside the water of martial force to illuminate the martial vein nodes. The Blood Tyrant's words echoed in Chen Ning's mind. Pay attention, the blood can only fill up to half the lake. The relationship between blood and the water of martial force is like that between desire and reason. Too much desire leads to losing oneself, but a person without desire is also not good. So, you must have desire and ambition, but also control it, ensuring you don't lose yourself and that desire doesn't dominate you. You old geezer, out of all the things you said to me. This is the only one that sounds somewhat sincere. Another thing to remind you, when breaking through low-level martial vein nodes, the blood of ordinary animals is useful, but when breaking through high-level martial vein nodes, the blood of ordinary animals won't suffice. The best option is human blood. When it comes to the top-level martial vein nodes, even ordinary human blood won't be effective anymore. You'll need the blood of the strong, whether it's from human elites or other powerful beings. Other anomalies are, for example, werewolves, vampires. Got it. Chen Ning had just finished communicating with the blood tyrant when Bai Yuhao and De Luo, Xiao Luo, and the others arrived. Bai Yuhao was the first to notice something amiss. He frowned and asked, Chen Ning, you and Su Luo seem to have unusual expressions. Did something happen? Chen Ning smiled wryly and said to Su Luo, you go ahead and tell everyone. Su Luo had no choice but to recount everything, including how Xiao Zihao and his group ambushed her in Chen Ning, as well as how Big Eye and Ernyo succumbed to the zombie virus and bit Xiao Zihao to death. After hearing this, Bai Yuhao and the others exchanged glances, shocked to learn that Xiao Zihao was dead. Bai Yuhao lowered his voice and said, the Lu family still believes Lu Shi's death is connected to Chen Ning. That instructor Shiryu is here to investigate the cause of Lu Shi's death, and the Lu family has already identified Chen Ning as the murderer. Chen Ning's situation is dire. Now that Xiao Zihao is also dead, we can't let anyone know his death is related to Chen Ning. Tonight, none of us can reveal what we know. We'll just say we didn't encounter Xiao Zihao at all. Su Luo was somewhat unconvinced. It was Xiao Zihao who ambushed us and ended up suffering the consequences of his own actions. Why should we cover it up, as if we were in the wrong? Should we have just let him kill us? Is self-defense a mistake? Chen Ning said calmly, none of us are wrong, but weakness is the original sin. The Xiao family holds a position in the Empire's military. If they find out that Xiao Zihao died because of us, they won't reason with us. They will undoubtedly resort to despicable and underhanded means for revenge. So we can only endure and keep quiet. Reasoning is a privilege reserved for those with strong fists. Bai Yuhao nodded. Although Chen Ning's words are a bit extreme, they're essentially correct. For the sake of self-preservation, no one is allowed to mention tonight's events again. After Chen Ning and the others finished discussing, they all returned the same way, heading back to the temporary camp in Stone Town. They returned to Stone Town, and the eastern sky was already showing the pale light of dawn. The day was about to break. Some of the more than 100 residents of Stone Town had already gotten up to prepare breakfast for the soldiers. The soldiers who had been on duty last night were handing over their posts to the incoming shift, then chatting and laughing as they headed to the temporary cafeteria, ready to eat breakfast before going to sleep. In addition, quite a few elite soldiers who had gone out to hunt zombies for bounty rewards were returning one after another. Whenever anyone returned from hunting zombies, they had to report to Instructor Jin Chang. First, they would hand over the zombie brain cores for registration. Second, Instructor Jin Chang would count the returning personnel to ensure that every soldier who went out had safely returned. Chen Ning and the others arrived at Jin Chang's temporary office and handed over the zombie brain cores. While Jin Chang was seated at her desk recording their battle achievements, Chen Ning couldn't help but gaze at her graceful figure and beautiful profile, involuntarily recalling the scene where the blood tyrant in the forest of the sea transformed into Jin Chang's appearance to seduce him. At this moment, as he looked at the cold and stunning Jin Qing, he thought to himself that if Instructor Jin Qing really tried to seduce him like that, he probably wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. Chen Ning's mind wandered, imagining Jin Qing truly trying to seduce him. Just as his gaze became a bit suggestive, Jin Chang, who had been writing with her head down, suddenly looked up and met Chen Ning's eyes filled with ambiguity. Chen Ning's face changed drastically, and he quickly lowered his head in fright. Jin Qing's delicate eyebrows arched slightly. She had already sensitively caught Chen Ning's somewhat disrespectful gaze. Feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed, she thought, this guy's getting bolder, huh? Is he itching for trouble? Shuging recorded the zombie hunting achievements of Chen Ning and the others from last night to facilitate claiming rewards later. Then she looked up and said indifferently, alright, you all go have breakfast and rest. I've just received the latest news that Colonel Butcher's mission to clear the zombie horde has been completed. It's possible we'll retreat and return to Bluebird Base this afternoon, so make sure to get some rest. Yes, Instructor. Chen Ning responded along with Bai Yuhao and the others, then turned and started to walk away. After all, he had just been unable to stop himself from fantasizing about Shuging, his gaze lingering ambiguously on her profile. Unexpectedly, Shuging noticed when she suddenly looked up. Although Shuging was very beautiful, her temper was fierce. Last time, he had merely glanced at her neckline and ended up with a broken rib from her kick. Chen Ning definitely didn't want to repeat that mistake, so he thought it best to leave quickly. Unfortunately, just as Chen Ning turned around, Shuging's voice rang out again, Chen Ning, stay behind. I have a few words to say to you. Bai Yuhao and Su Luo glanced at Chen Ning in unison. Somehow, they couldn't shake the feeling that the relationship between Chen Ning and Jin Chang wasn't as simple as that of an instructor and a trainee. After all, Jin Qing seemed to be paying a bit too much attention to Chen Ning. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the joke Chen Ning made to Jin Qing at the base tavern last time, saying I like you, had stirred some ripples between them? wrong? With various speculations in mind, the group left the office first. In the temporary and shabby office, only the uneasy Chen Ning and Jian Qing, whose lips curled slightly into a faint, cold smile, remained. Chen Ning is a relatively upright person. If he has nothing to hide, he would appear neither arrogant nor servile when facing instructor Jian Qing, calm and composed, even with a touch of arrogance. However, if he does have something to hide, he would seem like a completely different person, just like he is now. Jian Qing kept Chen Ning behind but sat at her desk, head down, counting the number of people who went out on a mission last night and those who returned to camp, completely ignoring Chen Ning and leaving him hanging. Chen Ning felt very awkward. He knew that this woman, Jian Qing, was being petty on purpose, deliberately leaving him out and messing with him. He could only brace himself, coughed lightly, and then asked, Instructor Jian Qing, I wonder if you kept me behind alone to assign me some task? Jian Qing raised her head and looked at the uneasy Chen Ning with a faint smile, thinking to herself, wasn't this guy bold and reckless just now? He even dared to sneak a lecherous glance at me. Why is he acting so timid now? She stretched lazily and said languidly, Chen Ning, it seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time. Your courage has grown, hasn't it? When Jian Qing stretched, Chen Ning had already lowered his head. This female instructor had an excellent figure, especially when she stretched, her top tightened, and her impressive assets seemed ready to burst out at any moment. He decided it was better to avoid looking and prevent trouble from coming his way. When Xuan Cheng said this, Chen Ning's mind was suddenly filled with the abrupt voice of the blood tyrant. Chen Ning, you like this female officer, don't you? No wonder in the forest, when I used mental illusions to tempt you, the illusion you saw was her. This beauty is quite stunning, naturally alluring, but unfortunately, her personality seems a bit hard to handle. Chen Ning was infuriated by the sudden rambling voice of the blood tyrant in his mind and immediately shouted angrily, shut up. Xuan Cheng was startled by Chen Ning's angry shout. Her face instantly flushed red. She slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Chen Ning with fiery eyes. What did you say? Chen Ning had intended to tell the blood tyrant in his mental world to shut up, but he subconsciously blurted it out, causing Xuan Qing to misunderstand. Judging by her attitude, it was clear she thought he was telling her to shut up. At this moment, Chen Ning truly felt like crying without tears. Instructor, please don't be angry. Actually Chen Ning originally wanted to say that he wasn't telling her to shut up, but halfway through the sentence, he stopped himself and dared not continue. The reason was simple. If Chen Ning told Jian Chang that the words weren't directed at her, she would definitely wonder who he was telling to shut up. If Jian Qing started to suspect, then he would be doomed. It was entirely possible that his demigod identity and the secret of the blood-colored tyrant sealed in his spiritual world could be exposed. Jian Qing narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. Actually, what? Chen Ning stammered, you broke one of my ribs last time with a kick, and it really made me angry. So, in a moment of heat, I couldn't help myself. Jian Qing's eyes grew colder. Couldn't help but yell at me? Jian Chang pulled out a chair and walked out from behind the desk with a stern expression. Standing in front of Chen Ning, her 1.73-meter frame was not much shorter than Chen Ning's 1.77 meters. In fact, at this moment, her aura was even more imposing than his. Chen Ning was now like someone swallowing bitter medicine, unable to voice his grievances. He could only curse the old tyrant in his heart 1,000 times over. Chen Ning stammered, trying to speak, but didn't know what to say. At that moment, Jian Chang had already lifted her foot, clad in tall military boots, and stomped hard on the top of Chen Ning's left foot, causing him to grimace in pain. Jian Qing let out a cold snort, her expression slightly easing. Although Chen Ning had been stomped hard, he felt a great sense of relief in his heart, as it seemed he had narrowly escaped a disaster. At the same time, he also noticed a characteristic of Jian Qing. If she was slightly angry, her expression would appear very fierce, but if she was truly enraged, she would, like when she broke his rib with a kick, silently reveal a captivating smile. Just as Jian Chang had just stomped on Chen Ning to vent her anger, someone suddenly entered without knocking. In the temporary camp, the poor had no chance to approach Jian Qing's office. Any soldier entering would absolutely have to knock and report, and only after receiving permission could they dare to enter. The only person who would dare to enter the office casually without knocking was Shiryu, whose status was on the same level as Jian Qing. Shiryu came to find Jian Qing for something, but he hadn't expected that as soon as he walked into the office, he would see Jian Qing standing very close to Chen Ning. He was momentarily stunned, then his expression immediately turned grim. In his view, there was a distinction between men and women, as well as a hierarchy between superiors and subordinates. If there wasn't something suspicious going on, the two of them couldn't possibly be standing so close. A surge of jealousy and resentment rose in his heart. When Xuan Chang saw Shiryu barging in, she frowned slightly and instructed in a calm tone, "Alright, if there's nothing else, Chen Ning, you can go back and rest." "Yes, instructor." Chen Ning said this and then turned to leave. As he passed by Shiryu, he didn't even salute his superior. Shiryu thought bitterly to himself, "Don't think that just because you're a soldier in the elite unit and not under my command, you can act so arrogantly. You better not end up in my hands, and you'd better not serve under me, or I'll make you pay for your arrogance." Sugging instructed Chen Ning to leave, then returned to her usual indifferent demeanor. She wasn't wasn't someone who would show her emotions to just anyone. She asked calmly, Major Shiryu, you seem to be in a hurry. Is there something urgent? Shiryu suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit and said, we just received a notification that Lieutenant Colonel Butcher and his team will pass through Stone Town in 3 hours. We've been instructed to join the main force at that time and return to Bluebird Base together. Suging nodded and said, alright, I'll notify the warriors of our elite group later. Shiryu said, the warriors in my regular group lost contact during last night's operation to clear out nearby zombies, and they still haven't returned. Have all the members of your elite group come back? Ken Shing had just reviewed the list of soldiers who went out last night and the list of those who returned this morning. She frowned and said, there are still 3 people who haven't come back, Xiao Zihao, Big Eyes, and No Air. Logically, they should have returned by now. Chen Ning, who had already stepped out the door, overheard Ken Shang and Shiryu's conversation. Without showing any reaction, he walked away. In the forest of the sea, a level 4 predator zombie was slowly standing up. This creature was covered in sores, but it was still faintly recognizable. It was Xiao Zihao. Big Eye and Nyo Air, 2 level 1 zombies, caught the scent of the zombie aura on Xiao Zihao and instinctively surrounded him, just like unintelligent animals following their leader by instinct. However, Xiao Zihao, who died harboring intense hatred, mutated into a level 4 zombie, retaining certain memories and intelligence. Xiao Zihao looked at Big Eye and Nyo Air, suddenly raised his right hand, and with 2 swift strikes, directly severed the heads of the 2 zombies that had come to curry favor with him. Xiao Zihao raised his claws, his eyes bursting with intense hatred, and let out an angry roar resembling a human voice. Chen Ning, Xiao Zihao, Nyo Air, and a few others failing to return to camp on time quickly caught Jian Qing's attention. Several of Shiryu's subordinates from the ordinary group also went missing last night. Jian Qing and Shiryu were unlikely to dispatch personnel to search for a few soldiers who hadn't returned to camp, especially since Shiryu's missing soldiers were just ordinary rookie warriors. After discussing, they decided that, considering Xiao Zihao and the others were elite group trainees and key focus individuals of the new batch at Qingyao Base, they would wait a few hours. If Colonel Butcher's main force passes through here in a few hours and Xiao Zihao and the others have not returned, they will leave them behind, join Colonel Butcher's main force, and return to the Bluebird Base. A few hours quickly passed, and Butcher's troops arrived as scheduled. Jian Chang and Shiryu each gathered their teams, boarded the troop transport vehicles, and returned to the base with Colonel Butcher's forces. The rescued survivors followed the main force, jogging along the way, and were eventually placed in nearby human settlements. After Butcher returned to the Bluebird Base with the main force, he announced that everyone would have a 2-day vacation. Additionally, those who performed exceptionally well during this operation would be granted an opportunity to leave the base and go outside. Chen Ning, Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, and De Luo and Xiao Luo were all recognized for their outstanding performance. Along with several hundred other new and veteran soldiers, they were granted an opportunity to go outside. Of course, the outing time was limited to the 2-day vacation, and they were required to return to the base once the time was up. Chen Ning originally did not plan to leave the Bluebird Base, but Bai Yuhao intended to take advantage of this rare holiday and the opportunity to go out to visit his family in Vermilion Bird City. He enthusiastically invited Chen Ning and the others to join him in going to Vermilion Bird City. Vermilion Bird City. Chen Ning couldn't help but think of his 3-year-old daughter, Xiaoguo. Ultimately, unable to resist the longing in his heart, he agreed to go to Vermilion Bird City with Bai Yuhao and the others. Shiryu had just returned to the base when a guard came to inform him that during the days he was away from the base, 3 letters from family members had arrived. Upon hearing that there were several letters from family members, Shiryu couldn't help but frown slightly. He took the letters and found that all of them were sent by his married sister. Shiryu saw that the letter was sent by his sister, and he immediately knew what it was about. When he was transferred here, his sister's son, Lu Shi, encountered a mishap in this place. His sister did not believe that Lu Shi had died at the hands of zombies and demanded that Shiryu help investigate the truth. When Shiryu first arrived here, he started looking into the matter. There wasn't much evidence to prove how Lu Shi had died, but Shiryu suspected that Lu Shi's death was related to Chen Ning. As Xiao Zihao had said, Chen Ning was only a level 1 combat soldier at the time. How could he have hunted so many zombie brain cores? Moreover, considering the animosity between Chen Ning and Lu Shi, Shiryu felt that Xiao Zihao's speculation was quite reasonable. It was highly likely that Chen Ning had secretly plotted against Lu Shi, killed him, and claimed Lu Shi's achievements in hunting zombies as his own. Shiryu thought of Xiao Zihao and couldn't help but frown slightly, because Xiao Zihao had also lost contact. As a disciple from a prestigious and wealthy family, someone like Xiao Zihao placed great importance on honor. He definitely wouldn't become a deserter. Moreover, Xiao Zihao was currently in the elite group, with a promising future ahead, making it even less likely for him to desert. So his loss of contact likely meant that something had happened to him. Once again, an incident occurred during an external operation, just like Lu Shiru. Shiryu suddenly seemed to recall something and immediately went to check the troops' action log records. He quickly found the rotation schedule for the elite group in Shirtu town and discovered that it matched his suspicions. On the night Xiao Zihao had his accident, assessment, Chen Ning was also not at the Shirtu town camp but was out on an operation like Xiao Zihao. According to the battle record book from Jianqing, Chen Ning was also hunting zombies in the forest of the sea. Shiryu squinted his eyes. In Sanchi town, Chen Ning and Lu Shi hunted zombies together on the night of the assessment, and Lu Shi, who was Chen Ning's enemy, died. In Shirtu town, Chen Ning and Xiao Zihao went out to the sea forest to hunt zombies, and Xiao Zihao, another enemy of Chen Ning, also met with misfortune. When Shiryu thought of Chen Ning, he immediately recalled the ambiguous relationship between Chen Ning and Jian Cheng, as well as Jian Cheng's unusually attentive care for Chen Ning. A surge of jealousy rose in his heart, and without hesitation, he sat at his desk and wrote a letter to his sister Shirlily, who was far away in Vermilion Bird City. The general content of the letter was, "The murderer is Chen Ning, but there is no evidence. To seek revenge, private means must be used." As Shiryu's letter was sent out, Chen Ning had already packed 2 sets of clothes for changing, brought along the 3 gold coins he had earned upon entering the elite group at the Bluebird base, and left the base together with Bai Yuao, Su Luo, and De Luo and Xiao Luo, heading toward Vermilion Bird City. Vermilion Bird City is 700 kilometers away from the Bluebird training base, which takes about 7 hours by car. However, the Bai family is a prominent aristocratic clan in Vermilion Bird City. Not only do they hold a significant position in the Empire's military, but they have also made achievements in commerce. The Bai family's caravans are spread across several southern provinces, and in a major trading hub over 100 kilometers away from the Bluebird base, there is a commercial outpost belonging to the Bai family. Bai Yuhao brought Chen Ning and the others here, and then piloted the commercial helicopter stationed at their family's outpost to head toward Vermilion Bird City. After 3 hours of flight, Vermilion Bird City, one of the 4 major cities of Huaxia and the capital of the southern province, finally appeared in the view of Chen Ning and the others. The first thing they saw was the magnificent city wall, 20 meters high, along with the colossal city gate adorned with a giant vermilion bird statue. Inside the city, there was a towering structure hundreds of meters tall, a famous landmark of Vermilion Bird City known as the Vermilion Bird Tower. Chen Ning came to the legendary metropolis of humanity for the first time, the wealthy district that people from their former slum had longed to live in. Towering skyscrapers stood densely packed, along with various uniquely luxurious and exquisite buildings. Only in such a metropolis could the advanced civilization of humanity be preserved. Zhuke City has 2 layers of walls, with several kilometers separating the first wall from the second. The 2 city gates are usually closed and heavily guarded by troops. Chen Ning and his team were aboard a commercial helicopter painted with the Bai family's crest. The pilot skillfully established contact with the ground defense forces, applied for entry into the city and landing permission, and finally, under the guidance of dispatch, the helicopter slowly landed in the area between the first and second city walls. It turned out that for a helicopter to enter the city, there were strict and complex procedures to follow. If the rules were not adhered to, the aircraft would be directly shot down. Chen Ning and the others disembarked from the helicopter and were immediately approached by a group of soldiers wearing gas masks. In addition to verifying their identities, the soldiers sprayed them with misting agents for disinfection and conducted health checks. Only after confirming there were no issues were Chen Ning and his team allowed to enter the city. Chen Ning, Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo were all elite trainee warriors from the Undead Legion's Qingniao training base. As imperial soldiers, even during their vacation period, they had the right to enter and exit any city within the Huaxia Empire. So, the guards eventually let Chen Ning and his group into the city. The captain of the guards even complimented Bai Yuhao, saying, "Welcome back to Vermilion Bird City, young Master Bai." Chen Ning and the others couldn't help but glance at Bai Yuhao. Everyone thought, it seems Bai Yuhao is quite famous in Vermilion Bird City. Bai Yuhao led Chen Ning and the others into the city. Except for Su Luo, it was the first time Chen Ning and the De Luo and Xiao Luo brothers had entered a metropolis. The group acted like countryfolk visiting a grand estate, finding everything surprising and fascinating, which made Su Luo roll his eyes and left Bai Yuhao both amused and exasperated. Bai Yuhao brought Chen Ning and the others back to the Bai family residence, arranged accommodations for them, and told everyone not to rush. He explained that the evening was the most bustling time in Vermilion Bird City, and tonight he would take them out to broaden their horizons. Chen Ning and his companions had just entered Vermilion Bird City when, in the Lu family estate within the city, a noblewoman of middle age received an urgent letter delivered from 800 miles away. This woman was Shirlily, Shiryu's sister and Lu Shi's mother. After reading the letter written by Shiryu, Shirlily's eyes revealed intense hatred. She muttered to herself, "A mere lowlife from the slums dares to kill my Shir. Chen Ning, is it? You've already come to Vermilion Bird City with the young master of the Bai family. Good, perfect timing. It saves me the trouble of sending someone to find you." Bai Yuhao originally planned to greet his elders at home, have a meal with his family, and then take Chen Ning and the others out to stroll through the bustling night market of Zhuke City. However, plans often can't keep up with changes. Bai Yuhao's grandmother, who doted on him immensely, pulled him aside for all kinds of affectionate inquiries upon seeing him return. Bai Yuhao found himself unable to break away and had to stay to chat with his grandmother. After learning this, Chen Ning and the others decided to go out and have fun on their own. As they left the Bai residence, Chen Ning suggested that everyone engage in free activities, going wherever they wanted to play, as long as they remembered to return to the Bai residence before midnight. Su Luo watched Chen Ning's figure disappear into the street and couldn't quite understand why Chen Ning refused to join the group and insisted on going off on his own. The two brothers, De Luo and Xiao Luo, smirked and said, "Could it be that Chen Ning went alone to indulge in some debauchery?" Su Luo knew what indulging in debauchery meant and immediately felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed, thinking that Chen Ning was really too much. However, she also vaguely felt it was unlikely, as she had known Chen Ning for so long and found him to be a relatively upright person who had never shown any signs of being lecherous, at least not towards her. In fact, Chen Ning wasn't planning to go anywhere for fun, he simply wanted to visit the Lu family in Vermilion Bird City to see if he could catch a glimpse of his precious little daughter. The Lu family was quite renowned in the upper-class circles of Vermilion Bird City. With just a bit of inquiry, Chen Ning quickly learned the location of the Lu family's residence. At the entrance of the Lu family's mansion stand two imposing stone lions, exuding grandeur and symbolizing the extraordinary strength of the Lu family. Chen Ning hid at the mouth of an alley opposite the Lu family's mansion, standing in the darkness of the night, coldly gazing at the mansion's entrance. His arrival in Vermilion Bird City was unexpected, and he had no plan in place. Although he wanted to reclaim his daughter from the Lu family, he was completely at a loss, unsure of what to do next. The Lu family is a renowned aristocratic clan in Vermilion Bird City. Chen Ning currently possesses only the strength of a mere dual-level second-tier soldier, which at best equates to the power of an ordinary third to fourth-tier soldier. To break into the Lu family, where strong individuals abound, reclaim his daughter, and then successfully escape from Vermilion Bird City, his current strength is far from sufficient. Even a casually dispatched captain-level retainer from the Lu family could easily deal with him. Chen Ning himself couldn't figure out why he was lingering at the entrance of the Lu family's mansion. Perhaps he simply hoped to catch a glimpse of his precious daughter, at least to know whether she was doing well. Chen Ning squatted at the alley entrance for half an hour. People occasionally entered and exited the Lu family residence, but there was no sign of Lu Ming, Zhang Qian, or his youngest daughter. Suddenly, a retro-style Hongqi sedan appeared at the entrance of the Lu family residence. The people of Zhuke City immediately recognized the license plate and knew that this car belonged to the head of the Lu family, Imperial Colonel and commander of the Greedy Wolf Legion, Lu Wanlin. Lu Wanlin had just turned 50 this year. Although he was the commander of a regular legion, his cultivation had already reached the level of an 8th-grade valiant general, which was considered a formidable strength. Moreover, the Greedy Wolf Legion under his command, along with another legion, the Breaking Army Legion, were the two main forces responsible for defending Zhuke City. Lu Wanlin also served as the deputy city lord of Zhuke City, granting him significant power within the city. When Lu Wanlin's car appeared at the entrance of his home, the previously tightly shut electric gate immediately began to open slowly. However, what surprised Chen Ning a little was that the Hongqi sedan stopped at the entrance and did not drive into the Lu family estate. Inside the Hongqi sedan, Lu Wanlin, whose figure was slightly plump but exuded an air of dominance, sat grandly in the back seat. In the front driver and passenger seats were his chauffeur Lu Qing and his sole personal bodyguard, Lang Jianfeng. Lang Jianfeng was dressed in a black Imperial Major's uniform, wore a thick gas mask on his face, and black leather gloves on his hands. He carried a standard officer's tang sword on each side of his waist. Sitting motionless, he resembled a cold, emotionless killing machine. At this moment, the driver Lu Qing couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror inside the car. Through the rearview mirror, he could see Lu Wanlin sitting in the back seat, squinting his eyes with an air of self-assured arrogance. He cautiously asked, "Master, why did you ask me to stop? Aren't we going home?" Lu Wanlin did not respond, and Lu Qing dared not ask further, obediently keeping his mouth shut. Lu Wanlin slowly turned his head and looked out through the car window. Not far outside was the entrance to a small alley, where the streetlights emitted a dim yellow glow in the night. The alley entrance was completely deserted. However, Lu Wanlin frowned. He could sense a strange force emanating from behind the entrance of the alley. Who is this mysterious figure with a strange background, and why is he sneaking around outside my door? What is his purpose? At this moment, Chen Ning was tightly pressed against the wall, hiding motionlessly at the corner of the alley entrance, thinking to himself, the aura emanating from the guy in the car is very powerful, clearly a formidable expert. Why has his car stopped and remained still? Could it be that he has already discovered me? Lu Wanlin spoke slowly. Jianfeng, sitting in the front passenger seat, dressed in a military officer's uniform and wearing a gas mask, the cold and ruthless Lang Jianfeng responded in a muffled, hoarse voice through the mask, "Present. Go and check. If he's not a good person, find him and kill him." "Yes." Lang Jianfeng pushed open the passenger side car door, stepped down wearing his heavy military boots, and got out of the car. After getting out, he mechanically stretched his neck, then placed both hands on the hilts of the two knives at his waist. He walked toward the entrance of the alley at an unhurried pace, each step as precise as if measured with a ruler. After Leng Jianfeng got out of the car, the red-flag sedan drove into the Lu family estate. Lu Wanlin had just returned home when his concubine, Lily, hurriedly came out with her maid. Before she even arrived, her cries could already be heard. "Master, my brother sent a letter saying he has found out who killed our son. It's a lowlife named Chen Ning, and apparently, he's already arrived in our Vermilion Bird City." Chen Ning hid at the corner of the alley entrance. From outside, he could hear the sound of a car door opening and the rhythmic, powerful footsteps of military boots on the ground. He knew that a skilled fighter was approaching him. At the same time, the anxious voice of the blood tyrant echoed in his mind. "The incoming person is a level 6 battle commander. Chen Ning, you only have dual level 2 strength. The opponent is clearly aggressive. If you fall into his hands, you will undoubtedly die. Run quickly." Chen Ning had already been considering retreating, and upon receiving the blood tyrant's warning, he turned and fled without hesitation. Lang Jianfeng naturally heard the sound of footsteps approaching. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he strode into the alley in pursuit. However, just as he entered the alley, Chen Ning, who had been sprinting away, pulled out a pistol, turned around, and fired at Lang Jianfeng several dozen meters behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The handgun Chen Ning carried was a standard thunder handgun, which is the designated weapon for Special Corps. It boasts immense power, rivaling the Desert Eagle as one of the most powerful handguns. Merely in terms of weight, this handgun reaches 4 pounds, making it unsuitable for ordinary soldiers and only manageable by elite corps warriors. Chen Ning had already calculated his move. When the opponent chased him into the alley, he would suddenly counterattack. In the narrow space, the powerful bullets would make it easy to strike successfully. However, at the moment the gunshots rang out, Lang Jianfeng's twin swords were already drawn. As the swords swung, the sound of clashing metal and sparks filled the air. The 7 powerful bullets were astonishingly sliced in half by Lang Jianfeng's meteoric iron twin swords. Although Chen Ning failed to use the thunder handgun to injure Lang Jianfeng, by the time Lang Jianfeng had cut the 7 flying bullets with his twin swords and looked toward the other end of the alley, Chen Ning had already vanished without a trace. Ran as fast as a fleeing rat. A deep hoarse voice came from behind Lang Jianfeng's gas mask, tinged with anger. Clearly, he was not pleased that Chen Ning had escaped right under his nose. Lang Jianfeng turned and left, returning to the Lu residence. Lu Wanlin, dressed in pajamas, was reading documents in the study. When Lang Jianfeng pushed the door open to report, Lu Wanlin didn't look up, only casually asked, "How did it go?" Lang Jianfeng extended his gloved right hand and placed half a bullet on Lu Wanlin's desk. He got away. He was using a thunder pistol, and the bullet bears the insignia of the Phoenix Corps. Phoenix Legion? Lu Wanlin raised his head. That matches. There's news that my second son, Lu Shi, was killed by a soldier named Chen Ning from the Qingniao unit. Now Chen Ning has already arrived in Vermilion Bird City. Go find Chen Ning and take care of him. Yes. Lang Jianfeng turned around, ready to leave. Lu Wanlin, wait, even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner's face. No matter what, Chen Ning is a soldier of the Phoenix Legion. When you kill him, keep it low-key, don't make a fuss. I don't want our greedy Wolf Legion to end up in an unpleasant situation with the Phoenix Legion. Yes. Chen Ning narrowly escaped the trackers, turning it into a false alarm. However, he also realized that the Lu family was indeed full of experts, and retrieving or reclaiming his youngest daughter would be extremely difficult. The voice of the Crimson Tyrant echoed in Chen Ning's mind once again, filled with a tone of incitement. "Chen Ning, kid, actually that guy just now was merely a level 6 warlord. In the past, someone of that level was like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered in my eyes, killed with a single thought. It seems like you're planning to go to the Lu family to reclaim your little daughter. How about I help you again? Give me control of your body, and I'll help you break into the Lu family." Chen Ning snorted coldly. "Would you willingly give a venomous snake a second chance to bite you?" The Crimson Tyrant was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then quickly realized that Chen Ning was using a venomous snake as a metaphor for him. He immediately flew into a rage. "You brat, what do you mean by that? At the very least, I helped you take down Xiao Zihao and his gang, and taught you the devouring technique. That makes me half your master, and yet you don't trust me?" Chen Ning showed no mercy. "That's right, I don't trust you." The Scarlet Tyrant was furious. Fine, since you're guarding against me and unwilling to temporarily hand over control of your body, I can't use my strength to help you." Chen Ning was indifferent. In his view, the Scarlet Tyrant, a major villain, a disgrace to the zombie world, an enemy of humanity, cunning, cruel, and despicable, could never willingly accept being sealed in his spiritual world. It must be constantly plotting to be reborn, and the best way to achieve rebirth would be to seize control of his body and claim it as its own. Moreover, the Scarlet Tyrant had already played tricks once before, so no matter what, Chen Ning would never easily hand over control of his body to this wretched old demon again. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. Chen Ning felt that although he was currently weak, as long as he was given some time, he would one day be able to openly defeat the Lu family and bring his youngest daughter back. Become stronger. Chen Ning couldn't help but recall the devouring technique mentioned earlier by the blood tyrant. His eyes lit up involuntarily. Recently, while carrying out missions with the main force, Chen Ning had been training regularly, but his cultivation speed had slowed down. At this rate, who knows how long it would take to activate the third-level node of the black and white martial veins. In the military camp, obtaining fresh blood was very difficult, but now in Vermilion Bird City, it was much easier. Where is the most blood? Of course, the slaughterhouse. Suzaku City, one of the 4 major cities in China, has a population of 30 million. Who knows how many pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep are slaughtered here every day? The slaughterhouses must be filled with the blood of countless animals. If I were to go to a slaughterhouse, I could probably use the devouring technique to quickly fill my mental reservoir with blood and then start attempting to activate the third martial vein node, right? Just as this thought arose in Chen Ning's mind, the voice of the blood tyrant lazily echoed, "You are now a level 2 battle soldier. At the battle soldier stage, you can indeed use animal blood to pair with the water of martial power and attempt to activate these low-level nodes. However, I do not recommend using the blood of pigs, dogs, sheep, and cows from the slaughterhouse, because while the benefits may be immediate, I fear you might regret it later." Chen Ning frowned. Why? The old man known as the blood tyrant explained, "The animals in slaughterhouses are all raised on artificial feed and pumped full of various hormones. They lack the spiritual essence of higher-level creatures. When ordinary people eat their meat, there's hardly any nutritional value, let alone any significant benefits for us cultivators from their blood." The blood tyrant paused and said, "Of course, if you insist on using the mixed blood of these animals for cultivation, it should be quite easy to activate the third martial vein node. It's not entirely useless, but the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. It's like how ordinary people can eat the meat of these drug-fed, hormone-filled animals to fill their stomachs, but over time, they might develop illnesses. Cultivation is similar. Using the mixed blood of these animals for cultivation can temporarily boost your abilities, but your martial veins will become tainted by this impure blood. The quality of your martial veins will deteriorate, and in the future, you might not be able to reach the level of peak experts, such as level 10 and above." Chen Ning couldn't help but ask, "But didn't you say earlier that animal blood could be used?" Blood tyrant, the animals should be wild ones, preferably something like monkeys that drink spring water and eat wild fruits. Pure animals with a certain level of intelligence. To put it simply, it's about bloodline, just like vampires don't like drinking the blood of sick people." Chen Ning said gloomily, "In Vermilion Bird City, whether it's people entering and exiting or animals being transported in and out, there are very strict procedures. Usually, because of the fear that wild animals might carry the zombie virus, bringing them into the city is prohibited. Where am I supposed to find so many wild animals, and ones with intelligence at that, to fill up half of my mental reservoir?" The blood tyrant said lazily, "That's your own problem." "Chen Ning, why are you being so kind as to actually tell me about these detailed issues I need to pay attention to? Your body has the physique of a demigod, and it possesses dual martial veins. I can't bear to see such a good body being wasted by your reckless cultivation. Besides, this body might be mine in the future, so why should I let you ruin it?" When Chen Ning heard the first half of the blood tyrant's words, he felt a faint sense of gratitude, but upon hearing the latter half, he just wanted to curse. This wretched old man was clearly always scheming to seize his body. At this moment, Chen Ning was standing at the traffic light intersection, unsure of where to go and hesitating whether to return to the Bai family. Suddenly, he noticed a massive poster advertisement on a billboard by the street. The advertisement featured a beautiful woman wearing a red embroidered cheongsam, accompanied by a slogan, "Everything you want is here." Below the slogan were 4 glittering golden characters, Lu Family Trading Company. A trading firm is a large-scale marketplace in the post-apocalyptic era, most of which are operated by powerful families and even have intricate ties with the imperial military. After all, trading firms deal with a wide variety of goods, and they generally don't sell everyday items but rather peculiar and unusual things. For instance, various weapons and rare treasures are sold here. It's somewhat like a black market but more legitimate, with a broader range of goods. Rumor has it that if you want to buy zombie brain cores or zombie teeth from hellhounds, those niche items, you can find them here. Just like the advertisement says, whatever you want, it's all here, it's just a matter of price. When Chen Ning saw the advertisement for the Lu Family Trading Firm, his eyes lit up. The trouble he had earlier in finding the blood of wild intelligent creatures might be resolved here, as it could be available for purchase. Then, Chen Ning immediately stopped a taxi and instructed the driver to the Lu Family Trading Company. The Lu Family Trading Company is one of the largest and most famous trading companies in Vermilion Bird City. The taxi driver, likely noticing Chen Ning's imperial military uniform, did not dare to take him on a detour. In just 20 minutes, the driver brought Chen Ning to the front of a skyscraper, where the sign prominently displayed the words, Lu Family Trading Company. The Lu Family Trading Company operates 24 hours a day. It was now past 8 p.m., the time when the nightlife of a bustling metropolis was just beginning. The trading company's lobby was teeming with a constant stream of guests. Dressed in his imperial military uniform and wearing military boots, Chen Ning stepped into the lobby, immediately immediately drawing the attention of those around him. The sleeve insignia on Chen Ning's uniform bore the emblem of the Phoenix Corps, a renowned military unit throughout the Huaxia Empire. Naturally, wherever a Phoenix Corps soldier went, they would attract the gaze of others. Immediately, a beautiful woman dressed in a cheongsam, wearing high heels and swaying gracefully with a snake-like waist, approached with a charming smile and greeted proactively, saying, "Hello, sir. I am Lu Ruyan, the general manager of the Lu Family Trading Company. Is there anything I can assist you with?" General Manager Lu Ruyan personally coming over to serve him surprised Chen Ning a little. What he didn't know was that Lu Ruyan was worried that this Special Corps soldier might cause trouble. Additionally, soldiers from the Special Corps were all quite wealthy, as they earned substantial rewards for hunting zombies and completing missions. They were also willing to spend generously on purchasing weapons and other items. Chen Ning looked at Lu Ruyan and said indifferently, "I want to buy high-grade animals as pets. Do you have any here?" Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly and said, "What kind of high-grade animals are you looking for?" "We have a wide variety of animals here." Lu Ruyan leaned close to Chen Ning's ear and whispered, "Even if you want to buy a hellhound zombie, I can still get it for you, but the transaction would have to take place outside the city, and the price is very high." Chen Ning glanced at this alluring woman, who was the Cheongsam beauty spokesperson he had seen in the advertisement. With a faint smile, he said, "What if I said I wanted to buy you as a pet? Would your firm be willing to sell?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's delicate face first showed astonishment, then turned to embarrassment and anger. However, not knowing Chen Ning's background and origins, she dared not express her anger and instead forced a smile, saying, "Sir, you really know how to joke." Lu Ruyan was slightly startled when she heard Chen Ning's words. She even thought Chen Ning might have some peculiar hobby. Fortunately, Chen Ning smiled faintly at that moment and said casually, "Of course, I was joking. Who would treat women as pets?" Lu Ruyan's mood relaxed slightly. After all, Chen Ning was wearing the uniform of the Empire's Phoenix Legion, and he exuded an extraordinary aura. Before knowing more about Chen Ning's background, even though she was the general manager of the Lu Family Trading Company, she didn't want to offend members of such a special legion lightly. Of course, when she heard Chen Ning say, "who would treat women as pets," she still glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally, because she had heard that some noble lords in Vermilion Bird City had such peculiar hobbies. Lu Ruyan maintained a composed and professional smile. "So, may I ask, sir, what are you looking for? Let me see if our trading company can assist you." Chen Ning calmly said, "As I just mentioned, I want to see if there are any intelligent animals that can be bought as pets." Lu Ruyan laughed and said, "We have plenty of animals here, and quite a few intelligent ones. For example, the smartest animals besides humans, like gorillas, or aquatic creatures such as dolphins and octopuses. It depends on what you like." Chen Ning was a bit surprised. "Your inventory is indeed comprehensive." Lu Ruyan chuckled lightly and said, "Think about it, sir. Our business caters to the 30 million residents of Vermilion Bird City. To stand out among numerous businesses, there's no shortcut. It all depends on having abundant, diverse, and high-quality goods." Chen Ning, take me to see your smartest animals. Remember, I prefer larger animals as pets. I don't like small ones. Chen Ning actually doesn't dislike small animals, but this time he's looking for animals to use the devouring technique to extract blood. If it were small animals, how much blood would it take from them to fill even half of his spiritual lake? "All right, sir, please follow me." Lu Ruyan spoke as she stepped forward to lead the way. As she walked gracefully, her waist swayed with an enchanting rhythm. She turned back to Chen Ning and said, "By the way, do you have a membership card for Woming Trading Company?" Chen Ning shook his head, "No." Lu Ruyan, "Then would you like to apply for one? It's free, you just need to provide your identity information. Based on your identity details, we will determine your VIP level. The higher the level, the greater the discounts. Of course, the VIP level can also gradually increase based on your spending." Chen Ning noticed the sly look in the eyes of this Cheongsam-clad beauty. He knew she was trying to probe into his background and identity. Chen Ning smiled faintly and said, "No rush, I'll decide after seeing whether I like your goods or not." Lu Ruyan was indeed curious about Chen Ning's identity because he was wearing the uniform of the Phoenix Legion but did not have any sergeant or officer epaulets. She couldn't determine his identity, and judging by his demeanor, she felt he was not an ordinary person. What she didn't know was that Chen Ning originally had epaulets. However, after entering Vermilion Bird City, Bai Yuhao suggested that Chen Ning and the others remove their epaulets. Firstly, the Empire had regulations stating that sergeants and officers could wear military uniforms while traveling privately during their vacations, but they were not allowed to wear epaulets. This was to prevent officers from flaunting their authority and causing negative impressions of the Empire. Secondly, by removing their epaulets, outsiders would not know their true identities, which would make them more cautious and less likely to provoke them. Chen Ning noticed Lu Ruyan occasionally stealing glances at him with her beautiful eyes and immediately understood that she was curious about his identity. With a faint smile, he followed her into the elevator and arrived at the 10th basement floor of the building. Since the apocalypse began, the buildings in major cities generally include deep underground structures. Each building has several basement levels, designed as underground fortresses to hide from zombies zombies in case they invade the city. In short, different eras bring different needs. In the past, skyscrapers were built to reach the sky, but now the more basement levels a building has, the more it demonstrates its strength. Stepping out of the elevator, a passageway comes into view, brightly lit as if it were daytime. At the end of the passage is an electric steel door, guarded by several security personnel holding assault rifles. The guards naturally recognized Lu Ruyan, greeted her, and opened the door without hesitation. Lu Ruyan led Chen Ning inside and discovered that the place resembled a zoo, or perhaps an aquarium-like zoo. Various animals were confined everywhere, and according to the map, this floor was divided into different zones, such as a terrestrial exhibit, an ocean exhibit, and so on. Lu Ruyan introduced to Chen Ning, "This floor is the animal goods hall of our Lu family trading company. Except for cheap and worthless animals, you can find almost any other animal here. Let me take you for a walk. Over here is the aquarium. Look, this one is a whale. Our trading company went to great lengths to transport it into Vermilion Bird City." Chen Ning squinted at the whale and asked indifferently, "How much does this whale cost?" Lu Ruyan said with a smile, 100 gold coins. "If you want it, I can sell it to you at a slightly lower price, including the entire set of water tanks and oxygen supply system." Chen Ning was shocked in his heart, not expecting it to be so expensive. How many zombies would he have to hunt to earn 100 gold coins? Chen Ning appeared calm on the surface and pointed to a giant octopus not far away. "This thing looks good. How much is it?" Lu Ruyan chuckled and said, "This is a giant octopus, with a circumference of 5 meters and weighing around 100 kilograms. It's a tyrant of the seabed, very difficult to catch, and the price is 50 gold coins." Chen Ning noticed that there were several tanks here, each housing a giant octopus. Octopuses have an incredibly strong self-healing ability, with wounds that can heal quickly. If he could absorb the blood of these giant octopuses into his spiritual lake, the cultivation effect would surely be excellent. Unfortunately, Chen Ning only had 3 gold coins in his possession, which he estimated would only be enough to buy 1 octopus leg. Chen Ning knew that with the little money he had, it was absolutely impossible to purchase these large animals. He had already decided to give up the idea of buying animals. However, since he had just entered, it felt awkward to leave immediately, so he followed Lu Ruyan to look at a few more types of marine animals. Seeing that Chen Ning seemed uninterested in marine animals, Lu Ruyan took him to see land animals instead, specifically choosing ones that were intelligent and large in size. Apart from elephants, Lu Ruyan eventually led Chen Ning to a room where a giant gorilla was confined. Through the thick tempered glass, they saw a colossal gorilla over 2 meters tall inside. The gorilla had been sitting on the ground in utter boredom, but as soon as it saw Lu Ruyan and Chen Ning appear in front of the glass window, especially noticing Lu Ruyan and her Cheongsam, its eyes lit up instantly. With a loud roar, it shot up like a rocket, using both its hands and feet to suddenly lunge toward Lu Ruyan. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the giant gorilla slammed into the tempered glass. Chen Ning frowned slightly, worried that the tempered glass might be shattered by the gorilla's impact. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly, looking a bit unnatural as she awkwardly said, "Actually, this colossal gorilla is usually very composed. It wouldn't normally act foolishly and crash into the glass like this." Chen Ning looked at Lu Ruyan and asked, "Then why does it seem so agitated now?" Lu Ruyan explained somewhat awkwardly, "Gorillas are very similar to us humans. This one is a male giant gorilla with a strong desire for females, not just female gorillas, but also human women." Upon hearing this, Chen Ning couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ruyan blushed slightly and said, "Whenever this guy sees a woman, it goes crazy, pounding on the glass. Although our glass is very sturdy, its constant pounding still makes me a bit worried. So I'll step away for now. You can stay here and observe it, and later I'll take you to see other large animals." After saying this, Lu Ruyan turned and walked away. Chen Ning initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary, as he hadn't found a suitable animal and was planning to leave. However, as he watched the giant gorilla once again slam into the glass with great force, creating a loud noise, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He couldn't afford to buy any of the animals here, so why not take the opportunity to release this giant gorilla? It would surely go on a rampage, smashing and wreaking havoc. At that point, he could step in under the guise of helping, kill the gorilla, and even secretly use the devouring technique to absorb its blood. Chen Ning thought about this and immediately looked toward the gorilla in the room. The giant gorilla, seeing Lu Ruyan turn and leave, became even more anxious, howling loudly and fiercely slapping the tempered glass with its right hand. As the giant gorilla slapped the glass, Chen Ning also suddenly threw a punch, using the strength of his dual second-level combat soldier power, striking hard at the same point on the glass where the gorilla had hit. Boom! This time, the sound was even more earth-shattering. The spot where the gorilla slapped was exactly the same as the place where Chen Ning's fist struck. Even though the tempered glass was very sturdy, it couldn't withstand the combined blows from Chen Ning and the gorilla, instantly forming massive cracks. Seeing this, Chen Ning immediately feigned a startled cry. Lu Ruyan, who had walked more than 10 meters away, happened to turn her head and then saw the gorilla inside the house, ecstatic, suddenly slamming the glass again. To her disbelief, the tempered glass shattered with a loud crash. She exclaimed, "Be careful, sir." Chen Ning was already prepared. At the moment when the giant gorilla shattered the tempered glass and fragments of glass flew everywhere, his figure retreated swiftly amidst Lu Ruyan's exclamation. He instantly moved back more than 10 meters and finally pretended to be somewhat shaken, standing beside Lu Ruyan. He even said to her, "The safety measures here are inadequate. Look, your giant gorilla broke through the window." When Chen Ning said this, he felt a bit shameless deep down, because by saying this, he was subconsciously planting an idea in Lu Ruyan's mind. The gorilla broke out of the cage on its own. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was already calling through a mini communicator clipped to her collar. Security room, security room. The giant gorilla in the terrestrial animal exhibit on the 10th basement floor of the building has broken out of its cage. The situation is somewhat out of control. Send someone immediately to manage the scene. Security room received. Reinforcements will be dispatched immediately. Miss Lu, please ensure your own safety. Security will arrive shortly. The security guards did not appear immediately, but the giant gorilla that had just smashed through the tempered glass and broken free from its cage did notice Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan. This creature had been confined for too long, and the feeling of regaining freedom made it exceptionally excited. When it saw Lu Ruyan, a female human, it became even more energized, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. It roared loudly, pounding its strong chest with its fists several times, then charged toward Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan, using both its hands and feet. Its massive body was like an out-of-control locomotive, unstoppable. Although Lu Ruyan appeared delicate and charming, she surprisingly had a strong mental fortitude. Realizing that she couldn't outrun the frenzied gorilla, she unexpectedly pulled out a palm-sized thunder pistol from behind her. Chen Ning immediately recognized that this was an enhanced version of the thunder pistol. The thunder pistol, despite its small size and capacity to fire only one bullet, packs a tremendous punch. The enhanced version of the thunder pistol is even more powerful, comparable to a grenade. If Lu Ruyan could handle it properly and hit the vital spot of the giant gorilla, there was indeed a chance she could take it down with a single shot. Chen Ning was still counting on this giant gorilla to create more chaos for him, smashing more animal cages here and releasing more animals. So, at the moment when Lu Ruyan aimed her palm thunder pistol at the giant gorilla, Chen Ning pulled Lu Ruyan. "Danger, run quickly." Because of Chen Ning's pull, Lu Ruyan's shot missed the gorilla and went astray. The bullet flew past the side of the gorilla's head and ultimately hit the glass window of a house holding animals. With a loud crash, the tempered glass shattered all over the ground, and a frightened rhinoceros bolted out in a frenzy. Lu Ruyan hadn't expected her shot to miss. After she missed, the giant gorilla was already less than 2 meters away from her. The gorilla charged right up to her, spreading its massive ape arms, ready to grab her. Lu Ruyan was so terrified that her face turned pale, and she didn't even know how to escape or resist. At that moment, Chen Ning had already drawn his standard tang sword like lightning, slashing it onto the gorilla's left arm. Though the gorilla was incredibly strong, Chen Ning's standard tang sword, typically used as an imperial officer's weapon designed specifically for battling advanced zombies, was exceptionally sharp. As a result, Chen Ning's tang sword instantly severed the massive gorilla's left hand. Roar! The gorilla let out an earth-shaking howl. The immense pain drove it completely mad. Chen Ning's lips curled into a cold smile as he pulled the bewildered Lu Ruyan. "Let's go." They had already turned and run when the gorilla let out a miserable scream. Just as they reached the aquarium, the injured and enraged gorilla caught up with them, charging at Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan like a cannonball. Chen Ning pushed Lu Ruyan to the left and dodged to the right himself. The gorilla barreled through the space between them, and with a loud crash, it managed to cause a slight crack in the glass of the tank holding the giant octopus. Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan were still in shock when a rhinoceros suddenly came charging out, roaring. Whether it was imitating the gorilla or simply running too fast to stop, the rhino also slammed headfirst into the glass of the octopus tank. Chen Ning had heard before that an angry rhino could dare to collide with a train, but he hadn't quite believed it. Now, he finally understood the temper of a rhino. The glass originally cracked by the gorilla was now struck by the rhino with a thunderous blow, unable to withstand the pressure of the water in the tank any longer. With a loud crash, the tank shattered, and the giant octopus was flushed out by the water. At this moment, 2 security guards from this floor arrived first, holding assault rifles. When they saw the rhino, gorilla, and giant octopus all out, they were startled and quickly raised their assault rifles, aiming at the gorilla. The gorilla, being intelligent, seemed to understand the power of the object in the human's hands. Seeing the 2 security guards pointing their guns at it, it charged at them recklessly. The 2 security guards, seeing the situation, quickly pulled the triggers. Flames burst from the 2 assault rifles, and bullets whizzed out. Many bullets hit the gorilla, while stray bullets struck other aquarium tanks. In an instant, several tanks were shattered, and the other giant octopuses were also flushed out by the water. Although the gorilla was hit by more than a dozen bullets, it still charged at the 2 security guards, slapping them away with its palms. Finally, it collapsed to the ground unwillingly, with blood gushing wildly from its wounds and mixing into the water on the ground. Meanwhile, the frightened rhinoceros had already turned and charged at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, now drenched from the water spilling out of the tank, had just reloaded a bullet into her palm-sized pistol and was trying to aim at the rhinoceros. However, at this critical moment, her hands trembled with fear, making it impossible to aim properly. At that moment, Chen Ning appeared beside her, reached out to take the palm-sized pistol from her hand, and fired a powerful shot at the rhinoceros, which was already dangerously close. The shot directly blew open the rhinoceros's head. The rhinoceros's corpse collapsed into the puddle on the ground, with blood continuously flowing into the water. A total of 4 giant octopuses emerged from the tank, and they all rushed toward Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan. Chen Ning handed the palm-sized thunder pistol, now out of bullets, back to Lu Ruyan, then grabbed the standard military knife and stepped forward. "Let me handle this. Octopuses are formidable in the ocean, but not so much on land." Moreover, Chen Ning possessed the strength of a dual combat soldier, making it effortless for him to deal with low-level zombies, let alone a few giant octopuses. When one of the giant octopus's tentacles swung toward him, he easily severed it with a single slash. Immediately, he charged in like a hungry wolf among sheep, his military knife swinging relentlessly. Under Lu Ruyan's shocked gaze, Chen Ning moved swiftly, dismembering all 4 giant octopuses. The 4 creatures collapsed into pools of blood. Chen Ning sheathed his military knife and calmly said to the stunned Lu Ruyan, "What are you standing there for? Quickly check if there are any other damaged cages or tanks to prevent more animals from escaping. Also, check on the 2 security guards who were knocked away by the gorilla. Are they alive or dead?" "Oh, I'll take a look right away." The soaking wet Lu Ruyan quickly moved her long legs. Wearing high heels, she found it quite inconvenient to walk on the waterlogged ground. She stepped carefully, 1 foot at a time, and went over to check the injuries of the 2 security guards. Little did she know, just as she was heading toward the security guards, Chen Ning had already discreetly knelt down on one knee, pretending to check whether the octopus was completely dead. In reality, his left palm was pressed against the waterlogged ground, secretly using the devouring technique taught by the blood tyrant to begin absorbing the blood from the water on the ground. Chen Ning's hand seemed to have a suction force, drawing the blood from the water into his body. Lu Ruyan was now urgently checking the condition of the 2 security guards. If she had paid close attention to the water on the ground, she would have noticed that the blood in the water was flowing toward Chen Ning. A giant gorilla, a rhinoceros, and 4 massive octopuses. Chen Ning absorbed most of their blood before finally stopping. Meanwhile, a team of fully armed security guards had arrived. Everyone was shocked to see so many giant animals dead. 2 security guards were seriously injured but not dead. Lu Ruyan instructed her subordinates to clean up the scene and send the 2 injured guards to the hospital. Finally, despite being soaked and looking a bit disheveled, she approached Chen Ning and apologized, saying, "Tonight, due to our firm's inadequate security measures, you were startled. To express our apologies, I've decided to upgrade your VIP level to level 3. From now on, you can enjoy discounts when purchasing items here." Chen Ning found it amusing. This Lu Ruyan was very clever. Even in the current situation, she was still trying to retain customers. A VIP card meant nothing to the Lu family business, but it could help keep a customer. Such compensation made Chen Ning admire Lu Ruyan's intelligence. Chen Ning pretended to be somewhat displeased with tonight's visit to the Lu family business and said indifferently, "Maybe next time. Farewell. I'll see you out." Lu Ruyan hadn't expected such a big mishap tonight. Not only had the business suffered significant losses, but seeing Chen Ning dressed in the uniform of a special corps and carrying a standard-issue officer's saber made her a bit uneasy. Could it be that they had offended a potential major client? Lu Ruyan saw Chen Ning off and was about to return to her private office to change clothes. However, just as she entered her office, one of her female assistants came in holding a laptop and said to Lu Ruyan, "General Manager, you'd better take a look at this." Lu Ruyan frowned and glanced at the laptop brought by her assistant. She saw footage from her security room's surveillance cameras. In the video, Chen Ning was cooperating with a gorilla, punching the glass that the gorilla had been hitting. Instantly, the glass showed massive cracks. Lu Ruyan's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock and anger. "I knew something was off. So it turns out this guy was up to tricks. Investigate immediately. I want his information and his current whereabouts. He must compensate double for tonight's damages. If he's even 1 copper short, I'll lock him in a cage and sell him to those eccentric noble lords who fancy pretty boys." Chen Ning hurriedly left the Lu family trading company, then hailed a taxi and returned to the Bai family residence. Chen Ning, along with Su Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo, were all staying in the guest rooms of the Bai family. This was a separate courtyard with a total of 4 rooms, allowing each of them to have their own room without disturbing the Bai family. When Chen Ning returned, Su Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo had already come back. The 3 of them had visited the night market and shopping malls, enjoyed some local delicacies and snacks, and bought items that could only be found in a big city before returning. At this moment, Su Luo looked at Chen Ning, whose clothes were still a bit damp, and asked in surprise, "Chen Ning, where on earth did you go? How did you end up like this?" The 2 brothers, De Luo and Xiao Luo, laughed and said, "Could it be that he really went to drink wine at the brothel, didn't pay, and was thrown into the lake by the thugs?" Boring. Chen Ning couldn't be bothered to respond to them. He walked straight through the living room and returned returned to his room. The room had a private bathroom with hot water, so Chen Ning took a shower and changed into clean clothes. After coming out of the bathroom, he had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the bed. Tonight had been quite fruitful. He had absorbed a significant amount of animal blood using the devouring technique. Coupled with his consistent practice of the Tiger Bend technique over this period, the martial energy in his mental reservoir, along with the blood absorbed tonight, should have filled the reservoir completely. He could now attempt to activate the third node of the black and white martial veins. Sure enough, after Chen Ning entered a meditative state, he discovered that the massive mental reservoir between the black and white twin tower martial veins was already full. The reservoir was not filled with clear martial energy but rather a mixture of vibrant blood, which looked somewhat terrifying. Especially above the surface of the lake, a menacing zombie head was suspended. This head belonged to the blood tyrant, which was now sealed within Chen Ning's mental world and could even be utilized by him. This lake full of terrifying blood, can it really help me activate the third node of the black and white martial veins? When Chen Ning had just developed such doubts in his mind, the voice of the Scarlet Tyrant old man echoed in his head. Chen Ning, kid, since you're worried about failing to activate the third node and wasting the lake's martial power water, why don't we cooperate? I can guarantee that you'll successfully activate the node this time. However, as repayment, I need to absorb a bit of the blood water from the spiritual lake. I was severely injured during my battle with the strong forces of the Huaxia Empire's military, and I still haven't recovered. Chen Ning was a bit wary. Is it really just cooperation? Of course, I, the Scarlet Tyrant, never lie. Nonsense, the sentence you just said is a lie. I'm really not lying to you. I can guarantee that you'll successfully activate the node, and I absolutely won't play any tricks. Alright, I'll trust you one more time. If you play any tricks, I'll erase you from my mental world. Chen Ning reached an agreement with the Scarlet Tyrant, and then he began following the Scarlet Tyrant's guidance to activate the third node of the black and white martial veins. Scarlet Tyrant, turn! Chen Ning's cold shout echoed, and the ferocious zombie head hovering above the lake suddenly began to spin, emitting a sharp and terrifying howl. As the zombie head rotated, a scarlet dot appeared on the previously calm lake surface. The dot slowly expanded, transforming into a small whirlpool. The whirlpool grew larger and larger, and the scene became increasingly astonishing. The suspended, rapidly spinning head seemed to exert a powerful pulling force on the lake water, akin to a dragon drawing water. Finally, the water from the lake's whirlpool surged skyward and poured into the zombie head. The blood-red water circled around the spinning head once, then split into two streams, shooting toward the black and white martial veins on either side of the lake. The scarlet blood became even more dazzling, faintly emitting a red glow, surging upward along the black and white martial veins resembling twin towers. The first two nodes that Chen Ning had already illuminated were passed through effortlessly, but upon reaching the third node, the flow was blocked. Blood continuously drew up from the lake, desperately impacting the third node of the black and white martial veins, attempting to break through and illuminate the third node. At this moment, Chen Ning's face was already pale as a sheet, cold sweat dripping profusely from his forehead, and his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Each time a node was illuminated, he had to endure immense pain and torment, and as the nodes became more advanced, the pain grew even more severe. At the moment when the lake water was about to be exhausted, the black and white martial veins, towering like two high towers, suddenly buzzed and were finally broken through and illuminated. Chen Ning felt that the strength of his body had undergone an instant transformation. His already powerful physique seemed to have reached a new height, and it surged dramatically. Chen Ning was pleasantly surprised to find that he had successfully activated the third node of the black and white martial veins, achieving the strength of a dual level 3 combat soldier. How strong is the strength of a dual level 3 combat soldier? To what extent? Compared to others, what level of strength does it correspond to? At first, Chen Ning had no clear concept of this. Recently, he deliberately compared his strength with others and finally concluded that his previous dual level 2 combat soldier strength was equivalent to 2 level 2 combat soldiers working seamlessly together. Chen Ning was now a dual level 3 combat soldier. He felt that he could hold his own against a level 4 combat general, escape from a level 5 combat general, but facing a level 6 combat general would likely be extremely dangerous. While Chen Ning was happily lighting up the third node of his dual martial veins, the blood tyrant also benefited from the nourishment of the blood water. The severe injuries it had sustained were partially repaired, with the most noticeable change being its eyes, which were no longer as dim as before and now carried a faint crimson hue. In the office of the Lu family trading company, Lu Ruyan was using secret channels to quickly obtain information on Chen Ning. The Lu family trading company, being one of the largest trading firms in Vermilion Bird City, naturally had close ties with the Empire's military. With a photo of Chen Ning in hand, it was naturally easy for her to investigate his background. Of course, this is also because Chen Ning is just an ordinary soldier in the Phoenix Corps. If Chen Ning were an officer, she might not have been able to access his information. Lu Ruyan changed into a white dress and wore a pair of crystal high heels, exuding both elegance and charm. She had already finished reading Chen Ning's file, which contained very little information. It only mentioned that Chen Ning came from a poor background background, joined the Phoenix Corps' Bluebird training camp 4 months ago, performed outstandingly in training, and is now a reserve officer candidate undergoing elite group training. So, you're just a rookie from the Phoenix Corps, yet you dare to play tricks in my establishment, causing me hundreds of gold coins and losses. Humph, whether you're here to sabotage on behalf of a competitor or for some other reason, you must compensate for the losses at double the amount. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever coming into this world. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and tossed the file back onto the table. An elderly man dressed in black nearby asked, "Miss Lu, should I go find him and threaten that kid to repay the money? If he refuses, I'll kill him." Lu Ruyan shook her head. After all, he is a reserve officer candidate for the Undying Legion. There's a chance he might become an officer in the future. Considering the Undying Legion, we shouldn't push him to the brink. Besides, he lives at the Bai family residence and clearly has a good relationship with Bai Yuhao. Bai Yuhao's father, Bai Chongshan, is the commander of the Pajun Corps in our Vermilion Bird City. We should give him that respect. Then what should we do? Send someone to monitor his movements. Once he leaves the Bai family residence, I'll personally step in and talk to him, starting with diplomacy before resorting to force. If he agrees to compensate, then everything will be fine. After all, we business people value harmony and prosperity. But if he refuses to pay, then we'll have to use extreme measures. We have the moral high ground, and even Bai Yuhao won't have much to say about it. Yes, Miss Lu. The next morning, Bai Yuhao finally had time to come and meet Chen Ning and the others. He apologized, explaining that he had been accompanying his family yesterday and couldn't join them for an outing, asking for their understanding. Su Luo chuckled and said, "Why are you apologizing? We still have a whole day today. Just take us to the most interesting places in Vermilion Bird City, and that'll settle it, won't it?" Bai Yuhao said cheerfully, "That's simple. I'll take you to the most famous and thrilling place in Vermilion Bird City, the arena. The arena is somewhat like the ancient Roman Colosseum, but instead of ordinary beasts like wolves and tigers, it sometimes features terrifying main events, such as gladiators battling level 5 hellhound zombies." Chen Ning and the others felt that these noble lords must be tired of living. Of all things to play with, they chose zombies, truly speechless. However, since Bai Yuhao said this was the liveliest place, the group followed him, took a car, and arrived together at the Tianhe Arena in Vermilion Bird City. Just arriving at the Colosseum ticket office, Chen Ning suddenly noticed a beautiful woman with fair skin and a graceful figure walking toward them with an elegant demeanor. As soon as Chen Ning saw this woman, he secretly thought to himself that this was not good, because this woman was none other than Lu Ruyan. Chen Ning realized that Lu Ruyan was also here, and he immediately knew that something was amiss. Chen Ning did not believe in coincidences. There simply weren't that many coincidences in the world. Lu Ruyan was the general manager of the Lu family trading company, a very busy person. How could it be a mere coincidence that she appeared at the Colosseum? Chen Ning had a bad feeling that this woman was here for him. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed Chen Ning's mind, Lu Ruyan gracefully walked over to their group. "Ah, young Master Bai, hello." With a voice as crisp and pleasant as a yellow oriole, Bai Yuhao turned his head and saw Lu Ruyan. He smiled faintly. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Miss Lu Ruyan, the general manager of the Lu family trading company." Bai Yuhao was a young master in Vermilion Bird City and had naturally frequented the Lu family trading company in the past, so he recognized Lu Ruyan. He felt a bit puzzled because, although he knew Lu Ruyan, logically speaking, he didn't have much of a relationship with her. Lu Ruyan wouldn't normally take the initiative to greet him and exchange pleasantries. With her level of discernment and understanding, she should be aware of this. Although Bai Yuhao felt puzzled in his heart, his expression remained calm. Smiling faintly, he introduced Lu Ruyan to Chen Ning and the others. "This is the chief manager of the trading firm. If you need to purchase any rare items in the future, you can ask her for help. The price is negotiable." As Bai Yuhao spoke, he also introduced Chen Ning and the others to Lu Ruyan. In his view, Chen Ning and his group would inevitably need to buy various weapons or items in the future, so it was good for them to get acquainted with Lu Ruyan. Bai Yuhao introduced them one by one to Lu Ruyan. "This is Miss Su Luo, this is Luo Long, this is Luo Hu, and as for the last one, his name is..." Before Bai Yuhao could finish his sentence, Lu Ruyan's peach blossom eyes sparkled with a unique smile as she interrupted him, saying, "This young master is named Chen Ning. We already know each other, don't we, young Master Chen?" Lu Ruyan's words made Su Luo, Luo Long, and Luo Hu all turn their gaze toward Chen Ning. Everyone wondered how Chen Ning had come to know this alluring beauty of a manager. Could it be that something had happened between Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan when he went out alone last night? Even Bai Yuhao suddenly understood that Lu Ruyan approached him to strike up a conversation, but her intentions were not as simple as they seemed. Chen Ning found it hard to grasp Lu Ruyan's intentions, so he could only smile faintly and say, "That's right, we did meet at the Lu family trading company last night." Lu Ruyan said to Chen Ning with a faint smile, "Young Master Chen, I didn't expect to run into you here again. The item you wanted to purchase last night, our trading company has new stock today. I wonder if you could spare a few minutes for us to sit down at the outdoor cafe over there and have a chat." Lu Ruyan's words seemed to be seeking Chen Ning's opinion, but as she smiled and locked eyes with him, a fleeting hint of menace flashed in her peach blossom blossom eyes, which Chen Ning caught clearly. Chen Ning understood that this woman was indirectly threatening him. If he didn't agree to sit down and talk with her, she would likely take other actions, most probably presenting evidence of his reckless behavior last night and demanding compensation in front of Bai Yuhao and other friends. Right now, she only mentioned talking with him, which both preserved his dignity and made it convenient for her to seek compensation later. This woman was truly clever. After leaving the trading firm last night, Chen Ning casually took a taxi back to the Bai family residence. He had thought that even if the trading firm found out he had unleashed the beast, they would hesitate upon discovering he was staying at the Bai family residence. He assumed they wouldn't risk offending the Bai family over a few hundred gold coins. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan, being so petty, actually came. Lu Ruyan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes met Chen Ning's gaze, clearly waiting for his response. Chen Ning nodded slightly. Alright. Bai Yuhao glanced at Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He said casually, alright then, you two can talk first. I'll take Su Luo and the others for a walk nearby and buy tickets. I heard there's a life and death battle this afternoon, a duel between a gladiator and a zombie hellhound. Bai Yuhao took Su Luo and the others to browse the mall near the gladiator arena, while Chen Ning sat with Lu Ruyan at an outdoor cafe nearby. Folding his arms, Chen Ning said coolly, go ahead, Miss Lu, what would you like to discuss with me? Lu Ruyan gracefully took out a bill from her branded handbag and handed it to Chen Ning, slightly raising her charming face with an air of arrogance, saying, take a look at this first. Chen Ning frowned slightly and took a look. The bill listed the damages, including 4 giant octopuses, a colossal gorilla, and a rhinoceros, as well as equipment losses, medical expenses for injured personnel, and even Lu Ruyan's cheongsam and crystal high heels. Chen Ning smirked faintly. What is this? At this moment, Lu Ruyan crossed her legs. She had already taken out a small mirror from her handbag and was now casually touching up her lipstick while looking into the mirror. She said indifferently, what else could it be? It's obviously the list of damages caused by your antics last night when you released the colossal gorilla, leading to a series of losses. Take a look at this list and see if there are any issues. If there aren't, then you'll compensate me double. I'll take the money and leave. I won't make a big deal out of it, won't take it to the military court, and won't say a single bad word about you to young Master Bai. I'm very easy to deal with. Lu Ruyan made her intentions very clear. If Chen Ning didn't pay up, she would reveal his actions to Bai Yuhao and demand justice. Furthermore, she threatened to take Chen Ning to the military court. Chen Ning hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to be so difficult to deal with. He realized he had underestimated her last night. He glanced at the list, noticing that it included Lu Ruyan's cheongsam and high heels. Raising an eyebrow, he couldn't help but ask, your cheongsam and high heels need compensation too? Lu Ruyan paused her makeup touch-up, casting a glance at Chen Ning with her alluring eyes. Of course. Think about it, young Master Chen. My cheongsam was custom-made by a tailor, and it got soaked in the stinky seawater from the tank where the octopus was kept. How could it still be usable? And my crystal high heels, which were a limited edition, got soaked and completely deformed. How could I possibly wear them again? They definitely need to be compensated. Can't wear them anymore? Of course. Chen Ning nodded, then lowered his head to glance at Lu Ruyan's feet under the white dress beneath the table. She was wearing the same pair of crystal high heels from last night. Chen Ning merely took a glance without saying anything, but Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed red. She thought to herself, this guy's eyes are really sharp. He even noticed that I'm wearing the same high heels as last night. Lu Ruyan said angrily, alright. Although the crystal high heels are damaged, they can still be worn. You only need to pay half the price for these shoes, a total of 610 gold coins. Is that okay? Chen Ning nodded, no problem. Lu Ruyan was stunned upon hearing this, then her eyes lit up with joy. She had initially thought that Chen Ning, as a reserve officer of the Undying Legion and a friend of Bai Yuhao, would be difficult to deal with, and that this compensation would be hard to obtain. She had even prepared herself mentally to only ask Chen Ning for the original price, which would be 305 gold coins. But what she never expected was that Chen Ning would agree so easily to pay double the listed compensation. She was just about to say how wonderful this was. However, when her face was full of joy, Chen Ning had already spoken the second sentence. The problem is, I don't have any money. In an instant, Lu Ruyan's smile froze. Compensation wasn't an issue, but the problem was he had no money? Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, and her voice carried a hint of anger. Chen Ning, are you playing tricks on me? Do you really think our Lu family trading company can't deal with you? Let me tell you, our Lu family trading company secretly holds 1/3 of the shares of the Suzaku City's lord. We are merely the surface operators. If you don't compensate this money, even Bai Yuhao might not be able to protect you. Chen Ning smiled bitterly. I really don't have any money. My entire fortune amounts to only 3 gold coins. Lu Ruyan glared angrily at Chen Ning, while Chen Ning appeared shameless, with an expression that said, I have no money, only my life. Lu Ruyan suddenly sneered and asked Chen Ning, how strong are you? Chen Ning was a bit stunned. I'm a level 3 combat soldier. Why? Lu Ruyan said, level 3 combat soldier, your strength is decent, but compared to the zombie hellhound, your power is still insufficient. Chen Ning was completely puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Ruyan said, I mean, under normal circumstances, gladiators in the arena fight against zombie hellhounds. If the gladiator cannot defeat the zombie hellhound, the audience on site can apply to enter the arena and continue the duel with the zombie hellhound. If the audience member manages to kill the hellhound, they will receive a reward. Chen Ning widened his eyes. You want me to fight the zombie hellhound? Lu Ruyan, that's right. The gladiators who duel with the hellhound are usually 4th level or 5th level warriors, and they challenge the hellhound mainly to earn money. They are often no match for the 5th level hellhound. When they are killed by the hellhound, you, as an audience member, can apply on site to challenge it. The bounty for killing the hellhound is only 15 silver coins. 15 silver coins, that's really too little. When Chen Ning carried out missions to kill level 5 zombies, the military's reward was far more than 15 silver coins. Chen Ning said irritably, 15 silver coins? You want me to risk my life against a level 5 zombie? Lu Ruyan said, you're a level 3 combat soldier. If you challenge the hellhound, everyone will definitely bet on you losing. Your own odds will surely be very high. You can use 3 gold coins to bet on yourself to win, and if you really manage to kill the zombie, the high odds will make earning a few hundred gold coins from one match no problem. Lu Ruyan added, besides, during the audience challenge, the zombie hellhound will have already gone through a life and death battle and will definitely be injured. It all depends on whether you have the ability to take advantage of the situation. Chen Ning snorted coldly, I wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge a level 5 zombie. Lu Ruyan also said coldly, whatever, I'm just telling you a relatively feasible method. If you have other ways to get the money to compensate us, that's naturally better. Borrowing money from young master Bai works too. Chen Ning blinked, isn't it just 610 gold coins? Fine, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Chen Ning was actually planning to play the rogue. After all, asking Bai Yuhao to lend him money, especially more than 600 gold coins, was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do. Of course, challenging a level 5 hellhound zombie in the arena was equally out of the question. He wasn't foolish enough to risk his life for a mere few hundred gold coins. Anyway, he was leaving Vermilion Bird City tonight to return to the Bluebird training base. Why not promise to repay the money tomorrow? By then, he would have already fled far away. Surely Lu Ruyan wouldn't chase him all the way to the Bluebird base to collect the debt, would she? Chen Ning's plan seemed flawless, but Lu Ruyan was no pushover. As soon as she heard him promise to repay the money tomorrow, she retorted sharply, Chen Ning, I've already investigated your background thoroughly, including the fact that you only have a 2-day leave and are leaving Vermilion Bird City tonight to return to the Bluebird base. So don't even think about trying to pull any tricks on me. By sunset today, I must see the money no matter what. Otherwise, the guards of Vermilion Bird City won't let you leave the city over the debt you owe to the Lu Family Trading Company. Lu Ruyan had made it very clear earlier. 1/3 of the Lu Family Trading Company's shares actually belonged to the Lord of Vermilion Bird City. Owing money to the Lu Family Trading Company was essentially the same as owing money to the city lord. So when Lu Ruyan said Chen Ning wouldn't be able to leave the city, she wasn't just trying to scare him. Chen Ning couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. This woman was truly difficult to deal with. Chen Ning squinted his eyes. Miss Lu, your trading company is so large and prosperous, yet you're forcing me into a corner over a mere few hundred gold coins. Is this really appropriate? Lu Ruyan thought to herself, if it weren't for Bai Yuhao's sake and the fact that you're a reserve officer talent for the Undying Legion, this lady wouldn't be speaking so nicely to you. I would have already had you captured, whipped, and forced to pay compensation. She rested her chin on one hand and said in a helpless tone, every family has its own troubles, young Master Chen. You should understand our situation too. I'd made myself very clear, repay the money before sunset. Young Master Chen, you'd better think about how to gather the money and pay us back. Chen Ning snorted coldly, then stood up and walked toward Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, and the De Luo and Xiao Luo brothers not far away. However, what Chen Ning did not expect was that Lu Ruyan also stood up, brushed off her skirt, and gracefully followed him in her high heels. Chen Ning couldn't take it anymore and asked with a stern face, didn't you say I just need to pay before sunset? Why are you still following me now? Young Master Chen, I'm just planning to go to the arena to watch the duel performance, Lu Ruyan said. Seeing Chen Ning's expression of disbelief, she added with a playful smile and a low voice, of course, I'm also keeping a close eye on you to make sure you don't run away. Bai Yuhao saw Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan return and smiled faintly, saying, the arena duel performance is ready to begin. Let's head in. By the way, Miss Lu, we happen to have an extra ticket here. Would you like to join us to watch the beast duel performance? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she chuckled, saying, of course, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much, young Master Bai. Bai Yuhao smiled and then led the way, heading to the entrance with everyone. Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan walked at the back. Lu Ruyan's charming eyes were filled with pride as she whispered to Chen Ning, hee, young Master Bai is really considerate. Now I don't even have to pay for my ticket. You know, a ticket costs 10 gold coins. If I had to spend 10 gold coins just to follow you in and keep an eye on you, I would have been quite reluctant. Chen Ning said coldly, young Master Bai mistakenly thought you and I were friends, so he invited you. Therefore, this ticket will deduct 10 gold coins from from the money I owe you. Now I only owe you 600 gold coins. Lu Ruyan widened her eyes. Chen Ning, are you really this stingy? Chen Ning replied irritably, if you're not stingy, why don't you just waive the debt I owe you? Dream on. That's it. Lu Ruyan couldn't out-argue Chen Ning, and she clenched her delicate fists in frustration. In the end, she said bitterly, enjoy your moment of triumph for now. If the money isn't repaid before sunset, you'll be in trouble. Chen Ning and his group entered the arena, which resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum. In the center was the original arena, surrounded by thick iron bars as wide as an arm, both around and above, forming a massive cage. Around this large iron cage of the arena were terraced spectator seats, capable of accommodating over 2,000 people to watch the matches live. Bai Yuhao is a nobleman from Vermilion Bird City. The tickets he purchases are always the most expensive VIP seats, located closest to the arena cage, allowing him to watch the battles most clearly. According to the ticket seller, at such a close distance, even the sound of bones breaking is distinctly audible, enabling one to fully experience the thrill of the beast battles. Bai Yuhao and his group sat down in a row. Chen Ning took the second to last seat, with Su Luo on his left and Lu Ruyan on his right. This woman was determined to keep a close eye on Chen Ning, leaving him no chance to escape. Soon, the match began. The first fight in the arena featured a gladiator dressed only in coarse clothing, battling a ferocious wild dog barehanded. The gladiator's strength was not much better than that of an ordinary person. Watching the gladiator struggle against the wild dog, Chen Ning couldn't help but recall his first night at the Bluebird base, the fledgling's night in the small darkroom where he fought a wild dog. Although the gladiator was bitten by the wild dog and covered in blood, driven by a strong will to survive, he ultimately managed to kill the wild dog. Sparse applause echoed at the scene, mainly coming from Chen Ning and Bai Yuhao. The second match featured a man with the strength of a level 3 warrior battling a frail lion. This time, the gladiator was not unarmed. He held a hunter's dagger. Due to the gladiator's swift movements and his expertise with the dagger, the lion's attacks repeatedly missed, and each miss gave the gladiator an opportunity to slash the lion with the dagger. Gradually, the lion's wounds multiplied, bleeding more and more severely, until the gladiator finally stabbed it in the neck, killing it. The third match was the highlight, a middle-aged man with the strength of a level 4 warrior battling a zombie hellhound. The arena designed this battle with a great atmosphere. First, the entire venue dimmed, and a short film began playing on the big screen. The general storyline depicted a zombie frenzy attacking and overrunning a small town, with humans being slaughtered. Many women and children fell victim to the jaws of a ferocious zombie hellhound. Finally, a human warrior draped in a red cape heroically appeared to confront the evil and terrifying hellhound. When the short film on the big screen reached this point, the screen went dark, and the entire venue was pitch black. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, revealing an iron gate in the arena opening. A warrior, draped in a red cape and wielding a standard military dagger, ran out from the gate and entered the arena. The voice of the live commentator excitedly boomed through the loudspeakers, our hero, Li Zilong, has entered the stage. In an instant, the entire audience in the arena erupted into cheers and excitement. Then, the voice of the live commentary sounded again, the zombie's minion, the enemy of humanity, the evil and terrifying hellhound, has also appeared. Chen Ning noticed that after the gladiator draped in a red cloak entered the arena, another iron gate had a beast cage beside it. Inside the cage was a wild beast, its body resembling a leopard, but its skin was rotting all over. The most horrifying part was its head. It had 3 dog-like heads with sinister teeth. That human gladiator, in the arena, had not yet had the chance to savor the feeling of being a hero but was immediately forced to bear the cost of being one. A loud clanging sound was heard as the iron gate on the opposite side was opened. The zombie hellhound, originally confined in a small iron cage, slowly emerged from the cage and entered the massive gladiatorial arena cage. The hellhound is a level 5 zombie, possessing intelligence comparable to that of a dog. However, like all zombies, it harbors a strong craving for human blood and flesh. As soon as it entered the arena, it immediately locked its gaze firmly on the only human gladiator it could attack. Opening its mouth to emit a low growl, drops of foul-smelling green zombie venom dripped from the mouths of its 3 heads, creating a terrifying sight. The level 4 gladiator, on the other hand, instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger, clearly very nervous and seemingly lacking much confidence in defeating the powerful hellhound. The strength of a level 4 gladiator is not to be underestimated, but this guy clearly lacks the courage to charge forward, or perhaps he simply wasn't prepared for a life or death struggle. When facing the hellhound, he lost his momentum right from the start. Moreover, this was a level 5 zombie hellhound, whose power was undoubtedly stronger than that of the level 4 gladiator. As a result, from the very beginning of the fight, the gladiator was forced to retreat under the Hellhound's relentless attacks. When two strong opponents meet, the braver one prevails. Not only did the gladiator fail to show sufficient bravery, but his strength was also inferior to the Hellhound's. Ultimately, when he was forced back to the edge of the arena cage, he had nowhere left to retreat. This led to the outcome where his left arm was directly bitten by the Hellhound, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Wow. Oh my. This guy is injured. He's infected with the zombie virus. He's done for. But the duel is still ongoing. If he can kill the Hellhound, his family can still receive some compensation. If he fails to kill the Hellhound, he will have died in vain. The surrounding audience began to discuss fervently when the gladiator was bitten by the Hellhound. Chen Ning frowned slightly, learning from their conversations that even if the gladiator was infected with the zombie virus after being bitten, the match would still continue. Chen Ning turned his head and squinted as he glanced at the surrounding spectators. These people were all dressed in luxurious attire, clearly wealthy even within Vermilion Bird City. These upper-class elites lived lives of material abundance, completely unaffected by the apocalypse. Compared to the vast majority of residents living in the slums, they seemed to be living in paradise. The arrival of the apocalypse did not bring them guilt or introspection. Even in the end times, even as humanity faced the threat of extinction, they continued to indulge in their hedonistic lifestyles. Chen Ning wondered what purpose this so-called arena served, apart from satisfying their perverse tastes and bloodthirsty desires. The gladiator defeated the Hellhound, only to receive a reward of 15 silver coins. One silver coin could buy about 100 loaves of bread, meaning that a fourth-tier warrior was forced to gamble their life for a mere 1,500 loaves of bread, all to satisfy the cruel desires of these noble lords. It was unclear whether it was due to his inner integrity or his upbringing in the slums, but Chen Ning's gaze toward the surrounding noble lords had become somewhat peculiar. Sitting next to him, Lu Ruyan sensitively caught the unusual look in Chen Ning's eyes. She knew he was sympathizing with the gladiator. After hesitating for a moment, she softly said, "I suppose you're hesitating about whether to fight the Hellhound, so you empathize with that gladiator and pity his plight, right? Actually, you're a reserve officer for the Phoenix Legion with a promising future. Considering your good relationship with Bai Yuhao, I think if you ask him to lend you money, he'd definitely be willing. You don't need to personally go down and challenge the Hellhound." Chen Ning said nothing, his eyes fixed on the battle in the arena. The gladiator, injured and infected with the zombie virus, was already destined for death. Because he knew he was doomed to die, his inner scruples and fear of death completely disappeared. This unleashed his true strength, likely driven by the thought of leaving some money for his family even in death. Thus, the gladiator began a frenzied counterattack. In his outburst, the gladiator not only stabbed one eye of the leftmost head of the Hellhound but also chopped off the rightmost head, displaying remarkable bravery. Unfortunately, this completely enraged the Hellhound. Being a zombie, its central head is the main one, and it feels no pain. After the gladiator chopped off its rightmost head, the Hellhound went berserk. It flipped the gladiator to the ground, bit off his arms and legs, but did not immediately kill him. Instead, like a cat playing with a mouse, it slowly tortured him to death. Whoosh! The Hellhound once again bit towards the gladiator's head, grabbing the gladiator's left ear and tearing it off in one swift motion. Ah! The gladiator let out a piercing scream, and everyone present covered their ears, watching the scene unfold with wide eyes. A surge of anger suddenly spread through the VIP seating area. Bai Yuhao instinctively turned his head and saw Chen Ning not far away, his face full of fury. Chen Ning coldly said, "Enough," then drew the military dagger from his waist and hurled it forcefully. The dagger shot into the arena with a swoosh, piercing the gladiator's heart. The tortured and disfigured gladiator finally found release in death. Everyone was initially stunned, but soon someone shouted, "Outrageous! Who disrupted the sacred duel? Find him and punish him severely." Meanwhile, fully armed staff members, led by a middle-aged manager in a suit with a pencil mustache, approached Chen Ning with unfriendly expressions. They had clearly seen Chen Ning interfere with the match. When the mustached manager stood before Chen Ning, he found himself at a bit of a loss. First, he noticed that Chen Ning was wearing the uniform of the Phoenix Legion. Secondly, he realized that Chen Ning was a friend of Bai Yuhao. The voices of the surrounding audience grew louder, demanding the staff severely punish Chen Ning, or else they would ask for a refund. The mustached man had no choice but to say to Bai Yuhao, "Young Master Bai, your friend has broken the rules." Bai Yuhao arrogantly looked at the mustached man and said, "Rules are meant to be broken, aren't they?" Little Mustache knew that Bai Yuhao's father, Bai Chongshan, was the commander of the Pajun Corps in Vermilion Bird City. He couldn't afford to provoke Bai Yuhao, so he planned to swallow his pride and was about to grit his teeth and instruct his men to refund all the audience's ticket money. Seeing Little Mustache lower his head, Bai Yuhao's expression softened a bit. He said indifferently, "For the refunded ticket money, you can inform my family's steward of the amount, and he will compensate you." Upon hearing this, Little Mustache's face lit up with joy. This seemed like a very good solution. However, Chen Ning heard that Bai Yuhao intended to pay for his actions, and with 2,000 people present, the combined ticket prices for the VIP and regular seats were estimated to be 600 to 700 gold coins. Although Chen Ning considered considered by Yuhao a brother. He couldn't treat his brother like this. He interrupted without hesitation, saying, "Wait a moment." The mustached man frowned and looked at Chen Ning. Chen Ning slowly said, "That gladiator has already lost. Letting him continue fighting just now wouldn't have been interesting." Some spectators around heard Chen Ning's words, and someone immediately retorted, "Even if it's not interesting to you, you can't interfere with the match. You think it's boring, but we think watching the zombie bite that guy is thrilling. Now that he's dead, are you going to go down and fight the hellhound yourself?" This was just a sarcastic remark, but no one expected that Chen Ning would actually stand up and coldly say, "That's right, I'll go down and fight this hellhound." "Manager Mustache, is that okay?" Manager Little Mustache was stunned by Chen Ning's actions and stammered, "According to the rules, it is indeed possible to challenge, and if you win, you'll receive 15 silver coins as a reward. But if you lose, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Su Luo and the three others, De Luo and Xiao Luo, also became nervous and urged, "Chen Ning, don't act impulsively. This is a level 5 hellhound zombie. Although one of its heads has been chopped off, greatly reducing its strength, it's still not something a level 2 soldier like you can contend with." Chen Ning calmly said, "I am already a level 3 soldier." Su Luo and the others were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. While they were happy for Chen Ning, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Even if you're already a level 3 soldier, you still can't match the hellhound. It probably still has the strength of a level 4 zombie. Bai Yuhao also wanted to advise Chen Ning, but Chen Ning had already spoken first to Bai Yuhao. "Young Master Bai, you don't need to persuade me. I simply want to kill this hellhound to avenge that gladiator. It's that simple." Beside him, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, thinking, "You have another motive, which is to defeat the hellhound and earn gold coins to repay my money." No one was able to stop Chen Ning. In the end, the mustached manager excitedly announced, "Mr. Chen Ning from the VIP section has decided to personally enter the arena to challenge the hellhound. What's even more surprising is that he only has the strength of a level 3 soldier. There's no need to doubt this, our staff has personally verified it." Chen Ning's real-life martial veins have indeed only lit up 3 nodes. A level 3 Undying Phoenix Legion soldier challenging a level 5 zombie hellhound who will emerge victorious? Stay tuned, and feel free to place your bets and participate in our live gambling. Everyone overwhelmingly bet on the hellhound to win, causing Chen Ning's odds to skyrocket to 200:1. This was due to Bai Yuhao betting 100 gold coins on Chen Ning, otherwise, the odds would have been even higher. Following Chen Ning's secret instructions, Lu Ruyan placed a bet of 3 gold coins on Chen Ning to win. She hesitated for a moment and also placed a bet of 10 gold coins on Chen Ning to win, thinking to herself, considering how arrogant you are, I'll bet 10 gold coins and take a gamble. If you lose, the debt you owe probably won't be recoverable, and I'll suffer a huge loss." Chen Ning wore a black high-collared uniform of the Undying Phoenix Legion warriors, paired with black military boots. As a challenger from the audience and given his mere 3rd-level soldier strength, he was granted the privilege of using his own cold weapon. He carried his black standard Tang sword, Dragon Fong. When Chen Ning walked into the gladiatorial arena through the Iron Gate, the audience began whispering among themselves. Many were gloating, as Chen Ning had just interfered in the match earlier. These people were eager to see the scene where Chen Ning would be savagely bitten by the zombie hellhound. Of course, there were also many who, upon seeing Chen Ning walk into the arena with his back straight, were captivated by the resolute aura he exuded, especially the noble women, whose eyes lit up as they looked at Chen Ning. They whispered in amazement, saying, "Suddenly, I realized this man named Chen Ning looks so handsome and charismatic. As expected of a man from the special Undying Phoenix Legion, he even seems more imposing than that 4th-level gladiator earlier. I almost feel reluctant to see him get bitten to death by the hellhound. What a pity, such a handsome young man." Su Luo, along with De Luo and Xiao Luo, were also very nervous. After all, they shared a deep bond with Chen Ning, especially Su Luo. Chen Ning had saved her life twice in battle, though she had also saved him once. The profound friendship they had built made Su Luo particularly anxious at this moment, worried that something might happen to Chen Ning. She quietly asked Bai Yuhao, "Young Master Bai, do you think Chen Ning can defeat that injured hellhound?" Not only Su Luo, but also De Luo, Xiao Luo, and Lu Ruyan were looking at Bai Yuhao at this moment. Bai Yuhao smiled faintly and said, "Although I'm a bit nervous too, I still have quite a bit of confidence in Chen Ning. Do you remember the night of the assessment?" At that time, Chen Ning was universally recognized as a level 1 combat soldier, yet he managed to hunt down a level 3 assault zombie during the assessment night. So, many times, levels aren't entirely accurate, especially when it comes to a monster like Chen Ning. Moreover, this guy has quietly advanced his strength to level 3 combat soldier, so I believe his true power is far beyond just level 3. Even when facing this injured hellhound, he definitely has the ability to fight. Everyone felt more reassured after hearing Bai Yuhao's words, as Su Luo and the others recalled that Chen Ning was actually a very low-key person in daily life. Since he dared to go down and challenge the zombie hellhound, he must naturally have absolute confidence in winning. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, blinked her eyes repeatedly, her beautiful gaze fixed on Chen Ning in the arena, feeling puzzled. A level 3 combat soldier and a level 5 zombie zombie have a huge disparity in strength, don't they? Even though the level 5 zombie hellhound had just been counterattacked by the dying gladiator and lost a head, the hellhound is still very powerful. Logically speaking, Chen Ning shouldn't have any chance of winning. Why are these people so confident in him? To everyone's surprise, when Chen Ning walked into the arena with his hand on the knife hilt and his back straight, the hellhound, which only had 2 heads left, did not immediately launch an attack on him. Instead, both of its heads stared at Chen Ning with an expression that seemed somewhat puzzled. Everyone thought that even the hellhound was confused. How could this weak human dare to appear in front of it? In fact, what everyone didn't know was that zombie hellhounds have a more sensitive sense of smell compared to other zombies. This particular hellhound clearly detected a familiar zombie scent emanating from Chen Ning. For the hellhound, smelling the scent of a zombie is akin to a puppy smelling the scent of a human. It evokes a sense of familiarity and closeness. Because of this, the hellhound suspiciously stared at Chen Ning and did not launch an attack immediately. Chen Ning stopped less than 2 meters away from the hellhound, his right hand resting on the hilt of the dragon fawn blade, ready to strike at any moment. The hellhound is a level 5 zombie, possessing intelligence roughly equivalent to that of a small dog. It is not foolish, and Chen Ning's attempt to deceive it with his body's zombie virus and suddenly kill it is impossible. Now, the hellhound is growing increasingly suspicious of Chen Ning's identity. The friendliness in its eyes has vanished, replaced by a fierce glint. It lets out a beast-like growl from its throat, its 2 heads opening their mouths to reveal sharp canine teeth. Green, viscous venom continuously drips from its teeth onto the ground. The spectators at the scene began shouting, "Bite him, bite him." What shocked everyone was that the hellhound had not launched an attack, and the gladiator's corpse not far behind Chen Ning suddenly moved, causing everyone to widen their eyes in surprise. It turned out that because the hellhound had brutally killed the gladiator Li Zilong earlier, Li Zilong's body was covered in wounds, leading to widespread infection by the zombie virus, which greatly accelerated the transformation of the corpse into a zombie. At this moment, Li Zilong had already turned into a zombie. The strength of a zombie, after a corpse transforms, depends on 2 factors. One is the original strength of the human. The higher the strength, the stronger the zombie might be, though this is not absolute. The other factor is the person's obsession. If the deceased had strong willpower or intense resentment, they might transform into a more powerful zombie. This gladiator named Li Zilong clearly does not have very strong willpower, as evident from his constant retreat during his previous battle with the hellhound. Therefore, now that he has turned into a zombie, he has only become a level 1 walking corpse. Walking corpses cannot retain memories, nor do they possess intelligence. They are the most basic type of zombie, driven solely by the instinct to bite and devour humans. While Chen Ning was confronting the hellhound, the zombie staggered and crawled up from behind Chen Ning. The 2,000 spectators around them, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cover their mouths. Swish! Chen Ning's standard officer's saber instantly unsheathed. Without turning his head, he swung the razor-sharp saber backward in one swift motion. The saber sliced through the zombie's neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The head rolled to the side, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Good! Many people couldn't help but cheer when they saw Chen Ning's clean and swift strike. However, just as Chen Ning sliced through the zombie's neck, the hellhound in front of him completely determined that Chen Ning was not a fellow zombie. It no longer hesitated, let out a low growl, and then leapt toward Chen Ning like a cheetah. Good timing! The corners of Chen Ning's mouth slightly curved upward as he let out a cold laugh. Not only did he refrain from retreating like Li Zilong had during his fight earlier, but he also leapt forward to meet the charging hellhound head-on. Moreover, the speed he unleashed was no slower than that of the hellhound. Swish! Chen Ning's military knife slashed fiercely once again. During his training at the Bluebird base, the butcher instructor taught him combat techniques that were all simple, straightforward, and efficient. The emphasis was entirely on going all out and striking to kill in one blow. Any flashy moves were strictly forbidden. Chen Ning and the hellhound lunged at each other, and in the instant they passed by, Chen Ning's fierce slash unexpectedly severed the hellhound's left auxiliary head. The left head of the hellhound had one eye injured during its fight with Li Zilong, who had stabbed it with a dagger. Chen Ning seized upon this weakness and chopped off the auxiliary head. The hellhound didn't expect Chen Ning to be so formidable. With just one encounter, it suffered a major loss. Its only remaining main head let out a roar and suddenly lunged to bite Chen Ning's left wrist. Fighting zombies means that getting injured is equivalent to death, causing everyone present to exclaim in shock. However, Chen Ning's left hand unexpectedly retracted, and the hellhound bit into empty air. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Ning placed his left palm on the hellhound's head, then used the force to leap backward, instantly retreating over 3 meters and landing lightly back on the ground. The exclamations rose again. Wow, did I just see that right? That guy actually pressed the hellhound's head with his hand? It's true, you didn't see it wrong. This kid has some skills. The hellhound was clearly enraged by Chen Ning as well. It began to frantically chase and bite at him, its head moving as fast as lightning. With a series of 9 rapid bites, each time it snapped, Chen Ning retreated a step. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ning had already retreated 9 steps, narrowly avoiding the hellhound's chain of attacks. At this moment, Chen Ning Ning had retreated to the edge of the cage. Everyone thought he had nowhere left to retreat and was about to repeat the fate of gladiator Li Zilong, who had been bitten by the hellhound. Suddenly, Chen Ning counterattacked. The Dragon Fang combat knife slashed from a cunning and unexpected angle, delivering a fierce strike that exploited the hellhound's momentary vulnerability during its diminishing momentum. Splat! The hellhound's head, covered in a splash of green, viscous zombie blood, soared into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The hellhound's body, now missing 3 heads, collapsed powerlessly onto the ground. Chen Ning sheathed his saber and walked expressionlessly toward the iron gate of the gladiatorial arena. The staff outside the gate hurriedly opened it. Thunderous cheers erupted at the scene. Bai Yuao, along with Su Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo, all felt genuine happiness seeing Chen Ning emerge unscathed. Lu Ruyan, upon seeing Chen Ning return, revealed a captivating smile with her alluring peach blossom eyes and softly said to him, "Chen Ning, congratulations. Your bet of 3 gold coins at 200 to 1 odds has just earned you 600 gold coins. Consider this amount as repayment to our Lu family business, and now we're even." Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel delighted. Not only had Chen Ning's debt been repaid, but she had also speculatively bet 10 gold coins on Chen Ning earlier, earning herself 2,000 gold coins. For her, as the general manager of the Lu family business, this was an enormous windfall. Of course, today's biggest winner is Bai Yuhao, because Bai Yuhao bet 100 gold coins on Chen Ning. In other words, almost all the gamblers' money in the venue was lost to Bai Yuhao, and Bai Yuhao made a huge profit of 20,000 gold coins. Chen Ning looked at Lu Ruyan, who was dressed in a white dress and styled seductively and charmingly, and said with a faint smile, "The money I owed has been fully repaid. Are we even now?" Lu Ruyan felt a bit uneasy under Chen Ning's faint smile, but she still nodded. "Yes, completely repaid." "Alright, then I'll take back something that belongs to me." Chen Ning said this and directly squatted down in front of Lu Ruyan, grabbing one of her beautiful feet. Lu Ruyan's face changed dramatically in shock, and she screamed, "You scoundrel, what are you trying to do?" Under the incredulous gazes of Bai Yuhao and over 2,000 other spectators, Chen Ning grabbed Lu Ruyan's foot and took off the high heels she was wearing. Raising an eyebrow, he smugly said to Lu Ruyan, "On your compensation list, it says the items to be compensated include your cheongsam and high heels. I've already paid the full price for these high heels, so they belong to me. Taking them back is perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" Lu Ruyan, being a well-known socialite in Vermilion Bird City, was utterly humiliated in front of this group of upper-class nobles when Chen Ning, this rogue, took off her high heels. She was so ashamed she wished she could disappear, and she hated Chen Ning to the core. Chen Ning lazily leaned back, looking at Lu Ruyan, who was sitting barefoot on the chair. Smiling, she said, "That cheongsam at your house is mine too. Remember not to throw it away, okay? I'll come to your house to pick it up when I have time. Bye-bye." Many people around recognized Lu Ruyan and knew she was the chief manager of the Lu family trading company. Her sharpness and beauty were well known in Vermilion Bird City. Now, seeing Lu Ruyan being teased by Chen Ning, especially her sitting barefoot on the chair, wanting to escape but unable to run away barefoot, they all burst into mischievous laughter. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly, glaring at Chen Ning with hatred. "Chen Ning, you scoundrel, I've remembered you. In the future, you'd better not fall into my hands, or I'll make you regret everything you did today." Chen Ning left the arena with Bai Yuhao and the others, not taking Lu Ruyan's threats to heart, nor caring how the barefoot Lu Ruyan would leave. In Chen Ning's view, Lu Ruyan had been threatening him all day, and now he was merely giving her a minor punishment. After leaving the arena, Bai Yuhao couldn't help but whisper to Chen Ning, "How did you end up provoking Lu Ruyan?" Chen Ning blinked and said, "Yesterday, I visited the Lu family's trading company and accidentally released a giant gorilla they had imprisoned, which caused a series of losses. She chased after me demanding compensation, but my fight just now has already helped me pay off the debt." At this moment, Su Luo interjected, "You've paid off the money, but from what I see, Lu Ruyan hates you to the core. I bet she'll come looking for trouble again in the future." Chen Ning said indifferently, "I don't live in Vermilion Bird City, and we're leaving today to return to the Bluebird training camp base. Could she possibly come to the Bluebird base to trouble me?" Bai Yuhao said, "That's impossible." Indeed, although the Bluebird base is merely one of the rookie training camps of the Phoenix Corps, the Phoenix Corps is not only renowned for its strength within the Empire's military but is also famously domineering and protective. Generally, no one dares to act recklessly in front of the Phoenix Corps. It is now 12 noon. Bai Yuhao first took everyone to a famous hotel in Vermilion Bird City for lunch. After lunch, Bai Yuhao planned to take everyone to visit other famous places in Vermilion Bird City, including the city's landmark building, the Vermilion Bird Tower. But Chen Ning found an excuse, saying he wouldn't go with everyone to visit the Vermilion Bird Tower. He had some personal matters to attend to and would leave alone for a while, planning to meet up with everyone in the afternoon. Bai Yuhao and the others were very curious about what personal matters Chen Ning, who was visiting Vermilion Bird City for the first time, could possibly have that would make him leave the group and act alone. However, Bai Yuhao was a polite person when it came to friends. Since Chen Ning didn't explain, he didn't ask further, only reminding Chen Ning, "Alright, we need to arrive at the Bluebird base by midnight, so we must leave Vermilion Bird City by 6 p.m. Make sure to meet up with us before 6 p.m. in the afternoon so we won't be delayed. Got it. Chen Ning responded with a sound, then turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the streets. Chen Ning's personal matter was naturally related to his youngest daughter. This trip to Zhuke City was sudden, so he hadn't prepared a series of plans to rescue his daughter. Coupled with the short time frame and the Lu family's abundance of experts, he knew that forcibly rescuing his daughter was unrealistic at the moment. He just wanted to see his daughter and understand her current situation. After parting ways with Bai Yuhao and the others, Chen Ning took a taxi and once again arrived near the Lu family residence. This time, he hid farther away, keeping a distant watch on the entrance of the Lu family residence, waiting patiently like a hunter. He only had a few hours left before leaving Zhuke City, and whether he could see his daughter depended on luck. His luck was clearly bad today. He had been waiting outside the Lu family residence for 2 hours. Although people occasionally came and went at the entrance, he neither sought his precious daughter nor his ex-wife Zhang Qian with that spoiled young master Lu Ming. Chen Ning did not see the daughter he wanted to meet, little Gua, but instead encountered the person he least wanted to see lingering like a haunting shadow, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was still wearing the same white dress she had on earlier today, but she had changed into a pair of exquisite high heels, mysteriously appearing in the alley where Chen Ning was hiding to keep an eye on the Lu family. She deliberately and casually stepped in her high heels, which made crisp sounds on the ground, as if intentionally announcing her arrival to Chen Ning. It also seemed like she was purposefully showing off to him. Look, you took my pair of high heels, but here I am, still walking out of the arena in high heels, and even chasing you all the way here. Chen Ning withdrew his gaze from the gate of the Lu family's residence across the street, then turned to look at Lu Ruyan, who was gracefully approaching. For the first time, he showed a helpless expression toward her. I must say, you really are like a lingering ghost, aren't you? Lu Ruyan seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness between her and Chen Ning, as well as the threat she had once made to him. She glanced at Chen Ning, then intentionally or unintentionally cast a quick look at the Lu family's residence across the street, revealing a faintly mocking smile. TSK, Chen Ning, hiding here and keeping an eye on the Lu family's gate like this, you look just like a lovesick man yearning for a maid from a wealthy family whom he can't meet. What's the matter? Got your eye on some beauty from the Lu family? From the moment Lu Ruyan appeared, Chen Ning knew he wouldn't be able to continue his surveillance here. He let out a cold snort. Mind your own business. How did you manage to track me here? Lu Ruyan replied smugly. Ha, do you really think our Lu family trading company has a reputation for nothing? Not only do we provide clients with all kinds of rare goods, but we also offer various intelligence services. With the capabilities of our trading company, tracking your whereabouts is as easy as pie. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. When Chen Ning heard Lu Ruyan's boasting, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Indeed, it was difficult for him to single-handedly break into Vermilion Bird City to rescue his daughter, and even learning about his daughter's current situation was challenging. However, if he could get help from a local figure, having the local figures of Vermilion Bird City gather information for him would make things much easier. After Lu Ruyan finished boasting, she suddenly noticed Chen Ning staring at her with a fiery gaze. Her mood instantly became tense and vigilant. After all, in this sparsely populated alley, as a lone and vulnerable woman, if Chen Ning harbored any improper intentions toward her, she truly wouldn't have many means to resist. She had her subordinates deliver a pair of high heels to the arena and investigate Chen Ning's whereabouts. Then, she drove a sports car, angrily chasing after him to settle the score. However, she didn't bring any bodyguards or subordinates with her. Firstly, in Vermilion Bird City, most people wouldn't dare to touch her. Secondly, she subconsciously felt that Chen Ning wasn't a bad person. From the way Chen Ning helped gladiators escape their suffering in the arena, she could sense his character. But at this moment, being stared at intensely by Chen Ning, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and scared. If this scoundrel were to pull any indecent act again, it would be disastrous. As Lu Ruyan was thinking this, she had already secretly moved her right hand toward her waist, where a palm-sized pistol was hidden, her only weapon for self-defense. Chen Ning had no idea what Lu Ruyan was thinking. He simply squinted his eyes and asked, "Does your Lu family business also provide intelligence services?" Lu Ruyan, who was about to draw her gun, was slightly taken aback upon hearing Chen Ning's words. "Yes, why?" Chen Ning's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. I have something I need your help with. It's about gathering information." Is this guy's gaze so intense because he knows he can provide intelligence? Lu Ruyan felt a bit exasperated, but then she became smug, especially when she saw Chen Ning's eager expression as he asked for her help. Her delicate face showed a cold smile. "Heh, Chen Ning, so there's a day when you need me? I can help, but one piece of information costs 1,000 gold coins. If you're willing to pay, I'll investigate for you." Chen Ning was a bit annoyed. "Your fee is outrageous. Besides, you don't even know what I want you to investigate yet. You have no idea about the difficulty of the inquiry, and you're already asking for 1,000 gold coins. I think you're deliberately making things hard for me." Lu Ruyan sneered. "That's right, I am deliberately making things difficult for you. I told you long ago, you'd better not end up in my hands." Chen Ning was no longer longer anxious and said calmly, since your firm can provide intelligence, other firms must offer the same service. I don't necessarily need your help, I can go to other firms instead. After speaking, Chen Ning turned to leave. Lu Ruyan was momentarily flustered by Chen Ning's words. She had finally seized the opportunity to toy with him, but unexpectedly, he immediately bypassed her. However, Lu Ruyan was not one to be underestimated. When Chen Ning mentioned seeking help from other firms, she suddenly remarked to his back, you can look for other firms, and the fee naturally won't be as high. It would only cost 300 gold coins. But do you have the money? Chen Ning was stunned. That expensive? Lu Ruyan sneered coldly. The head of the Lu family is Lu Wanlin, who is the commander of the Greedy Wolf Legion. In the entire Vermilion Bird City, he's a figure so influential that even a slight move from him would cause the city to tremble. Investigating his family at such risk, do you think 300 gold coins is expensive? I don't think so. Besides, it's already remarkable if any firm dares to take on this task. I suspect that once they hear you're investigating Lu Wanlin's family, they'll turn around and sell you out to Lu Wanxiong. Chen Ning narrowed his eyes. Are you saying you dare to investigate the Lu family? Lu Ruyan, did you forget that the backer of our Lu family trading company is the Lord of Vermilion Bird City? Chen Ning, alright, if you help me investigate something, then I'm willing to owe you 300 gold coins and promise to repay within the stipulated time. How about it? Lu Ruyan blinked. No way. Chen Ning frowned. Why? Lu Ruyan raised her charming face and snorted coldly, saying, because I'm in a bad mood. Chen Ning knew that Lu Ruyan still resented him for what he had done to her in the arena. Feeling frustrated, he sighed inwardly and could only ask with a wry smile, so, what would it take to improve your mood, ma'am? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's peach blossom eyes immediately sparkled with a sly gleam. Chen Ning knew the old saying, leave room when doing things, so you can meet again in the future, but he didn't expect to meet Lu Ruyan again so soon. Just a few hours after their last encounter, Lu Ruyan, who had been embarrassed in the arena by his teasing, unexpectedly became the person he had to ask for help. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, especially when it comes to finding out news about his youngest daughter. Thus, Chen Ning had no choice but to swallow his pride. He asked Lu Ruyan with a bitter smile, Grandma Lu, what would it take to make you feel a little better? Lu Ruyan's eyes darted around mischievously, clearly scheming ways to mess with Chen Ning. But unexpectedly, her phone suddenly rang. She frowned slightly and then took out her phone. In this era, phones are divided into two types. One is satellite phones, which are exclusively used by the Empire's military, and the other is regular phones. However, regular phones have become unreliable because, in the post-apocalyptic era, many areas have fallen, and many places lack ground base stations, resulting in no mobile signal. Typically, phones like Lu Ruyan's can only be used in major cities. Once outside the metropolitan areas, they become unreliable, whereas satellite phones can be used in most regions. After answering the call, Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows tightly and said to the phone, alright, I'll be there right away. After she finished the call, she no longer had the mood to tease Chen Ning and said to him, I'm sorry, my child had an accident at kindergarten, I must go see her. When Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she indeed saw the surprised look in Chen Ning's eyes, as if saying, you're so young and beautiful, and you already have a child? Lu Ruyan had seen this expression on others' faces more than once. Feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed, she explained, this child is actually my sister's. My sister's husband was an imperial soldier who sacrificed himself during a mission. After giving birth to the child, my sister committed suicide out of grief. She left behind a baby in swaddling clothes, and I had no choice but to take responsibility for raising the child. To provide the best possible environment for the child's growth, I told her I am her mother. Upon hearing this, Chen Ning felt relieved. In fact, back when he lived in the slums, he often chatted with scavengers or impoverished men. As men, the topic they discussed most was naturally women. Thus, through these conversations, Chen Ning had picked up quite a bit of knowledge, such as how to identify a virgin. The blush on Lu Ruyan's neck was quite noticeable, and the slight bluish tint in the whites of her eyes, along with her tightly closed legs, clearly indicated she was a virgin. Lu Ruyan had no idea that Chen Ning secretly assessed her in his mind. Otherwise, she would probably be furious and ready to fight him. Chen Ning needed Lu Ruyan's help, so he naturally wouldn't let her leave in a hurry. Otherwise, where would he find someone to help him check on his daughter's situation? So, he immediately took the initiative to say to Lu Ruyan, Miss Lu, you seem a bit flustered. Did something happen with your child? Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ruyan originally wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but seeing Chen Ning's eager expression, she realized he had a favor to ask and was trying to please her. Lu Ruyan thought to herself that if she left Chen Ning now, he would soon leave Vermilion Bird City, and her chances of seeking revenge on him in the future would be slim. At the moment, this seemed like a great opportunity for revenge. So, she said, my child got into a fight with other kids at the kindergarten. The kindergarten asked me to come over, so I'm planning to go and check it out. Chen Ning offered enthusiastically, let me go with you. Lu Ruyan did not refuse. She followed Chen Ning out of the alley, then both got into the sports car parked by the roadside, speeding off towards Golden Sun Kindergarten. Before long, the two two arrived at Golden Sun Kindergarten. They entered the kindergarten together and went to a class for younger children. There were over 23-year-old kids in the class, among whom was a delicate little girl sitting alone in the corner, quietly playing with a doll. When Chen Ning saw the look of pity in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she gazed at the little girl, he immediately knew that this child must be Lu Ruyan's sister's daughter. The little girl was playing with her toys all alone when suddenly a sturdy, chubby boy walked up to her, arrogantly shouting, "You little brat, give me that doll. I want to play with it." Chen Ning frowned as he watched. The little girl raised her head to look at the chubby boy, her eyes filled with a sadness that children her age shouldn't have. She bit her lip and said, "I am not a little brat." The chubby boy snorted and said, "A child without a dad is a little brat. My dad said that kids like you who don't have dads are little brats." The little girl was so angry she was about to cry, her eyes red and unable to argue. "I am not." "You are. Give me the doll." The chubby boy said this as he snatched the doll from the little girl's hands. In fact, anyone could see that the chubby boy didn't actually like playing with dolls, he just wanted to bully the little girl. After all, it's the same everywhere. Weak and humble people are always bullied, even in the world of children. Lu Ruyan saw her adopted daughter being bullied by other children like this, and she was truly both anxious and angry. Seeing that there were no kindergarten teachers in the classroom to uphold justice at the moment, she became flustered, stepped inside, and prepared to teach the chubby boy a lesson. But as soon as she walked into the classroom, Chen Ning followed her in. Before she could say anything, Chen Ning took the lead and shouted at the chubby boy, "Stop! Why are you bullying her? Return the doll to her immediately and apologize." The chubby boy often bullied the little girl who didn't have a father, but he hadn't expected her parent to show up. He was instantly a bit frightened. Lu Ruyan witnessed the scene and secretly approved of Chen Ning's actions. Sometimes, scaring these unruly kids is more effective when done by a man than a woman. It seemed bringing Chen Ning along was the right decision. The chubby boy was clearly the most mischievous kid in the kindergarten class. Although he was startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan, he wasn't completely intimidated. He quickly hid the doll behind his back and glared fiercely at Chen Ning. "No, I told you to return the doll to her and apologize for insulting her by calling her a little bastard. If you don't follow my instructions, I'll take the place of your parents and give you a beating." Chen Ning had walked out of piles of corpses, so in his eyes, there were only the living and the dead. He wouldn't show extra leniency just because the offender was a child. Expecting compassion from a bloodstained warrior was simply impossible. Moreover, when Chen Ning saw the little girl's plight, he couldn't help but think of his own young daughter, Xiaoguo. Was Xiaoguo also being bullied by other children like this? This was one of the reasons why Chen Ning was so angry. The chubby boy probably had never encountered someone as fierce as Chen Ning, and who wouldn't indulge him at all. Looking into Chen Ning's cold eyes, he finally felt a bit scared. However, being a stubborn child who wouldn't admit defeat, he didn't return the doll to the little girl as Chen Ning demanded. Instead, he suddenly threw the doll forcefully onto the ground, stomped on it twice, making it dirty, and defiantly said, "I won't give it to her, just won't give it to her." The little girl, seeing this scene, watched as her beloved doll was stomped on by the chubby boy, dirted, and was further hurt by his words. Unable to hold back any longer, she burst into tears. Lu Ruyan quickly squatted down and tried to comfort the little girl, saying, "Little bun, don't cry, don't cry." Chen Ning had come from a hellish training base, where the rule was that disobedience meant punishment. So, he coldly said to the chubby boy, "Looks like you need a beating to learn your lesson." The chubby boy seemed to sense that Chen Ning was about to get serious with him, and he burst into tears with a loud wail. At that moment, a few people walked into the classroom. One was a kindergarten teacher, and the others were the chubby boy's family members. Among them was a burly man dressed in an imperial military uniform. When the chubby boy saw the tall and imposing man, he immediately ran over and pointed at Chen Ning, crying, "Dad, he hit me. You've got some nerve hitting my son, Xia Yongxiang." This burly parent, with a bear-like build, had an exceptionally bad temper. Without a word, he rolled up his sleeves and came over to deal with Chen Ning. Neither the other parents nor the teacher could stop him. Chen Ning sneered, "Your son called my daughter a little bastard. Since you won't teach him, I'll do it for you. Besides, I don't mind teaching you a lesson as well. It's the father's fault if the child isn't taught properly." "You want to teach me a lesson? Let me see if you have what it takes." Xia Yongxiang said this as he stormed over angrily, throwing a punch straight at Chen Ning's face. When little Bun heard Chen Ning's conversation with Xia Yongxiang just now, she clearly heard this uncle refer to her as his daughter. Could it be that this uncle is her father? Little Bun's eyes involuntarily revealed a crazed joy. Ever since she could remember, she had always been mocked and bullied by the children around her for not having a father. She desperately wanted to have a father of her own. Lu Ruyan heard Chen Ning claim to be little Bun's father. Although she knew he meant well and had good intentions, she still felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed because she was nominally little Bun's mother. Facing Xia Yongxiang's forceful punch, Chen Ning unhesitatingly threw a punch of his own, meeting strength with strength. This was the consistent style of the Bluebird warriors. With a loud bang, the two fists collided. Chen Ning stood firm like a mountain, while the taller Xia Yongxiang staggered back several steps before steadying himself. Everyone could see that Chen Ning was stronger than Xia Yongxiang. Xia Yongxiang was both shocked and furious. Unwilling to accept defeat, he grabbed the wooden chair from the teacher's podium and charged at Chen Ning. Amid the surrounding cries of alarm, he fiercely swung the chair at Chen Ning. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Watch out!" Chen Ning's lips curled into a cold smile as he suddenly delivered a high kick, a move as powerful as a thunderclap. With a loud crash, the wooden chair in Xia Yongxiang's hand was shattered by a single kick from Chen Ning. Xia Yongxiang stared at Chen Ning in disbelief, only then noticing the insignia of the Phoenix Corps on Chen Ning's military uniform sleeve. It was at this moment he realized he had encountered a true expert today. Fortunately, the teacher stepped in to mediate, and Chen Ning did not continue his attack. Xia Yongxiang narrowly escaped disaster. His previous arrogance was gone, and with a complex expression, he even said to Chen Ning with a hint of admiration, "Your skills are impressive." Chen Ning hadn't expected the other party to compliment him. Seeing that Xia Yongxiang was also wearing a military uniform, he instantly understood that this man was straightforward and honest. With Chen Ning and Xia Yongxiang, the two parents, no longer fighting, the two 3-year-old children, Little Chubby and Little Bun, quickly made up and became friends again. The chubby kid couldn't help but quietly ask Little Bun, "Is this uncle your dad?" Little Bun instinctively straightened his back. The chubby kid glanced at Chen Ning, quickly lowered his head, and couldn't help but quietly say to Little Bun again, "Your dad is really awesome. Your dad is really awesome." Little Bun heard this and felt her heart sweeter than honey, prouder than receiving praise from a teacher. She had never thought about having a father, let alone imagined others envying her father or a day when she could be proud of him. She couldn't help but lift her chubby little face, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and proudly said, "Of course, 3-year-old children are quick to quarrel and quick to make up." Just moments ago, Little Chubby and Little Bun were still at odds, but in the blink of an eye, they had reconciled. The reason for their reconciliation was that Little Chubby thought Little Bun's dad was very impressive. He developed admiration for Chen Ning, stopped looking down on Little Bun, and even began to envy her for having such a strong and capable father. This left the adults present both amused and exasperated. The most awkward situation was between Xia Yongxiang and Chen Ning. The two had just fought over their children, but unexpectedly, the two kids quickly made up, leaving them both a bit embarrassed. However, despite Xia Yongxiang's fiery personality, he is indeed a straightforward man. After understanding the situation, he immediately apologized to Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan without hesitation, and even promised to discipline his child better in the future. Lu Ruyan was initially quite angry, but since the other party had apologized and the two kids had reconciled, she felt there was no need to escalate the matter further. After all, her original intention was for her adopted daughter to get along peacefully with her classmates, so she graciously said it was fine. Xia Yongxiang turned to look at Chen Ning, glanced at the phoenix emblem on Chen Ning's uniform sleeve, and was a bit surprised. "Brother, are you with the Phoenix Legion?" Chen Ning felt both amused and exasperated by the progressively deepening relationship with Xia Yongxiang. This guy started off with "you son of a b******** upon meeting, then after a fight and reconciliation, his address changed to "Your Excellency," and now it's even more impressive straight to "brother." This guy really knows how to build connections. Chen Ning nodded and said yes, then glanced at the emblem on the other party's sleeve, which featured a black shark head with sharp teeth. "You're from the Black Shark Corps?" "Yes, I'm a reserve officer trainee for the Black Shark Corps." "Heh, I'm from the elite group of the Phoenix Youth Training Camp." Chen Ning and Xia Yongxiang both learned that the other was a reserve officer candidate, which meant their current status in the military was roughly the same. Moreover, since both were reserve officer candidates, there was a high likelihood they would work together in the future, possibly even fight side by side. These individuals could be considered the backbone of the empire's future. Thus, both developed a desire to form a friendship, and everyone regarded each other as brothers. Xia Yongxiang originally wanted to invite Chen Ning for a drink, but unfortunately, Chen Ning had to leave Vermilion Bird City in the evening to return to Bluebird Base. Upon hearing this, Xia Yongxiang had no choice but to give up. By this time, it was already 5 p.m., and the kindergarten had finished for the day. Xia Yongxiang's family took the little chubby boy home, and Lu Ruyan's nanny also drove an ordinary car to pick up the little Bun. Because of Chen Ning's help, Lu Ruyan's adopted daughter could hold her head high in front of her classmates in the future, so her resentment toward Chen Ning had dissipated significantly. Of course, she also understood that Chen Ning had something to ask her for help with, so she let the nanny take the little Bun home first while she stayed to discuss the intelligence information Chen Ning wanted to investigate. "To thank you for helping my adopted daughter out of trouble and allowing her to hold her head high in front of her classmates in the future, let me treat you to a meal. We can also talk about the information you want to investigate." "Alright." Lu Ruyan and Chen Ning walked side by side out of Golden Sun Kindergarten. Instead of getting into her red sports car, Lu Ruyan led Chen Ning into a narrow alley, turning left and right, and finally arriving at a secluded lane. Chen Ning asked in surprise where they were going to eat. Lu Ruyan gestured forward with her lips and said, "We're here." Ahead, the alley suddenly opened up to reveal a massive banyan tree. Beneath the tree stood a shabby little restaurant named Tianlong Restaurant. At first, Chen Ning was puzzled by how such a rundown restaurant could have such a grand name. But after he and Lu Ruyan entered and sat down, he realized that the restaurant specialized in donkey meat. The saying goes, dragons in the sky, donkeys on the ground, meaning the taste of donkey meat rivals that of dragon meat. Hence, the restaurant was aptly named Tianlong Restaurant. Lu Ruyan is a woman from Vermilion Bird City. The women of Vermilion Bird City have a particular advantage. They are very picky about food, but they don't blindly pursue high-end options. Even if it's cheap street food hidden in a small alley, as long as they think it tastes good, they'll come to try it, and they won't mind the old and shabby environment. Lu Ruyan said smugly to Chen Ning, "The donkey meat here is the most delicious in all of Vermilion Bird City. If you're not a true foodie, you wouldn't know to come here. Consider yourself lucky this time." At this moment, a restaurant attendant came to ask Lu Ruyan what she wanted to eat. Lu Ruyan casually said, "The same as last time, a full package." Chen Ning's expression turned a bit odd upon hearing this. After all, the term full package sounded somewhat ambiguous. Soon, the waiter began serving the dishes. The portions were truly small, about the size of a teacup. Each bowl of food came with broth, roughly just one bite. Lu Ruyan invited Chen Ning to start eating, and she took the lead by picking up a cup of donkey meat with broth and finishing it in one bite. Chen Ning could only follow suit and ate a cup as well. But he quickly realized that the dishes here were served cup by cup in a continuous stream, much like a flowing banquet. Moreover, each small cup of food was different, each with its own unique preparation. Every part of the donkey could be made into a distinct dish, served cup by cup, and the further they ate, the more exquisite the dishes became. Half an hour later, Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan were both full and satisfied. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Ning with a contented gaze and said, "Go ahead, tell me what exactly you want to investigate about Lu Wanlin's household. If it's something too confidential, I can't guarantee anything. It's not that our Lu family business is lacking, but I'm afraid of causing trouble. After all, Lu Wanlin is not someone to be trifled with." Chen Ning said, "I actually have a daughter, and she's currently in the Lu family residence. I want to know about her current situation, at least whether she's doing well, if she's in any danger, and whether she's getting enough to eat." Lu Ruyan was surprised. "You actually have a little daughter? No wonder you were so furious when you saw other kids bullying little Bun at the kindergarten. You must be worried that your daughter might be bullied elsewhere, just like little Bun, right?" Chen Ning hesitated slightly before briefly explaining how his ex-wife had abandoned him and how his daughter had been taken away. Then he said to Lu Ruyan, "My visit to Vermilion Bird City this time was purely accidental. Now, trying to take my daughter back from the Lu family seems very difficult. Before I have enough strength, I don't want to alert them. That's why I want to rely on your business to help me gather information about my daughter." Lu Ruyan giggled and said, "I thought you had fallen for the young lady of the Lu family and wanted to flirt with her. Turns out it's just a small matter. Don't worry, our firm regularly supplies some living materials to the Lu family, and someone often delivers goods there. I'll make a call and have someone inquire for you. You'll get news soon." Chen Ning was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Please remember to keep it low-key. I'm afraid if the Lu family discovers my presence, it might harm my daughter." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. "Got it. The strength of the Lu family's firm is truly remarkable. To become a dominant force in Vermilion Bird City, with its population of 30 million, it naturally has its reasons." Not long after, Lu Ruyan received the news and told Chen Ning, "The exact information is that your ex-wife is a very shrewd woman. After entering the Lu family, she firmly captured Lu Ming's heart and even became his concubine. Your daughter, Xiaogua, is temporarily well-fed and clothed because your ex-wife Zhang Qian is doing quite well in the Lu family. However, the Lu family doesn't treat your daughter well and refers to her as a bastard child." At first, Chen Ning's expression remained calm, but by the end, his face turned exceptionally grim, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Ruyan glanced at the time and said, "It's almost 6 o'clock now. You need to prepare to meet Bai Yuhao and return to the Bluebird base. As for your daughter, I will keep a close eye on her for you. If there's an opportunity, I will try to redeem her." Chen Ning was a bit surprised upon hearing this, but he quickly realized that there is no such thing as a free lunch. He immediately narrowed his eyes and asked Lu Ruyan, "For you to do all this for me, what price do I have to pay?" Lu Ruyan chuckled and said, "I just like dealing with smart people like you because it saves a lot of trouble. But don't worry, I don't have anything for you to do for now. Just consider it as you owing me a favor. I'm not afraid you won't be able to repay it." Chen Ning vaguely realized that Lu Ruyan was making an investment. After all, he was a reserve officer and a talent in the Phoenix Corps, with the potential to rise in the military in the future. Even if he couldn't become a high-ranking official, he could definitely become a mid-level officer. As for the Lu family business, to operate in the Huaxia Empire, it naturally needed to maintain good relations with military personnel. Investing in young officers was one way to do so. Lu Ruyan helping him with a small favor today might mean he would have to help her with a big favor in the future. Even so, Chen Ning still felt grateful to Lu Ruyan. He nodded firmly and said, "All right, consider it as me, Chen Ning, owing you a favor. If you ever need anything and I can do it, I won't hesitate." It would be great if it's true. Lu Ruyan and Chen Ning left the Tianlong Hotel and walked along a secluded alley, heading toward the place where Lu Ruyan had parked. However, as they walked, they suddenly noticed that the iron gate ahead in the alley was locked, blocking their way forward. Lu Ruyan frowned. What's going on here? Chen Ning suspiciously stared at the locked iron gate. Suddenly, his ears caught the faint sound of rhythmic military boots striking the ground behind him. His expression changed drastically. Not good. We're in trouble. Lu Ruyan and Chen Ning turned around simultaneously, only to see at the entrance of the alley behind them a mysterious and peculiar officer. He was tall, dressed in an imperial military uniform, wearing a gas mask, and had a military knife strapped to each side of his waist. Lu Ruyan gasped in shock upon seeing the man, Leng Jianfeng. Leng Jianfeng is a key figure supporting Lu Wanlin, or rather Lu Wanlin's personal bodyguard and assassin. Moreover, this man has a distinctive appearance. Not only does he carry dual blades, but he also wears a gas mask. As a result, Lu Ruyan immediately recognized him. At the same time, upon seeing Leng Jianfeng appear, Lu Ruyan instantly realized that Leng Jianfeng must be targeting Chen Ning. It was likely that Chen Ning's surveillance of the Lu family had been noticed by them. Leng Jianfeng's objective this time was Chen Ning. First, because Chen Ning had killed Lu Shi. Second, because Chen Ning had been lurking suspiciously near the Lu family residence, leading Lu Wanlin to suspect that Chen Ning had ulterior motives. When Leng Jianfeng saw Chen Ning together with Lu Ruyan, his gaze showed some doubt, clearly speculating about the relationship between Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan. Was Lu Ruyan involved in Chen Ning's actions against the Lu family? However, although Leng Jianfeng was suspicious, Lu Ruyan was the general manager of the Lu family trading company. The Lu family was a renowned commercial powerhouse in Vermilion Bird City. Additionally, the Lu family had close ties with the city's lord, even secretly offering 30% of the trading company's shares to the lord. The upper-class society of Vermilion Bird City all knew that the Lu family was under the protection of the city's lord, and ordinary people dared not trouble them. Leng Jianfeng's mission this time was to deal with Chen Ning. As for Lu Ruyan's issue, he planned to report back to Lu Wanlin and let Lu Wanlin make the decision. He looked coldly at Lu Ruyan and said, "This matter does not concern Miss Lu. Please leave. I have some business to settle here." Lu Ruyan suddenly found herself in a difficult position. Although she did not have a deep friendship with Chen Ning, he had just helped her today. Moreover, they had just shared a meal together, chatting and laughing. Now, knowing full well that Leng Jianfeng was likely here to kill Chen Ning, she found it hard to leave heartlessly on her own. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but speak. "Leng Jianfeng, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Chen Ning is my friend." Leng Jianfeng's voice slowly came from behind the gas mask. "You have 3 seconds left." Lu Ruyan's face changed dramatically. Leng Jianfeng seemed determined to kill, and his warning was clear: if she didn't leave immediately, she might not be able to. Chen Ning said to Lu Ruyan, "You should go, don't worry about me. I can handle this. If I really don't make it through tonight, please take care of my family for me." Family naturally refers to his daughter, Xiaogua. Although Lu Ruyan and Chen Ning had some acquaintance, it was far from the point of sharing life and death. Lu Ruyan glanced at Chen Ning, then nodded heavily and said all right, before turning around and leaving in her high heels. Leng Jianfeng originally had no intention of targeting Lu Ruyan, as her identity was somewhat special. However, seeing Lu Ruyan's close relationship with Chen Ning, he became increasingly suspicious of their connection. He strongly suspected that Lu Ruyan was involved in actions unfavorable to the Lu family, and even that there might be some unspeakable secret between Lu Ruyan and Chen Ning. Suddenly, he changed his mind. Neither Lu Ruyan nor Chen Ning could leave. He decided to capture them alive and bring them to Lu Wanlin to uncover what tricks they were playing. So, when Lu Ruyan passed by Leng Jianfeng suddenly made a move. Chen Ning's eyes widened, while Lu Ruyan didn't even have time to react. Leng Jianfeng struck her neck with a knife hand, causing her eyes to roll back and faint on the spot. Although Chen Ning was shocked that Leng Jianfeng would attack Lu Ruyan, during his training at the Bluebird base, the butcher instructor had repeatedly taught them that the best opportunity to strike is fleeting. Therefore, one must always maintain full physical strength and be ready to fight at any moment. Thus, when Leng Jianfeng knocked Lu Ruyan unconscious with a knife hand, Chen Ning instantly drew his Dragon Fang saber and, with lightning speed, slashed toward Leng Jianfeng. Although Chen Ning carried a thunder handgun, he knew that at such close range, there wouldn't be enough time to draw the gun, disengage the safety, aim, and pull the trigger. At such proximity, a military knife was far more reliable than a handgun. Leng Jianfeng is a level 6 battle general, far superior to Chen Ning in strength. Moreover, there is a significant gap between a battle general and a battle soldier. Even though Chen Ning possessed possesses the strength of a dual level 3 battle soldier. Two level 3 battle soldiers stand no chance of defeating a level 6 battle general. Lang Jianfeng completely disregarded Chen Ning. As Chen Ning's blade approached, the military knife at Lang Jianfeng's left waist unsheathed with a crisp clack and blocked Chen Ning's blade with a resounding clang. Simultaneously, the military knife at his right waist unsheathed with a swift swish, slashing toward Chen Ning's arm at lightning speed. Chen Ning hadn't expected Lang Jianfeng to be so adept with dual blades, nor had he anticipated the opponent's astonishing speed. Faced with Lang Jianfeng's cunning and rapid right blade, he had no choice but to abandon his own blade, retract his hand, and retreat as quickly as possible. But even after abandoning the blade, he was still a bit slow to react, and Lang Jianfeng's right blade narrowly grazed Chen Ning's right arm. Chen Ning's arm instantly became bloodied, and he retreated several steps, both shocked and furious. Although he had crossed paths with Lang Jianfeng once before, now Chen Ning realized the terrifying strength of Lang Jianfeng. His own dual second-level combat soldier strength was completely insignificant in the face of such absolute power. Lang Jianfeng was somewhat surprised. He looked at Chen Ning, who had barely retreated from his seemingly unstoppable strike, and said in astonishment, "Oh, you seem to possess more than third-level combat soldier strength. Your true power is stronger than it appears. No wonder young Master Lu Shi fell at your hands." Still not strong enough? Chen Ning spoke, stepped forward, and swung his knife, slashing toward Lang Jianfeng's neck. Lang Jianfeng blocked with the blade in his left hand, advanced with the knife in his right hand, and counter-slashed at Chen Ning. Chen Ning had no choice but to quickly pull back his knife to defend, as the two men in military uniforms engaged in a fierce close combat, the sound of clashing military knives ringing out continuously. Soon, Chen Ning's chest took another hit, causing him to stagger back a few steps, leaving a fresh, bloody wound on his chest. Lang Jianfeng held his left knife pointing diagonally to the ground, while his right knife was horizontal near his mouth. He gently blew away a drop of blood from the blade of the right knife. His knives truly killed without staining with blood. His cold laughter echoed once again from behind the gas mask. "Out of tricks, that's all you've got. There's nothing about you that amazes me anymore. I'm done playing with you. It's over for you." The two confrontations between Chen Ningguang and Lang Jianfeng had already made it clear to him that Lang Jianfeng's strength was absolutely overwhelming. Lang Jianfeng's power was not something that two level 3 combat soldiers could defeat, so he had no chance at all. Just as Lang Jianfeng declared he was going to get serious and kill Chen Ning, a voice from the blood tyrant echoed in Chen Ning's mind. "Chen Ning, kid, stop hesitating. Temporarily give me control of your body, and I can help you defeat this guy. Otherwise, if you get killed, your mental world will be destroyed along with you, and even I will vanish into thin air along with your mental world. We're in this together, like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Let's deal with this guy first." Hearing the blood tyrant's voice, Chen Ning's heart was in turmoil, torn between two choices. Should he hand over control of his body to the cunning blood tyrant? If he didn't rely on the blood tyrant's abilities within him, he might very well meet his end here, dying at Lang Jianfeng's hands. But if he hands over control of his body to the Scarlet Tyrant, that evil and cunning old man, there's no guarantee he won't try to seize his body again. Caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, as Chen Ning's thoughts fiercely clashed, Lang Jianfeng's imposing blade had already slashed toward Chen Ning's head, coming within less than 3 centimeters of his face in an instant. At the brink of death, Chen Ning had no other choice and shouted in his heart, "Scarlet Tyrant, let's cooperate." Scarlet Tyrant, excellent. Lang Jianfeng's strike with the blade was determined to succeed, but he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, just as his blade was about to slash Chen Ning's face, Chen Ning's eyes suddenly emitted a crimson glow. A ghastly white bone mask instantly formed on the left side of his face, with hollow eye sockets and sinister teeth. Clang! Lang Jianfeng's blade struck the white bone mask on Chen Ning's left face, producing a sound that was neither metallic nor iron-like. His sharp military knife, forged from meteorite iron, was unexpectedly unable to cut through the bone mask that had suddenly appeared on Chen Ning's face. Lang Jianfeng was both shocked and furious. Jia, does this appearance amaze you enough? Chen Ning's body was now under the control of the blood tyrant, but he could still observe through the right eye of his body. This feeling was akin to sitting in the cockpit, piloting a fully automated combat robot. What's going on? Could it be the legendary demigod? Lang Jianfeng suddenly retreated a few steps, his dual blades in both hands spread open, pointing diagonally at the ground, as he looked at Chen Ning before him with a hint of disbelief. Chen Ning now had a white bone mask on the left side of his face, his left eye crimson, radiating intense killing intent. Yet his right eye remained like that of an ordinary person, even gazing at him with a trace of amusement. Chen Ning now gave off an eerie feeling, as if he were a patchwork of two completely different individuals. What I am doesn't matter. What matters is I am your death. The voice of the blood tyrant came from Chen Ning's mouth, hoarse and unpleasant like a night owl, yet it carried a terrifying power that sent chills down one's spine. Lang Jianfeng wore a gas mask, making it impossible to see his expression, but he had clearly steadied his emotions by now. He snorted coldly, "Whether you're human or demigod, needing me is your misfortune. If you're human, I'll kill humans. If you're a god, I'll kill gods." Lang Jianfeng let out a low shout, and his entire aura instantly transformed. His twin blades began to faintly emit a glow. This was the true strength of a level 6 battle general. Earlier, Lang Jianfeng had merely been toying with Chen Ning, like an adult playing with a child, without showing his real skills. Weapons emitting light is a characteristic of those approaching the rank of Brave General, as well as those at the Brave General level and the Great General level. Fighting against advanced and ultimate zombies, ordinary firearms and thermal weapons cannot harm the zombies in the slightest. Therefore, for humans who have reached the level of elite warriors, light swords are their best weapons to deal with top-tier zombies. Light sword is just a general term. Not all human warriors' weapons are swords. It broadly refers to the weapons they use that emit dazzling light. For example, the highest commander of the Black Shark Legion, Major General Xiaofeng, wields a weapon that is actually a katana named the Meteor Glimmerblade. When he fights, the katana emits a light as brilliant as a meteor, so his blade is also considered a light sword. As for Lang Jianfeng before them, his twin blades faintly emit a glow, showcasing the strength of a level 6 warrior. If he can advance to the elite warrior level in the future, his weapons will fully radiate light. Only warriors who wield light swords can truly be considered part of the ranks of the strong. However, even though Lang Jianfeng is only a level 6 warrior, his strength is already enough to dominate in many places. At this moment, he swung his sabers in a crisscross motion, instantly unleashing two intersecting black saber energies that surged straight toward Chen Ning. Chen Ning's figure flickered like a phantom, dodging the saber energy. The energy struck the wall of the alley with a thunderous crash, carving a massive X-shaped crack into it. Seeing this scene, Chen Ning was secretly startled. It was his first time witnessing the true power of a level 6 human warlord. At the same time, he felt a bit worried. Although he knew the Blood Tyrant was also very strong, the Blood Tyrant's primordial spirit was injured and sealed within his mental world. Despite being nourished and repaired by fresh blood last night, the Blood Tyrant was certainly far from recovering its peak level 11 Tyrant level strength. Now, Chen Ning estimated that the Blood Tyrant's strength was roughly at level 7, slightly stronger than Lang Jianfeng. He was somewhat concerned that if the battle dragged on too long, it might alert other forces or the military in Vermilion Bird City, which would put him at a disadvantage. So, Chen Ning urged the Scarlet Tyrant in his mind, "Old geezer, there are countless human experts and Imperial troops in Vermilion Bird City. This guy is Lu Wanlin's subordinate. If the fight drags on, it will be disadvantageous for us. We must finish this quickly. Stop nagging, I know what I'm doing." Upon hearing this, Chen Ning was truly annoyed. This old geezer had been speaking to him politely recently, always acting submissive. But now, as soon as Chen Ning handed over control of his body, the old man immediately became arrogant, even referring to himself as the seat. Chen Ning figured that after the fight, this old geezer might even try to seize his body. Just as Chen Ning was mentally communicating with the Scarlet Tyrant, Lang Jianfeng launched his second round of attacks. Like a bat, he swooped toward Chen Ning, the faintly glowing twin blades in his hands slashing swiftly several times. However, Chen Ning's body possessed the power of the Scarlet Tyrant. Under the control of the Scarlet Tyrant, he seemed to teleport, dodging several of Lang Jianfeng's deadly strikes in succession. Lang Jianfeng brushed past Chen Ning, rushing forward several meters before abruptly steadying himself and turning to slash back with his blade. A faint black line swiftly streaked across the air toward Chen Ning. He crouched to dodge, and the black line unexpectedly sliced through the walls of the residential alley on both sides, cutting them cleanly in half. The wall on the left collapsed with a loud rumble. "Showy tricks die." A blood-colored tyrant's low roar emerged from Chen Ning's mouth, and then he suddenly leapt into the air, soaring 3 meters high. Like an eagle striking, he descended with a punch from above. His fist was surrounded by swirling black energy, transforming into the shape of a skull enveloped in black mist, charging straight at Lang Jianfeng with unstoppable momentum. Lang Jianfeng instantly felt as if Mount Tai were collapsing before him. His breathing became labored, and he experienced a sense of helplessness, as though a mantis facing an unstoppable, rolling cart. Lang Jianfeng crouched low in a bow stance with his front and rear feet, crossing his twin blades in an attempt to block Chen Ning's punch. Boom! Chen Ning's fist struck the intersection of Lang Jianfeng's twin blades, instantly shattering them like glass. The twin blades, forged from meteoric iron, broke into 4 pieces, and Chen Ning's fist continued its momentum, landing squarely on Lang Jianfeng's chest. With a loud bang, Lang Jianfeng was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. As Lang Jianfeng was flung backward, Chen Ning followed like a shadow, swiftly catching up. His right hand seized Lang Jianfeng's neck in an instant. Lang Jianfeng, like a rooster caught by the throat, didn't even have time for a final struggle before Chen Ning's hand crushed his throat bone with a sharp crack. Chen Ning's hand remained gripping Lang Jianfeng's neck, like an enormous clamp. The blood flowing from Lang Jianfeng's mouth and the wound on his neck was entirely absorbed by Chen Ning using the devouring technique. In the end, when Chen Ning let go, Lang Jianfeng's once strong body was reduced to a shriveled corpse, falling to the ground. Chen Ning cursed, "Damn it, you're crazy. Why did you drain his blood? How am I supposed to explain this to others later? This guy is a level 6 warrior. His blood is a precious resource. How could I let it go to waste? Cut it out." out. Give me back control of my body immediately. TSK, crossing the river and immediately dismantling the bridge. What's your hurry? Chen Ning's voice carried a hint of anger and surprise. You old scoundrel, are you trying to play tricks on me again? The blood tyrant was indeed an ambitious man. He certainly had designs on Chen Ning's body, but he was aware of Chen Ning's strong mental willpower. Although his vitality had been partially restored, it was uncertain whether he could overpower Chen Ning. Thus, he hesitated, wondering whether to engage in another battle of willpower with Chen Ning. Just as the blood tyrant was wavering, an air raid siren sounded in the distance. This was the signal for a city lockdown. Typically, when such an alarm was heard, it indicated that something major was happening in the city. Ordinary residents were advised to retreat to their homes immediately. The streets were filled with Imperial soldiers in action, and anyone wandering around could be directly executed by the Imperial forces. The blood tyrant sensed several powerful forces approaching, clearly indicating that the military of Vermilion Bird City had discovered the presence of his aura, which carried a strong zombie-like energy, and were rushing over. Chen Ning's guess was accurate. Currently, with the blood tyrant controlling Chen Ning's body, its strength was roughly at the level of a grade 7 battle general. This level of power was far from enough for the blood tyrant to wreak havoc in Vermilion Bird City. If its identity and whereabouts were exposed, the only outcome would be certain death. Thus, under such circumstances, the blood tyrant could no longer afford to clash with Chen Ning. It instantly lost its bravado, becoming sly and obsequious, and said to Chen Ning with a grin, little brother, I was just joking with you earlier. How could I possibly want to take over your body? Here, I'll give you back control of your body. Just make sure those humans don't discover your demigod identity or my whereabouts, or else we're both doomed. The white bone mask on Chen Ning's left face melted away like spring snow, blending into the muscles of his face. The crimson glow in his left eye also dissipated, returning to the appearance of a normal person. Chen Ning cursed inwardly. If the situation weren't dire, this wretched old man probably wouldn't be so agreeable. In the future, he must guard against it and avoid using its power unless absolutely necessary. Chen Ning glanced at Lang Jianfeng's dried corpse, then quickly ran to Lu Ruyan, who was unconscious on the ground. He helped her up and shook her gently. Miss Lu, wake up quickly. Just as Lu Ruyan regained consciousness, the sound of orderly military footsteps echoed from both ends of the alley. A commanding officer issued orders in a deep voice, surround this area completely. Do not let a single suspicious individual escape. Lu Ruyan slowly woke up. She remembered that Lang Jianfeng had said this matter had nothing to do with her and told her to leave and not get involved in this mess. After her attempt to plead for Chen Ning failed, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to leave. After all, her relationship with Chen Ning was far from the point where she could confront Lu Wanlin head-on for his sake. Moreover, with her abilities, she was not qualified to go up against Lu Wanlin, the highest commander of the Greedy Wolf Corps. But what she hadn't expected was that as she was leaving, Lang Jianfeng suddenly launched a sneak attack on her and knocked her unconscious. So now, as she woke up and looked at the heavily injured Chen Ning, she weakly asked, Chen Ning, what happened? Where is Lang Jianfeng? Chen Ning glanced at Lang Jianfeng's corpse not far away and lowered his voice, saying, he's dead. Lu Ruyan widened her eyes, looking at Chen Ning in disbelief. You killed him? Chen Ning smiled bitterly. If I had the strength to kill a level 6 battle general, do you think I would still be a rookie soldier in the Phoenix Corps? Lu Ruyan suddenly remembered that she had previously used the resources of the Lu family trading company to investigate Chen Ning's background. The information stated that Chen Ning was a rookie soldier undergoing training at the Bluebird base, with only level 2 battle soldier strength. Of course, she also heard Chen Ning mention in the arena that he had just broken through to level 3 battle soldier strength. However, there is a full 3-level gap between a level 3 battle soldier and a level 6 battle general, and the divide between battle soldiers and battle generals is a significant threshold. It is extremely rare for a level 3 battle soldier to defeat a level 4 battle general. As for a level 3 battle soldier defeating a level 6 battle general, it would be as absurd as a kindergarten child punching and killing an athlete. Lu Ruyan believed that Lang Jianfeng was definitely not killed by Chen Ning. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, then who killed Lang Jianfeng and spared the two of us? Chen Ning still didn't know how to respond, but the voice of the blood tyrant had already echoed in his mind. Chen Ning, tell her that while you were fighting Lang Jianfeng, he suddenly noticed an old man hiding in a nearby residential house acting suspiciously. Then, Lang Jianfeng shouted Pang Qingyun in surprise and doubt, and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with that mysterious old man. The old man quickly killed Pang Qingyun and then fled. Chen Ning asked the blood tyrant in his mind with uncertainty, who is Pang Qingyun? Why frame him, and will this even work? Blood tyrant, stop rambling. Follow my instructions if you want a chance to escape. Chen Ning had no choice but to repeat what the blood tyrant taught him to Lu Ruyan. Unexpectedly, when Lu Ruyan heard the name Pang Qingyun, her delicate face changed color, and she exclaimed, Pang Qingyun? Could it be the great demon Pang Qingyun, who has been wanted by the Empire for over a decade, half human and half corpse? As she spoke, she immediately walked over to Lang Jianfeng's corpse, suppressing her nausea, and removed the tie toxic gas mask from his face. Seeing that Lang Jianfeng had no blood left and had turned into a dried corpse, Lu Ruyan said in shock, "It really is the legendary demigod Pang Qingyun. This demon has appeared in Vermilion Bird City. How terrifying." Chen Ning understood now. It turned out Pang Qingyun was a demigod, and the blood tyrant's intention was to pin the blame for killing Lang Jianfeng on a well-known demigod, letting someone else take the fall. Otherwise, as a phoenix warrior, Chen Ning killing Lang Jianfeng, an imperial major, would undoubtedly be an unforgivable crime. Moreover, Chen Ning couldn't explain why he killed Lang Jianfeng and even drained Lang Jianfeng's blood. Therefore, framing someone else is currently Chen Ning's best option. The blood tyrant, having lived for so long, knows a few famous demigods and unhesitatingly instructed Chen Ning to frame Pang Qingyun. At that moment, fully armed imperial soldiers rushed in from both ends of the alley. On the left were members of the Greedy Wolf Legion, while on the right were soldiers from the Breaking Army Legion, surrounding Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan completely. The leader of the Greedy Wolf Legion was a major named Lu Zuowu, who happened to be Lu Luanxiong's nephew. The leader of the Peijun Legion was also a major, named Hu Gang, a favored disciple of Bai Chongshan, the highest commander of the Peijun Legion. Lu Zuowu and Hu Gang arrived at the scene with their men, looking at the injured Chen Ning, the pale-faced Lu Ruyan, and Lang Jianfeng, who had turned into a dried corpse on the ground. Both of their expressions changed simultaneously. Hu Gang's expression changed because he knew Lang Jianfeng was a highly skilled military expert in Zhuke City and also Lu Luanlin's bodyguard. However, he hadn't expected Lang Jianfeng to be killed, and judging by the scene, it wasn't the work of an ordinary person. Lu Zuowu's face turned grim because he knew Lang Jianfeng had been ordered to kill Chen Ning, but he hadn't expected Lang Jianfeng to end up dead. Lu Zuowu stared at Chen Ning with a grim expression. "Who are you people? Why did Major Lang die here? Did you too kill Major Lang?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately became displeased, glaring and saying, "Don't slander us. I am Lu Ruyan, the general manager of the Lu family trading company. Could I possibly kill Lang Jianfeng? Are you overestimating me or underestimating your Major Lang Jianfeng?" Chen Ning stood straight, his gaze unwavering, and said, "I am Chen Ning, a soldier of the elite group at the Qingmiao base of the Immortal Legion. I was passing through here with Miss Lu when Major Lang, wearing a mask, suddenly drew his blade against us. I was injured by Major Lang, but during the fight, Major Lang noticed an old man with a suspicious appearance," exclaimed Pang Qingyun, "and was then killed by the old man who suddenly attacked. After committing the murder, the old man left arrogantly. Due to my injuries and lack of strength, I was unable to stop him." Pang Qingyun, Lu Zuowu and Hu Gang's expressions changed again, as this was a legendary high-profile fugitive and a terrifying demigod. This guy was half-human, half-corpse, with formidable strength. If Pang Qingyun had indeed appeared in Vermilion Bird City, it would be a very serious matter. Hu Gang and Lu Zuowu briefly examined the corpse and found that it indeed resembled the killing style of a demigod. Hu Gang asked Lu Zuowu, "What should we do now?" Lu Zuowu knew that Lu Luanlin and second Madame Shi Lily wanted to take Chen Ning's life to avenge young Master Lu Shi. His eyes darted around for a moment before he said, "Major Hu, here's the plan. Since Major Lang was the chief guard of our corps commander, his death will surely infuriate our commander. Moreover, I noticed that Chen Ning has battle scars left from fighting Major Lang, so he must have fought with him. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan are in cahoots with Pang Qingyun. I suggest handing this matter over to our Greedy Wolf Corps for handling. I'll take them both back for interrogation and punishment. This way, I can also give our commander an explanation. What do you think?" Hu Gang didn't particularly care how Chen Ning was dealt with, and since Lu Ruyan's identity was somewhat unusual, handling her would be tricky. He was more than happy to let the Greedy Wolf Corps take charge of the two. He readily agreed, nodding and saying, "All right, you take them back for interrogation. I need to return and report the situation to our corps commander. Also, if you make any progress or have any updates regarding Pang Qingyun, remember to inform our Breaking Army Corps." "This is natural." Lu Zuowu turned around and coldly looked at Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan, ordering in a deep voice, "Someone, take these two back for interrogation, and also carry Major Lang's corpse back for processing to prevent it from turning into a zombie." "Yes." Following Lu Zuowu's command, a group of armed soldiers immediately approached to capture Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan. When had Lu Ruyan ever been treated like this? She immediately flew into a rage, cursing and saying that daring to arrest her would surely make Lu Zuowu pay. In Chen Ning's mind, the voice of the blood tyrant echoed, "Chen Ning, kid, this officer is one of Lu Luanlin's subordinates, and he's clearly targeting you. It seems like the Lu family is determined to kill you, just like Lang Jianfeng came to assassinate you. If they take you back, the outcome will likely be grim. Why don't you let me take control of your body? We'll risk everything and fight our way out." Chen Ning did not agree to the blood tyrant's suggestion, as even with their combined strength they would only reach a 7th level power, which was insufficient to break out of Vermilion Bird City. It would only lead to certain death. Bai Yuhao's father was the commander of the Peijun Corps, and the Lu family was reportedly on good terms with the lord of Vermilion Bird City. It was likely that Bai Yuhao and the Lu family would come to rescue him and Lu Ruyan. Therefore, Chen Ning neither argued nor resisted, allowing Lu Zuowu's subordinates to take him and Lu Ruyan away. Bai Yuhao, Su Luo, and De Luo, Xiao Luo were waiting for Chen Ning to return and gather, so they could all head back to the base together. However, they didn't wait for Chen Ning to come and join them. Instead, they received bad news. Bai Yuhao got the latest update about Chen Ning and, shocked, said to Su Luo and the others, "Something's wrong. Chen Ning is reportedly involved in a case where an officer was killed and has been captured by the greedy Wolf Corps." Upon hearing this, Su Luo and the others instantly became like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around and repeatedly asking what to do. Bai Yuhao gritted his teeth. "Everyone, don't panic. Let's go and ask my father for help." In the office of the commander of the Breaking Army Corps base, Bai Chongshan, dressed in the Empire's high-collared officer uniform, stood with his hands behind his back in front of a map. He squinted at the map of Vermilion Bird City on the wall and slowly asked, "Are you certain that the demigod Pang Qingyun has appeared in our Vermilion Bird City?" Hu Gang stood straight, his gaze unwavering, and said, "Report to the Corps commander." If Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan were not lying, then this information should be true. Moreover, I have observed that Lu Ruyan is merely a weak woman, and Chen Ning is a third-level combat soldier. They absolutely do not have the strength to kill Lang Jianfeng, who possesses the power of a sixth-level battle general. Therefore, their account should be credible. Bai Chongshan frowned. Pang Qingyun, this demigod, hasn't stirred up trouble for years. Everyone has gradually forgotten about him. Why has he suddenly appeared in our Vermilion Bird City? Hu Gang, Legion commander, why he appeared isn't important. The headache is that his strength is terrifying. Moreover, the body of a demigod carries the zombie virus. I'm worried that the virus on him might spread in our city, and that would be a big problem. Bai Chongshan, give the order to intensify the search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find Pang Qingyun. Yes, Legion commander. Hu Gang turned around and left, just reaching the door when he encountered Bai Yuhao and the others. Hu Gang naturally recognized Bai Chongshan's son and greeted Bai Yuhao respectfully. Bai Yuhao, with urgent matters on his mind, nodded slightly to Hu Gang before heading inside with Su Luo and the others to find Bai Chongshan. Bai Chongshan was somewhat surprised to see his son, as logically, his son should now be on his way back to the Bluebird base. However, Bai Chongshan was no fool. One look at Bai Yuhao's anxious expression told him that something had happened. Immediately, he recalled that Chen Ning, who had been taken away by the greedy Wolf Corps, was training at the Bluebird base with Bai Yuhao. Moreover, Bai Chongshan had heard Bai Yuhao mention that he had a good relationship with Chen Ning. Thinking of this, Bai Chongshan fully understood that his son must have come because of Chen Ning. Bai Chongshan felt secretly a bit annoyed and somewhat surprised because his son had always performed exceptionally well, striving to be the best and most outstanding in everything he did. Yet this time, he had delayed returning to the base for Chen Ning's sake, even willing to face severe punishment from the Qingyao base just to help Chen Ning. When Bai Yuhao saw Bai Chongshan, he immediately said, "Dad, I have something to say." Bai Chongshan interrupted Bai Yuhao's words in a displeased and deep tone. "If you have something to say, speak slowly. What's the point of being so flustered? Let your friends wait outside first. I also have something to discuss with you." Su Luo, along with De Luo and Xiao Luo, understood upon hearing this that the father and son had matters to discuss. They immediately saluted and left the office, waiting outside. Bai Chongshan glanced at Bai Yuhao, gestured for him to sit down, and then said, "You delayed your return to the base and came to see me all because of that Chen Ning, right?" Bai Yuhao nodded. "Dad, Chen Ning must have been wronged. He's from a poor background and has only trained at the Bluebird training camp for 4 months. Although he quickly reached the strength of a level 3 combat soldier, how could he possibly kill Lang Jianfeng? Moreover, Lang Jianfeng is Lu Wanlin's chief bodyguard. His presence there was unusual. It was clearly Lang Jianfeng who went looking for trouble. He was just unlucky. He wanted to deal with Chen Ning but ended up encountering Pang Qingyun." Bai Chongshan frowned slightly. Lang Jianfeng's status compared to Chen Ning is worlds apart. One is in the heavens, the other in the dirt. Why would Lang Jianfeng bother to trouble Chen Ning? Bai Yuhao replied, "It's not Lang Jianfeng who wanted to trouble Chen Ning, but Lu Wanlin, or rather, the Lu family seeking revenge against Chen Ning." Bai Chongshan felt astonished. Lu Wanlin, a dignified colonel of the Empire and the highest commander of the greedy Wolf Legion, actually wanted to take revenge on a mere soldier of the Phoenix Legion? Bai Yuhao lowered his voice and said, "Yes, Lu Wanlin's favorite concubine is named Shilili. Shilili has a son with Lu Wanlin named Lu Shi. Lu Shi is illegitimate and holds a low status in the family, so he wanted to join the military and achieve merit. This guy has decent abilities, but he's arrogant and conceited. While at the Bluebird base, he bullied Chen Ning and even tried to kill Chen Ning during the assessment night, only to be counter-killed by Chen Ning. Few people know about this, but the Lu family definitely suspects Chen Ning and sees him as an enemy. Lang Jianfeng's appearance clearly shows that Lu Wanlin ordered him to take revenge on Chen Ning." Bai Chongshan coldly commented, "Absurd." Bai Yuhao was a bit dumbfounded. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether his father was referring to Chen Ning as absurd or the Lu family. Bai Chongshan added, "Lu Wanlin, although he rose step by step from the bottom and now holds a high position, is narrow-minded. Chen Ning killed his son son, and while seeking revenge against Chen Ning might be a bit beneath him, it is indeed his style. Only then did Bai Yuhao realize that his father's seemingly random comment was actually an evaluation of Lu Wanlin. The Greedy Wolf Corps and the Breaking Army Corps are the main defensive forces of Vermilion Bird City, but Bai Chongshan and Lu Wanlin don't get along very well and tend to look down on each other. Bai Yuhao seized the opportunity and said, "Dad, Chen Ning is my friend, and he's someone with great potential. I want to help him out." Bai Chongshan, "If it's a simple matter, then we can help, but Chen Ning killed Lu Shi, and Lu Wanlin is determined to kill Chen Ning. Although our Bai family is at odds with the Lu family, it hasn't reached the point of mutual hostility or outright confrontation. We can't openly fall out with Lu Wanlin over someone like Chen Ning. Moreover, Chen Ning has already been captured by the Greedy Wolf Legion. We can't possibly lead troops to the Greedy Wolf camp to rescue him, can we?" Su Luo and the others waited outside for half an hour, and then they saw Bai Yuhao coming out of the office. They quickly approached him and asked in a low voice, "Bai Yuhao, how did it go?" Bai Yuhao rarely showed a troubled expression. "My father said Chen Ning's situation is complicated, and he can't help." Su Luo and the others were somewhat aware of the incident where Chen Ning killed Lu Shi. At this moment, they were all worried about Chen Ning, who had fallen into the hands of the Lu family. Su Luo even muttered in despair, "Are we really going to just watch helplessly as something happens to Chen Ning?" Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan were taken to the Greedy Wolf base and eventually brought to the interrogation room, where both were locked in prisoner chairs. These chairs were designed for military high-profile offenders. Sitting in the chair, both hands and feet were shackled, and the neck was locked to the backrest, ensuring the interrogated prisoner could not resist. Major Lu Zuowu briefly reported to Lu Wanlin, received his instructions, and then entered with several soldiers to personally interrogate Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan. Lu Zuowu sat across a long interrogation table facing Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan. Around them were a dozen or so heavily armed Greedy Wolf soldiers. Narrowing his eyes as he looked at Chen Ning, he adopted an official tone and said, "A special investigation team has been established to look into the death of Major Ling Jianfeng. I am the person in charge, and now I will interrogate you two as major suspects. I hope you will cooperate with my work." "You, name? Chen Ning. Gender? Male. Identity? Elite soldier of the Bluebird training camp, Phoenix Legion." Lu Zuowu conducted the interrogation in a standard manner, registered Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan's identity information, and then recorded their statements. Both Chen Ning and Lu Ruyan stuck to the same story. Ling Jianfeng was killed by Pang Qingyun. The interrogation unknowingly lasted for 3 hours, and it was already 9 p.m. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the interrogation room. Two officers accompanied a middle-aged man to the doorway. It turned out this middle-aged man was Lu Ruyan's father, Lu Yu, the second master of the Lu family. Lu Yu holds some status in Vermilion Bird City as a wealthy merchant. The Lu family has always maintained a good relationship with the city lord, Yuan Yuan. Therefore, upon learning that his daughter was involved in a case concerning the murder of an officer, Lu Yu hurried to seek Yuan Yuan's help. Yuan Yuan had already received reports from Bai Chongshan and Lu Wanlin, the two corps commanders, and was somewhat aware of Lu Ruyan's involvement in the matter. He also knew that Lu Ruyan was not a key figure in this incident. Thus, he decided to do the Lu family a favor and instructed Lu Wanlin over the phone not to make things difficult for Lu Ruyan unless there were special circumstances. Although Lu Wanlin is the corps commander of the Greedy Wolf unit, Yuan Yuan remains the highest authority in Vermilion Bird City. Therefore, Lu Wanlin had to respect Yuan Yuan's wishes and sent two subordinates to accompany Lu Yu to retrieve the person. When Lu Ruyan heard that her father had come to bail her out, she quickly pleaded with him to also bail out Chen Ning. But before Lu Yu could speak, a few more people suddenly entered from outside. Leading them was a wealthy woman adorned in glittering jewels. She entered and coldly said, "This woman can be bailed out, but Chen Ning, that little wretch, absolutely cannot be released. He must die." This woman was Lu Wanlin's concubine, Lu Shi's mother, and Shi Yu's sister, Shi Lily. When Shi Lily spoke these words, everyone around was shocked. Not only were her words vulgar and lacking in aristocratic demeanor, but the case hadn't even been fully investigated and she was already planning to kill Chen Ning?